In the interstellar era, Zhao Chen, a time traveler, unexpectedly found himself as a member of the Northern Starfleet Military Academy of the Starshine Empire. He inherited the body and memories of the original owner, along with a precious T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser blueprint. Although currently unable to build it, this blueprint was undoubtedly a significant asset for him. Faced with 3 special attribute options from the system, Zhao Chen felt both confused and excited, knowing this would be the starting point of his interstellar journey. In his daily life at the academy, Zhao Chen met Charlotte, a girl passionate about starships. Charlotte was astonished by the starship data Zhao Chen provided, believing that the starship was nearly invincible among its peers. Zhao Chen exuded confidence, planning to use the starship for a trial run and arranging for Charlotte to familiarize herself with the crew positions. Due to financial constraints, Zhao Chen had to consider how to raise funds to maintain the starship's operation. Zhao Chen's status at the academy was not solid, and his absence had caused dissatisfaction among his classmates, particularly Zhang Haoran, a rival with a grudge against Zhao Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Haoran taunted Zhao Chen, questioning his courage and using a starship duel as a wager to humiliate him. Facing the challenge, Zhao Chen decided to accept and showcase his starship and strategy in the duel. During the preparations, Zhao Chen's starship, Blizzard 0, demonstrated impressive performance. This starship, cobbled together from 3 old ships, had been modified by Zhao Chen to possess formidable combat capabilities. In the duel, Zhao Chen utilized the starship's speed and maneuverability to evade Zhang Haoran's attacks, ultimately striking a critical blow to the opponent's starship with a 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon, winning the duel. This victory not only elevated Zhao Chen's status at the academy, but also earned him more points and rewards in the interstellar fleet system. Zhao Chen realized he needed more resources to upgrade his starship and planned to acquire the necessary blueprints through the system's marketplace. He decided to sell his T1-class starship blueprints to raise funds. In a conversation with his friend Li Wei, Zhao Chen learned that Li Wei's family's Northern Goose Interstellar Trade Group was facing difficulties, with poor starship sales. Seeing an opportunity, Zhao Chen decided to sell his T1 starship blueprints to the Li family, aiding them in improving their performance while securing funds for himself. This transaction not only solved Zhao Chen's financial issues, but also brought hope to the Li family. With the starship upgrades and accumulated funds, Zhao Chen began planning his future development. He knew that in this interstellar era, only by continuously enhancing his strength could he establish a foothold in the universe. Zhao Chen's goal was to build a true Blizzard-class T3 light interstellar battlecruiser, and this was just the beginning. His interstellar journey had only just begun. If you're interested in this story, please check the comment section or the playlist to watch part 1. Now, let's begin part 2 of the story. Unlike before, what Liyaki received this time was a holographic video conference room. Seated across the round table was a mysterious man wearing a mask. His young appearance was a stark contrast to the old Professor Liyaki had anticipated. "Is that you?" Liyaki asked tentatively, the man's youthful looks making her skeptical. "The T1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer technology must have earned you a fortune, Miss Li." Zhao Chen cut straight to the chase. "This time, I'm looking for deeper cooperation." Hearing the word cooperation, Liyaki was overjoyed and quickly extended an olive branch. "Do you have other starship technologies? We're willing to invest in your research lab and provide the best research environment." "I don't care about that," Zhao Chen said, folding his hands. 70 of the profit from each starship goes to me, and you handle all the production and sales details. That's my condition, non-negotiable." 70 of the profit? Liyaki quickly did the math. Even if she only got a small percentage, the earnings would still be substantial. But as a businesswoman, she couldn't agree so easily. "This percentage is a bit. You know very well how much profit the T1 Wolf-Laus has brought you," Zhao Chen interrupted. "The technology one have is no worse than that. If you're not willing, we can end this here." Seeing his firm stance, Liyaki had no choice but to relent. "Then, can I at least see the starship blueprints first?" "You'll see them once the contract is signed. Additionally, I'll need at least 20 million star coins as an advance to be deducted from the future profits. You have 10 minutes to decide." 20 million? Liyaki hesitated for a moment. The T1 Wolf-Laus had only brought her around 5 million in profit so far. To gather this sum, she'd likely need to pull funds from the main company. "I agree to your terms." In just a few seconds, Liyaki made her decision. Zhao Chen smiled with satisfaction and projected holographic images of 4 starships. "Here are 3 T1 starships and 1 T2 starship. The T1 Gray Mouse-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T1 Swift Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, the T1 Worker Ant-class heavy interstellar mining ship, and the T2 Moose-class heavy interstellar transport ship," Zhao Chen briefly introduced. "I'll send the detailed blueprints to your email shortly." A T2 interstellar transport ship. Liyaki was thrilled, her eyes gleaming. As a businesswoman, she knew the significance of a transport ship in interstellar trade. Just by looking at the descriptions, she knew this deal was a surefire profit. "Sir," she began. But when she looked up, the seat across from her was empty. She still didn't know the mysterious man's name, but she was intensely curious about someone who could continuously produce T1 and even T2 Starship technologies. After the meeting, Liyaki immediately revised the previous project plan. She decided to expand the existing Starship factory tenfold, confident in the newly acquired technology for 4 types of starships. Her goal was to transform Beiyin into the leading Starship technology group in the northern region of the Empire and even make it a rising star within the Empire. Without hesitation, she transferred the 20 million star coins requested by the other party. Even when her uncles questioned the enormous expenditure, she offered no explanation. At this moment, her authority within Beiyin was second only to her father's, and no one could challenge her decision. With the funds in hand, Zhao Chen no longer had to worry about raw materials. He chose not to produce and sell the starships himself due to a lack of a massive industrial base and the potential attention that the sudden appearance of T2 Starship technology would attract. Liyaki, on the other hand, could introduce new starships without arousing suspicion since she was already in the business. Additionally, Zhao Chen had numerous responsibilities and no time for Hansen management. Large-scale procurement of labor and raw materials, as well as establishing sales channels, were not his strengths. It made more sense to leverage Liyaki's resources to support his Xiaolong fleet for now. When he had the strength in the future, he could step out from behind the scenes and establish his own sales network. 6 months later, Zhao Chen finally returned to the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. As soon as he stepped into the 4th-year classroom, all eyes were on him. Even the teacher was surprised by the sudden appearance of a student who had been absent for 3 months. However, Zhao Chen paid no mind to this as he had more important matters at hand, accumulating triple the required credits for assessments. The Northern Star's credit system mandated that you complete annual assessments to advance to the next year. To earn triple credits in one go, unconventional methods were necessary. Zhao Chen quickly found a shortcut. The Empire was at war with the mechanoids, and the Northern Star region was the front line. The military frequently offered bounty tasks for private fleets. These tasks were mostly straightforward, such as patrolling or escorting transport ships, but they offered substantial rewards. Completing them not only provided high monetary compensation, but also a large number of grade assessment points. For students, this was undoubtedly the quickest way to earn credits, though it came with significant risks. Being on the front lines of a war meant anything could happen. History at Northern Star was rife with students who encountered enemy attacks during seemingly harmless missions, resulting in the destruction of their ships and loss of lives. Nonetheless, Zhao Chen had no other option to complete his annual tasks. He began browsing the Imperial military task page during class, searching for suitable bounties. The tasks ranged from simple patrols and escorts to direct frontline support missions. Eventually, Zhao Chen set his sights on a moderately difficult escort mission. The task involved departing from the Northern Star region's No. 3 military base to escort an interstellar transport fleet to the Lusha City Fortress in the frontline star system. The mission was expected to take a month, and upon completion, it would provide credits equivalent to more than double the 4th-year assessment requirement, along with a reward of 200,000 star coins. Additional bounties were available if combat occurred. Zhao Chen promptly submitted his task application, detailing a fleet composition of 5 T2 interstellar frigates and 1 T2 carrier starship. Considering the T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial ship needed to remain for production, he arranged for 5 T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates and a T2 Zero Blizzard-class ship to serve as escorts. The rest of the combat force was allocated to the military mission. His application was quickly approved, with the requirement that he arrive at Northern Star Zone Military Base No. 3 by January 20, 3031. Missing the deadline would mean being unable to accept Imperial bounty missions for the next 3 years. Although there was still some time left, Zhao Chen had already begun preparations. Unlike his previous minor engagements, this mission was a true approach to the battlefield. Once everything was in place, he informed Zhao Wanner and Li Wei that he would be away for a while to complete a bounty mission. Zhao Wanner assumed he was merely going for a simple academy assessment, and had no idea that Zhao Chen had taken on a military task even 5th-year students hesitated to approach. After briefing them, Zhao Chen led his fleet away from the academy but did not head straight for military base No. 3. Instead, he first returned to the Xiaolong fleet's base. At that time, the second T2 Hammer-class industrial ship was nearing completion. With the 20 million star coins from Liyaki, Zhao Chen immediately procured a batch of raw materials and transported them to the site. This ensured not only the smooth construction of the new hammer, but also allowed it to be completed ahead of schedule. Once the second hammer was built, Zhao Chen could finally initiate the construction of his much-anticipated flagship, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. This was the flagship he had been eagerly waiting for. "Did you accept the escort mission from the Imperial Army?" Charlotte's surprised voice echoed through the holographic image. Zhao Chen nodded resolutely. He had to accumulate enough credits quickly to graduate from the Northern Starfleet Military Academy. "Given our current strength, this mission should be manageable," Zhao Chen said confidently. I need you to hold down the fort. Those two T2 iron hammers are in full production, and there's a mysterious T3 starship under construction. The tasks here are even more critical than my escort mission. Although Charlotte didn't fully understand the reasoning, she chose to trust this man. Rest assured, Commander. I will hold the line until your triumphant return. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. I won't be back until March at the earliest. Communication might be interrupted during this period, so everything here will be in your hands. With that, he entrusted the Zero Blizzard to Charlotte and set off with 5 T2 Black Rhino frigates and a T2 Queen Bee carrier in tow. Lilith followed closely, eager to seize every opportunity for real combat to grow as quickly as possible. Lilith, you'll be in charge of the journey ahead, Zhao Chen said, filled with anticipation. Lilith's heart surged with emotion. Establishing herself within the Xiaolong fleet would be a tremendous blessing for her people. Yes, I will give it my all. After a day of travel, Zhao Chen's fleet finally reached their destination, the number 3 military base in the Chuha Star region. The sight was awe-inspiring, with various types of warships standing tall. Suddenly, a colossal battleship came into view. It was a full kilometer long, entirely crimson, with a main cannon twice the size of the Zero Blizzards, flanked by numerous secondary cannons. Compared to it, Zhao Chen's T2 Queen Bee was like an ant next to an elephant, and the T2 Black Rhinos were mere sesame seeds beside a watermelon. This is a true warship, Zhao Chen marveled. In the eyes of the average person, T3 ships were the real deal, while T2s were merely half measures. A single star shield could allow a T3 to take on multiple T2s without a scratch. This is the Imperial Army's T3 Flame Lion, a model of medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers. Its main weapon is a 2,200mm electromagnetic cannon, the Imperial Army's main battle tank, rumored to cost 7 billion, a price out of reach for ordinary citizens. But to Zhao Chen, this warship paled in comparison to his soon-to-be-completed flagship. It was like comparing the ordinary to the extraordinary. Without hesitation, he shifted his gaze, searching fervently for something else. Finally, in the distance, he spotted his long-awaited goal. Its sleek form, graceful curves, perfect proportions, and those two awe-inspiring cannons, the Imperial fleet's prized superweapon, a T4 class interstellar battleship, appeared before Zhao Chen's eyes, like a celestial visitor or a dream lover. The name, North Wind God Class T4 Heavy Interstellar Battleship, echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. A colossal structure stretching 7.8 kilometers, weighing an astonishing 30 million tons, bristling with offensive weapon systems, 2 T4 cluster laser cannons, 36 main guns, and 144 secondary guns. Just the 2 bow laser cannons alone could strike fear into countless starships. As the earliest T4 battleship of the Starshine Empire, the North Wind God undoubtedly stood as a meritorious vessel, a testament to the collaborative efforts of many northern star regions. Looking around, even the T3 battleships seemed like obedient little brothers at the feet of the North Wind God. If only one day I could own a T4 battleship, Zhao Chen gazed longingly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He was so lost in his daydream that he didn't hear Lilith calling him. Commander, wake up! Lilith finally managed to snap him back to reality. We're here. You need to collect the mission details yourself. So soon? Zhao Chen realized the ship had already docked. I'll go check it out. You stay on the ship. Watching Zhao Chen leave, Lilith couldn't help but mutter. I've never seen the commander look at us like that, so infatuated with a battleship. To think a mighty succubus is outdone by cold metal, it's frustrating. Are you here for the escort mission? I'm the senior sergeant in charge of this operation. The sergeant's image appeared on the screen, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Chen as if looking down on an ant. You're the last to arrive. So, a senior sergeant is just a 4th-level officer, Zhao Chen mused, knowing they rank below a major but often consider themselves minor nobility. Outwardly, he remained composed. Yes, I am. I've notified the other partners for a meeting. My soldier will take you there. With that, the sergeant cut off the communication, leaving an electronic dossier behind. Sir, please follow me. The 4th-level soldier's tone was calm as he led the way. Are there other fleets involved in this mission? Zhao Chen asked casually while browsing the dossier. Yes, the escort mission requires 30 ships. Your 6 won't be enough, the soldier replied. The rewards will be distributed based on each fleet's contribution. Zhao Chen was unfazed. A mere few 100,000 star coins were nothing compared to the 20 million he had just acquired. What he cared about were the academic credits. Entering the meeting room, Zhao Chen saw 2 men and a woman already seated, one of whom surprised him greatly. Please take a seat. The senior sergeant will confirm the mission details shortly, the soldier said before quietly exiting, leaving the 4 of them alone. What a coincidence. Zhao Chen sat next to the girl, who turned out to be his classmate and the popular student, Shenbing. You two know each other? The woman in the leather jacket raised an eyebrow. We're classmates, Zhao Chen admitted openly. After all, the mission information wasn't classified, so there was no point in hiding it. Hey, you have 62s? What's the deal with the Black Rhino class and Queen Bee class ships? The woman in the leather jacket scooted closer to Zhao Chen, her zipper barely covering her cleavage, her tone full of flirtation. The middle-aged man and the woman in leather were both private adventurers, each owning about a dozen battleships. In contrast, Shun Bing was alone with her solitary T2, which seemed a bit pitiful. Just as the woman got even closer, the screen on one side of the conference table suddenly lit up. It was indeed the sergeant major. The woman in the leather jacket had no choice but to sit up straight and hold her breath. Zhao Chun smirked inwardly, guessing that this guy probably wasn't too fond of such meetings and opted for a video call instead. Everyone, let's keep this brief. Your fleet has taken on this escort mission. Your task is to set off on the 20th and safely deliver a convoy of transport ships to the fortress of Shifting Sands. In the meantime, do whatever you need to do. If you need supplies, go purchase them. The prices are the same as outside. All the details have been sent to you. If there are no questions, that's all I have to say. You sort it out among yourselves. I'm only interested in the results. The sergeant major gave everyone a quick glance before abruptly cutting off the communication. His words were as good as meaningless, and the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Just as the woman in the leather jacket was about to pester Zhao Chen again, the middle-aged man across from them suddenly lit a cigarette. The acrid smoke made everyone cough, and he looked around grimly before saying coldly, "Now, we need to determine who's in charge." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Everyone had their own opinions about who should take on this responsibility, leading to a flurry of discussions. Zhao Chen stared at the middle-aged man smoking a cigarette and instantly recognized him as a seasoned player. Just 12 starships, including 2 T2s and 10 T1s, and he dares to act like a big shot here? Whether he amassed this fleet through noble status or his own abilities is anyone's guess. It's simple. The strongest calls the shots. The woman in the leather jacket clung to Zhao Chen, her cheap perfume making him wrinkle his nose. This handsome guy has 6 T2s, and just one of his carriers outclasses us by miles. We're counting on you this time. Shen Bing, with her solitary, battered ship, was naturally overlooked. But the middle-aged man sneered at Zhao Chen. Who knows where those junk ships came from? I don't buy it just from the stats. Zhao Chen didn't care about vying for the top spot. He said indifferently, I have no intention of being the boss, but I won't bow to anyone either. Everyone does their job and completes the mission. There's no need for a hierarchy. Ha! Real rookie, the man scoffed, cigarette in mouth, and walked away disdainfully. The woman in the leather jacket quickly seized the moment, sidling up to Zhao Chen and cooing, ignore that brute. How about we grab a drink? Her fingers traced suggestively along Zhao Chen's neck. Zhao Chen abruptly stood up, nearly toppling the woman. No need, I have other things to do. With that, he strode off, leaving the woman stunned. Humph, acting all high and mighty, she muttered, disappointed. She had hoped to get something out of this rich young master. At such a young age, owning 6 T2s, he was practically a gold mine. Squad leader, what are you doing here? Zhao Chen caught up with the hurriedly departing Shen Bing. On a mission, Shen Bing replied without turning around. Just pick a simple task to pass the assessment. You only have 1 T2. There's no need to take such risks, Zhao Chen babbled on. But Shen Bing continued to stride swiftly toward her dilapidated T2 destroyer, the hyena. Sigh, life is tough for commoners, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Unlike Shen Bing, who had to fight tooth and nail for a second-hand T2, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This realization dampened his gossiping spirit, and he returned to his T2 carrier, the Queen Bee. Lilith, what's our target this time? Back on the bridge, Zhao Chen immediately transmitted the data to Lilith, lounging casually in his chair. 32 escort ships, 11 T2s and 21 T1s. Lilith quickly scanned the data. The escort target is 300 T1 transport ships. Judging by the forces, it shouldn't be a problem. The mission itself isn't the issue. It's the unexpected variables that worry me, Zhao Chen said gravely. We're too close to the front lines. Who knows what we might run into? By the way, have you heard about the mechanoids? Lilith projected a holographic image, clearly displaying countless metal-covered creatures, including humanoid machines. They were diverse and numerous, resembling a formidable steel army. It's said that the mechanoids originated from an ancient interstellar civilization, Lilith explained. That civilization developed advanced intelligent mechanical life forms, but it backfired. One day, these machines rebelled, annihilating their host civilization along with nearby carbon-based life forms, and established their own regime, prioritizing mechanical life. As she spoke, the holographic image shifted to show a star map. A crimson area was rapidly expanding, gradually engulfing other regions. The mechanoids view carbon-based civilizations as inferior, aiming to rule the universe with mechanical life forms. In the name of purification, they launched an interstellar crusade against other civilizations. Lilith's tone was tinged with concern. 1,000 years ago, three large interstellar civilizations, newly entering the T4 era, encountered the mechanoids during internal conflicts. This encounter made them realize the gravity of the situation, leading them to set aside their differences and form an alliance to fend off the external threat. As Lilith narrated, an emblem symbolizing unity appeared in Madarit, was the well-known emblem of the Galactic Alliance. I see, Zhao Chen muttered to himself. It looks like this war will drag on for a long time. This is indeed a battle for the survival of intelligent carbon-based life forms. The Galactic Alliance was established under the leadership of the Starlight Empire, the Holy Radiance Empire, and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, with several smaller civilizations joining in. However, real power remains in the hands of these three interstellar superpowers because the front lines of the mechanical race invasion are right next to their territories. This 1,000-year-long holy war has long bound the three together. Over the centuries, they have fought back and forth, neither side able to completely defeat the other. Lilith put away the image and looked worriedly at Zhao Chen. The Chu River Star region of the Starlight Empire is closest to the mechanical race, and the fighting there has scarcely ever ceased. This is why the governor of Chu River also serves as a 5-star marshal. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Lilith had made remarkable progress recently. Her vast knowledge was comparable to an encyclopedia. Zhao Chen frequently agreed with her analysis. Although our escort mission is close to the front lines, the mechanical race rarely operates in this area. Attacking a transport fleet would be unnecessary, Lilith added. So theoretically, the risk isn't high. Theoretically, yes, but for some reason, I have a bad feeling about that sergeant, Zhao Chen said, rubbing his temples, clearly troubled. Commander, it's your first time on such a mission. It's natural to feel nervous, Lilith comforted him gently. Besides, we've already accepted the Imperial military's bounty. Backing out now wouldn't be wise. This not only concerns your promotion, but could also affect your graduation plans. Zhao Chen sighed. Lilith was right. Regretting now was too late. No matter how difficult the task, he had to face it head-on. Oh, I have some good news that will definitely lift your spirits, Lilith said with a mysterious smile. She raised her wrist, and a hologram of a small girl, only about 1.2 meters tall, appeared. The girl wore a distinctive slave collar and looked timid. A slave? A minor? Zhao Chen's face darkened. Why would you think I'd be interested in this? He wondered if he had somehow given the impression of being a pervert. You've misunderstood, Lilith quickly explained. This isn't a little girl. She's a fully grown dwarf woman. In fact, she's a few years older than you. A dwarf? Zhao Chen suddenly understood. Lilith nodded and brought up the relevant data. It turned out that this interstellar nomadic race, though physically small, were born tech enthusiasts. Their aptitude for learning technology was several times that of other races, earning them the title of interstellar craftsmen. Nowadays, most of their population worked in factories or research institutes across various civilizations. Your fleet is in dire need of such talent, Lilith said excitedly. With them, our T2 industrial ship's efficiency would greatly improve. The current batch of orc technicians, though doing their best, are limited in their capabilities. Zhao Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lilith was right. Recruiting a team of dwarf engineers would significantly benefit his fleet's development. He made a decisive decision and bought them. In a private room of a tea restaurant, a petite figure stood trembling in the corner. Zhao Chen carefully observed the dwarf girl, who was only 1.2 meters tall, finding it hard to believe she was older than him. What's your name? He asked softly. Annie, the girl replied, her voice barely audible. Zhao Chen extended his hand toward her, but she flinched, looking like a startled little mouse. Just then, her stomach growled loudly. Are you hungry? Zhao Chen asked, even though he already knew the answer. No, Annie stammered, shaking her head quickly, her wide eyes filled with fear. Zhao Chen's heart unexpectedly softened as he looked into those teary eyes. He crouched down, his voice becoming extraordinarily gentle. Don't be afraid. Come with me, and I'll take you to get something delicious to eat. At the mention of food, the girl hesitantly looked up, meeting Zhao Chen's eyes. For some reason, this moment filled him with an inexplicable sense of guilt, causing him to sigh inwardly. He reached out a large hand to gently pat the girl's head in a gesture of comfort. Zhao Chen and Annie walked out of the tea restaurant, with the latter cautiously following behind. With the collar on, escape was impossible. Even if she did run, she couldn't avoid being tracked and shocked. Zhao Chen dared not take long strides, fearing that the little one behind him would have to jog to keep up. She looked so out of breath, as if she might collapse at any moment. We bought 100 energy blocks, can't you give us a better price? A familiar voice sounded not far away. Zhao Chen turned around and saw Shen Bing negotiating with a weapons merchant, accompanied by a female crew member. Shen Bing, known for her cold and elegant demeanor, was haggling intensely for a mere few dozen star coins. Miss, the price is fixed. Take it or leave it. The merchant finally lost his patience, his face darkening. Shin Bing bit her lip hard, but reluctantly pulled out her imperial card to pay. Shaoli, wait here. I'll check if we need any more ammunition. Saying this, Shin Bing walked towards another counter without looking back, leaving the female crew member to guard the goods alone. Zhao Chen recognized her as Lu Lily from Class 9 and approached her. Lily, what a coincidence. Lily was startled, but then overjoyed when she saw Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen? What are you doing here? Same as you, took on an escort mission, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Looks like we'll be comrades in arms. That's great. Lily said excitedly. I was worried something might go wrong this time, but with you here, I feel much more at ease. She glanced at the little girl behind Zhao Chen but didn't say anything. Nobles often have their peculiar habits. After all, are you guys buying supplies? Zhao Chen looked towards Shun Bing, who was still haggling in the distance. Yes. Lily nodded. The class monitor is really trying to save every penny. Zhao Chen was curious. Why did your class take on such a high-risk mission? Lily hesitated, unsure if she should say. Zhao Chen understood and handed her 5-star coins. It's rare to bump into you here. Consider this my treat for a drink. 5-star coins. Lily was both surprised and delighted. That was equivalent to her monthly food allowance. She decided there was no harm in sharing and began to tell Zhao Chen everything. It turned out Shin Bing's grandmother had a recurring illness and was suffering from organ failure. Only an advanced medical pod could save her, but it cost a hefty sum of 100,000 star coins. If they couldn't raise the money within 6 months, the old lady might not survive. Shin Bing even considered selling her starship, but Academy rules prohibited the resale of exchanged ships. Ordinary missions wouldn't earn enough money, so they had to risk taking on military bounties. Lily sighed, but as soon as they heard it involved fighting, half of the crew deserted. Now, our battered destroyer is operating with less than half its required crew, and everyone has to do the work of several people. We're all risking our lives for Shun Bing's sake. After all, back when her parents were alive, they helped a lot of people. If it weren't for Uncle Shen and Annie Shun, my father would have starved to death on the streets. When she mentioned Shun Bing's parents, Lily's expression grew somber. Uncle Shen and Annie Shen were imperial soldiers who died in battle. But for some reason, the empire didn't issue any compensation. Shun Bing had to care for her elderly grandmother and younger sister all by herself. Lily clenched the 5-star coin tightly in her hand and whispered, recently, the class monitor has been eating only 1 meal a day to save money, just to save a few pitiful star coins. I'm really afraid she'll collapse one day, unable to bear it anymore. Zhao Chen listened with a heavy heart. He never imagined that the proud and strong monitor, Shun Bing, was carrying such a heavy burden. She never complained to anyone, just quietly shouldering it alone. After saying goodbye to Lily, Zhao Chen turned his gaze to Shen Bing, who was haggling over a few shells. His eyes were full of complex emotions. He then quietly returned to his T2 Queen Bee carrier with Annie. As soon as they stepped onto the bridge, Annie became visibly nervous, following Zhao Chen closely and cautiously. Lilith was already waiting at the hatch, eyeing the petite girl with curiosity. Annie, feeling even more self-conscious, lowered her head and accidentally bumped into Zhao Chen's back. I'm sorry, the little one apologized hastily, tears welling up in her eyes. Take her for a bath and get her some clean clothes. Let her get familiar with the environment, Zhao Chen instructed Lilith. You're both girls, you should have a lot in common. Yes, sir. Lilith smiled warmly and said to Annie, come with me. Let's get you cleaned up and changed. Just then, Annie's stomach growled loudly, making her wish she could disappear into a hole. Looks like we should head to the dining hall first, Lilith said understandingly. Filling your stomach is the priority. Annie nodded, relieved to have an excuse. I'll leave her in your care. Take good care of her, Zhao Chen added before walking away. The dining hall was filled with an enticing aroma that captivated Annie. Even in her dreams, she had never smelled anything so wonderful. Order whatever you like, Lilith said with a wink. I'm fine with anything, Annie replied, too shy to meet Lilith's gaze. Then we'll have 2 servings of my favorite fried rice. Lilith decided quickly and led Annie to a quiet corner. To her surprise, the dwarf girl sat cross-legged on the floor, staring intently at her tattered shoes, arms wrapped around her knees like a frightened bird. Lilith's heart ached as she gently lifted Annie and placed her properly on a chair. I'm dirty. I'll dirty the chair, Annie protested, struggling and on the verge of tears. Annie, remember, Lilith said firmly, holding the girl's shoulders and looking straight into her eyes. Here, you can sit on a chair just like anyone else. You don't have to huddle on the floor. No one will scold you, and no one will bully you. From now on, this is your home. Lilith's words struck a chord deep within Annie, causing the tormented child to finally break down and cry. Lilith held her tightly, letting the tears soak her clothes. At that moment, no one could truly understand the hardships this poor dwarf had endured. Now, she finally had a place to call home. A place where she could shed tears of relief. Annie looked down, her eyes filled with confusion, and her body trembled slightly. Lilith sighed, knowing that a few words wouldn't ease Annie's wariness. Trust takes time to build. Let's have a chat and ease the tension, Lilith suggested, sitting across from Annie with a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, which immediately helped calm the little dwarf's nerves. This was a unique talent of the succubi. They were not only inherently charming but could also use their voices to influence others' emotions at will. Where are you from? How did you end up as a slave? Lilith asked carefully. Annie stammered. I was looking for minerals in the mines, then suddenly got captured, locked in a spaceship, starved, and beaten if I didn't obey. Lilith quickly pieced together Annie's fragmented story. It turned out that Annie had been taken by an adventurer fleet from a planet. Besides their official exploration missions, adventurers often engaged in illicit activities like human trafficking. Since Annie came from a planet, it was likely that her kin were still there. A group of dwarves? Lilith probed, but Annie remained tight-lipped about her homeland. Lilith didn't press further, knowing that pushing too hard would backfire. It was better to let Annie lower her guard first. During their conversation, Lilith learned that Annie had been imprisoned for over 3 months. Her high price tag deterred buyers, so she had been kept locked up. Although dwarves were naturally skilled craftsmen, they needed comprehensive industrial facilities and blueprints to showcase their talents. Most factions lacked these resources and feared espionage, so they kept their distance from dwarves of unknown origins. As they talked, 2 plates of steaming fried rice were brought to the table. Lilith, accustomed to such meals, dug in with relish. Annie, however, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight before her. Real rice, vegetables, and minced meat, with at least 5 different ingredients visible. Don't you like it? Lilith asked. Annie shook her head vigorously, swallowing hard. Can I really eat this? She asked timidly. Of course, this is the most basic food on this ship, Lilith replied with a smile, encouraging her. Despite the simple conversation, it subtly influenced Annie. After all, no one could resist the delicious food of the Xiaolong fleet. After a moment's hesitation, the little dwarf couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed handfuls of rice, shoving them into her mouth. Being so small, she had to kneel on the chair to reach the table, burying her face in the bowl and eating ravenously. Wait, Lilith called out. Annie immediately shrank back in fear, unsure whether to swallow or spit out the food, looking like a guilty puppy. To her surprise, Lilith simply walked over, gently pressed a button on the chair, and raised the seat to align with the table. Then, she softly wiped the crumbs from Annie's mouth and placed a spoon by the bowl. Don't use your hands. Use the spoon, Lilith instructed, crouching down as if teaching her little sister. Take your time and don't choke. With permission granted, Annie felt a wave of relief wash over her. She obediently sat up and used the spoon, savoring each bite. Unnoticed, tears began to fall. This was the most delicious food she had ever tasted. In her desolate homeland, crops were scarce, and they could only trade minerals for subpar nutritional meals. Now stranded in a foreign land, I wonder if my family can still manage to have a decent meal. It's a pity that all good things come to an end, and in the blink of an eye, the bowl is empty. Annie gazed longingly at the dining area, enviously watching the steady stream of customers ordering and eating. She couldn't help but wonder how these half-beasts lived so well. Stop staring, you've already eaten too much, Lilith said, tapping the girl's head. It's your first time eating this kind of food. Overeating isn't good for your stomach. She recalled how her clan members had devoured their food when they first arrived, ending up with swollen bellies, looking like pregnant beasts. What a misunderstanding that must have caused. Annie obediently nodded. After a thorough wash and some grooming, a brand new little dwarf stood before Lilith, looking as adorable as an angel. Annie inhaled the fresh scent on her body, feeling as if her last bath had been a lifetime ago. The long period of hard labor and captivity had made her accustomed to the stench of sweat and grime. Now, being clean and refreshed felt almost unfamiliar. You just rest here for now. I have to go to work, Lilith said as she quietly left, intentionally giving the little one some alone time to process the new experiences of the day. This way, when Annie joined their group in the future, she would adapt much more efficiently. As the door closed, Annie looked around the room, her gaze landing on the fluffy, soft bed. She cautiously sat on the edge, gently pressing it, then leaned in to take a sniff. After a moment of hesitation, she lay down. But no matter how much she tossed and turned, she couldn't fall asleep. Finally, she tiptoed off the bed and curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. In this small yet familiar space, sleep eventually overtook her. A long-lost smile appeared on her face. Perhaps she was dreaming a sweet dream, one filled with fragrant food, a clean and comfy bed, and the loving face of Sister Lilith. In the cargo hold of the T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, Shun Bing was busy inventorying the military supplies she had procured. This escort mission would take over a month, yet she had only gathered half the necessary supplies. She believed it was just a simple escort task with minimal risk. However, as she glanced at the expenses, Shen Bing couldn't help but frown. She was still far from covering her grandmother's surgery costs. 6 months might seem neither long nor short, but every penny had to be carefully budgeted. This mission was critical. Although the final payment might not be substantial, it was sure to be several times higher than the regular bounties at the academy. Grandma, hold on a bit longer. I'll be back soon. Shen Bing vowed silently, biting her lip. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the cargo hold. Where is Miss Shen Bing? We've got a delivery for you, a worker shouted. Looking for me? Shen Bing walked down the ramp, puzzled. I didn't order anything. This is your military supply delivery. Could you please check it? Do you need help loading it onto the ship? The worker asked eagerly. Shen Bing looked at the boxes of supplies, enough to fully stock the hyena. This was unprecedented. I didn't buy these things. You must be mistaken, she stammered. The worker shook his head. No mistake. It's for the T2 hyena, Miss Shen Bing from North Star Military Academy. The payment has already been settled by a gentleman. You just need to sign for it. As he spoke, he pulled up an electronic receipt with the name Zhao Chen clearly written on it. It's from Zhao Chen, exclaimed Lu Lily, who was standing nearby. Shen Bing remained silent for a long time, clenching her fists. I'm sorry, I can't accept this delivery. Please return it to the sender, she said firmly. The worker hesitated. But the gentleman instructed us to show you this message if you refused. Shen Bing opened the message, her expression freezing instantly. After a long pause, she croaked, Lily, move everything into the cargo hold. Got it, Lily replied, overjoyed. With these supplies, their ship would be well prepared for anything. Shen Bing stood silently, Zhao Chen's words echoing in her mind. If you can disregard the lives of the crew willing to take risks with you, feel free to refuse my goodwill. She bit her lip and asked the worker for a detailed inventory of the shipment, then sent Zhao Chen a message. I'll accept the supplies, considering it a favor I owe you. I promise to repay it in the future. On January 20th, 3031, a fleet of 300 T1 transport ships set off in grand fashion, heading towards the edge of the star system. 32 escort ships followed closely, ready for action. Everyone, we'll perform 3 warp jumps, resting for half a day after each one, a third-level officer explained in a video conference. We expect to arrive at the Sandcastle Fortress on February 10th, unload, and return by the end of February. Any questions? Zhao Chen, Shen Bing, a woman in a leather jacket, and a man smoking a cigarette exchanged glances but remained silent. All right, it's settled, the officer concluded. Everyone immediately began their preparations. To accommodate the speed of the T1 transport ships, the warp drive would only use the secondary engine. If it were just Zhao Chen's T2 Queen Bee carrier, the one-way trip would only take 5 days. Report, the fleet is assembled and everything is normal, Lilith reported from the side. We'll enter synchronized warp mode at 10:05. Zhao Chen stared at the star map, observing the majestic fleet of over 300 warships. His T2 Beehive was positioned at the center of the formation, with other escort ships surrounding it. The concept of synchronized warp speed meant that all ships in the fleet would accelerate and decelerate simultaneously, maintaining a consistent frequency when entering and exiting warp space, ensuring a strategic battle formation at all times. Lilith glanced at Zhao Chen and whispered, I heard Captain Shen Bing didn't accept your offer? Zhao Chen smiled wryly. It's not like I don't know her temperament. Back when I dueled with Zhang Haoran, she was the only one in the class who tried to stop me. Though her words were harsh, I still remember them. Surely, that's not your only motive? Lilith asked with a knowing smile. All right, I admit it. I want her to join our team, Zhao Chen shrugged. She's a promising talent, outstanding in her performance. While she may not surpass my sister, she's still top-notch. Most importantly, she comes from a civilian background, free of entanglements, making her the perfect addition to fill our gap. That makes sense, but that girl is hard to tame, Lilith reminded him. Let's take it as it comes. Our priority now is to complete the mission, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Soon after, the onboard system alerted them that they were about to enter deep-sea mode. Zhao Chen and Lilith then climbed into their hibernation pods, ready to embark on their escort journey. Who knows how many thrilling adventures await them ahead. The first warp journey ended on the 7th day of departure, and everything was normal. However, during the second warp jump, alarms suddenly blared. Warning! Warning! Warp disruptor detected. The fleet will be forced out of warp space. All hands to battle stations. The piercing mechanical voice echoed on the bridge, red lights flashing, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhao Chen was the first to rush out of the hibernation pod, followed closely by Lilith, who stumbled out. Their bodies needed a few seconds to adjust after the emergency drop out of warp. Relay the order. Everyone to battle positions within 3 minutes. The entire fleet is now on high alert. Zhao Chen ordered solemnly. Deploy the interstellar reconnaissance drones immediately. Yes, sir. Lilith hurried to execute the command. While the crew quickly took their positions, Zhao Chen stared intently at the radar, trying to discern the source of the suspicious signals. Damn it! Where did the warp disruptor come from? The video window of a gruff man smoking a cigarette popped up, and he began swearing. It was well known that a warp disruptor was like a space roadblock, forcing all ships out of their planned warp route. Deploy the frigates to scout the surroundings. A woman in a leather jacket, unusually serious, suggested. No need to scout. The enemy has already revealed themselves, Zhao Chen said gravely. He shared the radar data with the fleet, revealing several suspicious energy signals converging from 5 directions. Xin Bing quickly cross-referenced the database and locked onto the targets. It's the mech fleet, she exclaimed. Damn, how did we run into the mech fleet here? The smoking man, his face ashen, muttered. Should we retreat? The leather-clad woman asked. There's no time. They're clearly prepared for this. We've fallen into a trap, Zhao Chen said coldly. The smoking man stubbed out his cigarette angrily. If we can't escape, we'll have to fight. What's your plan? Zhao Chen remained silent, his eyes fixed on the radar. The smoking man sneered, I knew it. You rich kids have no combat experience. Scared stiff, huh? The leather-clad woman also gave him a contemptuous look. She despised those who were all talk and no action. Xin Bing opened her mouth to defend Zhao Chen but hesitated. With only a single broken ship under her command, no one would listen to her. Damn it, if you want to survive, follow my orders. The smoking man shouted furiously. Rally the warships, eliminate the enemy in one direction first, then take them down one by one. But that will leave the transport ships unprotected. The losses will be severe. Xin Bing said worriedly. Little girl, this is a battlefield, not a playground. The smoking man sneered. Sacrifices are the price of victory. Those wrecks are our price to pay. Let's follow his plan for now, the officer in charge of the convoy agreed. I've already requested reinforcements from Sand City and Star System 3. The fastest support will arrive in 24 hours. We just need to hold out for a day. Hold out for a day? Are you kidding me? The smoking man rolled his eyes. Amidst the heated argument, Zhao Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I have a better idea. Shut up if you want to live, kid. The smoking man snarled. Zhao Chen remained calm. The enemy has 3 battalions, each with 10 T2 warships. If we concentrate our forces in one spot, won't they just encircle and annihilate us? Everyone then noticed the 3 enemy fleets on the radar, closing in on the transport ships like wolves. Zhao Chen had been waiting for this information. What exactly are you suggesting? The smoking man asked impatiently. Instead of concentrating our forces in one place, I suggest we split our troops to face the enemy. Zhao Chen's eyes were sharp, like a hunter eyeing its prey. By using the weak to defeat the strong, we can first eliminate one group of the enemy and then take them down one by one. This is the best strategy. Originally, I thought the smoking man would argue back, but to my surprise, he fell into deep thought, as if seriously considering Zhao Chen's proposal. My fleet will take on the primary attack, Zhao Chen stated firmly. Your 2 fleets will distract the other 2 groups of enemies. Xin Bing's T2 warships will cover the formation and provide battlefield support if necessary. Isn't this too risky? The woman in the leather jacket asked, worried. The smoking man stared intently at Zhao Chen and asked in a raspy voice, Kid, how confident are you? If you can hold the enemy off for at least half an hour, I'm 100% confident, Zhao Chen replied decisively. The shorter the time, the lower our chances of success. Half an hour, the smoking man muttered, before suddenly agreeing, all right, let's do it your way. Zhao Chen was surprised at how readily this elder brother agreed, saving him a lengthy argument. Without allies, Zhao Chen could defeat the enemy, but the transport ships would suffer heavy losses, making victory costly. The moment the mechanical tribe appeared, the system assigned Zhao Chen a mission to escort the transport ships safely, classified as a level bounty. Completing it would earn him 20 mission points and 5,000 credits, with higher rewards for preserving more ships, and a penalty of 5,000 credits if over half were lost. Having seen this bounty, Zhao Chen devised a strategy centered on protecting the transport ships. With the fleet divisions complete, Zhao Chen sharpened his weapons, ready to hunt the first target. Lilith had prepared 3 data panels, one main panel displaying their battlefield, and 2 sub-panels monitoring ally fleet movements and enemy positions in real time. According to the database, the 30 mechanical tribe warships consisted of 21 T2 mechanical guard-class medium frigates, 6 T2 mechanical dog-class medium destroyers, and 3 T2 Wolverine-class medium cruisers. Lilith pulled up detailed data and holographic images of these ships, all of which had rugged, aggressive designs, jet black with no aesthetic appeal, focused solely on combat efficiency. So, we have to handle 7 frigates, 2 destroyers, and 1 cruiser, Zhao Chen noted, eyes fixed on their battlefield. 6 T2 warships against 10 enemy ships put them at a disadvantage. Zhao Chen pondered briefly before deciding, Queen B. detach from the transport formation and join the 5 black rhinos to form a triangular attack formation. Yes, sir. Lilith quickly relayed the order, and the Queen Bee promptly moved out of the transport fleet, positioning itself in the starry sky. Good grief, this kid's crazy, the smoking man exclaimed, eyes wide. Taking the carrier to the front lines, does he have a death wish? Everyone knows carriers are precious and safest hidden among transport ships. On Xinbing's bridge, Lu Lily also exclaimed, what is Zhao Chen doing? The mechanical tribe will definitely target his carrier first. And where did he get that ship? I never heard of it at the academy. He's trying to lure the enemy in, Xinbing said solemnly. His T2 black rhinos have exceptional defense, capable of both offense and defense. Using the aircraft carrier as bait and waiting for the enemy to charge, then engaging them in close combat with 5 black rhino ships to leverage their assault advantage? That's insane. Lu Lily gasped, covering her mouth. Using the flagship as bait, what if something goes wrong? On the battlefield, taking risks and making sacrifices is inevitable. Xinbing clenched her fists. This was the very lesson she had just learned. Sure enough, 10 mech fleet warships spotted the isolated, defenseless carrier and immediately prepared to strike. On the bridge of the Queen Bee, Zhao Chen stared intently at the enemy's flagship, the Wolverine-class cruiser. At my command, take down that big one first. It's fast and heavily armed. We can't let it escape. Yes, sir. The captains of the 5 black rhinos responded in unison, like beasts ready to pounce. The mech fleet had no idea they were heading straight into a trap. Soon, the 2 fleets came within firing range, and the enemy opened fire first. The 5 black rhinos immediately formed a line in front of the Queen Bee, their Closian weapon systems roaring to intercept the incoming shells. In an instant, their armor was marked with scars, and even the main gun of the cruiser left only a few scorched grooves on the defense grid. Attack! Zhao Chen commanded. The 5 beasts charged into the enemy formation, roaring amidst the dense barrage of fire. No one knew what other terrifying secrets they still had hidden within them. Holy crap, what is that kid doing? The smoking man stared in shock at the radar, where 5 blips had broken through the defensive line. His cigarette fell from his mouth. He had actually ordered the frigates to abandon their defense of the carrier and launch a direct attack, but then, the chainsmoker noticed something unusual. The speed of the 5 blips on the radar had suddenly increased, far surpassing their previous pace. Moreover, they formed a crescent shape and were heading straight for the enemy's Wolverine-class cruiser. What kind of strategy is this kid pulling off? The smoking man scratched his head and picked up the half-smoked cigarette from the floor, about to put it back in his mouth. He had assumed that this rich kid would follow conventional tactics, using the 5 frigates to shield the carrier, dispatching drone swarms to harass the enemy, and then overwhelming them with superior numbers. Who would have thought he'd leave the carrier completely exposed, without a single frigate in sight? Isn't this suicidal? Soon, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The signals of the 5 frigates overlapped with that of the enemy cruiser. Yes, overlapped. Get me the deep space telescope feed, now! The smoking man barked, ignoring the ongoing battle. His deputy hesitantly reminded him, Boss, we're still in the middle of a fight here. I've already given the order. We'll manage for half an hour. Stop dawdling and get me that feed. The smoking man angrily kicked the deputy in the rear. The telescope feed quickly came through, and the smoking man stared at the screen, dumbfounded. He didn't even notice the cigarette burning his fingers until the pain jolted him back to reality. Damn! What did he see? The 5 frigates had pierced the Wolverine's hull like 5 spears. Not only that, their thrusters were still firing at full power, as if trying to split the enemy ship in half. Sure enough, cracks began to form at the impact points and rapidly spread across the cruiser, revealing its internal compartments. The fractures covered the entire ship, making it look like it was about to collapse. The other enemy ships, apparently still in shock, could only retaliate with precision-guided weapons, wary of hitting their own. This standoff lasted for 2 minutes, and then, the Wolverine-class cruiser collapsed in a spectacular fashion. The armor at the fracture points shattered like brittle cookies, scattering debris everywhere. The first ship in this battle had fallen in such a bizarre manner. Can you really fight like this with starships? The smoking man was speechless. What kind of monstrous frigates are these black rhinos, capable of tearing apart a cruiser with brute force? Having completed their first kill, the 5 black rhino frigates quickly targeted their next prey, a mech-dog-class destroyer. The latter desperately tried to flee, but the black rhinos pounced like hungry wolves, locking onto their target with unrelenting grip. The destroyer's struggle seemed only to excite these bloodthirsty beasts even more. The ensuing scene was horrifying. For black rhinos used their sharp horns to pin the destroyer from all sides, immobilizing it. The 5th frigate then aimed at the destroyer's weakest point, repeatedly ramming it, its pointed horn piercing through the rear armor. Meanwhile, the drones from the Queen Bee were not idle either, relentlessly bombing the enemy's Guardian-class frigates. The The fleet of the mechanoids was thrown into chaos for a moment, but soon they changed their tactics. Since your frigates are so resilient, they decided to ignore them and focus on taking down your carrier. The remaining enemy ships abandoned their beleaguered comrade and headed straight for the Queen Bee. Zhao Chen calmly ordered the Queen Bee to advance at full speed, drawing the enemy ships to one side while preparing to activate the star shield. It was clear he had anticipated this, which explained his confidence in letting the carrier go it alone. Through his binoculars, the man with the cigarette saw the 6 enemy ships' cannons locked onto the solitary carrier like hungry wolves. His heart raced. Even the sturdiest ship couldn't withstand an attack from 6 sides, could it? Just as the situation seemed dire, his lieutenant reported, "Boss, that woman has fled with her fleet." The man with the cigarette glanced at the radar to see the leather-clad woman's fleet making a sharp turn and fleeing, completely disregarding the pursuing enemy forces. "Heartless wench," he cursed. But there was nothing he could do but watch as her fleet disappeared into the void. Half of the ships were likely to be caught, and their fate seemed grim. Meanwhile, through the binoculars, he saw the main cannons of the 6 mechanoid ships fully charged and aimed at the Queen Bee. The lasers surged like a tidal wave, about to engulf the defenseless carrier. The man with the cigarette couldn't bear to watch, took a deep drag, and looked away. It seemed the escort mission was doomed. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he couldn't stand the thought of dragging his subordinates down with him. "Boss, look!" His lieutenant's exclamation snapped his attention back. "It's the star shield." As soon as the words left his mouth, a miracle occurred. A pale blue energy shield suddenly enveloped the Queen Bee, blocking the torrent of incoming fire entirely. "Kid, where did a T2 starship get a star shield?" The smoking man rolled his eyes. "That's T3 exclusive tech." The lieutenant insisted. "I'm telling you, it's true. That carrier definitely activated a star shield. Boss, see for yourself." "I think you're hallucinating from stress," the smoking man grumbled, glancing at the screen. He froze, stunned. "If AT2 has a star shield, I'll eat my warship." 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The chain smoker stared intently at the semi-transparent energy shield, as if paralyzed. The lieutenant called cautiously, "Boss? Boss? It's really a star shield," he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. On the screen, enemy fire pelted the beehive's shield like raindrops, creating ripples but causing no damage. Could it be a T3 carrier? He wondered, frowning. But even the smallest T3 carrier is over 1,000 meters long. This one's under 500 meters. The existence of the star shield shattered his understanding. "This kid is seriously something else," the chain smoker muttered, scratching his head. "Those frigates are already freaky enough, ramming into things without a scratch. And now this carrier with a star shield. Damn." His thoughts were interrupted by the lieutenant. "Boss, we can't hold out much longer. That bitch took off with her fleet, leaving us with scraps. Once the enemy deals with them, they'll come after us." The smoking man frowned deeply. "What? My brothers can't even last half an hour," he grumbled, though he wasn't confident himself. The mechanical fleet's warships were exceptionally well-crafted. Even in formation, casualties were inevitable. If more enemies arrived, they'd be trapped from both sides. "We'll take it one step at a time," he said through gritted teeth. "If we run like that woman, we're done for. Deserters are hunted by the entire alliance." The thought of that woman made him gnash his teeth in anger. Victory had been within reach with her fleet, but she fled at the last moment. Foolish to the core. "Boss, look." The lieutenant suddenly pointed at the radar. A T2 ship is entering the battlefield. The smoking man squinted and gasped. "It's that girl's hyena. These young ones are something else." Shin Bing's destroyer positioned itself between the transport ship and the enemy, like a lone wolf ready to face 10 mechanical warships. "They're coming at us," Lu Lily reported in horror, staring at the radar. Shin Bing took a deep breath, eyes fixed on the approaching enemy. "For the greater good, we must do everything we can. Prepare for battle." "Understood." The crew responded hesitantly. Most of them were ordinary people with basic piloting skills, usually only operating civilian ships. They wouldn't have taken this risk if Shin Bing hadn't offered generous terms. "High-speed maneuvers. Charge the main and secondary cannons," Shin Bing commanded, steering the hyena into the fray. But she didn't recklessly charge the enemy formation. That would be suicide. Instead, she skirted the safe distance, harassing the enemy with fire to draw their attention. It was like dancing on a tightrope. One misstep and they'd be obliterated. At first, the hyena managed to hold its own, but gradually, the mechanical warships formed a crescent around them, and their main and secondary cannons began to find their mark. Report, port side hit, armor integrity at 90. Report, bow damaged, armor integrity at 85. Report. The soldiers felt the ship shudder violently, the bulkheads groaning in distress. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked the bridge, causing some to lose their footing and fall. Report, Main port gun hit, local armor damaged, adjacent compartments evacuated and sealed. Shenbing was drenched in sweat. At this point, the hyena's armor integrity had dropped below 50, and the enemy ship was closing in, its attacks growing fiercer. She knew that the fall of the warship was only a matter of time. Could it be that I'm really going to die here? For the first time, Shenbing felt utterly helpless. Always strong-willed, she too longed for someone to confide in and lean on. She thought of Zhao Wan'er, who had a brother to stand up for her and protect her, and felt a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be to have such a haven. Report, 3 enemy ships have locked onto us. No way to evade. Lu Lily shouted in despair. Shenbing closed her eyes, her heart sinking into desolation. I'm sorry, Grandma, but this time Xiao Bing might not make it. In this critical moment, no one knew if a miracle would happen. Seconds passed, and the anticipated explosion and the deafening sound of the ship being hit did not occur. Instead, Lu Lily's excited voice came through. It's Zhao Chen's aircraft carrier. Shenbing opened her eyes and looked through the ship's camera. She saw a T-2 aircraft carrier hovering above the hyena, with a semi-transparent star shield stretched out in front of both ships. Enemy fire splashed against the shield, creating ripples but causing no damage. Soon after, 5 T-2 Black Rhino heavy assault frigates burst out, charging towards the enemy lines amidst intense fire. Beep beep. Shenbing's handheld terminal vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Chen, telling her to retreat from the battlefield as he would handle the situation. He also asked if her communication system was malfunctioning. Is our communication down? Shenbing realized that the recent bombardment had caused communication and radar failures, which explained why they hadn't received any signals from their allies. Whoa, Shenbing, I thought we were going to die, and I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Lu Lily sobbed uncontrollably as the tension finally eased. Shenbing looked around the bridge. Everyone seemed relieved, and even her usually stoic face showed a hint of a smile. She gazed up at the aircraft carrier that shielded them like a barrier, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Unbelievably, had Zhao Chen's battle ended in just 20 minutes? Curiously, Shenbing pulled up the telescope to check the other battlefield, and her jaw dropped. In the vast space, debris of various sizes scattered everywhere, some shattered into pieces, some split in half, and some, although intact, were riddled with scars and holes. 10 T-2 mechanical warships were completely obliterated. This is unbelievable. Just a T-2 aircraft carrier and 5 frigates? Shenbing muttered to herself. Who had ever seen a T-2 aircraft carrier equipped with a star shield or T-2 frigates daring to engage cruisers in close combat? What kind of monsters were these? Recalling the terrifying speed and firepower of the Zero Snowstorm and the bravery of the Black Rhino in single-handedly challenging a battleship, and looking at the unknown star shield aircraft carrier in front of her, Shenbing suddenly felt that the bookish noble had changed dramatically. Perhaps having figured out the mechanical fleet's tactics, Zhao Chen took less than 10 minutes to annihilate the enemy. Witnessing all this, everyone was left speechless and in awe. Report, the second wave of enemies has been eliminated, Lilith reported. The Queen Bee's ammunition is down by 67, drone losses are over 30, star shield energy is at 41, but the ship remains intact. She then displayed the damage report for the 5 Black Rhinos. Zhao Chen glanced at it. All had some scratches, they were minor. The worst damage was 37 to 1 ship's armor, with a single point breach at 50, but ammunition reserves were above 70, enough to handle the remaining enemies. Victory seemed assured. Zhao Chen exhaled deeply. Hey buddy, don't just focus on your sweetheart over there, come help your old pal too. The face of the smoking uncle suddenly appeared on the communication screen, speaking in a familiar tone like an old friend. I've already lost 2 ships here. We can't hold out much longer. Those mechanical bastards are about to breach the defenses and threaten the transport ships. Don't worry, uncle. How could I forget you? Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Despite his grumpy demeanor, the old smoker was a responsible and respectable ally. Looking back at the woman in the leather jacket who tried to flirt with him, she had already fled the scene and was nowhere to be seen. The man with the cigarette chuckled and gave a thumbs up. Nice one, kid. I underestimated you before. Drinks are on me next time. Zhao Chen responded with a smile and began analyzing the battle situation. On the main screen, the icons for 30 T-2 mech ships showed that 2/3 had gone dark, indicating they had become space debris. The Allied forces had lost 2 ships and several others were heavily damaged, as indicated by the red markers. Apart from the Queen Bee, there were hardly any intact blue icons left. Zhao Chen had taken down 20 mech ships on his own. The uncle's fleet had heavily damaged a frigate and a destroyer, but at the cost of losing 2 T-1 ships, with 2 more heavily damaged, and 1 T-2 cruiser suffering catastrophic damage. Major losses indeed. Worse still, some enemy ships had broken through the blockade and were heading straight for the transport fleet, with 12 T-1 transport ships already sunk. This caused Zhao Chen's mission data to update. Secondary objective, Preserve as many T-1 transport ships as possible. 288300. Immediate support for the uncle's fleet. End the battle quickly. Zhao Chen made a prompt decision and issued the third phase of the combat orders. The fully resupplied drone swarm launched another assault, targeting the core of the enemy fleet. The remaining 10 mech ships, some already heavily damaged, couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment from the Black Rhinos and the drones, losing 30% of their numbers in no time. Just as Zhao Chen was about to deliver the final blow to the enemy, a larger red suddenly appeared on the radar, heading straight for their position. Report. We've detected AT-3 battleship energy signal, approaching us rapidly. Lilith's face was grim. At this speed, it will be within attack range in 5 minutes. Zhao Chen's heart sank. Reinforcements from the mechs and its AT-3 battleship. The situation had suddenly become dire. Everyone knew the terrifying power of AT-3 battleship. Even Zhao Chen's Black Rhinos might not stand a chance. And the uncle's struggling allied forces would fare even worse. What should they do? Abandon ship and escape? Zhao Chen found himself at a crossroads. The sudden appearance of the T-3 mech fleet warship disrupted Zhao Chen's original plans. Hey kid, we have a situation, the smoking man called in, sounding tense. You keep dealing with the remaining enemies. I'll handle the T-3, Zhao Chen replied firmly. The smoking man nodded. All right, it's all on you now. He didn't ask for reinforcements. Compared to the greater threat of the T-3, the 7 remaining enemy ships on his side were already on their last legs and could be held off a bit longer. Boss, can that guy really take down the T-3? The adjutant asked nervously. The smoking man took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke with a grave expression. Report, the enemy ship has been confirmed as AT-3 Black Iron class medium destroyer, a subordinate reported. Black Iron, huh? The smoking man muttered. It's just a destroyer, but it's still AT-3. On the bridge of the Queen Bee, Zhao Chen received the same intel. The T-3 Black Iron, one of the most common T-3 models among the mech fleet, is 700 meters long, equipped with a medium pulse laser cannon, and though its armor is inferior to the Black Rhino, it boasts a powerful star shield. Looking at his own fleet of T-2 carrier and 5 T-2 frigates, Zhao Chen weighed the odds. 6 against 1. What are the chances? Historically, instances of T-2s sinking T-3s were rare and mostly occurred during large-scale battles. Typically, even 20 T-2s might not be a match for a single T-3. Escape was not an option. They had to fight. A wild idea flashed through Zhao Chen's mind. He instructed Lilith to relay the battle plan, and the 5 Black Rhinos began their combat deployment. We must strike quickly against the T-3, Zhao Chen said solemnly. If we're drawn into a prolonged fight, our T-2s will be picked off one by one. Report, the Black Iron is within attack range and can fire at the Queen Bee in 2 minutes, an officer alerted. Move out, Zhao Chen ordered, and the 5 beasts charged towards the enemy formation. Despite their formidable armor, the Black Rhinos were no match for the T-3's main cannon. The gap in technological levels was not easily bridged. The Black Rhinos had to engage in close combat to be effective, but the T-3's long-range firepower would hardly give them the chance. In the rear, Shun Bing watched the battlefield intently. Zhao Chen's success or failure was directly tied to their survival. Can we really not win? Lu Lily asked, worried. Shin Bing closed her eyes, running through various strategies in her mind and dismissing them one by one. No, that won't work. This one won't either. What should they do? Could T-2s really not stand a chance against AT-3? Suddenly, a crazy idea struck her. She quickly composed a message and sent it to Zhao Chen, receiving a prompt reply, thank you. Shin Bing was taken aback by the curt response. Look, the 5 Black Rhinos are forming a strange formation, Lily exclaimed. The Black Rhinos lined up in front of the Black Iron, resembling a string of stars in a row. At the same time, the Black Iron's pulse laser cannon roared, firing a deadly beam. Laser weapons are mainly of 2 types, pulse and beam. The former charges quickly, has a short range, moderate damage, and fast firing rate. The latter charges slowly, has a long range, high power, and slow firing rate. Pulse lasers are common on frigates and destroyers, while beam lasers are the mainstay of battleships, designed to target enemy flagships and highly effective against starshields. Even though the Black Iron uses pulse lasers, it is, after all, a T-3 class, and its power is formidable. A beam struck the leading Black Rhino in the formation. Report, front armor strength down by 50. Report, port side armor damaged by 65. Report, 3 Closian defense guns destroyed. Seeing this, the captain sighed and ordered to make way. The Black Rhino nimbly moved to the back of the formation, and the second Black Rhino immediately took its place, steadily withstanding the second wave of attacks. He thought of it too. Shin Bing suddenly realized. Thought of what? Lily asked curiously. I was just thinking that a single Black Rhino couldn't withstand several rounds of fierce attacks from the Black Iron, Shin Bing explained. But if 5 of them take turns at the front, they might be able to rely on their armor advantage to get close to the black iron. Although the T3 has a star shield, it can only protect one side. With 5 black rhinos attacking from multiple angles, even the strongest shield can't hold up. I was going to suggest this tactic to Zhao Chen, but it turns out he already thought of it and put it into action. Xin Bing was filled with emotion. This bookworm from back in the day has either transformed a lot or was hiding his true capabilities all along. He managed to come up with such a daring strategy. So, does that mean we have hope? Lu Lily asked excitedly. Xin Bing, however, replied in a somber tone, but there's a problem with the plan. What is it? Lily's eyes widened. Firepower is insufficient. Xin Bing pointed out sharply. The Black Rhino's firepower is too weak. Even if they can deal with T2S using armor and ramming tactics, against T3S, it's just a drop in the ocean. They might be wiped out before inflicting any substantial damage. Then what should we do? Lily panicked. Xin Bing stared intently at the screen, waiting for Zhao Chen's next move. With his strategy, he would never attack rashly. Report, 5 black rhinos have entered short-range assault distance. Lilith reported. Although all have sustained varying degrees of damage, their combat capability remains unaffected. Execute the second phase of the plan. Zhao Chen commanded, his expression grave. Understood. Relay the commander's orders. Execute the second phase of the plan. As Lilith's words echoed, the 5 beasts almost simultaneously accelerated into a charge. Despite their hulls being scarred and armor riddled with cracks, they showed no signs of slowing down. They formed a semicircle, beginning their assault on the black iron, unleashing heavy fire from their broadsides. For an ordinary T2 warship, such a barrage would be devastating, but unfortunately, their opponent was a T3. The star shield firmly blocked one side of the attack, and although the remaining fire left some marks on the armor, it posed no real threat. Prepare for ramming, the captain of the first ship ordered. The black rhinos accelerated once more, their massive horns slamming into the black iron's armor. However, compared to their impressive performance against T2 hulls, this time they only managed to make a small dent. This is the terrifying power of T3 armor, in a completely different league from T2. The other black rhinos followed suit, but the black iron's secondary cannons began to retaliate, and the fully charged main cannon aimed at the reckless attackers. A pulse laser struck the front of one black rhino, piercing its armor instantly. Fortunately, the black rhino's armor was tough enough. Otherwise, it might have been split in two, but a few more hits like that, and it wouldn't last long. The disparity in firepower was glaringly obvious. Xin Bing bit her lip, deeply worried. Faced with this situation, Zhao Chen remained calm, issuing the order. Initiate the third phase of the plan. Yes, sir. Lilith began to relay the command. What happened next was jaw-dropping. 5 black rhinos' belly hatches slowly opened, ejecting a swarm of small units. Star drones. Xin Bing, with her sharp eyes, immediately recognized these reinforcements. They were over 50 T2 killer bees and 15 T2 heavy wasps from the Queen Bee. The black rhinos ceased their ramming, switching to Closian weapon systems to suppress the enemy ship's anti-aircraft fire, covering the drone swarm's assault. The heavy wasps targeted the largest armor breach made by the black rhinos, dropping bombs in succession. Boom! The violent explosions roared, as if to overturn the entire warship. In just one round of bombing, the crack expanded dozens of times. But it wasn't over yet. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. The killer bees joined the fray, diving at the wound with incredible speed and numbers, crashing into it one after another. Brilliant fireballs blossomed and vanished in an instant. They're loaded with explosives. Xin Bing realized in a flash. The addition of bombs to the aircraft multiplied their power several times over. 10, 20, 30. An endless wave of attacks overwhelmed the black iron, with its side weapon systems gradually falling silent, likely due to devastating damage. Yet, the swarm's kamikaze assaults persisted after the killer bees exhausted their last bit of life. The hornets also threw themselves into the inferno, becoming the brightest flames. This was Zhao Chen's ace in the hole. Lily was in awe, realizing that he had preemptively hidden drones in the black rhino's hold, and then detonated them at close range to compensate for the firepower shortage. Xin Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the smoke cleared, the black iron's armor was seen torn open, exposing its internal structure like a fish gutted alive. Its fate was sealed. Facing the oncoming black rhino, it was doomed to die in the encirclement. It probably never imagined that a dignified T3 ship would perish at the hands of a swarm of T2S. Afterward, the regrouped black rhino teamed up with Old Smoky to sweep away the remaining enemy forces. After nearly an hour of fierce battle, the brutal fight finally came to an end. Zhao Chen collapsed into the captain's chair, exhaling deeply. Lilith, assess the battle damage and have the black rhino patrol the vicinity. We're at our limit and can only wait for reinforcements here. Understood. At the same time, The system notification sounded, "Mission completed, rewards available." Zhao Chen, with nothing better to do, opened it out of curiosity. Escort the transport ship successfully. Level bounty. Reward, 20 mission points and 5,000 credits. Additional objective, preserve as many T1 transport ships as possible. Actual survival 279,300 ships. Mission completion rate, 93. After claiming the rewards, a message that made him gasp appeared. Additional reward T2, Lion-class heavy missile ship blueprint obtained. A starship missile cruiser? The monster known as the Arsenal ship? Zhao Chen jumped up from his seat in shock. He never imagined that a mere level mission would yield such a precious prize. In hindsight, it seemed that a fierce battle with the mechanoid race wasn't without its benefits. The Star Missile ship, also known as the Star Arsenal ship or Star Firepower ship, primarily uses star missiles as its main attack method. With its hull packed with a vast ammunition store, it resembles a giant powder keg. If hit, the consequences would be catastrophic. Therefore, in fleet battles, it requires the same level of protection as an aircraft carrier. However, its instant firepower output is unparalleled. Star missiles have a long range, high accuracy, and self-guidance. Unless intercepted or the target escapes, they are guaranteed to hit. Even more terrifying is its short firing interval, needing only 10 seconds to reload theoretically before firing again. A single missile ship can unleash all its ammunition in a very short time, delivering a devastating saturation attack on enemy ships. This starship is indeed impressive, but, Zhao Chen muttered to himself, its strengths are as obvious as its weaknesses. It's not that it's easy to sink, it's just incredibly expensive to maintain. The few missile ships from the T1 and T2 eras have long been retired, and even the T3 models are scarce. The reason is simple. They are prohibitively expensive. A fully loaded missile ship, after just 3 to 5 rounds of saturation attack, incurs ammunition costs equivalent to the construction cost of a ship of the same class. This mere 10 or so minutes of output consumes resources that would last a conventional warship a lifetime. Even the Imperial Navy struggles to bear such exorbitant ammunition expenses. Comparatively, other types of ships offer much higher cost-effectiveness. According to Zhao Chen's knowledge, the Starshine Empire's currently active missile ships are down to just one model, with very few in number. He decided to check the detailed information. He began to browse the technical blueprints. T2 Lion King class heavy missile ship, technology level. T2, armor strength, 130,150 units, cruising speed, 25 knots, warp engine, level 4, ship length, 258 meters, mass, 150,000 tons, crew, 50, armament, 50-unit launch base, fully loaded with 500 T2 Lion King class missiles. All attributes are within normal ranges, but the load of 500 missiles is more than double that of the already retired T2 missile ships, making it a mobile firepower platform. The power of a single T2 Lion King missile is comparable to the main gun of a T2 battleship. Zhao Chen calculated that a salvo of 500 missiles would be an awe-inspiring sight. But when he calculated the cost, he could almost see a long string of zeros flashing before his eyes. The Lion King itself isn't that expensive, costing 1.5 million star coins, similar to the Queen Bee. This price includes the initial batch of ammunition. The problem is, each of these 500 missiles costs 1,000 star coins. In other words, expending all the missiles on a Lion King equals burning through 500,000 star coins. Just 3 salvos would equal the cost of the ship itself. This isn't a warship, it's a bottomless pit. Zhao Chen sighed deeply. No wonder the Empire can't afford to maintain many of them. That's just the construction cost. Selling price would be several times higher. However, in terms of performance, his Lion King offers far better cost-effectiveness than any other model in history. Plus, since he can't afford a large fleet for now, this small but elite ship might be more suitable. He thought carefully. If it assists us in this battle, dealing with a T3 Black Iron ship would be a piece of cake. Other T2 mechanical fleet ships would be like sitting ducks. Conservatively speaking, it would take an average of 10 to 20 missiles to incapacitate the opponent. Build it. Zhao Chen gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Even if it costs a fortune, it's worth it. As he revealed more and more advanced technology, the risk of exposure increased daily. Take this instance. For example, news of a T2 carrier with star shield would inevitably reach unknown ears. Before that happens, he must have sufficient self-defense capabilities. The missile ship will be my trump card. Determined, he planned to build a few upon returning, pairing them with Black Rhino escorts for a perfect balance of offense and defense. The thought excited him so much that he could hardly wait to start. Just as Zhao Chen was envisioning this promising future, Lilith reported that they had received a batch of injured crew members from Shen Bing's ship, 13 female crew members in total. Although they had some minor injuries, they had been properly treated. Shen Bing's people? How come I didn't know about this? Zhao Chen was taken aback. Lilith looked puzzled. I reported it earlier, and you agreed. I thought you were okay with it, she explained. The hyena was severely damaged with engine failure and could only wait for rescue. So, Zhao Chen suddenly realized he had been so engrossed in his fantasies about the Lion King that he completely missed Lilith's report. In that case, let's take them in, he nodded, then asked. By the way, why are they all women? Aren't there any men on Shinbing's ship? The men all went to Old Smoker's ship, Lilith replied nonchalantly. As for the reason, she despised all male beings except Zhao Chen. Did it even need to be asked? On the video screen, Uncle Zhang Xiong was enthusiastically hugging a young male crew member under Shinbing's command. Don't worry, kid, he said heartily. We'll take good care of your brothers. In the background, a few men stood together, looking awkward and out of place, like lambs among wolves. The young man being hugged appeared bewildered, but didn't dare to struggle. Shinbing quickly thanked him. Captain Zhang Xiong, thank you so much for the trouble. Trouble? You and your partner are like family to me. We're brothers. Uncle Zhang laughed heartily. Partner? Shinbing blushed and was about to explain, but Zhang Xiong had already ended the call. Feeling a bit awkward, she stood beside Zhao Chun, looking around the bridge of the aircraft carrier. It was spacious, bright, and full of advanced technology, a far cry from her own dilapidated ship. It was like comparing a presidential suite to a single room. We need to wait here for reinforcements, about 20 hours, just in case anything else happens, Zhao Chen explained. But Shen Bing was distracted, staring sadly out the porthole at her shattered ship, the hyena. Zhao Chen guessed what she was thinking. It'll take tens of thousands of star coins to fix that wreck. Even though this mission's bounty is substantial, if it's all used for your grandmother's treatment, we'll be in a tough spot. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, Shen Bing forced a smile. We owe it to you this time. Otherwise, we'd all be finished. It was also luck. That T3 didn't join the fight right away, giving us a chance. They thought 30 T2s were enough to handle us, with the T3 just cleaning up the leftovers. Who would have thought they'd fall into our hands? Zhao Chen chuckled. That's one reason, Shinbing nodded. The mechanical fleet fights as described in the books fearless and fighting to the last moment. If it were us, even the Imperial Army would waver after losing half their forces, and at 70%, they'd flee or surrender. Zhao Chen stared at the space debris, his tone serious. That's the terrifying part of intelligent machines. They sacrifice everything for their programmed goals. No wonder the Galactic Alliance banned advanced AI research and strictly controls related fields after encountering the mechanical race. They fear a repeat of that tragedy. It's a mandatory lesson at the Academy. Indeed, Shinbing agreed. If not for that, we could have even fewer crew members on a starship. A T2 would only need a few AIs. AI efficiency far surpasses that of carbon-based life forms. Now, military AIs are only allowed to be mid-level, and civilian ones are low-level, all because of the mechanical race's example. Enough about that. Right now, we need to wait for reinforcements. Zhao Chen changed the topic. Let's get something to eat at the cafeteria. For the next few days, you're treated the same as my crew. Make yourselves at home. Thank you, Shinbing replied. The alluring aroma from the cafeteria made Shinbing's female soldiers wide-eyed. This wasn't like a ship's mess hall. It was more like a high-end academy restaurant. Fried rice, noodles, steamed buns, and even fish and fruit. Lu Lily almost drooled. Am I dreaming? Even Shinbing couldn't hide her surprise. In her eyes, the value behind food was immeasurable. The fried rice here only cost 0.1 food coupons, while outside it was a whopping 30 star coins per serving. Shinbing calculated silently. It was practically at cost price. It was hard to imagine that Zhao Chen's crew could enjoy such delicious meals every day. Excuse me, could you move a bit? I can't reach the menu. A timid voice came from behind. Shinbing turned around to see a little girl who barely reached her waist. With a round face and big, watery eyes, she was absolutely adorable. The way she stood on tiptoe, trying to reach the counter, was heart-melting. However, there was a mark around her neck from wearing a collar for a long time. Shinbing looked at Zhao Chen suspiciously, as if facing someone questionable. Besides the half-beasts, do you have minors on your ship? Some inappropriate thoughts crossed her mind. Clearing his throat, Zhao Chen explained, she's a dwarf, not a child. In fact, she's older than us. Dwarves naturally have a more childlike disposition, and their small stature makes them look younger. Shinbing took a closer look at the little girl. Her pointed ears and slightly disproportionate body indeed matched the descriptions of dwarves in books. Commander. Annie, noticing Zhao Chen, hurriedly saluted, mimicking the crew members by placing her hand over her chest, then quickly switching to a bow, looking adorably flustered. Can't reach, huh? Let me help you. Zhao Chen lifted Annie effortlessly by her armpits and placed her in front of the dining table. The girl blushed, waving her hands in embarrassment. No need. Annie can wait until it's less crowded. I've already seen the menu. Go ahead and order. Zhao Chen laughed and said, all right, then hurry up and order. Reluctantly, Annie nervously ordered a braised chicken set meal before being put down. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. The little dwarf kept bowing, her head bobbing up and down like a nodding doll. Only when Zhao Chen told her to find a seat did she reluctantly leave, finding a spot in the corner. She skillfully adjusted the chair to her height, sitting with her legs swinging as she eagerly waited for her favorite moment of the day. Xinbing and Zhao Chen watched her for a while before exchanging a knowing glance. Where did you find this dwarf? Xinbing asked. I saw her on the trade network of Star System Number 3. She had been kidnapped from a planet by that woman who tried to escape, Zhao Chen replied. Xinbing looked thoughtfully at Zhao Chen and then glanced at the lavish menu. Why did you set such high food standards? Even if you buy ingredients in bulk and process them yourself, feeding an entire aircraft carrier crew would cost thousands of star coins a month. That's more than 99 of the ships out there. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. I just want to provide better treatment for my crew, so they fight harder for me. Xinbing was taken aback. Does he really not care about these expenses? In today's world, this kind of thinking is practically unheard of. Finished ordering? Let's go wait for our food. Zhao Chen invited Xinbing to sit down and chatted. What are your plans after graduation? Joining the Imperial Army? Typically, graduates from military academies join the Imperial Army to gain experience and then serve under a local lord. It's a stable life, but if you want to rise to prominence, it all depends on your luck. I will never join the Imperial Army, Xinbing said resolutely. Zhao Chen was slightly surprised but quickly understood. Because of your parents? Xinbing remained silent. Zhao Chen, seeing this, didn't press further. If you don't want to join the Imperial Army, would you consider joining my fleet? Are you trying to poach me? Xinbing looked at him in surprise. Zhao Chen spread his hands and smiled. You've seen the strength and benefits of my fleet. If you're willing, you can start as a deputy commander or a secretary officer. As for your current crew, if they're qualified, they're welcome to join too, with the same benefits. Of course, I only recruit women. Don't ask why. Xinbing chuckled and shook her head. If you want to recruit them, just ask. I'm sure 8 out of 10 would be willing. As she looked at her female soldiers, she saw each one with a steaming plate of food, devouring it ravenously, having long forgotten about their decorum. I value your talent, Zhao Chen said seriously. Xinbing fell silent. I'll give you some time to consider, but not too long, Zhao Chen said calmly. He cherished talents like Xinbing, but if she was unwilling, he wouldn't force her. After all, he would only stay at Beijing until the end of the year. Just then, the food arrived. The dumplings in front of Xinbing were translucent, stirring her emotions. She remembered her grandmother mentioning that she had tasted them once when she was a child only 3, but the flavor was unforgettable. Her sister had promised on her deathbed that one day their grandmother, and she would taste that flavor again. If she joined Zhao Chen's fleet, perhaps her family could enjoy such delicacies too. This thought wavered her resolve. She chewed silently, never having tasted such delicious dumplings, and before she knew it, she had eaten half a bowl. When she looked up again, Zhao Chen had already left, and some of the female soldiers were savoring the aftertaste, while others had teary eyes, likely having cried. Xinbing was deep in thought. Zhao Chen returned to the bridge, and Lilith immediately approached to report. Commander, the battle statistics are out. Go ahead, Zhao Chen said. The Queen Bee consumed 93 of its ammunition, lost 68 of its drones, with all killer bees and bumblebees destroyed, leaving only the larvae. Among the 5 Black Rhino ships, one has severe armor damage and needs factory repairs, while the other 4, though damaged, can be repaired on-site, which will significantly reduce costs if done on the hammer. No personnel were killed, and the injured have been treated. Lilith paused before continuing. We destroyed 1 T3 and 27 T2 mechanized fleet warships. Zhao Chen glanced at the battle report and the enormous transport fleet, his eyes sharp. This escort mission turned out to be an unexpected surprise. But it's probably not so simple. We need an explanation from them. Lilith understood his implication. The mission seemed to have hidden motives. They both looked at the main screen, which displayed a virtual star map, highlighting the trade convoy's route. Could it be that everything was premeditated? 20 hours later, a fleet of 30 Imperial warships arrived at the distress signal location. On the video screen, a colonel officer frowned and asked, "Where are the mechanoid warships mentioned in the distress signal?" "Those wreckages outside," Zhao Chen replied coldly. "You destroyed them?" The colonel was astonished. "Who else but your Imperial fleet?" Zhao Chen retorted sarcastically. The colonel sensed the hostility in Zhao Chen's tone. "What do you mean by that?" "I should be the one asking what you mean." Zhao Chen stared directly at the officer. This was supposed to be a simple escort mission. Why were there mechanoid ambushes and warp interceptors involved? "Colonel, this is a serious matter." Zhang Xiong, also on the screen, had a stern look on his face. Concealing mission information violates protocol. The mechanoid attack is hardly a coincidence, wouldn't you say? "You encountered the enemy by sheer chance," the colonel said expressionlessly. "It's normal for such things to happen in bounty missions. Besides the mission reward, you'll also receive a bonus for destroying enemy ships. We'll buy the wreckage at the highest price. Chance. Zhao Chen sneered. Then explain why the cargo holds of those transport ships are empty. He displayed several photos showing that there was no scattered cargo among the wreckage. A glint of coldness flashed in the colonel's eyes. Colonel, we are not to be trifled with, Zhao Chen said with a cold snort. We have backed up everything that happened here. If something unexpected occurs, this will be exposed, and the Imperial fleet's reputation will be tarnished. Can you bear that responsibility? That's right. Zhang Xiong said angrily, slamming the table. We fought to the death, and it turned out to be a trap. If it weren't for our bravery, we would have been annihilated. I lost 3 warships and over 100 lives. This can't be settled so easily. The colonel was speechless for a long time before he finally spoke. I don't have the authority to handle this. We'll give you an explanation when we reach Sand City. Remember, eliminating your fleet is a trivial task for the Imperial fleet, but the aftermath could be a hassle. If it damages military prestige, it won't be worth it. Good. I look forward to seeing what excuses you come up with. Zhang Xiong angrily cut off the communication. Zhao Chen said softly, we just want to give our people an explanation. As the captain, you should understand this feeling the most. He then exited the channel as well. The colonel wasn't angered by their aggressive stance. It was expected. After all, this escort mission was far from simple. That fleet survived an ambush by the mechanoids and even destroyed a T-3 destroyer, which was truly surprising. Contact the transport ship's commander and get the battle footage. The colonel ordered his subordinate. Clean up the battlefield within 3 hours, and then escort them back to Sand City. Yes, sir. Do you think the Imperial fleet will cause trouble for us after our tough stance? Shen Bing asked worriedly, looking at Zhao Chen and Zhang Xiong. Relax, Shen Bing, the old smoker said, exhaling a smoke ring with a smile. The Imperial fleet cares a lot about their reputation. They're in the wrong this time. Whatever their scheme is, if we expose this, it will definitely affect their prestige. Who would dare take their jobs then? Besides, we are top students of North Star Academy. If things really get out of hand, the Academy won't stand by and do nothing. Zhao Chen had already considered everything. Zhang Xiong flashed a cunning smile. Bro, how much should we ask for this time? Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and held up 5 fingers. Zhang Xiong nodded. It's a bit much, but we can try. Afterward, the Imperial army began cleaning up the battlefield. Not far from the conflict zone, they found another wreckage, confirmed to be the fleet of the leather-clad woman who had fled earlier. Not a single one had survived. Judging by the breached hulls, it was likely sunk by the T-3 Black Iron ship. Learning of this, Zhao Chen and his companions felt somewhat relieved. People like that deserve no better fate. Once they had dealt with the aftermath, the Imperial army escorted the convoy and Zhao Chen's group towards the fortress of Quicksand City. The journey was uneventful, and they arrived at their destination 10 days later. From a distance, the planetary fortress was surrounded by militarized satellites and asteroids. Though not as grand as Northern Number 3, the station ships were all T-2 and T-3 warships. As Zhao Chen's group docked, the military port provided free basic repairs. Simultaneously, their requests were reported to higher authorities by a colonel. This escort fleet actually survived, and they wiped out an entire mechanoid fleet. A general, upon hearing the report, was taken aback. He had his subordinates pull up the battle information and the escort fleet's data, leaving him astounded. A T-2 carrier equipped with a star shield? How is that possible? General, may I handle this matter? A young adjutant stepped forward. Please ensure the video data is sealed and not leaked. The general eyed him suspiciously. Shaosong, this is a serious matter. A T-2 carrier with a T-2 star shield is no small affair. General, this person has ties to the Chu family, the young officer said humbly. Please, allow me to handle it. The Chu family? The general squinted, scrutinizing the young brigadier, sent by the influential family from the northern domain. Clearly, there were deeper connections behind this carrier. All right, I'll leave it to you. The young officer beamed. Thank you, General. I'll report your invaluable assistance to Governor Chu He. The general waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small favor. If it earns me some goodwill with the Chu family, who knows, maybe I'll get some benefits down the line. Zhao Chen and his team arrived at the interstellar fortress of Quicksand City. Once their starship was securely docked, a few hours later, they received a message that the higher-ups wanted to meet them. As representatives of the 3 fleets, Zhao Chen, Shen Bing, and Uncle Zhang Xiong took a military transport vehicle to the meeting location. I didn't expect they'd see us so soon. I thought it'd take 3 to 5 days, Uncle Zhang Xiong remarked, sitting comfortably with his legs crossed. Shen Bing, on the other hand, shrank into a corner, looking visibly nervous. Zhao Chen appeared calm and even joked, Uncle, aren't you afraid we'll be silenced by the Imperial military? It would be the easiest way to deal with us. Uncle Zhang Xiong rolled his eyes. Kid, I've been around the galaxy long enough to see through such things. We're here to get some answers. Sure, it might be disrespectful to our fallen brothers, but what's more practical than compensation money? As long as we can settle it with money, it's not a big deal. Killing us would only risk exposing a scandal, which is the last thing they want. Even the dumbest officers wouldn't make that mistake. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Suddenly, Zhang Xiong turned serious. But kid, your ships are something special. The Imperial military will definitely be interested. I know, Zhao Chen nodded. If the T2 Queen Bee's star shield technology gets out, it will attract a lot of unwanted attention. I'll make sure our men keep their mouths shut, but I can't guarantee the transport ship crew will do the same. If word gets out, it will draw a lot of ruthless predators. I'll handle it. Thanks for the heads up, Zhao Chen replied gratefully. Despite his rough exterior, Uncle Zhang Xiong had a kind heart and a strong sense of loyalty. The vehicle stopped. As the door opened, they were greeted by the facade of a high-end restaurant. Surprisingly, it wasn't soldiers or officers welcoming them, but a young officer with golden stars on his epaulets, smiling warmly at them. A one-star brigadier general, Uncle Zhang Xiong exclaimed. I've lived this long and never seen one in the flesh. He quickly tidied himself up, trying to look more formal. Kid, be careful with what you say. This is a brigadier general, he whispered. But Zhao Chen had already stepped forward. Wow, he's bolder than me. Zhang Xiong thought. Long time no see, Captain, the brigadier general greeted with a smile. Xiao Song. Zhao Chen recognized him. Zhang Xiong would have dropped his cigarette if he had one calling a brigadier general by his name. Zhao Chen certainly knows his manners, but he was puzzled. General Song, what are you doing here? Weren't you with Miss Chu Xian? Yes, Miss Chu Xian was called back by her family after the last incident, and she won't be out for a while, Xiao Song explained. Since she returned, I was reassigned here by her father. Her father? That title carried weight. Who could he be? None other than the governor of the Chu River Star region, the esteemed 5-star marshal. I knew you were in charge of this escort mission, so I volunteered to handle the reception. Please, come in. Xiao Song gestured invitingly. Even though it was a military base, the places reserved for high-ranking officers were quite refined. Zhao Chen walked alongside Xiao Song, chatting and laughing as they went. Xin Bing and Uncle Zhang Xiong followed behind, feeling somewhat uneasy. Xin Bing was astonished. The bookworm from the academy, who only knew how to study, was on a first-name basis with an Imperial Army brigadier general. It was common knowledge that a retired brigadier general became a noble, and with the connections made in the military, their influence was far beyond that of a fallen baron. Yet, these two people of vastly different statuses were chatting and laughing together, which was unbelievable. Turn right up ahead for the private room I reserved. You two can go ahead and rest. Xiao Song suddenly stopped and smiled at Xin Bing and Zheng Xiong. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Zhao Chen. Although he greeted them with a smile, it was clear to any discerning eye that the smile was quite perfunctory and even a bit cold. Sure, Zheng Xiong quickly nodded, eager to leave. If it weren't for resolving the issues left over from the escort mission, he wouldn't have even wanted to step foot in this place. Being in the same room as the brigadier general felt like being in the presence of a tiger. Xin Bing looked at Zhao Chen, her eyes questioning. Unknowingly, this man had already become her pillar of support. You two go ahead, we'll join you shortly, Zhao Chen said. All right, Xin Bing nodded. They walked towards another corridor. Mr. Zhao Chen, this way, please. Xiao Song guided Zhao Chen down a different corridor, soon arriving at an elegant private room. Inside, exquisite refreshments were prepared. Though not as luxurious as those on Zhao Chen's ship, they were still unattainable for ordinary people. Please, have a seat, Xiao Song gestured. Zhao Chen sat down opposite him and got straight to the point. Brigadier General Song, you had them leave because there's something important to discuss, right? Just a couple of minor things. Xiao Song's smile remained unchanged as he poured tea for Zhao Chen. Let's start with the first, which is the purpose of your trip. Zhao Chen watched him intently, waiting for him to continue. Actually, it's not just your fleet, Xiao Song began. A total of 30 transport fleets were dispatched, but so far, only yours has safely arrived in Lusha City. Zhao Chen picked up on the implication and pressed, what about the other fleets? All were annihilated, Xiao Song replied. Zhao Chen frowned as he looked at Commander Song and demanded, what's going on here? This escort mission isn't as simple as it seems, is it? Commander Song nodded calmly. You're right. This has all been meticulously planned. Our forces are launching an offensive to capture several star systems occupied by the mechanoids. To do this, we fabricated 30 transport fleets as bait to draw out the enemy. We even announced an escort mission and mobilized a combat fleet to make it look convincing. He continued, if the mechanoids dispatch a unit for each fleet, they'll be deploying at least 900 warships, roughly equivalent to 3 corps. Once they take the bait, their rear will be undefended, and our main forces can strike. Glancing at the time, Commander Song added, the battle should still be ongoing. Aren't you worried the mechanoids won't fall for it? Zhao Chen asked, furrowing his brow. We leaked information that we're transporting a batch of special weapons to the front lines for the next major offensive. Commander Song smiled. The enemy will definitely try to intercept. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. So we're just cannon fodder? Yes, Commander Song said solemnly, emotionally. I'm sorry you have to make this sacrifice. But strategically, sacrificing 1,000 civilian ships and 10,000 decommissioned transport ships to capture several key star systems and enemy core is worth it. Plus, the fleets attacking our bait will be intercepted and destroyed by our forces. They won't escape. Of course, for your surviving fleet, we'll provide triple compensation and free repairs for damaged ships. If any ships are lost, you'll receive replacements of the same class. Zhao Chen shook his head slightly. My friend lost 3 ships and over 100 lives. He leaned forward, hands on the table, staring directly at Commander Song. We need more compensation? Commander Song chuckled. Name your price. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate. 10 times the payment, triple the kill bonus, repairs for damaged ships, compensation for lost ships, and recognition of fallen soldiers as imperial martyrs. Also, Shunbing and I are here to earn credits, so we need your help with that. 10 times the payment and triple the bonus is steep, but for Miss Chu's sake, I'll agree, Commander Song said generously. Compensation for ships is no problem. As for the martyr list, he paused, there aren't many casualties, so I can include them in the official record. And don't worry about the credits. I've got that covered. Zhao Chen downed his tea and stood up to leave. You're a good commander, but I prefer soldiers like Miss Chu Xian. Wait. Commander Song called out. There's one more thing. Regarding your T2 carrier with the star shield, rest assured. I've completely sealed off the information, and it won't leak anytime soon. I'm sure Marshal Chu he will be very interested in you. Is that all? Zhao Chen asked without turning back. That's all, Commander Song confirmed. With long strides, Zhao Chen pushed the door open and left. Commander Song sat alone for a while, pulled out his handheld terminal, and checked the previous messages. He found a reply with just 2 words, message received. He then made his way to the private room where Shun Bing was and entered. Uncle Zhang Xiong was busy eating when he saw Zhao Chen and quickly called out, Hey, buddy, come and try this. It's all natural ingredients. The taste is beyond my wildest dreams. Shen Bing, however, remained composed, as this was nothing compared to the food on Zhao Chen's ship. Zhao Chen sat down across from her. After swallowing his last bite and wiping his hands, Zhang Xiong lowered his voice and asked, How did the talks go? What are the terms? Zhao Chen recounted everything in detail. Upon hearing it, the old smoker abruptly stood up, hastily wiped the grease from his hands, and bowed deeply to Zhao Chen with a solemn expression. Brother, on behalf of my comrades, thank you. Zhao Chen had finally cleared the names of his wrongfully accused subordinates. The scene moved even Shun Bing, who felt a deep admiration for the chivalrous man before her. Don't mention it. They deserve it, Zhao Chen said calmly. Zhang Xiong shook his head and replied seriously. I thought when you held up 5 fingers, you were just asking for 5 times the pay. I didn't expect you to secure 10 times the pay and even get martyr status for the brothers. Thank you. On their behalf, thank you. The benefits for imperial military martyrs weren't particularly generous typically. Their families received 20 years' worth of rations and housing. But for ordinary people, this was a huge blessing. Only about 1 in 10 soldiers who died each year received such honors. The rest either faced endless bureaucracy or just a lump sum payout. Zhao Chen's fleet and Xin Bing's men had no casualties. This condition was entirely negotiated for Zhang Xiong's fallen soldiers. Kid, if you ever need anything, just come to me. Old Yin patted his chest. I may not have much skill, but I'm willing to risk my life. Everything fell into place after that. Commander Song didn't show up again, likely because his goal was achieved, and there was no need for further actions. Not long after, 3 electronic agreements were presented to everyone, merely confirming that the escort mission was voluntary and acknowledging all details. Along with this came a substantial compensation. The original payment of 200,000 suddenly increased to 2 million. Additionally, with the rewards for destroying 31 enemy ships, the total amounted to 5.4 million. After receiving the money, the wreckage naturally went to the military. Zhao Chen generously gave 60 of the payment to Zhang Xiong, kept 35 for himself, and gave 5 to Shen Bing. Zhang Xiong and Shen Bing felt Zhao Chen was being shortchanged and insisted he take more, but he refused. Zhao Chen still had the bounty for the kills. Aside from the 3 ships Zhang Xiong sank, the remaining 28 were all his, totaling 5.3 million. This way, Zhao Chen ended up with 6.5 million, Zhang Xiong 800,000, and Shen Bing 100,000, all clearly divided. Let's call it even. Zhao Chen patted Zhang Xiong on the shoulder. We've been through life and death together. Old Yin scratched his head awkwardly. You got the short end of the stick. You should have taken more. If it weren't for your toughness, we wouldn't have negotiated 10 times the pay and triple the rewards. At the old rates, we'd be lucky to get a little over 1 million to split among the 3 of us. Not even enough to cover the gaps in our teeth. After agreeing on the next steps, Zhang Xiong decided to stay and recuperate, collect the new ship with the compensation, and deliver the pension to the families of the deceased, which would take about half a month. Xinbing had to wait for the repairs on the Hyena, which would take 3 to 5 days. Zhao Chen, though slightly damaged, only had the military provide necessary materials. As long as he could move, he'd repair the rest back home. Leaving already? Xinbing was surprised. Zhao Chen nodded. I have other matters to attend to and need to make the most of my time. Back at the temporary base of the Dragon Falcon fleet, the T-2 industrial ship was working around the clock to build new ships, especially the coveted T-3 battlecruiser. Zhao Chen couldn't wait to fly back. Any delay would mean losing half a month. Then, farewell for now. Zhang Xiong said reluctantly. Kid, call if you need anything. Will do. In the Chu River star system, on a planet in the main star system, Chu Xian lay bored on a lounge chair in a cloud mansion a few kilometers above ground, flipping through the Empire's entertainment channels but finding nothing interesting. How could watching these compare to commanding a fleet across the star system? Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed. Chu Xian quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, turning to one side. Xianer, an old man with a white beard, called out with a cheerful smile. Chu Xian ignored him. Xianer, Grandpa brought your favorite pastries. The old man, like a magician, pulled out an exquisite pastry box from behind and placed it enticingly in front of his granddaughter's nose. Chu Xian let out a muffled groan, turned her head away, and continued to feign death. The old man, helpless, set the box aside and started playing a holographic video, deliberately raising the volume. Oh, I heard that AT-2 aircraft carrier got equipped with a star shield? Nonsense. Who are you trying to fool? Chu Xian rolled her eyes. A mere T-2? How could it possibly have a star shield? And you used to be a 5-star general. The old man smirked, his eyes twinkling mischievously. I think it's called the Queen Bee or something. The Queen Bee? Chu Xian sprang up, staring intently at the screen. Sure enough, she saw that familiar figure. In front of it was a semi-transparent energy shield, glowing brilliantly. This can't be. Chu Xian was dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. In the entire interstellar era, the idea of a T-2 warship being equipped with a star shield was utterly inconceivable. The old man pointed to the T-2 carrier starship on the screen and said slowly, based on the intelligence I have, this starship is called the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier. Before it appeared, there were no records of it in the entire Starshine Empire, or even the Galactic Alliance. Its owner is a young man named Zhao Chen. He then pulled up a file displaying Zhao Chen's portrait. Zhao Chen, 21 years old, lord of the Xiaolong star system, an imperial baron, currently studying at North Star Military Academy with excellent theoretical grades, the old man narrated. Before this, he was not particularly outstanding. However, in the past 6 months, he managed to cobble together a T-2 warship named Zero Blizzard from 3 old ships, achieving a cruising speed of 100 knots and a maximum speed of over 130 knots. Chu Xian interjected, I still remember how that Zero Blizzard smashed a level 2 bug. The old man continued, after that, he brought out this Queen Bee to participate in the cosmic bug nest event you oversaw. Although the carrier didn't deploy its star shield, the drones it carried were formidable, ranking among the best in their class. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. The Queen Bee was under my fleet's protection at the time, so it didn't need to use its shield. Besides that, he also has a frigate. The old man then projected an image of a sleek, oval-shaped black ship with a thick, pointed horn at the front. This is the T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate. It once single-handedly took on a T-2 Purple Rose-class battlecruiser at North Star. What? Chu Xian exclaimed. A frigate? Going solo against a battlecruiser? Yes, and it won decisively, the old man replied with a smile. In the footage you just saw, 5 Black Rhinos, in coordination with the Queen Bee, destroyed a T-3 Black Iron-class destroyer and 30 T-2 mechanized warships. Although the ships sustained some damage, not a single one was lost. Chu Xian's jaw dropped, and it took her a while to regain her composure. She suspiciously eyed her grandfather. What do you mean by this? It's rare to see you so interested in a young man. Pointing to Zhao Chen's picture, the old man said seriously, this person holds an astonishing secret and is likely a genius in starship engineering. I know you're intrigued by him. Since you're bored at home, why not try to get close to him, find out his secrets, and persuade him to collaborate with our Chu family? His expression turned stern as he added, but if you find out he might be an enemy. I understand. Chu Xian nodded knowingly. She was well aware of her grandfather's temperament. Despite his playful antics around her, he was decisive and ruthless when it came to serious matters. After all, it was his decisive actions that once led to the extermination of an entire star system's worth of mechanical life forms, cementing the Chu family's power today. I will find a way to approach Zhao Chen, Chu Xian agreed. Compared to being cooped up at home, this task seemed interesting. Besides, she was already curious about the young man who managed to develop a T2 Starshield. Not meeting him would be a disservice to her inquisitive nature. Excellent. I will arrange an identity for you to directly enter North Star Academy, the old man said with satisfaction. Yes. In early March 3031, Zhao Chen's fleet finally returned to the Northern Star after enduring numerous hardships, arriving 10 days later than planned. When he reached the secret base of the Xiaolong fleet, the sight before him was astonishing. The once modest station with only 5 black rhinos, 1 iron hammer, and 1 zero blizzard had now doubled in size. 2 T2 industrial ship construction platforms had expanded, resembling makeshift space stations from afar. Miniature robots were bustling in space, operating industrial arms, and working on the framework of emerging ships. The most striking among them was the T3 Blizzard battlecruiser under construction, its skeleton several times larger than the iron hammer itself. It had been in progress for a month, with its keel structure taking shape and major sections starting to assemble, revealing a faint outline of its future form. On another platform, the iron hammer was mass-producing black rhinos, with 5 being built simultaneously. Commander, you're back? Charlotte's charming face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes brimming with uncontrollable joy. At some point, her heart had already started to miss that man. How are things at the base? Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Everything is normal, Charlotte reported. We've spent most of the 20 million funds you allocated, but it's enough to sustain the construction plans for the next 3 months. So far, we've completed 1 iron hammer, 1 bronze Eden, and 5 black rhinos. Currently under construction are the Blizzard and 5 black rhinos, and we expect to build 5 more black rhinos this quarter. Zhao Chen finally felt relieved. At this rate, the quarterly targets would certainly be met. The bronze Eden is finished? He asked with interest. This was supposed to be his future money-making machine. Yes, and the orcs I've recruited are already working on it. I must take a look. Zhao Chen eagerly gave the order to head to the bronze Eden. Soon, he would behold the marvelous starship that would bring him endless wealth. Zhao Chen specifically invited Lilith and the dwarf Annie to join him on a shuttle to T2 Bronze Eden. In the cabin, Annie sat nervously in the corner, occasionally glancing at Zhao Chen across from her. Although they had known each other for more than a month, she still held a sense of awe towards him. The luxurious life on the Queen Bee had somewhat alleviated her fear of Zhao Chen, but it also gave rise to a chilling thought: was he fattening her up to eat her? The mere idea made her hair stand on end, and she clutched her clothes tightly, trembling all over. She remembered her mother once said that some perverted humans captured females of other races, fed them well, and then devoured them alive. Are you afraid of me? Zhao Chen chuckled when he noticed her behavior. Annie shuddered and stared at her toes, stammering, No, I'm not. Then why don't you dare look at me? The little girl was so flustered she could hardly speak. Her nose tingled and she cried out, Annie is not tasty. Annie's meat is not good at all. Please don't eat Annie. Eat. Zhao Chen was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lilith, sitting nearby, was also amused by the little girl's antics. Don't worry, I don't eat kids, Zhao Chen said, trying to sound serious. Annie breathed a sigh of relief and patted her small chest. But then she muttered, Annie is already an adult, not a kid. Ignoring her complaint, Zhao Chen changed the topic. Lilith told me you've mastered T1 and T2 shipbuilding techniques, is that true? It turned out that Zhao Chen had asked Lilith to look after Annie to gauge her actual skills. It was said that on her home planet, Annie could build various electronic devices even before reaching adulthood. Given enough materials, she could even handcraft a T1 civilian ship. There was an AT1 technical concept she didn't understand. As for T2, Zhao Chen had given her some blueprints of the Black Rhino and Queen Bee. After a few hours of study, she could recite them backwards. Over the past month, Zhao Chen had her devour a pile of T1 and T2 technical books. What took engineering students at Northern Star Academy 3 to 5 years to master, Annie comprehended in a week. This demonstrated her astonishing talent. Compared to ordinary dwarves, she was much smarter. Zhao Chen had truly found a treasure. To know a little bit, Annie said shyly. I want to eat you, Zhao Chen said seriously, but I hope you can work for me and build ships. If you perform well, I promise to give you an even better life than you have now, with the best food and drinks, and ensure your safety. Annie hesitated but didn't refuse outright. Zhao Chen noticed that the little girl had already been swayed by his promises. It was only a matter of time before she fully submitted. At that moment, the shuttle arrived at the hangar of the Bronze Eden. As the hatch slowly opened, Zhao Chen and his companions descended the gangway. Welcome, Commander, to our humble ship. A female half-beast with rabbit ears hurriedly came forward to greet them. I am the person in charge of this ship. Don't be nervous, I don't eat people, Zhao Chen joked. I'm just here to check on the ship's condition. Please follow me, the rabbit-eared girl stammered, leading the way nervously. The group navigated through a narrow passage, and suddenly, a vast space opened up before them, with bright sunlight flooding their view. Zhao Chen and Lilith were stunned by the breathtaking sight, standing in awe with their eyes sparkling. However, little Annie the dwarf couldn't see anything because a 1.6-meter-high railing blocked her view. She stood on tiptoe and could barely make out a patch of green. She jumped twice and caught a glimpse of something white. Just as she was about to jump a third time, her head collided heavily with the horizontal bar of the railing, causing her to sit on the ground in tears. Rubbing her forehead and then her bottom, she still wasn't ready to give up. She stepped back a few paces, gauged the height of the railing, calculated her speed and angle, then took a deep breath. With her short legs pushing off the ground, she sprinted towards the railing. At the last moment, Annie leaped up, grabbing the edge of the railing with both hands. Her face turned red as she gritted her teeth and used all her strength to climb up. "Come on, I can do this," she encouraged herself. Finally, she managed to get her right elbow over the railing, followed by her left, and with one final push she did it. Her head peeked over the top, but just as she was about to take in the view, she suddenly lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. "That's dangerous, you know?" Zhao Chen scolded her with a disapproving look. "Sorry," Annie muttered, her big eyes brimming with tears, ready to spill over. "Let's go up from the other side." Rabbit Ears pointed to a staircase not far away that led directly to the top level. Annie stared blankly at the railing in front of her, then at the steps a few meters away, feeling a mix of emotions. All that effort for nothing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Lilith urged from the stairway. Oh. Annie snapped out of her daze and trotted over. When she reached the top level and saw the magnificent view again, all her grievances and fatigue vanished. Beneath her feet was a transparent glass walkway, offering a full view of the scenery within the railing. Annie stood there, eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this really the inside of the ship?" she murmured. "It's so beautiful." The overwhelming sense of awe left her speechless for a long time. Watching her delighted expression, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. The transparent glass walkway is suspended 5 to 6 meters above the ground, with vast fields of farmland stretching out below, filled with enormous, abundant natural crops. Rows upon rows of vegetables create a picturesque scene. In the distance, there is an artificial lake teeming with various fish and shrimp. Beyond the lake lies a bountiful orchard. Further still, there are pastures and livestock areas, home to pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Building such a large ecological park inside a starship must have consumed an enormous amount of resources. Annie couldn't help but marvel. The rabbit-eared girl smiled and explained that apart from the initial construction costs and the first batch of seedlings, the operation costs almost nothing. It relies entirely on the ship's space element collectors, which directly extract nutrients from space. Of course, things like engine fuel still need regular replenishing. This can't be possible. Annie was flabbergasted, unable to believe her ears. Moreover, the growth cycles of crops and livestock here are greatly shortened, yielding several times more and of top-notch quality. "There's a harvest practically every month," the rabbit-eared girl said proudly. "Just this one Eden ship is enough to meet the basic living needs of 1 million people." "A million," Annie gulped. She finally understood why the commander's fleet could maintain such luxurious food standards. Just one ship could easily feed tens of thousands of people. Even though Lilith had heard about it before, seeing it with her own eyes was still shocking. Impressive, Zhao Chen was very pleased with everything he saw. Although he had seen it on the blueprints, standing in this airborne garden was an entirely different experience. Looking up, the projected blue sky, white clouds, and sun made him almost believe he was on some idyllic planet if it weren't for someone reminding him otherwise. The monthly agricultural output of this ship alone must be worth millions of star coins, Zhao Chen calculated in his mind. If we could build 10 or 20 of these, we'd be rolling in money. In this resource-scarce era, the profit from food trade is second only to arms, and the few who own high-yield agricultural stars are all imperial nobles and large conglomerates' cash cows. "Commander, these are the latest ripe fruits. Please have a taste." The rabbit-eared girl led the group down the walkway and into the depths of the orchard. She expertly picked a few fruits, washed them, and offered them. Zhao Chen took a bite, and the sweet juice burst in his mouth, making it hard to stop. "Not bad, you guys should try some too," he said to Lilith and Annie, who were eyeing the fruits eagerly. With his approval, Lilith didn't hesitate, grabbing one and biting into it, her face lighting up with a happy smile. Annie set her sights on a big apple, swallowed, and reached out to pick it, but she couldn't quite grasp it. She jumped a couple of times, her fingertips barely brushing the skin, but to no avail. "Let me help you, little one," the rabbit-eared girl said, kindly picking the large apple and handing it to her. "Thank you, but I'm not a little one." Annie pouted, taking a big bite and immediately breaking into a grin. So sweet. Even in the fleet's canteen, fruit was a luxury, and regular crew members were lucky to get 1 or 2 a month. After all, The limited growing area made it much more practical to grow staple crops. With this, our fleet can be self-sufficient from now on, Zhao Chen said with satisfaction. The food standards he set were manageable for 100 or 2 people, but as the Xiaolong fleet grew rapidly, the food expenses increased monthly. Now, the problem is finally solved. After a tour, Zhao Chen and his group returned to the shuttle. Annie and Lilith each carried a basket of fruit, ready to reward their sisters. The dwarves' bellies were slightly bulging from eating so much, and they leaned back in their seats with satisfaction, letting out a contented burp. It was the first time in her life that she'd eaten so much fruit that she felt full. Annie, how do you feel about staying here with me? Zhao Chen seized the moment to extend the invitation again. The little one didn't answer immediately, but she hesitated less than the first time. If you really don't want to stay, I won't force you. But you know, in the Xiaolong fleet, you get what you give. Those crew members work hard for me, so they enjoy good treatment. You've had special privileges for a month now, but that can't go on forever. It wouldn't be fair to the others, Zhao Chen reasoned patiently. If you truly don't want to stay, I'll let you go. Lilith rolled her eyes from the side, thinking, who would leave such a wonderful place unless they were out of their mind? Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that this scene seemed familiar. Oh, and if you like it here, you can bring your family and friends in the future. As long as they are willing to work for me, they'll have the same good life and guaranteed safety. No one will be able to bully you here. Zhao Chen added another compelling offer. Annie bit her lip, looked at the full fruit basket, and finally made up her mind. She nodded slightly and whispered, Annie is willing to stay and work for you, Commander. First, assign Annie to the T2 Iron Hammer 2 to oversee the construction of the Black Rhino frigate, Zhao Chen instructed Lilith. With a mix of incentives and persuasion, the dwarf finally agreed to work for us. As for her kin, it seems they want to observe a bit longer. Let them watch for now. At the moment, the demand for technical roles in the Xiaolong fleet isn't too pressing. Understood, Lilith noted the arrangement. In a bit, I'll take the Zero Blizzard and a Black Rhino back to North Star Academy. Charlotte, you continue to manage things here, Zhao Chen continued. Yes, sir. Charlotte responded promptly. Both she and Lilith had become Zhao Chen's right-hand women, managing the fleet of dozens of warships with ease. Zhao Chen was eager to return to school to check his credits after advancing a level, as it was crucial for completing the annual tasks. Boarding the Zero, a flagship he hadn't seen in a while, he felt a bit unfamiliar with its now somewhat outdated interior. Before leaving, he glanced at the T3 Blizzard under construction, thinking that once this battlecruiser was operational, it would replace the Zero as his new command ship. Before departure, Zhao Chen checked his system panel. Host, Zhao Chen. Occupation, top starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck boost, eye of insight. Credits, 5,720. Task points, 34. Number of starships, 19. Tasks, annual tasks. Inventory, T2 Lion King class heavy missile ship blueprint, T3 Blizzard class light battlecruiser blueprint, T2 Black Knight class light combat mech blueprint. Thanks to that escort mission, Zhao Chen's credits and task points had reached an all-time high. This also included the dividends from starship revenue over the past few months, which, while minor compared to his main tasks, still added up. The T2 Lion King was slated to be a future firepower asset, but the immediate priority was to meet the quarterly targets by the end of March. Thus, it was not included in the current construction plan and would be revisited later. The current task points and credits were sufficient for building several T2 ships, but constructing T3 ships would be challenging due to the significant resource investment they required, which the Xiaolong fleet couldn't afford at the moment. After careful consideration, Zhao Chen decided not to redeem new starship blueprints. Upon completing the current construction plans, he could build a few T2 Black Knight mechs, which might be useful in certain situations. Having made his decision, he closed the system interface and contentedly entered the hibernation pod. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside North Star Academy. Upon returning to school, Zhao Chen immediately contacted Zhao Wanner and Li Wei. To his surprise, his sister's communication was still unreachable. Could she have gotten into trouble again? He muttered as he dialed Li Wei. The latter's face instantly appeared on the screen. Hey Zhao, you're back. I heard you completed a military mission and earned triple the credits for a fourth-year student. The news of Zhao Chen's accelerated advancement had spread quickly. What about Wanner? Why can't I reach her? Zhao Chen asked directly. Your sister went on a joint mission with students from Tianyao Academy. 4th to 6th graders are participating, even her senior Su Lan joined. I heard the top 5 performers get a brand new T2, and the first place gets a T3 prize. Li Wei said enviously. A T3 starship is rare even among noble families. The astronomical cost, often in the billions of star coins, is out of reach for most families. I see, Zhao Chen replied. Zhao Chen suddenly realized that the girl was aiming for the new ship and was probably provoked by him. He chuckled to himself, knowing his sister's competitive nature. She would never want to fall behind. Speaking of which, there's something else. Before Li Wei could finish his sentence, a new window popped up on Zhao Chen's screen. It was a call from Vice Dean Hong. Sorry, bro. Vice Dean Hong is calling. I have to hang up, Zhao Chen said hurriedly before ending the call. Li Wei stared helplessly at the darkened screen. His old friend had been extremely busy for the past 6 months, rarely showing up. Li Wei had wanted to introduce his sister to Zhao Chen, especially since Li Yaqi had been trying to find out about the mysterious person behind their previous transaction. Despite knowing the truth, Li Wei kept silent. He wished he could tell the world that his childhood friend was the designer of the popular T-1 Wolf Flea destroyer. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen had sworn him to secrecy, so he had no choice but to keep it under wraps. Sis, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Zhao Chen won't let me. Li Wei apologized to his sister in his mind. At that moment, he had no idea that Li Yaqi was already on her way to North Star to uncover the truth. Zhao Chen arrived at Vice Dean Hong's office and politely knocked on the door. Identity, Cadet Zhao Chen, invited guest, please enter. A mechanical female voice announced as the door opened. Vice Dean Hong was sitting on the sofa, waving him in, but as Zhao Chen approached, he noticed someone unexpected. Sitting opposite him it was none other than Miss Chu Xian from the Chu family. Long time no see, Captain Zhao Chen, the girl said, squinting her eyes with a smile, as if they were old friends reuniting after a long time. This scene left Zhao Chen puzzled. Why was this notorious young lady here? Chu Xian's sudden appearance was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. After the incident in Lusha City, although Colonel Song Jun kept Zhao Chen's involvement a secret, he did mention Governor Chu He, making it clear that the Chu family had taken an interest in him. It was only a matter of time before they made contact, but Zhao Chen didn't expect it to happen so soon, and certainly not through this prominent young lady whom he had met a few times before. Since student Zhao Chen and Miss Chu Xian are already acquainted, there's no need for further introductions, Vice Dean Hong said with a smile. Please, have a seat. Being noticed by the Chu family is an honor for our Northern Star Academy. Besides, our institutions have always had a good relationship. Otherwise, the T4 Beifengxian would not have been a joint effort. Zhao Chen glanced around. Vice Dean Hong and Chu Xian each occupied a sofa, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to sit with the leadership. He had no choice but to sit next to Chu Xian, though he kept a respectful distance. Am I that intimidating? The girl teased. With my humble status, I dare not disturb Miss Chu, Zhao Chen replied with a feeble excuse. Although Chu Xian herself wasn't intimidating, the Chu family's reputation certainly was. Vice Dean, please proceed with the official matters. Pretend I'm not here, Chu Xian said nonchalantly. Vice Dean Hong nodded and turned to Zhao Chen. According to the Imperial Army's report, you performed excellently in your recent mission, earning extra credits. Your total score is now 3 times the 4th year standard. We're promoting you to the 5th year. Do you have any objections? None, Zhao Chen replied, shaking his head. The Vice Dean brought up an electronic file, made a few modifications, and continued. From today, you're a 5th year student. However, if you don't accumulate enough credits by June, you'll be held back. Understood? Understood. Good. Vice Dean Hong softened his tone. Zhao Chen, you're outstanding. Gaining the recognition of the Imperial Army and a 1-star general speaks volumes about your abilities. As your teacher, I'm proud of you. I hope you continue to excel and create your own legacy. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Dean. I will strive to do my best, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Let's move on to another matter. I believe you already know Miss Chu Xian, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. She will be attending our academy for some advanced studies. I'd like you to assist her, said the Vice Dean, changing the subject. Just as Zhao Chen was about to decline, the Vice Dean added, this will also count as an academic task, and completing it will earn you 30 of the 5th year credits. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen immediately put on a respectful smile and said to Chu Xian, it would be my honor to serve you, Miss Chu. All right, for the sake of credits, a real man should be able to adapt, he thought to himself. I won't keep you any longer. Zhao Chen, show Miss Chu around the campus, Vice Dean Hong said, waving them off. After bidding farewell to the Vice Dean, the two walked side by side down the corridor. It seems like you're not too happy to see me, Chu Xian remarked with a playful smile. Dressed casually, she looked nothing like the commanding presence she had in her military uniform, but rather like a beautiful young girl. With your esteemed status, who wouldn't be happy to see you? Zhao Chen joked. Unexpectedly, the girl responded, but I don't like this status. Her eyes dimmed. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Why? It's a position most people can only dream of. I know, Chu Xian shrugged. To you, I must seem like someone who doesn't appreciate her blessings. But the Chu family name comes with too many constraints. Just like the last mission through the cosmic wormhole, I was merely fulfilling my duty as a soldier, but in the end, my grandfather forcibly recalled me because he thought I was taking unnecessary risks. As they spoke, the two of them happened to walk under a transparent dome. Chu Xian looked up at the starship outside the dome and murmured, actually, my dream is quite simple. I just want to become an outstanding officer like my parents, leading a fleet to defend our homeland and protect our people. But because of who I am, even this modest aspiration seems out of reach. So, according to you, your grandfather is being overly strict, Zhao Chen agreed. Exactly. He even sent a one-star brigadier to keep an eye on me. I have no freedom at all. Chu Xian couldn't help but complain. Though I understand my grandfather's concern, he fears I'll repeat my parents' fate. Zhao Chen's mind flashed back to the information compiled by Lilith. Chu Xian's parents were both imperial soldiers who led their fleet into a disastrous encounter with the mechanoids, resulting in total annihilation. Enraged, Governor Chu he personally led tens of thousands of warships on a campaign across dozens of star systems, vowing to exterminate the enemy forces involved in the ambush. Wherever they went, they executed orbital bombardments on mechanoid-occupied territories, leaving nothing behind. If not for the fact that intelligent machines are not considered life, such actions would have been condemned as wanton slaughter. Even so, there were voices of dissent within the Starshine Empire, with some advocating peace talks with the mechanoids and condemning Chu He as a butcher who should face a military tribunal. However, these critics held little power or influence. Because of this history, Chu He dotes on his granddaughter, fearing any danger she might face and being reluctant to let her become a true soldier. In the past, she had to sneak off to her grandfather's domain in the northern Windstar region just to indulge her desire to be an officer. Chu Xian rambled on, with Zhao Chun mostly listening. To be honest, if it weren't for her influential background, Zhao Chun would have admired this girl even more. After talking for so long, I think you can guess why I'm here. I'm not one to beat around the bush. Chu Xian suddenly stopped and looked Zhao Chen directly in the eye. My grandfather has reviewed your records, including Operation Zero Blizzard, the Black Rhino frigate, and the Queen Bee carrier. The question now is, are you willing to cooperate with the Chu family? The girl's straightforwardness struck a chord with Zhao Chun, making him realize that this formidable family had indeed set their sights on him. Zhao Chen smiled at Chu Xian. So you're laying all your cards on the table already? Because I think you're a good person and worth befriending, Chu Xian admitted. What if I refuse? Zhao Chen asked. Chu Xian rubbed her chin, pondering for a moment. If you disagree, my grandfather will probably have someone thoroughly investigate your background. If they find out you're against the Chu family or too close to our enemies, she made a throat-slitting gesture. Zhao Chen nodded, not surprised by this approach. This was commonplace among powerful families. I genuinely hope you can collaborate with the Chu family, Chu Xian said earnestly. I don't want to see a friend I admire die at the hands of my family. Your talent in starship development would get the best resources from us. Although the Xiaolong star system is barren, we can arrange a new territory for you if you're willing. Of course, if you don't want to relocate, we can also strongly support Xiaolong. Even without a Stargate, you can at least get by. As for your title, rising from Baron to Viscount is no problem, she added, offering a series of incentives that would make most people switch sides immediately. However, Zhao Chen knew he couldn't fully commit to any one side due to the secrets he held. If he revealed T4 or even T5 level starship technology, how would his masters treat him? He had seen too many tragic ends for those whose achievements threatened their superiors. But it wasn't realistic to sever ties with the Chu family right now. Besides, he had already shown them T2 star shields. If that hadn't impressed them, it wouldn't have been Chu Xian meeting him today. It would have been soldiers escorting him to see Governor Chu He. I need some time to think it over, Zhao Chen said with a smile. He needed to carefully manage his relationship with the Chu family, neither too close nor too distant. Maybe he could even use the Chu family as a shield. I understand. I can give you some time, but don't drag it out too long, Chu Xian said sympathetically. After their discussion, Zhao Chen escorted Chu Xian back to her residence and then returned to Zero Blizzard. Lying on the captain's bed, he first checked his student file. Name, Zhao Chun. Gender, male. Race, human. Age, 21. Status, Lord of Xiaolong Star System in the Northwind Sector. Title, Baron. Year, 5th year. Department, Captaincy. Class, 5th year, Class 1. The arrangement of being in Class 1 was quite unexpected. It was the best class in the entire grade, and its graduates either soared to great heights or at least lived comfortably. Most of them were noble offspring. Coincidentally, Zhao Wan'er and Xue Xiaoxiao were also in this class. This made Zhao Chun, the older brother, classmates with his sister. Now in his 5th year, the primary focus was to accumulate enough credits for graduation by the end of June. Meeting the standard would suffice this time, unlike before when he needed to triple it. By October, he planned to accumulate 3 times the 6th year credits within 3 months to graduate early. In theory, this plan had no major obstacles. But accumulating 3 times the 6th year credits in half a year was no easy feat. Tasks like the previous escort missions were barely enough for normal graduation. On top of that, he still had to deal with the Chu family. Zhao Chen scratched his head. One problem after another. Sis, I told you, stop looking. If they don't want to reveal their identity, don't push them, he said. Li Wei looked helplessly at his sister across from him. Are you going to tell me who that person is or not? Li Yaqi glared at her brother. Don't forget, I'm your sister. Hold on.
Li Bei xuclat.
That trick won't work on me. If you make things difficult for me, I'll tell that person everything. Let's see if he still wants to see you. This hit Li Yaqi's weak spot. She couldn't afford to offend that big shot. After all, Bayan Group's success today was entirely due to his technical support. Even if you don't tell me, I can find out on my own. Li Yaqi snorted, pulling up the staff records of Bezixing Academy. She started comparing them one by one. Bezixing wasn't that big. She was confident she could find the person. Li Wei sighed deeply and rubbed his forehead. Sis, is this really necessary? It's just a popular T1 starship technology. Li Yaqi ignored him. It wasn't just one T1 model, it was 4, including a T2. She had already expanded the factory and was about to launch these new ships. Bayan Group was set to reach new heights. By the way, don't you have a good friend at the academy named Zhao Chen? I heard he helped you a lot, and you might not have graduated without him, Li Yaqi said. Since I'm here, let's arrange a time for me to treat him to a meal to thank him for taking care of you all these years.
Li Bei froze.
Sis, you're not suspecting Zhao Chen already, are you? Why? Is there a problem? Li Yaqi noticed her brother's unusual reaction. Didn't he just return to school? He should be available. In fact, her intention to invite Zhao Chen to dinner was twofold: to thank him for helping her brother and to extract some information from him. I'll ask him for you. Li Wei tried to stay calm. Refusing outright would only arouse his sister's suspicion. Zhao Chen, you're on your own now, he thought to himself. This time, he was using his friend as a shield. In the following days, Zhao Chen stayed at the academy because Chu Xian was nearby. If he left, it would definitely raise suspicion. Therefore, he didn't visit the temporary base and only maintained essential communications. Unexpectedly, Li Wei's sister came to North Star and wanted to invite him to dinner. While it's understandable for someone to be curious, Zhao Chen didn't want to reveal too much about himself at this time. He had already shown too many of his cards in front of the Chu family. If he added the technology he gave to Li Yaqi, the Chu family might not just see him as a collaborator. So, Zhao Chen declined Li Yaqi's invitations with various excuses. Before he knew it, Zhao Chen had been at the academy for over 20 days, and it was already late March. His daily routine mainly involved checking in with his class, but most of the 5th grade class had joined the academy's joint missions, leaving only a few students attending. The rest of the time, he accompanied Chu Xian, discussing topics related to starships. Through this young lady, he learned many inside stories that ordinary students or barons wouldn't know. It turned out that the Starlight Empire was far from as peaceful as it seemed on the surface, but those turbulent events had little to do with him for now. Throughout this period, Zhao Chen and Chu Xian got what they needed from each other and grew closer. However, to outsiders, it seemed like this suddenly appeared beautiful girl had become Zhao Chen's girlfriend. Look, Zhao Chen is out shopping with his girlfriend again. I heard he got into the top 5th grade class. That's impressive. Jiang Shasha rejected him before. She must regret it now. Sure, keep your voice down. Jiang Shasha is right over there. Jiang Shasha, who happened to be passing by, clenched her fists upon hearing the gossip. After her family moved out of the Xiaolong star system, they settled in another area of the Northern Wind domain. With their pre-established ventures, they quickly regained stability. Jiang Shasha also returned to North Star after the school term started. During this time, she had heard of Zhao Chen's outstanding performances multiple times. Each time felt like a slap to her face, and the rumors were relentless. Especially recently, Zhao Chen had earned 3 times the required credits for the 4th grade in just 4 months and directly advanced to the top 5th grade class. It's just academics, she consoled herself. The mess in the Xiaolong star system is still there. After graduation, won't he still be stuck as a baron in that wretched place for life? Besides her, Li Yaqi was also observing Zhao Chen closely. She was quite surprised after being turned down several times. After all, she was a prominent T1 Wolf-Louse destroyer salesperson and the owner of the Bayan Group. Even the vice dean and professors at North Star treated her with respect. Many students tried to get in her good graces through Li Wei, hoping to impress her and perhaps get their hands on a coveted Wolf-Louse ship. Yet Zhao Chen directly shut her out? This was indeed peculiar. Li Yaqi began to look into this student's background. The information she found was astonishing. The miracle of combining 3 broken ships to achieve 100-section star speed, defeating a T2 Bald Eagle cruiser, then showcasing an unprecedented T2 Black Rhino assault ship to overpower a T2 Purple Rose battlecruiser. All these feats made her deeply suspicious. But when she saw Zhao Chen's age, she found it hard to believe entirely. A mere 21-year-old kid managed to create such an impressive ship? Li Yaqi found it hard to believe. She intensified her investigation into Zhao Chen and even tried to orchestrate chance encounters. To her surprise, she spotted an unexpected figure by Zhao Chen's side, Miss Chu Xian, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Li Yaqi had attended a Chu family banquet and had seen Miss Chu from a distance. She couldn't fathom how an inconspicuous baron student could be associated with her. This made Zhao Chen's identity even more enigmatic. Could it be that the Chu family also wanted to collaborate with him? But if the Chu family knew his background, with their technological prowess, why would they let Beiyin Group benefit from it? Could it be that even the Chu family hadn't figured out his origins? The uncertainty was driving her crazy. She wanted to rush over and get some answers. Li Yaqi felt an unprecedented level of anxiety. In the end, she decided to wait until Chu Xian left, and then find an opportunity to meet Zhao Chen alone. After all, if he truly was that mysterious figure, then Beiyin Group would have an inseparable connection with him. Zhao Chen woke up in the bedroom of the Zero Blizzard and stretched. Despite having Chu Xian by his side these days, he still quite enjoyed the leisurely life. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Quarterly mission completed. Rewards available for collection. Zhao Chen quickly summoned the system interface to check the task list. Quarterly mission: own 5 different models of T2 or above starships 55. Build a fleet of 30 starships 3030. Own 1 T3 starship 11. The system indicated that his long-awaited T3 Blizzard was finally in service. Excited, he opened the communication page to contact Charlotte, but her message came in first. The T3 Blizzard has officially launched and will undergo a week-long trial run. Zhao Chen replied with an acknowledgement, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Having a T3 starship was a different feeling altogether. Unfortunately, with Chu Xian still around, he couldn't immediately go see it. But first, he decided to claim his mission rewards. Quarterly mission rewards collected: 30 mission points, 3,000 system credits, T3 Super Soldier Serum, T2 Snow Mastiff Class Heavy Battleship Blueprint, and T3 Andromeda Class Medical Ship Blueprint. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile at the string of rewards. This was indeed a bountiful haul, especially the T3 medical ship, which would be a future money-making machine, bringing continuous revenue to the fleet. I can't believe there's a T3 level Super Soldier Serum. Zhao Chen wouldn't refuse such a treasure. Without hesitation, he injected himself with a dose. He sucked in a breath of cold air as the familiar pain surged through him. It felt like every cell in his body was being torn apart, his joints cracking as if fireworks were being set off inside him. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded wildly, at a rate that would astonish any doctor. Zhao Chen convulsed on the bed, his face twisted in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gripped the edge of the bed so tightly that it splintered with a snap. Ah! He screamed in pain before slipping into unconsciousness. Who knows how long he was out, but Zhao Chen eventually came to. He felt as if he had slept for a century, but his body felt incredibly refreshed. Opening his eyes, the scene before him seemed both familiar and subtly different. He got up and examined his body, which looked unchanged, still the same well-proportioned, masculine physique. But when he clenched his fists, he felt a surge of power, as if he could punch through the armor of a T1 battleship. Zhao Chen suppressed his battle lust and sat cross-legged. Whether it was the serum or not, his mind felt exceptionally clear, and many problems that had troubled him before now seemed to have solutions. First, he sent a message to Li Yaqi, warning her to stop investigating him or face the consequences. This lead couldn't be exposed. It didn't matter if others knew his identity, but it was crucial that no one discovered the connection between Li Yaqi and him. To ensure this, he decided to keep his distance from her and avoid any real-life contact. Next, he replied to Chu Xian, saying he had some ideas about their collaboration and suggested they meet in the evening to discuss it in detail. He needed to give the Chu family a clear answer. Having Chu Xian constantly around was somewhat unsettling. Zhao Chen thought to himself that the Chu family's attitude towards him would significantly impact his future development, and any misstep could send him plummeting into an abyss. He had to handle this carefully. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Chen turned his attention back to the system interface, focusing on the 2 newly acquired blueprints: the T2 Snow Mastiff Class Heavy Battleship and the T3 Andromeda Class Medical Ship. The Snow Mastiff, as a typical battleship, boasted terrifying armor and firepower. If size wasn't a factor, its armor strength could rival that of a frigate, though the Black Rhino was an exception. Currently, Zhao Chen's fleet included the Queen Bee carrier, the Black Rhino assault ship, and stored blueprints for the Lion King missile ship and the Snow Mastiff battleship, which perfectly filled the gaps in his lineup. One provided crucial long-range firepower, while the other was a frontline powerhouse. With their addition, the fleet finally seemed somewhat complete. As for the Andromeda, though it was a support ship, it was indispensable. There are always casualties on the battlefield, and sending soldiers to the starport for treatment each time would be costly. Moreover, timely medical care could significantly reduce pain and lower mortality rates. The presence of a medical ship would undoubtedly make this private force even more formidable. The T2 level is just a transitional phase. To establish a foothold in the Empire, we need a substantial number of T3 ships, Zhao Chen said solemnly. According to Chu Xian, the military was already planning to gradually phase out T2 ships and frontline units, and replace them entirely with T3 ships. This signifies the end of the T2 era. The future belongs to T3 and T4. Not only Starshine but also other factions within the Galactic Alliance are ramping up their arms race. He must quickly cross the T3 threshold. At this moment, Liyaki, who was deeply engrossed in investigating Zhao Chen, received a third warning. After reading the message, her face turned pale, but she quickly regained her composure. It seemed her actions had angered that influential figure. She had been too hasty. Almost messed it up, Liyaki. She regretfully patted her forehead. A moment of greed nearly jeopardized this collaboration. If the other party decided to walk away, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. The control was always in the other party's hands, and she had almost let her guard down. Continuing the investigation would only bring trouble upon herself. Liyaki cursed her reckless advance and vaguely guessed that the mysterious person must be at North Star Academy. As for who it was, that remained to be verified. At this point, an image involuntarily appeared in her mind, the young man named Zhao Chen. All signs pointed to him. Could it really be him? Liyaki was puzzled, with growing doubts in her mind. She suddenly realized that she might be close to the truth, yet she was also vaguely afraid of knowing the answer. This feeling was unprecedented. That evening, Chu Xian booked a private room at a restaurant, and Zhao Chen arrived as promised. Facing Zhao Chen, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, I didn't want to involve you in my family's affairs, but I have no choice because of my surname. However, as a friend, whatever decision you make, I will try to get the best outcome for you with my grandfather. I don't want to be your enemy. Zhao Chen sensed the sincerity in her words. Over the past few days, he had come to realize that Chu Xian was a woman who admired the military and had high aspirations as a soldier, yet she was burdened by her family's responsibilities. I don't want to be at odds with the Chu family either, so Zhao Chen began to speak when Chu Xian's terminal suddenly flashed red, signaling an urgent message. She gave an apologetic smile and quickly checked the message. As she read it, her face turned pale. What's wrong? Zhao Chen noticed something was amiss. Zhao Chen, you have a sister named Zhao Wanner, right? Chu Xian asked with a complicated expression. Yes, what about her? Zhao Chen frowned. Follow me, I'll explain on the way. Chu Xian stood up and quickly left the restaurant, with Zhao Chen following closely behind. They got into a hovercar, and Chu Xian input the destination. The dean's office. What happened? Zhao Chen asked in a serious tone. He had fully embraced his identity as Zhao Chen and could no longer distinguish if he was a traveler from another world. But that didn't matter. He knew Zhao Wanner was his sister, the Xiaolong star system was his territory, and the Zhao family was his clan. That was enough. Before I explain, please stay calm, Chu Xian said worriedly. Zhao Chen nodded. Chu Xian took a deep breath and said, 5 hours ago, a level 3 and 4 level 2 wormholes appeared in the Shui Lian star system in the western sector of the Blue Domain. The entire star system is in chaos. Our academy and Tianyao Academy have a joint mission there. An hour ago, both schools' fleets lost contact entirely. Zhao Chen felt a shock like a lightning strike. Why haven't we sent reinforcements? Isn't there a Stargate in the Shui Lian star system? The first level 3 wormhole appeared right next to the Stargate. Chu Xian shook her head. The Stargate was destroyed almost instantly, and the reinforcements can't arrive quickly. They have to travel through the border space from nearby star systems, which will take days. The Stargate was destroyed? Zhao Chen froze. This meant the rescue time would be significantly delayed, giving the Zerg free rein for several days. Forcing himself to stay calm, he pulled up the star map of the Blue Domain, checking the data while asking, what about the garrison in the Shui Lian star system? The latest update says there are only 300 lore-class warships and 100 Imperial warships there, Chu Xian explained. The Imperial Army is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier is a small number of elites equipped with T3 and T4, guarding the Imperial capital and the royal family. The second tier is the frontline troops, mainly T4 and T3, with a few T2. The third tier is the garrison in various territories, mainly T2. Among the 300 warships, there are at most 10 T3. Zhao Chen understood that the garrison in the Shui Lian star system would likely struggle to withstand the Zerg onslaught. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anxiety. The hovercar soon arrived at the building housing the dean's office. Let's hear what the dean has to say first, Chu Xian reassured him. The students in danger are the elites of both schools. They won't stand by and do nothing. Maybe they'll come up with a solution. Zhao Chen followed Chu Xian into the office in silence. Unlike its usual spaciousness, the room was now crowded. All the vice deans and significant mentors and professors had gathered, and the central star map displayed the latest intelligence from the Shui Lian star system. Zhao Chen, what brings you here? Vice Dean Hong asked in surprise. Normally, even though Zhao Chen was an excellent student, he wouldn't qualify to attend such a meeting. But when Vice Dean Hong saw Chu Xian standing beside Zhao Chen, he wisely held his tongue. Zhao Chen might not have the credentials, but Chu Xian's status was undeniable. Moreover, rumors had been swirling around the academy about the two being an item. While the truth was uncertain, such rumors often had some basis. Additionally, The Chu family's ambiguous attitude toward Zhao Chen added another layer of complexity. Chu Xian made her way through the crowd to an elderly dean and got straight to the point. Dean Qin, my friend's sister is on the fleet involved in this mission. We want to know the latest situation in the Shualian star system. This was Zhao Chen's first time seeing the legendary dean of North Star Academy, the chief designer of the T4 North Wind God battleship, a figure of immense importance in the Empire's shipbuilding realm. Recognizing Chu Xian, Dean Qin explained the situation. The insectoid invasion has been ongoing for 5 hours. We still have contact with some local areas, but the Stargate has been destroyed. The fastest reinforcements will take at least 3 days to arrive, and that's just the time needed to traverse the border space. No one can guarantee what the Shualian star system will look like in 3 days, Dean Qin said gravely. There are nearly 1 billion people there. Even if only a tenth become food, the insectoids could rapidly reproduce. Thus, the Imperial Army is likely to avoid a hasty attack upon arrival, instead gathering several times the enemy's strength from surrounding areas before launching a purge. And what about rescuing the students during this time? Zhao Chen demanded. How are we supposed to do that? A mentor replied helplessly. There are a Class 3 wormhole and 4 Class 2 wormholes, which means at least 5 T3 insectoid queens, nearly 100 T2s, and over 1,000 T1s. What can we use to rescue them? But they are our elite students, a female professor said, heartbroken. If we lose them all, it would be a tremendous blow to North Star Academy. Who could have predicted so many wormholes would suddenly appear in one star system? Vice Dean Hong sighed deeply. Chu Xian bit her lip, looking at Zhao Chen with a complex expression. She didn't know how to comfort him, as the current situation suggested that the trapped teachers and students were likely doomed. A sense of powerlessness enveloped the room, and everyone was worried about the young lives at stake but had no solutions. Zhao Chen clenched his fists so tightly that his palms almost bled. He couldn't just stand by and let his sister perish in the insectoid nest. But how could he possibly save her? At that moment, a sudden system notification in Zhao Chen's mind sent a shiver down his spine. This was a rescue mission issued by the system, which meant it wasn't a hopeless endeavor. After all, the system never issued tasks that were impossible to complete. Moreover, this was the first time the system had specified a detailed deadline exactly 100 hours. Could this imply that Zhao Wanner and the others would be safe for these 100 hours? No, we must not give up, Zhao Chen declared firmly. At this moment, for the teachers and students trapped in despair, we are their only hope. If even we give up, who else can they rely on to save them? Zhao Chen's impassioned words struck a chord with the professors and mentors present, but their faces showed more helplessness than resolve. Your intentions are noble, but reality is often harsh and unforgiving. We've already sent fleets to help. Look at the devastation in the Shualian star system. The place is crawling with Zerg, one mentor said sternly. The last message from our students came from the heart of Zerg territory. Even if we mobilized a large fleet for rescue, how high a price would we pay in such a rushed operation? Dean Qin sighed deeply from his chair, his aged body slumped as if weighed down by the gravity of the situation. To them, this seemed like a lost cause. From a strategic standpoint, sending troops now would be like sending sheep into a lion's den. Having already lost a group of excellent students, could they afford another such loss? No one dared to issue such a risky rescue order. Zhao Chen, you need to stay calm. Perhaps once the Imperial fleet is fully assembled and clears out the Zerg, your sister and the others might still be alive. Chu Xian tried to comfort him, though even she was unsure of her own words. There's no time, Zhao Chen retorted. Given their fleet's combat strength, even if they find a safe spot, they can only hold out for 5 days at most. But the Imperial fleet's full mobilization and attack will take at least 10 days. By then, it will be far too late. Why are you so stubborn? A mentor shouted angrily. To save those who are already beyond hope, you would send more people to their deaths? Will that satisfy you? The room filled with sighs and shaking heads, a mix of frustration and tragic resignation spreading through the office. Can we confirm that this is their last known location? Zhao Chen asked, pointing to a blinking red on the holographic star map. The area around it was thick with red dots, reports of Zerg activity from the parts of the Shualian star system that hadn't yet fallen. This was their last distress signal an hour ago, Vice Dean Hong analyzed. Their fleet suffered heavy losses in a skirmish with the Zerg, with over 80% of their starships destroyed. Communications were cut off after that. The Zerg have a biological magnetic field that, when dense enough, can block signals and even disrupt warp travel. If they are still alive, they should be in this vicinity. If it were me, I would land on a planet and use the remaining shipboard weapons to hold a position while waiting for rescue. Zhao Chen stared intently at the star map, standing motionless like a monk in deep meditation. All right, everyone. We understand how you feel. Let the teachers handle this. You should go back for now, one of the mentors tried to console Zhao Chen. I have a plan. Zhao Chen suddenly spoke up. However, The mentors dismissed his words as the impulsive outburst of a young boy. First, we take the fastest starship and depart from the nearest stargate. We'll navigate through interstellar space and then re-engage the warp drive to get as close to the target as possible. Due to the magnetic field of the Zerg, warp speed won't get us directly there. So we'll switch to regular engines and force our way through the swarm. Once we locate the stranded teachers and students, we'll quickly evacuate them onto the starship and make a swift retreat. Zhao Chen explained his plan, tracing a vivid red route on the star map. The line cut through the area with the lowest Zerg density. Are you joking? A single starship against the swarm? Even a T4 class starship would struggle, and most of those are controlled by the Imperial military. They wouldn't risk such valuable assets just to save some students. One mentor immediately countered. T4 starships are crucial for the Empire. While the students are the future, they can always be replaced. The same can't be said for our commanders and heroes, the mentor added. We don't need a T4 starship. A fast enough T3 starship will do. Zhao Chen insisted. This is too risky. I oppose such an impractical rescue plan. It's too idealistic. One mistake and it's a suicide mission. Even if the speed is sufficient, how will a star cruiser break through the swarm's blockade? It's pure fantasy. The mentors dismissed Zhao Chen's plan as naive and impractical. Zhao Chen frowned and looked around the room. He knew he couldn't convince them and that the upcoming mission would be fraught with danger. He also realized that the secrets he might uncover could drag him into a whirlpool of crises. But some things had to be done. Isn't every venture in the interstellar universe a risk? Zhao Chen said sternly. If our ancestors had played it safe, they would never have left Earth, embarked on interstellar journeys, crossed the star seas, and initiated this age of space exploration. If you won't help, then I'll go alone. With that, Zhao Chen turned and stormed out of the office. As he crossed the threshold, he sent a message to Charlotte at the Xiaolong base. Bring the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser to the Northern Star Academy spaceport immediately. This is urgent. There's no time to waste. That's right. For this rescue mission, Zhao Chen will be piloting the T3 class light interstellar battlecruiser named Blizzard, as it's the most suitable choice for the task. However, this also means Zhao Chen will be taking a huge risk. Besides the dangers of the rescue itself, the biggest risk is exposing the secret that he possesses a T3 starship. The previously mysterious T2 starship might have been overlooked, but now, with the addition of a T3 starship, it will undoubtedly attract attention, especially during such a significant rescue operation. There's no way to hide it from others. Nonetheless, as Zhao Chen always says, some things must be done despite knowing the path ahead is fraught with thorns. Zhao Chen leaped onto the hovercar and sped towards the starport. Footsteps followed closely behind him. It was the anxious Chu Xian. She managed to get into the car just before it started. Zhao Chen, you need to stay calm. I know you're worried about your sister's safety, but you also have to think about yourself. What the professor said may be harsh, but it's the reality. Do you really want your sister to know that you risked your life to save her? I'm sure she wouldn't want that.
Chu Xuan Palit Outset Stili.
I'll try to contact the Imperial Army to expedite their fleet assembly. I can even arrange a rapid response rescue fleet to execute your plan. I can ask my grandfather to mobilize a T4 starship. Just give me some time. The hovercar sped along its preset route towards the starport. Zhao Chen glanced at Chu Xian. Time is precisely what we lack right now. What you're suggesting might be possible, but it would take too long. My sister and her group can't wait that long. But Chu Xian tried to persuade him further. Chu Xian, if you really want to help me, do me a favor, Zhao Chen said with a serious expression. Tell me, anything I can do, I will. Chu Xian responded sincerely. Please inform your grandfather, Governor Chu He, that I am willing to cooperate with the Chu family. Now is not the time to discuss cooperation. The urgent matter right now is, before Chu Xian could finish her sentence, the hovercar had already reached its destination. Zhao Chen jumped out and strode towards the starport dock. Chu Xian followed closely behind. Even if you want to go on a rescue mission, how can you do it with just those two T2 starships? Who said I'm using T2 starships for the rescue? Zhao Chen stopped and looked through the transparent glass of the starport corridor into the vast universe. There, a colossal vessel hovered outside the North Star Academy starport, gleaming like a bright moon in the night sky. The battleship, over 1,000 meters long, had sleek, elegant lines, resembling a drawn sword or an arrow ready to be released. Its hull clearly showcased main cannons, secondary cannons, and missile launch silos among other weapon modules. At first sight, Chu Xian was stunned by the ship's exquisite design. She had never seen a starship that could rival its beauty, truly a sight to behold. Commander, we've been expecting you. A voice called out. It was Lilith, the secretary, waving at Zhao Chen from a shuttle parked at the starport's rapid entry point. This was the shuttle from the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, as Zhao Chen had previously arranged. We'll discuss everything else when I get back, Zhao Chen said as he hurried towards the shuttle and boarded it. Let's go now. Since docking and relaunching the T3 Blizzard would take too long, Zhao Chen opted to transfer via the shuttle instead. Is that starship really yours? Is it a T3 class starship? A questioning voice came from behind as the shuttle took off. Zhao Chen turned abruptly and saw Chu Xian aboard the ship. How did you get here? Zhao Chen asked, shocked. Chu Xian shrugged and said, my grandfather told me to keep an eye on you, so of course, I have to stay close. Do you know where we're going? Would your grandfather really let you take such a risk with me? Zhao Chen retorted. If Governor Chu he knew, he would never allow Chu Xian to be so reckless. The danger this time far exceeded the previous level 2 cosmic insect nest incident. I'm just following my grandfather's orders, Chu Xian replied. Besides, with me, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, it'll be much easier for you to travel to the Shualian star system. Otherwise, you'd have to wait in line to use the stargates. You said it yourself, time is of the essence. Zhao Chen rubbed his forehead, thinking this heiress was simply insane. He sternly asked, are you sure you want to come with me? You must understand. I'm heading straight into the heart of the interstellar insect hive. I can't guarantee your safety. You can still change your mind and take the shuttle back? Chu Xian looked back at Zhao Chen with equal seriousness. I'm serious too. The students and faculty of the two academies are the future pillars of the empire. As a soldier of the empire, it's my duty to protect them. So, please allow me to fight alongside you. I will follow your commands absolutely and do my best to assist you. Zhao Chen almost forgot that she was a passionate and righteous heiress. But Chu Xian had a point. Having her around would indeed save a lot of trouble. Then you must stay close to me at all times and not act on your own. Understood? Zhao Chen commanded sternly. Yes, Commander. Chu Xian stood at attention, hand on her chest, and gave Zhao Chen a standard imperial salute. By the way, what's the name of this T3 starship? Chu Xian asked, pointing at the starship the shuttle was heading towards. It's a Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship cruiser. Look, that seems to be a T3 class starship. This model is so cool. I've never seen a design like this before. The emblem on the hull looks so familiar. Where have I seen it before? In the North Star Academy, everyone was staring at the unprecedented starship hovering in space. Jiang Shasha stared intently at the starship, and when she saw the alto-familiar emblem on it, her expression turned colorful. That's the emblem of the Xiaolong system. How is this possible? How could a poor Xiaolong system have a T3 class starship? Jiang Shasha looked up, glaring at the starship through the Academy's dome, unwilling to believe that this T3 class starship could belong to that man. Dean, there's an unidentified T3 starship just outside our Academy's starport. A breathless teaching assistant burst into the dean's office, urgently reporting. According to the emblems on the ship, our database indicates it's from the Xiaolong star system fleet. The Xiaolong star system? Isn't that Zhao Chen's territory? Vice Dean Hong exclaimed in surprise. Dean Qin raised a hand and pulled up the real-time footage of the starport. There, a sleek starship hovered gracefully in space, its elegant and majestic paintwork making it look like a piece of exquisite art. What a magnificent starship! Its streamlined design must significantly boost its speed under conventional engines. Judging by its structure, it appears to be an interstellar battlecruiser, one professor remarked, as the faculty began to enthusiastically discuss the ship's features. Everyone, now is not the time to study the starship. Vice Dean Hong interrupted anxiously. This is clearly Zhao Chen's vessel. From his earlier actions, it's likely he's planning to head to the Water Lily star system to conduct a rescue mission. But a single T3 starship won't stand a chance there. That place is swarming with Zerg. Charging in would be suicidal. A mentor scoffed. This Zhao Chen may have some talent, but he's certainly overestimating himself. But he's a promising student, a female mentor said worriedly. In this crisis, we've already lost many of our elite students. We can't just watch another one head to his doom. Dean Qin nodded. Find a way to intercept that starship. As for the rescue operation, we'll need to plan carefully. Understood. The faculty continued to debate and devise strategies in the office. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen and his team boarded the T3 Blizzard in the hangar. Quick, to the bridge. Zhao Chen commanded as soon as he landed, striding forward with determination. Although it was his first time on the Blizzard, he was familiar with many of the ship's areas and functions. Exiting the hangar, Zhao Chen summoned a maglev elevator using his access privileges. Despite the Blizzard being less than a kilometer long, its complex layout meant walking from the stern to the bow could take over 10 minutes, a critical delay in urgent situations. The maglev elevator, resembling a crystal-clear staircase, could reach any destination within a minute. What a beautiful interior, Chu Xian marveled, gazing at the ship's intricate design through the elevator's transparent glass. It's hard to believe this is a warship. It looks like a piece of art. But upon stepping into the bridge, Chu Xian was rendered speechless. The oval-shaped bridge was surrounded by holographic displays, making it feel as though they were floating in the vast cosmos. The five-tiered bridge ensured the ship's operations ran smoothly, with the captain stationed centrally to oversee every position. Matching the ship's exterior, the interior and bridge featured a clean, refreshing blue and white color scheme. Commander, the T-3 Blizzard is ready for your orders. Charlotte stood before Zhao Chen. Before departure, Zhao Chen had briefed her on every detail of the mission. Despite the high risk, as a soldier, her duty was to obey orders. You are the deputy captain, with Lilith serving as the secretary officer. Immediately chart a course to the nearest star gate from the Shuasian star system in the outskirts of the Zerg-occupied territory. Zhao Chen walked straight to the captain's chair and sat down. Charlotte and Lilith stood on either side of him. Lilith quickly began plotting the optimal route, while Charlotte reported on the status of the Storm 1. Currently, the Storm 1's trial mission is only 30 complete, but the ship is operating normally. The crew is composed of veterans from the original Storm 0 and a group of seasoned Halfrek soldiers. There should be no issues in combat readiness. The starship is well stocked with enough supplies to sustain a major battle. Charlotte added that she had already trained a batch of reserve crew members aboard the Storm 0. Given the high similarity between the combat systems and modules of the two ships, these personnel can be deployed immediately. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. With Charlotte handling these matters, he felt much at ease. Excellent. Zhao Chen opened the data page for the Storm 1 and began examining it closely. The Storm-class light interstellar battlecruiser, T-3 level technology. Hull armor strength ranges from 1,500 to 1,800 units, with a star shield energy value of 13,000 units. Cruising speed is 210 knots, equipped with a level 6 warp drive. The ship is 998 meters long, with a mass of 300,000 tons and a crew complement of 200. Its armaments include a Storm-class heavy cluster laser bow cannon, 4 2,500mm medium electromagnetic cannons, 16 medium pulse laser cannons, 72 medium Closian weapon systems, and 4 quad interstellar missile launch silos capable of carrying 50 Stormlight interstellar missiles and 50 Storm interstellar drones. Additionally, the Storm 1 has the unique feature of Storm Extreme Cruise Mode. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the data, and he felt greatly satisfied. Although the Storm 1 is nominally a light warship, its firepower configuration rivals that of a heavy warship, with a full complement of troops suitable for various comprehensive combat missions. This makes it perfectly tailored for the solo deep space rescue mission ahead. The most crucial feature is the Storm Extreme Cruise Mode. When using conventional engines, it can boost the cruising speed 3 to 5 times, potentially competing with T-4 class interstellar cruisers. This was the key to Zhao Chen's confidence in carrying out this mission. Commander, it will take us 35 hours to traverse 19 star gates and reach the Lanteon star system in the Azure Star region. That is currently the closest system to the Shuasian star system. Lilith efficiently marked the detailed route on the star map. Once we reach the Lanteon star system, we can use warp drive to reach the outskirts of the Zerg-occupied territory in the Shuasian star system within a day and a half. From there, we will switch to conventional engines and head straight for the last known coordinates of the Academy fleet. The entire journey is expected to take at least 3 days. Zhao Chen scrutinized the star map, finding it generally consistent with his earlier plan. 3 days, or 72 hours. This left him with 28 hours to spare within the 100-hour deadline. Set course for this route. Depart immediately. Zhao Chen ordered decisively. Charlotte and Lilith promptly executed the command. Warp drive preheat complete, entering acceleration phase. Warp travel will commence in 10 minutes. All personnel, report to deep-sea pods within 10 minutes. Repeat, all personnel report to deep-sea pods within 10 minutes. As the announcement echoed, pristine white hibernation pods began to appear on the bridge. An exhilarating adventure begins. The destination, the heart of the swarm. In the Azure Star region, within the Water Lotus star system, the sky over a certain planet was dyed a blood-red hue. Explosions rocked the area as starships fell, and starfighters continued to battle valiantly. Ground forces clashed fiercely with the interstellar insectoids, reducing the city to rubble. A T-3 starship lay devastated among the mountains, its hull riddled with holes and flames erupting skyward. Debris from T-2 starships littered the surroundings. Alarms blared incessantly inside the ship, with severe malfunctions in various compartments, and the bridge was in chaos. The ground forces of the insectoids had been spotted. The starship was on high alert. Communication was entirely cut off, with only the Planetary Defense Department reachable. The defense fleet was more than half destroyed, and ground military facilities were barely holding on. Ms. Chen, a teacher from Beiji Star Academy and the leader of this interstellar mission involving both academies, was calmly directing the situation. She ordered the search for survivors, the sealing of high-risk compartments, the inventory of weapons and ammunition, and the consolidation of the injured. Under her command, the internal chaos of the starship was somewhat alleviated. There were 237 survivors, 17 severely injured, 57 lightly wounded, and 61 casualties. This was the casualty report Su Lan delivered to Ms. Chen. Mr. Chang from Tianyao Academy was still in shock, his legs trembling. Ms. Qin understood that to hold out until reinforcements arrived, they needed to restore everyone's confidence and morale quickly. Su Lan entered the infirmary, where once pampered students now cried out like wounded animals. Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao were busy tending to the injured, with Zhao Wanner even using her first aid knowledge. Su Lan, do you think we can make it out alive? Xue Xiaoxiao recalled the terrifying encounter with the insectoids, still shaken. I haven't even touched the giant cannon of AT-4 battleship yet. I don't want to die. Haha, dream on. We've been completely abandoned? Zhou Min, who had only a minor injury to his left arm, laughed bitterly, hiding here to avoid work. Zhou Min, we need to hold on to hope. That's the only way we can get out of here alive. Zhao Wanner stood up resolutely. Zhou Min broke down, crying hopelessly. Hope? Hope? There's no hope here. The Stargate of the Water Lotus star system is destroyed. Even if the reinforcement fleet comes to rescue us, it won't reach us for 3 to 5 days. And with insectoids everywhere, who would risk their lives to save us? Forget about hope. We've been abandoned.
Disgusted by Zhao Min's negativity, Zhao Wanner retorted,
I believe someone will come to save us. As she said this, the image of a certain figure flashed through her mind. Would he come to rescue her? The Lantian star system, being the closest neighboring system to the Shualian system, has had its Stargate requisitioned by the Empire's military. Over 80% of its transport capacity is now dedicated to sending reinforcements. A large fleet of Imperial warships is streaming into the interstellar space, heading straight for the Shualian system. The Lantian system has also initiated a Level 1 battle readiness, fully cooperating. After all, if the insect plague spreads, they would be the first to suffer. At this moment, a uniquely painted blue and white starship suddenly breaks into the fleet, standing out conspicuously. Commander, we've successfully reached the edge of the star system, Lilith reports excitedly. Zhao Chen, staring into the pitch-black space ahead, turns to Chu Xian and asks, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I've never known what regret means. Chu Xian scoffs, if it weren't for my support, your lousy ship wouldn't have made it this far. Aren't you going to thank me? Charlotte, check the ship systems again. Zhao Chen orders sternly. This is the debut of the T3 Blizzard. Everything must be perfect. Captain, all systems are functioning normally. Charlotte quickly reports back. Excellent. Engage warp level 6 and prepare for the jump. Zhao Chen commands. Estimated travel time, 35 hours. All personnel, enter deep-sea hibernation immediately. Charlotte announces over the intercom. As Zhao Chen climbs into his hibernation pod, he marvels at the wonders of technology. Sis, I'm coming to save you. He thinks as he drifts into a hypnotic sleep. Captain, wake up. We've reached our destination. Lilith rouses Zhao Chen. After 3 days and nights of travel, the T3 Blizzard has finally arrived at the Shualian system. Activate the radar and scan the surroundings. Zhao Chen orders decisively. Report, no enemy presence detected. However, we've intercepted numerous distress signals. It appears the Empire's forces have abandoned this area and retreated to 1/3 of their territory, awaiting reinforcements. The insect swarm is dense ahead. We need to find a way to break through. Chu Xian points to 2 flashing coordinates on the star map. If we get bogged down, it's over. What else can we do? We'll charge straight through. Zhao Chen grits his teeth, betting on the shortest route. He looks at Charlotte. Prepare for extreme cruising. Chu Xian is taken aback. Extreme cruising? What kind of magic trick is that? She can hardly believe it. Can this technique really get them through the insect swarm? Prepare to initiate Blizzard Extreme Cruise Mode. The preparation stage will last 100 seconds. Crew members, operate and report. In an instant, the exterior of the T3 Blizzard underwent a remarkable transformation. The bow cannon, main cannon, secondary cannon, missile launchers, and closing defense systems, all weapon systems disappeared, turning the previously angular ship into a perfectly streamlined form. All weapons retracted, accelerating now. As reports came in, a brand new data panel appeared in front of Zhao Chen, speed soaring from 210 knots to 400 knots in just 10 seconds. Chu Xian was astounded. While she had seen many high-speed starships, the sudden doubling of acceleration was truly shocking. This engine is just insane. Theoretical speeds can exceed 3 times the norm, Charlotte said, but we haven't done any real tests yet. This is its maiden voyage. What? Chu Xian was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. So, this rust bucket can cruise at over 600 knots? Which T3 in the Empire of Starshine can achieve that? Before she could finish, the data panel suddenly showed a massive swarm of bugs. Activate the front star shield. All hands on alert. Zhao Chen ordered decisively. Alert. Star shield impacted. Energy down to 99.99. It's probably just AT-1 Flyer or AT-2 Zergling, Zhao Chen sneered. They're nothing now. Meanwhile, Chu Xian's heartbeat was racing faster than the climbing speed 600 knots. Oh my god. It's still accelerating. Let me take over. Charlotte volunteered, eyes fixed on the radar. At this extreme speed, the route must be pre-planned to avoid colliding with obstacles. T2 mothership detected ahead, surrounded by enemy fighters. A crew member reported. Charlotte glanced at the radar, quickly locked onto the optimal route, and charged straight ahead. A blur passed by, followed by a thunderous explosion. The massive mothership was cleaved in half, debris scattering everywhere. The surrounding bugs were dumbfounded, losing half their numbers in an instant. Star shield energy down to 96. The impact momentarily slowed the T3 blizzard, but it quickly accelerated to 700 knots. How fast can this rust bucket go? Chu Xian couldn't contain her curiosity. Let's find out. Zhao Chen shrugged, unsure of the limits himself. Rumor has it that the T4 Holy Radiance class cruiser of the Holy Radiance Empire can reach 950 knots when unrestricted, but no ship has ever broken the 1,000-knot barrier. Chu Xian kept her eyes glued to the numbers, wondering if this T3 could surpass a T4. Logic told her it was impossible, but her heart yearned for a miracle. 750 knots. A minute later, it surged to 800 knots. 850 knots. 900 knots. The filthy swarm was forced into a vacuum corridor. 930 knots. 940 knots. Chu Xian was transfixed, as if nothing else mattered. Could this T3 blizzard really create a miracle? 950 knots. Chu Xian shouted excitedly, only to awkwardly realize that everyone around her looked calm, as if she was the only one who hadn't seen such a spectacle before. Matching the T4's top speed with a T3 starship could shake the entire Xingyao Empire. But matching is not enough. Breaking 1,000 knots would be making history. 955 knots. Just as Chu Xian was filled with anticipation, the speed started to drop. What's going on? She asked instinctively. Zhao Chen looked at her like she was clueless and pointed at the star map. Didn't you see we're nearing the final signal coordinates of the two Academy's fleet? Only then did Chu Xian notice that the cursor representing their starship was indeed very close to the target. Begin exiting the Blizzard Extreme Cruising Mode, Charlotte ordered. Understood. Exiting now, reported a crew member. It took several minutes for the speed to drop to 210 knots. At this point, the T3 Blizzard was hovering at the last known communication spot of the two Academy's fleet. Report, 3 T2 motherships and 12 T1 motherships detected in 3 directions. The swarm is heading our way. Expected contact in half an hour. Lilith said nervously. This was a critical moment. Zhao Chen's starship was like being in the heart of the swarm. Every minute of delay increased their danger. Scan the planet immediately, check all communication frequencies, and broadcast on all channels. He ordered decisively. Time ticked by, and the swarm loomed closer. 9 minutes later, the communications officer suddenly shouted with joy. We've received a distress signal from the two Academy's fleet. Patch it through, lock onto the coordinates. Zhao Chen ordered. A video window popped up, but the image was blurry. Thank goodness, someone finally received our signal. Are you the Imperial fleet coming to rescue us? An excited voice came from the other side. We are not the Imperial fleet. We are... Zhao Chen's words were abruptly cut off as the communication was mysteriously interrupted. Coordinates locked. It's the 7th planet of the Shualian system, reported a crew member. Zhao Chen pulled up the star map and saw that the planet was right at the edge of their detection range, fortunately not in the direction of the swarm. Head there immediately, he ordered. The T3 Blizzard quickly reached the destination, overlooking the planet's surface. A few T1 motherships were entrenched, starship wreckage scattered all around, and a massive blood-red scar split the ground. It was a crashed space elevator. Clearly, this had become a primary battlefield for the Zerg. Detecting a large concentration of Zerg ground forces around the signal location, heavy fighting is ongoing. Lilith said worriedly. Commander, entering the atmosphere is risky, but it's the fastest way to rescue them. Shuttles alone won't get through. Charlotte reminded him. Zhao Chen gazed at the swarm enveloping the planet. He had no other choice. Enter the atmosphere and prepare for combat, he commanded. The T3 Blizzard's secondary cannons fired at full force, carving a bloody path through the swarm like a comet striking the planet, creating a spectacular scene. Captain, multiple T1 hive motherships are approaching our starship, accompanied by swarms of T1 bugs and T2 hydralisks. The crew anxiously reported. The first wave of the swarm will reach the planet's surface in 10 minutes. Charlotte immediately ordered. Deploy 50 interstellar drones to clear the surface of the bugs. All main cannons, 16 auxiliary cannons, and 72 Closian defense systems. Open fire and engage freely. With a command, the belly of the T3 Blizzard opened, releasing 50 bat-like drones that swooped towards the ground swarm. The starship's cannons fired in unison, creating a wall of firepower to prevent the bugs from getting closer. Any T1 hive motherships that dared to enter the main cannon's range were instantly reduced to spectacular explosions of bug fireworks. At an altitude of 20,000 kilometers, 15,000 kilometers? 10,000 kilometers? Zhao Chen could make out the rugged mountains below, the distant city lights, and the wreckage of fallen starships. 5,000 kilometers? 3,000 kilometers? Finally, a T-3 class starship engulfed in flames came into view, nestled among the mountains. Swarms of ground bugs surged towards it, but despite being downed, the starship continued to resist fiercely. The remaining weapons on board fired continuously, and figures wielding personal weapons fought desperately. That's the place. Zhao Chen confirmed the coordinates with the star map. We can send shuttles for rescue, Charlotte suggested. Shuttles have limited capacity, and it will take at least 5 to 10 minutes for a round trip. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. Don't we have 15 T2 Black Knight combat mechs? Use them to cover the retreat. Prepare the exoskeleton combat armor for me. I'm going to lead the mission myself? No way. Charlotte and Lilith protested in unison. You're the fleet commander. You can't take that risk. The strongest outside are just T2 bugs. They can't harm me, Zhao Chen scoffed. In a flash, he moved behind Charlotte, lifted the sturdy halfork, and placed her in the captain's chair. Stay put. I'll be back soon. It seems we have no choice but to have the mech squad protect the captain at all costs. Charlotte and Lilith exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't change Zhao Chen's decision. But Charlotte had an uneasy feeling. When did the captain acquire such skills? There was an inexplicable sense of eeriness when he grabbed her by the neck. Zhao Chen stepped into the glass elevator, heading to the hangar. At the same time, he checked the new time-limited mission issued by the system. The mission required him to single-handedly kill bugs within the allotted time. The difficulty was rated C, and the rewards were based on the number of bugs killed within 10 minutes. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, and so on. This was why he had to take the field himself. To quickly enhance his abilities, he needed to seize every opportunity. Moments later, a fully armed figure in black appeared before the assembled T2 Black Knights. Report, Black Knight Squad 1 is assembled. Report, Black Knight Squad 2 is assembled. Report. Cut the chatter. Prepare to depart. Zhao Chen barked. Yes, sir. 15 pilots swiftly entered their mechs. Just as the squad leader closed the hatch, he heard a noise outside the mech. To his astonishment, the captain was standing steadily on the mech's shoulder. Captain, what are you doing here? The squad leader asked, alarmed. I'm coming down with you, the captain replied. That's too dangerous. You should take the shuttle. The hatch opened wide, and a rush of air whooshed in, but Zhao Chen stood firm, his eyes fixed on the battlefield below. We're 500 meters above the ground. Will your mech survive the jump? He asked. Of course it will, the squad leader instinctively replied. Then jump, Zhao Chen commanded, giving the mech a reassuring pat. But Captain, you stop talking. That's an order. Zhao Chen impatiently kicked the mech. His adrenaline was pumping. He couldn't wait to dive into the swarm and start fighting. With no other choice, the squad leader maneuvered the mech to the edge of the hatch, took a deep breath, and leaped. Holy crap, this is insane. Zhao Chen shouted, exhilarated, standing on the mech's shoulder as they plummeted from 500 meters. Report, the swarm is advancing towards us. Our firepower is insufficient to suppress these bugs. The communication channels were filled with noise, messages flooding in from all directions. Su Lan took off her headset, surveying the battlefield where piles of insect carcasses were heaped high, their stench permeating the air. Senior Su Lan, my laser cannon is down to 15 power. Shui Xiaoxiao shouted from the turret. Our laser gun energy is almost depleted too. Zhao Wanner warned as she continued firing, green insect fluid splattering onto the battling students and teachers. Hold on a bit longer, Mr. Chin said. He's contacted reinforcements.
Sulan inquerid.
Bad news, the defense line at 8 o'clock has fallen, someone yelled in alarm. The turrets there had all gone silent, allowing a massive influx of insects. A terrified student dropped his weapon and ran, but he was no match for the speed of the insects and was quickly knocked to the ground, pain shooting through his leg. Fight like a man, a male teacher shouted, shooting the insect before berating the student. But in the next moment, countless insects swarmed him, tearing at his flesh. Despite his painful struggle to shoot back, he was ultimately overwhelmed and fell among the swarm. Screams echoed, and panic spread through the remaining defenders. It's over. We're completely done for. Someone muttered in despair, collapsing to the ground. Senior Su Lan, is Xiao Xiao going to die? Shui Xiaoxiao trembled on the turret. Even if we die today, as future captains, we must fight to the last moment. Zhao Wanner said firmly. That's right. We've done our best, with a clear conscience. Su Lan smiled bravely, though tears of unwillingness glimmered in her eyes. They were so young, with a bright future ahead. Their interstellar journey had just begun. How could they accept dying here? Xiao Xiao still had to become the captain of the T-4 battleship. She couldn't die now. Shui Xiaoxiao cried out, firing a shot into the swarm. Despair gripped everyone. But suddenly, a starship dived down from the sky. Look, what is that? Is it here to save us? Thank goodness we're saved. The group erupted in joy as the starship fired relentlessly, scattering the insects in the sky. Dozens of drone fighters followed, mercilessly gunning down the insects around the starship wreckage. One drone swept over Su Lan and the others, blasting the approaching insects to pieces. Hold on, everyone. We still have hope. Zhao Wana raised her arm and shouted, "Take this." Shui Xiaoxiao wiped away her tears and continued firing. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a giant insect burst through from below the defense line. It's a tunnel worm. Throw the EMP grenades.
Su Lan shouted.
We're out of grenades. Zhao Wana fired desperately, but the giant insect was already upon her. Warning, weapon energy depleted. Her laser gun failed at the worst possible moment. Wana run? Su Lan rushed forward, pushing Zhao Wana behind her and standing in the giant insect's path. Just as Su Lan was about to be devoured, a shadow descended from above. With a crunch, the giant insect was crushed into pulp. Everyone stared in shock at the unfamiliar black mech before them. You guys are having such an intense party, how could you not invite me? A familiar voice called out from the mech's shoulder, where a man in a black exoskeleton suit stood, smiling down at them. Zhao Chen, Su Lan, and the others were stunned. They never expected that in this life-and-death moment, it would be him who came to their rescue. Mech squads, suppress the swarm and cover the retreat. Zhao Chen ordered. 3 mech squads quickly formed a triangular defensive formation, and the battlefield was instantly transformed by the presence of 15 sleek T2 Black Knights. Twin Gatling laser cannons spewed blue beams, turning the insects into minced meat, while precision-guided missiles obliterated a giant bug the size of a car. Under the powerful fire support of the mechs, the faltering defense line finally held its ground. Zhao Chen leapt down and approached the dazed Zhao Wana, affectionately ruffling her disheveled hair. Don't be afraid, your brother is here. Those 5 simple words unleashed a torrent of pent-up emotions in Zhao Wana. I thought I was going to die, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. There, don't cry, Zhao Chen said, tapping her on the head. Save your tears for when we get back. I'll get you a basin. Zhao Wana managed to smile through her tears, trying to calm herself down. Turning to Su Lan, Zhao Chen said, my starship will evacuate you all. Get everyone out of the ship and gather here immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than 6 shuttles descended, covered by interstellar drones. Got it. I'll notify everyone right away.
Su Lan responded promptly.
Stay put and don't wander off, Zhao Chen instructed his sisters. Where are you going?
Zhao Van asket var Italy.
This exciting party calls for a proper farewell to those little darlings. Zhao Chen smiled, especially since they made my precious sister cry. Zhao Wana blushed at his words. At that moment, a single soldier weapon case fell from the sky. Zhao Chen opened it to find a variety of weapons inside. Without hesitation, he chose the largest Oni 9-barrel Gatling heavy machine gun that took up a third of the case and weighed a whopping 1,000 kilograms. He also shouldered a half-human-hate intelligent ammo box. Just then, another wave of bugs surged out from the previously crushed bug hole. Zhao Chen grinned wickedly as he pulled the trigger. Come on, little darlings, taste Uncle's big toy. The deafening gunfire roared as Zhao Chen stood firm, pouring endless firepower into the swarm. In mere seconds, the bugs emerging from the hole were reduced to mush. Ding. You have successfully completed the task of killing 1 bug. Ding. Task updated. You have successfully killed 10 bugs. Soon, no more bugs crawled out of the hole. Zhao Chen turned his gun towards the swarm outside the defense line, a mad smile appearing on his face. Shell casings rained down, quickly piling up into a small mountain. Ding. Task updated. You have successfully killed 100 bugs. Just as Zhao Chen was enjoying himself, Zhao Wana suddenly shouted, watch out. A bug had somehow sneaked up beside him, lunging for his head. Zhao Chen, however, remained unfazed. He leaned back sharply, dodging the bug's fangs, and instead aimed his gun at it. Surprised? He winked at the bug and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bug was instantly blown to pieces. What incredible core strength! Shui Xiaoxiao couldn't help but swallow hard. With his ammo running low, Zhao Chen pouted, feeling unsatisfied as he tossed the machine gun aside. A few bugs thought they had an opportunity and pounced. Zhao Chen reached out and caught the insect's head midair. With a gentle squeeze, its juices splattered everywhere. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely crushed an apple. With a swift series of moves, Zhao Chen crushed the heads of several bugs that had gotten too close, as easily as if he were squeezing fruit. The students behind him were left gaping in shock. Zhao Chen then pulled a rocket launcher from the weapons crate, aimed at a few large bugs in the distance, and fired 5 rockets without hesitation. Boom! A series of explosions obliterated the bugs, leaving nothing behind, and the surrounding swarms were heavily impacted as well. Next, Zhao Chen put on a weapons showcase, testing out every gadget in the crate. Under his terrifying firepower, hundreds of bugs were annihilated in no time. Just then, 6 fully loaded shuttles landed nearby. "Evacuate now!" a female soldier shouted as she jumped out of the hatch. Zhao Chen frowned at the voice. "Chu Xian?" The female soldier removed her helmet, revealing Chu Xian's pretty face. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Who told you to come down here?" Zhao Chen demanded. "I'm a soldier. It's my duty. Besides, you never said I couldn't come," Chu Xian replied, standing tall and giving him a wink. Her exoskeleton suit accentuated her heroic demeanor, adding a unique charm. Feeling helpless, Zhao Chen instructed Zhao Wan'er and Xue Xiaoxiao. "You two get everyone on board first, prioritize the wounded and the women. If there's not enough space, I'll stay behind. What about you?"
Zhao Wan'er asked Itli.
"Don't worry, I'll be right there," Zhao Chen reassured her. He intended to pat her head, but noticed his hands were covered in bug juice and decided against it. Zhao Wan'er nodded, ignoring the grime, and playfully punched him twice. "Brother, I'll wait for you on the ship," she said before turning to help carry the injured. The fully loaded shuttles took off again, and the remaining people stayed behind to wait. Suddenly, a warning came through the earpiece. "Commander, a large number of bug cocoons are falling from the sky. The ship can only intercept some of them. Be careful." Zhao Chen looked up to see countless bug cocoons breaking through the clouds like meteors, heading straight for their location. "Mech squad anti-air," Zhao Chen ordered. "First squad, roger." "Second squad, roger," came the replies. 15 Black Knight missiles launched into the sky, exploding into fireballs that shattered most of the cocoons into fragments, which rained down like droplets. Such powerful firepower. It's comparable to AT-1 destroyer. A professor studying mechs marveled. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the ship's hull, leaving a big dent. A cocoon had broken through. It landed on all fours, its jaws full of sharp teeth snapping open and shut, resembling a giant spider. "That's AT-2 level bug spider," an elderly professor exclaimed. The spider quickly locked onto its target a female teacher and lunged with its gaping maw. "Ms. Chin."
Shulan shouted.
Ms. Chin fired several shots, but her weak firepower couldn't penetrate the bug's armor. Just as it seemed she was doomed, a figure darted in front of her. "Be careful. That's a T2 bug spider. Ordinary weapons can't pierce its shell."
Shulan warned.
"If weapons don't work, let's try fists." Zhao Chen roared, throwing a punch with lightning speed. Crack! With a crisp sound, Zhao Chen's fist pierced through the bug spider's head, his arm sinking halfway in. The spider twitched a few times, its juices flowing out, and then it was dead. "Not very tough after all," he muttered. Zhao Chen twisted off the insect head in disappointment and casually tossed it aside, landing right by a male student's feet. The student screamed in fright and leapt into the arms of another boy nearby, both staring at each other in shock. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air, and the ground began to shake violently as if an earthquake was happening beneath their feet. "Watch out! There are bugs digging tunnels," shouted Teacher Chin. "No, this noise, it's too loud," muttered a professor, his face ashen. "There's something big under us." Before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath a Black Knight mech exploded, and a massive horn thrust out, sending the mech flying. A colossal beast, standing 20 to 30 meters tall and as big as a heavy truck, emerged from the earth. The Black Knight looked like a toy in comparison. "That's AT-3 class ground combat unit of the Zerg AT-3 Thunder Beast," someone stammered, naming the terrifying creature with a trembling voice. Everyone faced the massive creature in front of them, now as large as a T-1 class small starship. It felt like a mountain pressing down on them. "Reminder, Black Knight 2nd Squad, Unit 3 pilot is unconscious," a cold electronic voice echoed in their earpieces. Zhao Chen glanced at the Thunder Beast and rushed towards the Black Knight with the unconscious pilot. He struggled to pry open the deformed hatch, but it wouldn't budge. The hatch was jammed. The recent impact had warped it. Chu Xian appeared beside him at some point. The Thunder Beast was also closing in, seemingly targeting the mech. "Black Knight 2nd Squad, immediate support," Charlotte ordered from the bridge. But at that moment, dozens of T2 insect spiders descended on the 2nd Squad. Charlotte frowned. Why won't these bugs ever end? Using the ship's cannons might harm the ground troops. Just as she was about to order the mech squad to prioritize Zhao Chen's protection, his voice came through, "Leave the Thunder Beast to me. Continue with your mission." With that, Zhao Chen gripped the hatch with all his might, veins bulging. Crack! Crack! The metal screeched as it broke. Chu Xian was stunned. Was this human strength? He had ripped open AT-2 mech's hatch with his bare hands. With a loud bang, Zhao Chen wrenched the hatch off and used it as a makeshift sword to impale an insect. Panting heavily, He handed the unconscious female pilot to Chu Xian and climbed into the cockpit himself. The mech's self-check completed. Aside from severe armor damage, everything was functional. Good thing I learned how to pilot, Zhao Chen laughed maniacally. As the Thunder Beast approached, he fired all the missiles at once. Boom! 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 The missiles blasted bloody holes in the Thunder Beast's body, but it held on, becoming even more enraged. It roared and charged, each step like an earthquake. The laser cannon's barrage merely sparked off its exoskeleton, barely effective. With the Thunder Beast closing in, Zhao Chen tossed the cannon aside and activated the only melee weapon, the Black Knight's lightsaber. The dark blade flickered on the mechanical arm as Zhao Chen, piloting the Black Knight, charged at the beast like a knight facing a dragon. Everyone held their breath, fearing he would be torn to pieces in the next second. Half a minute later, a dull thud followed by the Thunder Beast's head rolling to the ground, its enormous body collapsing. The bloodied Black Knight staggered back, collapsing after a few steps, kicking up a cloud of dust. Coughing, Zhao Chen crawled out of a gaping hole in the mech's back. "This mech is done for," he muttered. "Commander, the second batch of shuttles is ready. Evacuate immediately." "Su Lan, get everyone out," Zhao Chen shouted. Snapping back to reality, Su Lan quickly organized the boarding. The shuttles filled up fast, but there were still 50 or 60 people left. Another trip was necessary. "Chu Xian, Su Lan, you go first," Zhao Chen urged. "No, I'll go last."
Su Lan insisted.
"I'm a soldier. I can't leave first." Chu Xian also refused to budge. Zhao Chen, exasperated, turned and ordered, "Black Knight Squad, tighten the defensive line. Hold for 3 more minutes. Report, too many small bugs. We can't hold them off," the squad leader reported. "Leave the small ones to me. You handle the bigger bugs." Zhao Chen scanned the area, yanked a steel pipe from the starship wreckage, and had everyone fall back to a corner. "Stay put. I'll guard the exit." Zhao Chen stood alone at the opening, wielding the steel pipe. He glanced at the kill count: 829 insects, still short of 1,000. "Come on, little ones. Give me more. I'm not done yet." A trace of bloodthirsty madness flickered in Zhao Chen's eyes. A few minutes later, the faculty and students of both academies stood in awe, staring at the figure before them. The ground around him was littered with insect carcasses, and the special metallic pipe in his hand was deformed from hundreds of strikes, still bearing remnants of a crushed insect. It was hard for everyone to believe what they had just witnessed. This man had single-handedly smashed dozens of these alien creatures into pulp with nothing but a steel pipe, as if he were killing livestock instead of extraterrestrial monsters. Teacher Qin swallowed hard. She had noticed that the man had faced nearly 30 insects at once, including a few T2 spider bugs, and had turned them all into mush under his feet. It was unbelievable. "Is he a legendary gene warrior?" a student cautiously asked. A professor, with a complex expression, responded, "The Empire's gene warriors are still at the T2 stage. While they can handle insects unknown, numbers still matter. But this man's combat power, it far exceeds that." "Then why is he so strong?" someone asked, puzzled. "The only possible explanation is that he has some kind of hybrid genes from a warrior race," muttered a professor who studied interstellar civilizations. "For example, Halfrek warriors are physically superior to humans, and it's said that the top ones can even crush T1 starship armor with their bare hands." They all speculated, eyes filled with shock. Zhao Chen shook off the bits of flesh from the steel pipe and glanced at the exoskeleton armor on his left hand, which was covered in cracks. Just relying on the pipe wasn't enough. He had to punch his way through at times, and it seemed even the armor couldn't withstand the force of his fists. Ding! Mission accomplished. Successfully killed 1,000 insects. Please claim your reward. 10,000 insects? Zhao Chen couldn't even imagine. Although the number wasn't an issue, he feared he would collapse from exhaustion first. He had no time to claim the reward now. The priority was to retreat. "Commander, the third batch of shuttles has arrived. Please evacuate immediately." Lilith's timely voice came through. Zhao Chen let out a long breath. Finally, they had reached this point. He looked at the landing shuttle and called out to the stunned crowd behind him. "What are you waiting for? Get on board." Everyone snapped out of their daze and hurriedly boarded the shuttle, afraid that a moment's delay would mean death by the insects. Zhao Chen, along with Su Lan and Chu Xian, boarded the last shuttle. The shuttle, now fully loaded, headed straight for the T3 blizzard in the sky. As the 14 Black Knights on the ground retreated, the starship wreckage was quickly engulfed by the swarm of insects. Su Lan looked down through the window, her spine tingling. If Zhao Chen hadn't arrived in time, they would have become food for the insects by now. "Zhao Chen, thank you so much for your help," Teacher Qin said sincerely. "Don't mention it." "It was nothing," Zhao Chen replied indifferently. Su Lan added, "If it weren't for Teacher Qin directing everyone to fight with all their might these past few days, we wouldn't have lasted until you came." Zhao Chen nodded at Teacher Qin in acknowledgement. To inspire morale and organize resistance in such dire straits, this teacher truly deserved respect. How many warships did our academy send? Are they all in orbit? An elderly professor asked. None, just mine, Zhao Chen replied. The entire cabin was taken aback. How is that possible? With all the insect swarms outside, how did you manage to get through with just one ship? The elderly professor questioned. But he did, Chu Xian said. The academy only sent Zhao Chen's warship. Other reinforcements will take time to arrive. The implication was clear. They had already been abandoned. The crowd's expressions turned somber. Student Zhao Chen, we are truly grateful. Teacher Qin expressed his thanks once again, his tone even more sincere. Although no one knew how Zhao Chen did it, at least he had saved their lives. Zhao Chen remained silent. If his sister weren't here, he wouldn't have bothered with these people's fates. If anyone should be thanked, it should be the system. The shuttle entered the hangar, its door wide open, revealing the earlier arrived groups of teachers and students, each wearing expressions of having narrowly escaped death. Zhao Wanner had been staring at the door. Upon seeing that familiar figure, she waved excitedly and shouted, "Brother!" Zhao Chun was about to go over when Charlotte's voice came through his earpiece. "Commander, please come to the bridge immediately. There's an urgent matter to report." Without a word, Zhao Chen swiftly removed his damaged exoskeleton armor and jogged towards the bridge. Teacher Qin still wanted to discuss the evacuation plans, as it was troublesome to know that there was only one rescue ship. But just as he reached the doorway, two female soldiers stopped him. "Sorry, you all have to stay in this compartment for now," one of them said sternly. Teacher Qin awkwardly withdrew. This was their territory, so naturally, they had to follow their rules. Fortunately, the hangar was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. "Look, what's that outside?" A student leaning against a porthole suddenly exclaimed. Teacher Qin and the others rushed over, seeing nothing but the starry sky and a few dark shapes floating in the distance. "Those are T3 hive motherships. 3 of them!" A sharp-eyed teacher shouted in dismay. Instantly, everyone fell into deeper panic. Had they just escaped one peril only to fall into another? Were they destined to die in the Shualian star system? They had experienced the terror of those things before. The fleet of the two academies had been defeated by a fleet led by a T3 mothership, suffering heavy losses. T3 Blizzard-class light, interstellar battlecruiser bridge. Zhao Chen walked onto the bridge, where Lilith and Charlotte were waiting for him. As expected, 3 T3 hive motherships. Zhao Chun had already gathered some intel on his way there. He settled into the captain's chair as Lilith raised her hand to summon a holographic star map. In the map, the T3 Blizzard was positioned outside the planet, while not far away loomed a dense fleet of hive motherships. Blue, green, and red frames marked the T1, T2, and T3 motherships respectively, along with detailed data. 3 T3 hive motherships, 15 T2 hive motherships, and 310 T1 hive motherships. This was equivalent to a standard regiment fleet. Zhao Chun clicked his tongue. In the Galactic Alliance fleet structure, 30 ships made up a small fleet, 300 formed a regiment, and 3,000 constituted a corps. But both quantity and quality matter. A small fleet of entirely T3 ships could annihilate an entire low-level corps. The key issue was those 3 T3s. Zhao Chun stared at the holographic display. Can we avoid them? The immediate priority is to retreat. Even if we destroy them here, we won't have time to gather the spoils. I'm afraid not. Lilith shook her head. They are blocking our escape route and forming a surround. We need to accelerate to reach extreme cruising speed, which makes us vulnerable to their attack. If the ship sustains damage, subsequent retreat would be difficult. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. "So, we have to break through?" Charlotte pulled up the detailed data of the T3 Blizzard. Shield energy at 92, 43 starfighters, 45 Blizzard missiles, and 93 ammunition. Given the current situation, we are not afraid to fight. As long as we take down those 3 T3s, our retreat will be secure. Zhao Chen's lips curved into a smile, and he crossed his legs, resting his chin on one hand, full of anticipation. "Then let's fight our way out. Vice Captain Charlotte, it's up to you." "Yes, sir." Charlotte stood at attention and saluted, then issued a series of commands on the bridge. Speed to 150, head straight for the swarm. Bow cannon charging. Starfighters in formation. All combat departments on standby. Speed set to 150, course, ready. 43 starfighters deployed. 4 missile launch silos ready. Bow cannon charging countdown, 30, 29, 28. With the commands, the T3 Blizzard buzzed with activity. The bow cannon glowed blue as energy gathered at the muzzle. 4 missile silo doors opened, ready to launch. The main, secondary, and closing defense guns locked onto their targets, prepared for action. Entering enemy attack range in 30 seconds. Lilith kept a close eye on the battle analysis. On the holographic display, the light representing the T3 Blizzard was speeding towards the swarm stronghold. Just then, Zhao Chen saw countless swarms pouring out of the motherships, thick as locusts. On the data panel, the number of Zerg units skyrocketed. T1 flyers increased from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and then to millions and still rising. T2 hydralisks went from 1,000 to 10,000. Even more frightening, two new categories appeared: T3 suicide beetles and T3 corrupt dragons. T3 explosive beetles and T3 corrupted drakes are both types of Zerg units bred by the T3 hive mothership. The explosive beetles are small and have mediocre combat abilities, even inferior to T1 flyers, but they possess a terrifying self-destruction capability. A single beetle's explosion can create a massive hole in a T2 battleship and poses a significant threat to the armor of T3 battleships, not to mention the damage it can do to a starshield. Fortunately, their production rate is extremely low. A T3 mothership can only nurture up to 300 of them. They usually remain dormant within the hive, and waking them signifies a death mission. Each beetle's actual lifespan rarely exceeds half an hour, possibly to prevent them from accidentally blowing up their own mothership. On the other hand, T3 corrupted drakes evolve from T2 hydralisks and are over 10 times their size, comparable to a T1 battleship. They have two pairs of wings, enabling them to fly in space and launch rapid assaults. The drakes can spit highly concentrated bioacid with a moderate range and high frequency. Once they penetrate a battleship's armor, they release a large number of eggs into the ship, and the resulting T1 zerglings can quickly overrun the entire vessel. The liquid they spit has strong corrosive properties and electromagnetic interference effects, making them a nightmare to deal with. At this moment, these horrifying swarms resemble a giant abyssal beast with a bloody maw, attacking from all directions, determined to devour the seemingly insignificant T3 blizzard. Report, enemy flying units are about to enter attack range, a crew member urgently reported. Bow cannons and main cannons on standby, secondary cannons to target T3 units precisely, Closian weapon systems at full capacity to intercept the swarm. Drones switch to defense mode, Charlotte commanded decisively. Zhao Chen stared intently at the holographic display, the scene resembling a space battle game. The model of the T3 blizzard had already begun to fight back, and swathes of T1 flyers were falling in droves. The 72 medium Closian weapon systems were firing at full capacity, with the density of the barrage allowing a single shell to pierce through multiple flyers. A secondary cannon aimed accurately, and a laser beam pierced through dozens of flyers, hitting a T3 explosive beetle hiding among them. Another laser shot out, hitting a T3 corrupted drake and creating a gaping hole in its body. 43 star drones also joined the fray, engaging the swarm in close combat. In just a few seconds, the blizzard had annihilated thousands of Zerg, with the count still rising. Yet, the Zerg swarm continued to surge forward recklessly, closing the distance between them and the battleship. Some hydralisks had even begun to spit venom, but thankfully the frontal star shield blocked them. Report, a T3 mothership and 4 T2 motherships are within bow cannon range. Fire! Charlotte ordered. The heavy cluster laser bow cannon, charged for a long time, unleashed a torrent of blue death rays, obliterating everything in its path, be it T3 corrupted drakes, explosive beetles, T2 hydralisks, or T1 flyers. Unlike pulse lasers, cluster lasers provide continuous attack, tearing a path through the dark swarm straight towards its targeted T3 mothership. Zhao Chen watched intently as the cluster laser struck the thick armor of the T3 mothership Hedon. Boom! It was as if he could hear the thunderous impact. The intense light didn't kill the mothership in one hit, but continued to bore through its armor relentlessly. Like interstellar battleships, T3 Zerg units are the true military-grade combat units. Although the T3 mothership lacks a star shield, it has evolved incredibly terrifying bioarmor, with a strength per square meter that is dozens of times higher than the T3 battleship's armor. On top of that, their size is several times that of the T2 mothership. A T3 battleship looks as tiny as a grape next to a watermelon when compared to them. If the blizzard were to ram into it, it's uncertain which would break first. The narrow portholes in the hangar of the T3 blizzard were crammed with people, making it impossible for those in the back to see outside. Oh my gosh, they're attacking the T3 mothership, someone exclaimed. Although the specific weapons couldn't be seen, the attack pattern suggested it was some form of cluster laser. Indeed, the cluster lasers on this battlecruiser wouldn't be enough to instantly destroy a T3 mothership. Their heavy armor could even withstand the main guns of a battleship. The professors were animatedly discussing, blocking the view of the students behind them. Seeing this, Teacher Qin quickly used a handheld terminal to capture the scene outside the window and projected it onto the hangar wall. Instantly, everyone could see it. The hangar fell silent as everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the overwhelming blue beam of light. Wow, what a powerful cannon! Shui Xiaoxiao's mouth hung open, utterly stunned by the scene before her. In the hangar, the students and teachers suddenly felt dizzy, as if they heard some kind of wailing. It's the brainwave resonance of a high-level Zerg mothership, That T3 Zerg mothership is screaming, exclaimed a Zerg research expert, clutching his head. At that moment, an incredible scene unfolded. The blue beam that had been in a standoff suddenly pierced through the heavy armor of the T3 mothership, cutting it through from head to tail. Inside the massive Zerg body, blue light flickered and explosions erupted, with green fluid gushing out like a volcanic eruption, splattering everywhere. A few seconds after the beam dissipated, the T3 mothership exploded with a thunderous roar, and the massive shockwave engulfed the surrounding T1 flyers and T2 hydralisks, leaving none unscathed. It hit the organs storing the biological energy. Oh my god! A single shot took out the T3 mothership? Unbelievable! The professors exclaimed in amazement. More students and teachers cheered. Realizing this meant their warship might break through the encirclement. Warner, when did your brother get such a powerful warship? Su Lan asked, dumbfounded. Zhao Warner was at a loss for words. She knew her brother's shipbuilding skills were remarkable, but she had never heard of him building such a formidable T3 ship. Considering they had only been apart for a little over 5 months, how could he have developed such a powerful weapon in that time? She found her brother increasingly enigmatic. Chu Xian silently stared at the blazing flames, speechless. She had only experienced the incredible speed of the T3 Blizzard's extreme cruise mode before. She had no idea this so-called light battlecruiser also packed firepower rivaling a battleship. What could possibly surprise her more now? On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, Zhao Chen was slightly surprised to see the first T3 mothership taken out in an instant. Although he had reviewed the data on the ship's bow cannon and knew it matched the configuration of a T3 heavy battleship, taking down a T3 mothership in one shot was still unexpected. It seemed luck played a significant role. Meanwhile, the T3 Blizzard's assault continued. The 4 2,500mm medium electromagnetic railguns fired. Their projectiles accelerated to extreme speeds, hitting 4 T2 motherships, which exploded in a dazzling display of fireworks in space. The bow cannon required 300 seconds to recharge, and the main guns needed 120 seconds to reload. In contrast, the secondary guns could fire again in just 10 seconds, boasting a much faster rate of fire. Increase speed to 200, Charlotte ordered. The path cleared by the bow cannon was perfect for the T3 Blizzard to speed through. Despite this, the remaining Zerg swarm recklessly charged at the warship, getting so close they were almost on top of it. Some T1 flyers and T2 hydralisks had already reached the ship's surface, gnawing at the armor frantically. Fortunately, the star shield could only defend in one direction. So these small creatures had to be dealt with by point-defense guns and drones, posing no significant threat for now. Zhao Chen glanced at the composed Charlotte, whose tail remained perfectly still, indicating her intense focus. Report, we've detected 2 high-intensity energy attacks targeting our ship, a crew member urgently reported. Charlotte quickly calculated the trajectory of the attack and immediately ordered, Star Shield to front position, sector. Roger that. As soon as the adjustments were made, 2 blinding green beams tore through the swarm of insects and slammed into the shields of the T3 Blizzard. That's the bioplasma cannon of the T3 mothership. Its power is several times that of a battleship's main cannon. No ordinary warship of the same class could withstand that, exclaimed a Zerg expert in shock. Everyone held their breath, fearing that the star shield would shatter in the next second, sealing their fate. Zhao Chen stared intently at the star shield's data, watching as the energy, which had been dropping slowly, suddenly plummeted at a rate of 1% per second. He could see the shield ripple under the intense bombardment of the plasma cannon, a mesmerizing yet perilous sight. However, unlike the anxious students and teachers, Zhao Chen was brimming with confidence after all. This was his ship. A mere 2 insect spitballs were no match for it. The news of the Zerg attack on the Water Lotus system in the Azure Star domain is gradually spreading throughout the Starshine Empire. It has been a millennium since such a situation occurred, with 1 level 3 Zerg nest and 4 level 2 nests appearing in a single star system. If it spirals out of control, not only will the affected star system inevitably fall, but the surrounding systems will also be hard-pressed to escape the Zerg's clutches. The entire star domain could become a boiling pot of chaos. In a spaceport within the Imperial capital system of the Starshine Central Star Domain, a massive T4 starship is quietly docked. It occupies dozens of berths, and even when empty, no other ships are allowed to approach. Outside the port, a regiment-level fleet stands guard. The ship's hull bears the emblems of the Galactic Alliance and the Starshine Empire, along with a golden crown insignia, the highest mark of the Imperial family. It is said that fewer than 5 starships in the entire Empire are allowed to display this emblem, as it requires both royal status and the Emperor's approval. Inside the bridge, a young girl in a golden gauze dress sits gracefully on a crystal captain's chair. Her elegance and charm suggest she will grow into a stunning beauty. The bridge's decor is distinctly feminine, and all the crew members are beautiful women, each capable of being a campus queen. Yuegia, I heard your sister was in that ill-fated fleet? The girl looked at the female officer standing with her back to her. Even from behind, her curvaceous figure was evident, and her custom-made white and gold uniform accentuated her extraordinary aura. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I've already asked friends to try to rescue her, the female officer replied, though her eyes betrayed her distraction. I know you're eager to fly to the Azure Star domain right now. Even though you haven't managed your family's territory directly for years, your heart has always been there. Besides, your beloved younger sister is among them, the girl said. By the way, I heard your brother piloted AT-3 warship and took Governor Chu-hee's granddaughter along to the Water Lotus system for the rescue. Isn't that amazing? The news of her brother piloting AT-3 warship and teaming up with Governor Chu-hee's granddaughter left the female officer astonished. She knew her brother had once quelled disturbances in the Xiaolong system and realized he was growing, but she hadn't expected such rapid progress. Not only did he now command AT-3 warship, but he also had connections with the Chu family. She was overwhelmed with mixed emotions and fell silent. Seeing this, the girl blinked and said, Yuejia, I know you're concerned about your family. How about this? They'll grant you command of one of my personal guard fleets to support the Water Lotus system. The female officer hesitated, clearly worried about the girl's safety. Don't forget, this is the Imperial Capital System. I have 9 other guard fleets here. Nothing will happen to me. Besides, the sudden appearance of so many high-level Zerg nests in one system seems suspicious. While you rescue your family, you can also help me get to the bottom of this, the girl instructed. The female officer stood at attention. Thank you, Your Highness. After a few more words, she quickly left the bridge, her steps clearly more urgent than when she had arrived. Azure Star Domain, Water Lotus System. Warning, warning. The starship is under high-intensity attack. Shield energy remaining. 85, 83, 81. The originally green numbers rapidly dropped to yellow, accompanied by red warning signs, causing anxiety. 79, 77, 75, 74. Moments later, 2 green plasma beams finally extinguished, and the ship's shield stood intact at the forefront of the T-3 blizzard. In fact, this relentless bombardment ended up causing significant friendly fire among the insectoid forces. The Hive mothership didn't care about collateral damage. It only sought the most direct and effective attack. After enduring the fierce assault from 2 T-3 motherships, Zhao Chen's star shield energy dropped to 63. Just 2 shots had vaporized nearly 1/5 of the shield's energy. For an ordinary T-3 warship, taking a direct hit could result in losing 30 of its shield if lucky, or half of it if not. 2 hits would be enough to breach the defenses of most T-3 warships. However, this warship only lost a mere 1/5, showcasing the advanced nature of its star shield system. Warning, multiple energy attacks detected, locking onto our ship. The alarm blared again, this time signaling that the enemy fleet's T-2 and T-1 motherships had joined the fray. Charlotte remained calm, swiftly manipulating the control panel to process the data and quickly charting all attack trajectories. Adjust the star shield to position. Yes. Star shield adjusted to sector. Closian defense cannons, intercept fire in these areas. Secondary cannons, fire in these 16 directions. Launch 4 blizzard missiles at each of these 4 positions. Charlotte meticulously marked the attack zones, organizing the defense with precision and clarity. Zhao Chen watched her from behind, silently praising her capability as a vice captain. Meanwhile, the plasma cannons from the T-1 and T-2 motherships were closing in on the blizzard. Most were intercepted by the star shield, creating ripples in its energy field. However, some evaded the defense and approached from other directions. This was the moment for Charlotte's deployment to shine. Missiles launch, secondary cannons, fire, Closian defense cannons, full power. A series of intense explosions wove a dense web of fire in the void, intercepting and detonating the incoming plasma shots. Although the ship remained unharmed, this interception brought the star shield, which could originally withstand 2 shots, down to the point where it might not even endure 1 more hit. 4 interstellar missiles collided directly with 4 plasma cannons, resulting in a massive explosion. Debris scattered, and shockwaves rippled through the void. 16 secondary cannons' pulse lasers precisely hit 16 plasma streams, as thin as toothpicks clearly fired from the T-1 mothership. Compared to the T-3 mothership's attack, it was like a needle against a wheat spike. The 72 Closian weapon systems unleashed their full firepower, weaving an impenetrable web of fire that intercepted most of the incoming attacks. However, a few plasma shots still broke through and struck the armor of the T-3 Blizzard. Warning, starshield under attack. Warning, port armor damaged, integrity at 93. Warning, starboard armor damaged, integrity at 98. A series of alarms echoed through the bridge, but for the Blizzard, these minor damages were akin to a scratch. Zhao Chen didn't even feel a tremor. Interception rate, 93, he noted, quite satisfied. However, Charlotte shook her head in disapproval, clearly frustrated with the results. The Starshield's energy had dropped to 56 after the latest wave of attacks. The T-1 and T-2 mothership's full-force assault was still no match for the T-3 mothership's 2 shots. What a stark contrast. Report. The swarm has breached the perimeter. Our path is blocked. A crew member reported in a panic. The view ahead of the blizzard was pitch black, the gaps created by plasma shots quickly filled by new waves of bugs. Facing the overwhelming swarm, the blizzard's firepower was clearly insufficient. From the outside, it looked like a massive, dark maw was about to swallow the lone ship whole. In the hangar, everyone was in a state of panic. This is bad. The worst thing is lacking firepower against the bugs. Exactly, if we can't suppress them, once they get close, it's over for the ship. 2 professors stomped their feet in despair. Wah! We escaped the planet only to be trapped by these bugs. Wah! I want to go home. I want my mom. A girl curled up in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably, her sorrow spreading quickly, causing many friends to hug each other and cry. Even the 2 boys who had been scared by the bug were now looking at each other with teary eyes. Sister Su Lan, are we really done for? Shui Xiaoxiao clung to Su Lan's waist, crying miserably. Su Lan's mind flashed back to Zhao Chen shielding her from the bug and his heroic figure descending in a black mech. A strange sense of security welled up within her. She patted Shui Xiaoxiao's head and said firmly, "Don't be afraid. I believe Zhao Chen will get us out of here." "That's right. My brother is the best." Zhao Wanner held their hands tightly, her tone resolute. "Haha, your brother might be strong, but stronger than those bugs out there? Dream on. We're all going to die here, just in a different place." Zhou Min, curled up like a lost puppy, sobbed and abandoned all hope. Teacher Qin could only look helplessly out the porthole at the despair-inducing sea of bugs, silently praying, could that boy really lead them to safety? On the bridge, Charlotte and Zhao Chen almost simultaneously checked the weapons interface. The 2 most prominent options were flashing red. The bow cannon still needed 200 seconds to reset, and the main cannon required another 20 seconds to reload. Charlotte's eyes were sharp, fixed on the approaching swarm of bugs. Without hesitation, she unlocked the engines and pushed the speed to 300. She ordered the Closian weapon systems to fire at full capacity and the drones to focus on intercepting the T-3 explosive beetles and alien dragons. Launch a missile every 10 seconds towards the front. Continuous bombardment. Secondary cannons, follow my commands. Main cannon, be ready at all times. Lilith stood nearby, nervously clenching her fists. At this moment, Charlotte seemed to be one with the warship, all the spotlights focused on her. The first 4 missiles exploded at designated positions, clearing a path for the blizzard. The Closian weapons roared in rapid succession, and the interstellar drones darted back and forth, taking down any bugs attempting to latch onto the hull. Suddenly, several violent explosions erupted around the ship, shaking it and producing dull thuds that Zhao Chen could clearly hear. Those were the works of the T-3 explosive beetles. One T-3 alien dragon even broke through the firepower net, biting into the armor and attempting to melt through the hull with its corrosive acid. Fortunately, a drone returning for resupply saw this and crashed straight into it, sacrificing itself and leaving only green goo splattered across the ship. Report, all 4 main cannons are reloaded. Charlotte's eyes widened as she shouted, "Main cannons, aim straight ahead, time detonation, 5-second intervals, fire." Boom, 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 boom. The 4 main cannons fired one after another, creating a series of craters ahead of the blizzard, carving out a bloody path. "The bow cannon will be ready to fire in 120 seconds, reported a crew member. This was their chance to break through the encirclement at maximum speed. Time was slipping away. On the surface of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, the bugs were gathering like bees to honey, increasing in number. The Closian defense cannons were no longer able to clear the bugs from the armor, the drones were falling one by one, and the missiles were exhausted. Even the T-2 hydralisks had begun gnawing at the gun positions. Warning. A Closian defense cannon has been destroyed. Warning. Starshield energy is continuously dropping, now at 46. Warning. The ship's armor is under attack. A series of alarms blared incessantly, filling the hangar with a sense of impending doom. The students and teachers were panic-stricken, and even the sound of the bugs striking the hull was clearly audible. Yet the crew remained unflinching. Charlotte, cold and composed as ever, was calmly directing the battle. Zhao Chen remained leisurely reclined in his chair, as if the swarm were nothing more than ants, unworthy of his attention. The exterior surveillance footage showed nothing but a dark mass of bugs and the bloodstains of those that had crashed into the ship. The 3rd round of main cannons repositioned and roared once more, tearing a bloody path for the blizzard. 60 seconds left. Zhao Chen counted down the charging time for the ship's bow cannon, knowing this minute would decide their escape. At this moment, it all depended on the ship's resilience. Missiles depleted. Main cannon cooling down. 40 seconds. 3 secondary cannons destroyed by T3 explosive beetles and alien dragons. 30 seconds. Nearly one-fifth of the Closian defense cannons were out of commission, and the losses were mounting. Bad news came one after another, making everyone's hair stand on end. Meanwhile, the bow's giant cannon began to gather energy, its blue light intensifying, instantly vaporizing any bugs that strayed too close. 20 seconds. All drones down. 10 seconds. It seemed this prey was cornered. Just when everyone thought all hope was lost, report, bow cannon ready. Fire. Zhao Chen and Charlotte shouted in unison. Boom. A blue beam pierced through the swarm, leaving a trail of dead bugs in its wake. The beam aimed directly at AT-3 mothership, which quickly reacted by spewing a mass of larvae spores as a meat shield and making a sharp turn. The beam hit the spore cluster, causing a massive explosion, and finally struck the mothership side armor. With a loud crash, the mothership was knocked sideways, its armor beginning to melt. It let out a pained roar, releasing another wave of bugs in a desperate attempt to counter the attack. But the armor was breached, revealing its disgusting innards. At that moment, a battered blue and white warship burst through the swarm, racing along the path cleared by the bow cannon. Don't stop. Full speed ahead, Charlotte shouted. The once mighty laser beam gradually dimmed, and while the T3 mothership was heavily damaged with its belly pierced, it managed to survive. The blizzard sped past it, dwarfed like an ant in comparison. Through the portholes, the students and teachers could clearly see the large hole in the mothership's armor, revealing a hatchery filled with insect eggs. Piles of eggs stacked high, numbering in the thousands at least. Just the sight of it made their skin crawl. Some eggs had prematurely burst due to the sudden attack, with larvae struggling to emerge. Inside the hole, numerous adult bugs roared and howled, but unable to fly in space, they could only watch helplessly as their prey escaped. Gulp. This is probably the closest I'll ever get to a T3 mothership, a Zerg expert remarked, trembling. The blizzard didn't linger in battle, but instead accelerated away, leaving the heavily damaged mothership far behind. The swarm continued to pursue relentlessly, but without the advantage of encirclement, it struggled to catch up with the swift warship. A few stray plasma shots hit the ship's rear shields, but they caused no significant damage. Did we make it out? The students and teachers exchanged bewildered looks, hardly able to believe the reality. They had actually survived. Su Lan and a few others hugged tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Zhoumin collapsed to the ground, muttering, I thought we were done for, but that kid really saved us. Zhao Wanner beamed with pride. She had always known her brother never let her down. Watching the prey disappear into the distance, the swarm, knowing they couldn't catch up, eventually gave up and roared in frustration. On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, Zhao Chen ordered, check the ship's status and see if we can go into maximum cruise. Lilies quickly reviewed the data and reported back. The ship has multiple damages, but it won't affect entering maximum cruise. I recommend limiting our speed to 600 knots. 600 knots may not be fast, but as long as we avoid swarms with T3 motherships, we can safely leave the insectoid territory, Zhao Chen said with a light chuckle. Prepare to go into maximum cruise. It's time to say goodbye to this hellhole. These bugs are too enthusiastic. We'll entertain them better next time. Aye, sir. Engines disengaged from high load, preparing for maximum cruise, Charlotte acknowledged. The weapons on the Blizzard began to retract into the hull, though some turrets malfunctioned and couldn't fully retract due to the earlier battle. This was why Lilies recommended the speed limit. Too much speed might compromise the armor in some areas. In the hangar, students and teachers were ecstatic, having genuinely escaped death. Who could have imagined that this battlecruiser had such terrifying combat capabilities? Despite being outnumbered, they not only retreated unscathed, but also took down a T3 mothership and heavily damaged another. The results were astonishing. Never seen this type of battlecruiser before. Could it be North Star Academy's secret weapon? Someone speculated. Professors analyzed the ship's configuration based on the battle they witnessed. Interstellar missiles, drones, Closian weapon systems, secondary guns, main guns, and that cluster laser bow cannon. Such firepower was unheard of even among the Galactic Union's battlecruisers, let alone the Empire's. Even half of the T3 battleships couldn't compare. If it weren't for the battlecruiser structure, I'd think it was a battleship, remarked Teacher Chin, who, now that they were safe, felt a wave of relief. She had led North Star Academy's students and teachers out here, and had they all perished, she would have been the Academy's sinner. She genuinely thanked the young man named Zhao Chen. Just then, the viewport was covered by layers of armor, blocking the view. But no one cared. The students and teachers chatted excitedly about the battle and the celebration they would have once they returned. On the bridge, Zhao Chen noticed the tension easing from Charlotte's face. Though she rarely showed emotion, it was clear she was relieved. He walked over and affectionately patted her head. Well done? Charlotte shivered, her tail standing on end. She quickly jumped back, holding her head, her face flushed and slightly wary. "Don't touch my head." "Haha, I'll let it slide this time," Zhao Chen said, retracting his hand, thinking to himself how nice it felt to pet her. He wondered what her tail would feel like. Sensing his thoughts, Charlotte quickly curled her tail away. "Right, Lilies, compile our battle damage report," Zhao Chen ordered as he sat back in the captain's chair. Lilies nodded and began summarizing the battlefield data. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen opened the system interface. He had completed a mission by killing a bunch of bugs on the 7th planet, but the urgent situation hadn't allowed him to claim his reward. Now that the crisis was over, he took the opportunity to see what he had gained. Mission details: eliminate the swarm within the given time. Difficulty: Clevel. Rewards: based on the number of kills 1, 10, 100, 1000 receive corresponding rewards. Time limit: 10 minutes. Successfully eliminated 1000 units of the swarm. Mission accomplished, please claim your reward. With a thought, Zhao Chen received a system notification. Reward has been issued. You have obtained AT-3 Goddess Academy class starship blueprint. Goddess Academy? He paused, puzzled by the strange name. Eagerly, he began to browse the detailed information, and soon his eyes lit up as if he had found his true love. It turned out to be a support-type starship, aptly named an academy ship. It housed multiple specialized training departments, equipped with advanced, comprehensive simulation facilities. From captaincy, interstellar crew training, engineering, and medical departments to combat mecha and spacefighter departments, everything was included. Though it could only accommodate 10,000 trainees, its interior was comparable to a small city. Even more impressive, it required no human instructors. Instead, it featured built-in holographic mentors and the most cutting-edge educational programs in the universe. Under such a dual approach, a complete novice could earn their basic crew member certification within just 1 week. Of course, the higher the professional level and the more advanced the skills, the longer the training duration. It could even train scientists in ship theory. With such a Goddess Academy-class ship, it was like having a continuous talent factory. The only limitation was that it accepted only female trainees. It seemed to be linked to the beauty bonus Zhao Chen had previously unlocked. With the addition of the T3 Goddess Academy ship, the issue of personnel shortages that inevitably arises during fleet expansion is effectively resolved. Not to mention that the rare technical talent found on support ships like the T2 Hammer and T3 Andromeda can't be replaced by unreliable slave purchases. The quality is inconsistent and it's not a sustainable solution. "Commander, the battle report is ready," Lilith announced, snapping Zhao Chen out of his daze. He quickly gave orders, and she waved her hand to reveal a colorful data panel. The glaring red text highlighted the damage to the blizzard. All drones were lost, missiles were depleted, a quarter of the Closian weapon systems were scrapped, and 4 secondary guns were destroyed. Even one of the main guns had a damaged circuit. However, the Bow's cluster laser cannon was still fully operational. The shield energy was nearly depleted, left with only single digits. Under normal conditions, with adequate energy, our star shield would self-repair within 48 hours. Accelerating the process isn't difficult. We just need to find a hammer or a starport. Our energy reserves are a little over 30, and we have only a third of our ammunition left. The Closian weapon systems are completely spent. With what's left, we can comfortably make it back to North Star, but another battle would be pushing our luck. The hull armor is severely damaged, with the worst section being 80 destroyed. Thankfully, the main structure is intact, and all crew members are safe and sound, Lilith reported in detail. Zhao Chen patted the armrest of his chair with a grin. Our rusty old ship held up pretty well in its first real fight. Next time, we'll hit them even harder and make those bugs regret ever crossing us. This ship's speed is unmatched in the T3 class, and its firepower is ferocious. Ordinary battlecruisers can't compare, and it might even rival battleships. Look at this ship's tonnage. It's a typical medium design, but you've turned it into a stealthy light ship powerhouse. Incredible! Charlotte chimed in enthusiastically, almost wagging her tail like a propeller. We really pulled off a major feat in this battle. One T3 mothership is practically shredded, another one is heavily damaged, and 4 T2 motherships are buried in the swarm. Over 1 million lesser bugs are dead or injured, with 90 being low-level units. Lilith boasted proudly, and Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. All those bug corpses are valuable. It's a shame to just burn them. The wreckage of that destroyed T3 mothership alone is worth millions. It could be dismantled to build a T2 warship, but right now, we need to focus on getting out of here. At our current speed, we'll shake off the swarm in half an hour and leave this hellhole behind. Slow down to normal cruising speed and let everyone catch their breath. We've been running and fighting non-stop, and everyone's exhausted. In the hangar, the initial joy of survival began to fade as students and teachers sat in small groups, chatting idly. Suddenly, a student from the Tianyao Noble Academy swaggered towards the hatch. Stop right there. The commander ordered that no one is to leave this door. A female crew member raised her weapon, blocking his path. Are you kidding me? I've been waiting here for over an hour. No chair, no food, not even water. I'm a distinguished student of Tianyao Noble Academy, not some criminal. At the very least, I deserve a decent room. Sitting on this crappy floor has made my butt numb, the boy shouted indignantly. It turned out that he came from a prominent family and had always been a tyrant at the academy. Although he was scared out of his wits by the insects earlier, now that he felt safe, his inherent arrogance resurfaced. We're following orders. No one is allowed to leave, the female crew member retorted firmly. Why are you so stubborn? My father is a count. I'll inherit his title one day. Your commander came all this way to rescue us because we're noble heirs. You half-beast commoners better step aside. On my family's land, you wouldn't even be worthy of breathing the same air as me. The boy spat on the floor and tried to push past the female soldier. The female crew member gripped her gun tightly, but hesitated to pull the trigger. She feared offending this noble boy might cause trouble for her beloved captain, and was willing to endure the humiliation to protect him. Although others were annoyed by the boy's behavior, they were wary of his background, afraid of making an enemy of him. Chu Xian couldn't hold back any longer and angrily confronted him. Hey, get a grip. This is their battleship, and you need to follow their rules. If it weren't for these crew members risking their lives, you wouldn't even know which ditch you'd be buried in as insect food right now. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, my father. Before he could finish, a large hand suddenly reached in from outside the cabin door and pressed down on his forehead.
Bang!
His head hit the floor hard, blood instantly gushing from his mouth and nose, and his front teeth scattered across the floor. Zhao Chen stepped into the cabin, towering over the disheveled boy, and said coldly, What are you whining about on my turf? With your behavior, a count's son? The entire faculty and students were shocked by this scene. Who would have thought that Captain Zhao Chen would actually take action? Then again, this was the same guy who could crush insects with his bare hands. The male student struggled in pain, but couldn't break free from the hand pressing down on his head, as if a 1,000-pound weight was on him. Zhao Chen stared coldly at him, already expecting there would be troublemakers among the students, especially those spoiled brats from Tianyao Academy. To think he had just arrived and already caught this guy insulting his female crew member outrageous. Let go of me. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you saved me. I'm the son of a count, the boy yelled, his neck turning red with anger. A count? Zhao Chen released his grip, and with a thud, the boy's face hit the floor again. You dare. I'll tell my father. A what? Didn't hear you. Zhao Chen stomped down again. I'll never let this go. A what? A grandson? I don't have a grandson like you. Zhao Chen kept kicking, not giving the boy a moment to breathe. The boy, never having suffered such humiliation, saw the fierce look in Zhao Chen's eyes and immediately backed down. Zhao Chen's eyes, still filled with the killing intent from crushing insects, were terrifying. No one dared to intervene, fearing they'd become collateral damage. Zhao Wanner and Su Lan were both so mesmerized by the dominant man in front of them that they forgot to step in. Stop. I'm sorry, okay? The boy begged, looking at Zhao Chen with more fear than he had for insects. Dare to act up on my starship? I'll throw you overboard to feed the bugs, understand? Yes. I'll never do it again. The boy trembled, his head almost buried in the ground. What's going on? A sleepy female voice sounded. It was Teacher Qin, waking up from a corner. Seeing the boy's bloodied face, she was shocked. Chu Xian glanced disdainfully at the boy and said to Teacher Qin, Sister Qin, don't worry about him. He brought this on himself. But he's a count's son. I'm worried Zhao Chen might get into trouble. Teacher Qin advised, though she disliked the student. She was concerned about Zhao Chen facing retaliation. A count? A count is nothing to the Chu family.
Chu Xuan Scop?
The Chu family? You're Chu Xian? Teacher Qin gasped, and the name caused a stir throughout the hangar. Everyone realized this girl had a significant background. Sister Qin didn't recognize me? The last time we met was 10 years ago, and I was just this tall. Chu Xian gestured her height and smiled. This Teacher Qin is actually the daughter of the North Star Academy's dean. The dean was so focused on research in his youth that he had children late, which is why she's so young and beautiful. Zhao Chen was surprised, realizing she was the dean's precious daughter. I have some matters to attend to, Teacher Qin. Please wait a moment. Zhao Chen smiled politely, then glared at the boy on the ground. My starship doesn't tolerate filth. Lick up all your disgusting blood and spit. If I see a single drop left, you know the consequences. The boy was mortified but forced himself to start licking. The saliva mixed with his wounds, causing more vicious cycle. Teacher Qin was worried Zhao Chen had offended the nobility, but seeing Chu Xian's calm face, she knew Chu Xian was supporting Zhao Chen. A mere count was indeed nothing to fear. Listen up, everyone. Zhao Chen scanned the room with piercing eyes, his voice firm and resolute. On my ship, my word is law. If anyone defies me, they'll regret ever being born. And if anyone dares to insult my crew, I'll cut out their tongue. Understand? Though his words were harsh, the hearts of the half-beast female soldiers were warmed. The commander was willing to offend the nobility for their sake, which was truly touching. Yes, sir. The female crew members snapped to attention and saluted in unison. At that moment, the hangar fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over each face, some filled with fear, others with awe. He smirked inwardly, thinking, today, I'll set the rules straight, so none of you will dare to step out of line in the future. I hope those things never happen on my starship again. Regardless of your status, I'm not looking for your gratitude or repayment for saving your lives. I don't care about any of that. All I ask is that you behave yourselves and wait until we dock, then go your separate ways. Let's not interfere with each other. Zhao Chen finished speaking calmly, gave a cold glance around, and turned to leave the hangar. Our captain really took a hit this time, Charlotte remarked, leaning against the corridor wall, having witnessed everything. He offended a bunch of noble kids just to protect one crew member, losing a valuable networking opportunity. That's a big loss. This was the first time she had teased her master. In my ship, I decide what's a loss. Bullying my crew is the same as bullying me, Zhao Chen snorted. Let's go. Let's have a good meal in the dining hall. Charlotte watched his back, unable to suppress a light laugh, her tail swishing back and forth. She had never seen such a protective captain. She quickly caught up, looking rather pleased. The hangar and the dining hall were separated by just a wall, with two transparent glass doors facing each other, allowing a clear view of the comings and goings. At that moment, there were already a dozen off-duty crew members dining. After a tough battle, Zhao Chen had arranged for everyone to take turns bathing, eating, and resting. He took the opportunity to dine with Charlotte, while Lilith temporarily manned the bridge. They planned to switch shifts after their meal, but an unexpected commotion in the hangar had delayed them. Commander, First Officer, what would you like to eat today? You deserve a good meal after such a battle. The chef greeted them warmly. Charlotte quickly placed her order. A plate of braised fish, a bowl of fish head and radish soup, some dried fish as a side dish, and eel rice for the main course. She found a seat, her tail wagging happily. Zhao Chen was speechless. The meal was entirely fish-based, typical of a feline. He opted for a more balanced meal. One meat dish, two vegetable dishes, and a bowl of soup with white rice. Aren't you going to talk to me? Like about our next steps? Zhao Chen asked, trying to probe. Talk about what? Charlotte blinked in confusion. This mission was a bit impulsive. The existence of the blizzard is now exposed, which will definitely cause quite a stir and might even bring trouble. Isn't that your problem? Charlotte replied matter-of-factly. You bought us. Whatever you tell us to do, we do. The consequences are your responsibility. You're the captain. You make the decisions. You seem pretty relaxed about it. What if I make a huge mess? Zhao Chen chuckled. I trust you, Charlotte said simply, her words carrying a weight that Zhao Chen hadn't anticipated. Before he could fully grasp the depth of her trust, their fish feast arrived. Charlotte's eyes lit up with excitement. Although it wasn't her first time, she couldn't contain herself, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the fish dishes. Just as Zhao Chen was about to speak, she shot him a quick glare. My mom always said, eating is a serious matter. Shut up. With that, she dove into her meal. Although the portions seemed generous, they were quickly devoured. I should have ordered some fish balls too, Charlotte mumbled, slightly dissatisfied. Zhao Chen mused to himself that the lineage of this Buddha statue was indeed a mystery. However, with Charlotte's eating habits, if not for her near-privileged status just below his own, the standard rations for ordinary crew members would be gone within a week, leaving them to gnaw on their fingers. In the hangar, Zhao Chen's earlier antics had genuinely stunned everyone. The reactions among the students and teachers, however, fell into three camps. One group thought Zhao Chen was too overbearing, believing that even a life-saving act did not justify treating noble students so rudely. Most of these were from Tianyao Academy. Another group practically idolized him, praising his protective and charismatic demeanor, mainly the girls from North Star Academy, especially Xue Xiaoxiao, who nearly dug into Zhao Chen's entire family history. The third faction remained neutral, indifferent to the drama as long as they could escape unscathed and reach the starport safely. After all, sitting on a hard floor was better than getting up close and personal with insects. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, and through the glass door, the crew members could be seen bustling about. Along with them came an enticing aroma. Oh my gosh, is that the smell of braised pork? I only had it once last month, someone exclaimed in delight. Yeah, right. Where would we get braised pork on a starship? But now that you mention it, I'm getting pretty hungry. Their stomachs, already empty, now growled even louder. They hadn't eaten in 3 to 4 days since the storage room with their nutrient meals was destroyed during the emergency landing, and the continuous battles had drained their energy. While they were fighting for their lives, hunger was the last thing on their minds. But now that they were safe, the feeling hit them hard. A girl couldn't resist peeking through the cabin door. Seeing the wary gaze of a female crew member, she quickly explained, "I'm just looking, I won't go out." "Okay?" The crew member hesitated, thinking that the captain had only prohibited them from leaving the hangar, so standing at the door should be fine. With a nod of approval, the girl stuck her head out, her eyes widening in astonishment. Across the way, in the dining hall, crew members were chatting and laughing around tables filled with delicious dishes made from fresh ingredients. There wasn't a single nutrient meal in sight. "Oh my God, is this what you usually eat?" the girl asked incredulously, swallowing hard. The female crew member nodded, somewhat puzzled. Weren't they all noble students? Even the less affluent ones should have access to natural food at least 20 days a month. Bread, milk, mashed potatoes. Weren't these common fare? Could the ship's food be even more luxurious? Several other students couldn't hold back either, crowding around the door. As soon as they saw the scene in the dining hall, they were rooted to the spot, eyes fixed and mouths watering. "Look, they're eating fresh meat and vegetables, and there's even fruit," a girl exclaimed, her voice tinged with envy. This revelation caused an uproar among the group. "No way, that's impossible," they murmured in disbelief. Gurgle. Zhao Wan heard a sound next to her. Su Lan, Chu Xian, and the others all turned to look at Xue Xiaoxiao's stomach. Xue Xiaoxiao pouted in grievance, clutching her grumbling belly. "I haven't eaten in days. If it weren't for Senior Su Lan giving me some of her leftover nutritious meal, I would have fainted by now."
Zhao Wan stot ab.
"Don't even mention food. Now that you brought it up, I'm starving too. You all wait here. I'll see if I can find something to eat." With that, she made her way to the hatch. "Excuse me, let me through." Zhao Wanner finally squeezed to the door, catching a whiff of a tantalizing aroma that made her mouth water. Although she had taken quite a bit of food from Zhao Chen's starship before leaving, it was all gone by now. Over the past few months, she had lost 10 pounds and could no longer tolerate the tasteless artificial food. Everyone around was astonished as Zhao Wanner swaggered out of the hatch, seemingly unnoticed by the half-beast female crew member. The students watching were dumbfounded. "Why does she get to go out?" one disgruntled student from Tianyao Academy demanded. A student from Beiji Academy rolled his eyes with disdain. "She's the captain's sister. What do you think?" "Sister?" The clueless group was stunned until they saw Zhao Wanner walk freely into the restaurant across the way, completely convinced. She expertly ordered enough food for 4 or 5 people, scanned her ID, and sat down waiting for her meal. After all, she was the nominal captain of the T2 beehive under Zhao Chen, and with the month almost over, why not take advantage?
Wann
A voice called from behind. Zhao Chen was waving at her alongside Charlotte. Since the food would take a while, Zhao Wanner went over, her eyes unconsciously fixated on the table full of fish in front of Charlotte. "Hey, is Charlotte really a purebred white tiger? She looks more like a big tabby cat to me."
Zhao Wan whisperet in Zhao Chen's ear.
"I've been wondering the same thing." Zhao Chen nodded seriously. Charlotte, with a fish bone in her mouth, glared and retorted. "Charlotte is the most authentic descendant of the white tiger clan. My bloodline is pure." Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner exchanged a knowing glance and smiled, saying in unison, "I believe you." But inside, they were both thinking, "Not a chance. Are you planning to stay in the hangar?" Zhao Chen asked. He had previously told Zhao Wanner she wasn't restricted, but she insisted on staying with the others. I feel more comfortable with Senior Su Lan and the others. Besides, it wouldn't be right for me to be the only one out having fun." Zhao Wanner mumbled, a bit embarrassed. Zhao Chen nodded understandingly. Currently, only Zhao Wanner and Chu Xian could move freely on the ship. The others were still confined. "Are the people in the hangar starving?" Zhao Chen asked casually as he ate.
Zhao Wan nodded vigorously.
"Of course. But starving them for a bit won't kill them. I just want to bring some food back for Senior Su Lan, Xue Xiaoxiao, and the others." She trailed off, glancing nervously at her brother, afraid he wouldn't allow it. "Sure, they're your friends. Take as much as you want." Zhao Chen waved generously. "Oh, and after they eat, let them take a shower. It's been 3 days, and the smell is unbearable. Get away from me, you reek. Do I really smell that bad?" Zhao Wanner was taken aback. She raised her hand to sniff and was immediately hit with a wave of nausea. It wasn't just that she hadn't bathed for 3 days. They'd been in constant contact with a swarm of bugs, and their bodies were covered in disgusting bug juices. The smell was indescribable. "You dare say I stink? I'll make sure you regret it." Enraged and embarrassed, Zhao Wanner lunged at him with flailing arms. Zhao Chun, holding a bowl, leaned to the side and used his foot to fend her off with the bowl. Had no intention of using his hands, not knowing what kind of grime was smeared across his sister's face. "Let me go." Zhao Wanner struggled fiercely, but her brother's strength was overwhelming. She didn't stand a chance. "Wanner, come get your food," the cook called from the other end of the serving counter. Zhao Wanner had specifically requested to pick up the food herself once it was ready. "I'm taking the food to Senior Su Lan and the others," she huffed. storming off. She spotted the cart loaded with the dishes she had ordered. After thanking the cook, she swiftly pushed the cart back to the hangar. The students peeking around the entrance watched her stride in with jealousy burning in their eyes, as if they could bore holes into her back. Make way, make way. Zhao Wanner's voice preceded her, and the half-beast female crew members quickly helped clear the path so the cart could pass smoothly. The aroma wafted through the air, but the tightly covered dishes left everyone salivating in vain. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhao Wanner called out to Su Lan and the others. She pressed a button on the cart, and it unfolded in an instant, transforming into a temporary dining table complete with seats around it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhao Wanner lifted the covers, and the fragrance of the food filled the air, reaching the skies. Rice, bread, various meats and vegetables, fish soup, pork rib soup, braised beef brisket, meatballs and soy sauce, pizza, roasted chicken wings, potato pancakes. There were at least a dozen dishes. The fruit platter featured neatly sliced watermelon and glistening grapes, making everyone's mouth water. Gulp. Someone swallowed loudly, the sound echoing in the silence. This spread looked more like a high-end hotel's buffet than a meal on a warship. Was Zhao Wanner trying to starve them or tempt them to death? Everyone felt a pang of bitterness, wishing they were among the lucky few girls. Zhao Wanner picked up the wet towel prepared beside the dining table and wiped her hands. She lifted her bowl, ready to start eating, but noticed that Su Lan, Shui Xiao, and the others were still standing around in a daze. Senior Su Lan, Xiao, what are you waiting for? Sit down and start eating. Zhao Wanner gestured for them to join her. She also called out to Teacher Qin and Miss Chu Xian, asking them to wipe their hands with the towels first. By the way, my brother said that after we're done eating, we should go to the dorm area next door to wash up and rest. Shui Xiao immediately sat down, her eyes gleaming as she scanned the table full of delicious food, eager to dig in. Wipe your hands first. Su Lan knocked on her head. Xiao stuck out her tongue and obediently picked up a towel to wipe her hands before sitting properly. Thanks, Wanner, Su Lan said with a more refined demeanor, wiping her hands and smiling as she thanked her. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to join. Teacher Qin hesitated, though her stomach was growling. Seeing the envious and jealous looks from the other students, her sense of propriety as a teacher made her reluctant. Teacher Qin, you've been protecting us these past few days. Consider this meal my treat to thank you, as my brother requested, Zhao Wanner said sincerely. No, it's your brother we should thank. If it weren't for him, we might have ended up in the bellies of those bugs, Teacher Qin said, waving her hands. After Zhao Wanner's repeated invitations, Teacher Qin finally sat down, though she picked her food much slower than the others. Chu Xian, on the other hand, sat down without any hesitation. Such a meal wasn't anything special to her, but she was surprised that even regular crew members could enjoy this level of dining. It made her see the warship in a new light. That meat looks delicious. Having meat at all is a treat. I could chew on a bone for 3 days. I'm starving. Don't even mention it. The surrounding students, all hungry, stared longingly, practically drooling. They had been holding on, but seeing someone feast right in front of them was almost unbearable. Teacher Qin felt uneasy and looked at Zhao Wanner, opening her mouth but then closing it again. At that moment, a squad of female crew members walked in from the hangar door, led by a woman in a chef's uniform. Students, our captain knows you've been starving these past few days, so we've arranged a meal ordering service for you all, the chef announced. That's great. Praise the captain. We get to eat. The students cheered, thrilled at the news, some even wanting to hug the captain's leg and cry. Having a decent meal was more than enough. No one would complain about the lack of meat or vegetables. The next moment, a holographic screen lit up behind the chef, displaying a menu of appetizing dishes. But as everyone looked closer, what the heck? The prices are listed. A loaf of bread for 5-star coins, a bowl of rice for 10-star coins, fried rice for 30-star coins? This is daylight robbery, someone exclaimed in confusion. This is a paid restaurant. The prices are clearly marked. Order whatever you want, and we'll make it for you right away, the chef explained with a smile, holding up an Imperial Bank card reader. The female crew member beside her indeed pulled out a card reader. What? We have to pay? The crowd erupted in shock. How else do you expect to get food without paying? The chef retorted. Besides, the prices aren't above market rates. It's not extortion. The students looked at each other, momentarily speechless. At the end of the day, eating just means spending money, right? Looking at the menu again, while it's a bit pricier than a meal plan, it's not much different from dining out. Seeing this, Miss Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought the charges were reasonable. After all, everyone here is either wealthy or a professor, and even if they can't afford a lavish meal every day, spending a few dozen star coins occasionally isn't a big deal. Who cares? I'm starving. Bring me some food. One girl couldn't hold back and rushed to order several dishes. Although the portions were decent, she avoided the expensive meat, so it only came to about 50 coins. I'll have one too. My allowance is tight this month, so just a bowl of rice for me. Do you have meal plans? A piece of bread will do. Everyone started ordering, but unfortunately, the kitchen didn't have any prepared meal plans. This made them even more astonished at the opulence of the warship, which didn't even bother to stock basic compressed food. What the heck? Why is my price 10 times higher? A boy's eyes widened. He had ordered the same thing as the girl next to him, but his bill had an extra zero. The chef glanced at him coldly. Because you just badmouthed the captain here. You should be grateful you're from North Star Academy. Otherwise, the consequences would be worse. What kind of rule is that? Just because I complained a bit, I have to pay 10 times more? Why? The boy protested angrily. Those are the captain's exact words, the female crew captain said even more icily. On his turf, he sets the prices as he likes. Eat or don't eat. And if anyone causes trouble again, they'll be thrown out the airlock. Hearing this, the boy immediately shrank back, recalling the fate of a student from Tianyao Academy, and shivered. This captain really means what he says. Are you eating or not? The chef asked again. The boy looked at the exorbitant bill, gritted his teeth, and deleted a few dishes, leaving only a bowl of rice and a small side, which still cost nearly 300 star coins, almost as much as repair fees. Why is my price 3 times higher even though I didn't badmouth the captain? A Tianyao Academy student complained. The base price is the internal rate for North Star Academy. For other academies, it's 3 times higher, the chef said leisurely. Su Lan almost choked on her food and whispered, Warner, your brother is really cut out to be a captain. Going into business would be a waste of his talent. Zhao Warner finally realized what was going on. Her brother had asked her to bring food back just to provoke these guys. She felt like she had been used and was even helping count the money. Upon hearing the steep prices, half of the students who had initially wanted to order quietly returned to their seats. The chef, unfazed by the scene, continued collecting money with a cheerful smile that appeared to be that of a swindler in the eyes of the crowd. I'll just have a steamed bun, stammered an elderly professor. The bun originally cost 3 star coins, but since he was from Tianyao Academy, he had to pay 3 times the price. Just as the professor opened his digital account to make the payment, a female crew member silently retracted the card reader. We won't take your money. Your order is already being prepared, she smiled. Why? The professor asked in astonishment. Are you Professor Zhang? During your tenure at Tianyao Academy, you developed a medication that reduced battlefield casualties by 20, and instead of patenting it, you made the technology publicly available. The star coins the Empire awarded you were donated to the Red Cross, she explained. Our captain said you don't need to pay a single coin for your meals here. She handed him an apple from the food cart. The main course will take some time. Please have this to tide you over. Sitting on the ground must be uncomfortable. We've prepared a chair and a warm towel for you. Please rest while you wait. Professor Jiang took the apple, his eyes moistening. The surrounding crowd was stunned. Who would have thought that this unassuming team doctor had such a remarkable past? Even most of the faculty and students at Tianyao Academy were unaware of his story. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Jiang repeatedly expressed his gratitude, taking a bite of the apple. It's so sweet. The crowd's emotions were mixed. They had been complaining about the captain's lack of empathy, but now they were at a loss for words. Even I didn't know Professor Jiang had such a story, Zhao Warner said in amazement. Teacher Qin sighed. I had heard about it. The patent for that medication could have been very lucrative. Tianyao Academy wanted Professor Jiang to control the patent and authorize the academy to manage it, which would have been profitable and boosted their reputation. But Professor Jiang refused, saying that medical technology meant to save lives should not be used for profit. Despite receiving an award from the Empire, the academy secretly ostracized him, took away his lab and research funds, and canceled his classes under various pretexts. Now, he's just an ordinary campus doctor at Tianyao Academy. We at Bezixing also tried to recruit him, but he's very stubborn. He believes that since Tianyao Academy nurtured him, he would never leave, no matter what. He's one of the few people my father respects. It's surprising that Zhao Chen knows this old story, Zhao Wan remarked. In addition to Professor Jiang, several other esteemed teachers and friends received the same treatment. During this time, some Tianyao students quietly approached Bezixing students and whispered a few words. Consequently, those Bezixing students went to the food counter, hesitating to speak. Oh, there's one more rule, the chef said casually. Whoever orders the food has to eat it themselves. No sharing with others or ordering for someone else. If I catch you, you'll face the consequences. These few words caused the Bezixing students to dejectedly return to their seats. Sulan and the others instantly understood what was happening. Some Tianyao students found the prices too high and wanted Bezixing students to purchase food on their behalf. Why do I have to pay 30 times the price? I'm from Tianyao Academy, so it should only be 3 times the price. A starving student from Tianyao Academy finally mustered the courage to order food, but the exorbitant bill nearly made him faint. Because you insulted the captain, the chef replied coldly. I didn't. Do you have any proof? The young man protested, his neck stiff with defiance. Proof? The chef snapped his fingers, and a holographic recording appeared. The screen clearly showed the boy's face, spewing disrespectful remarks. This is outrageous. How dare you treat the Earl's son like that? It's utterly vulgar. Embarrassed beyond words, the student had no choice but to order a bread worth 5-star coins, reluctantly paying 150-star coins. At this point, another student who had previously been warned by the chef and was grateful to be from Northern Star Academy finally understood the deeper meaning. If it weren't for his status, he would have had to pay 30 times the price, not just 10 times. In comparison, 10 times didn't seem so unreasonable. Wait, why do we have to pay 100 times the price? Another voice exclaimed in shock. Zhou Min and a pale-faced young man stared at their bill in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. The original price of their dishes added up to just 100-star coins, but the displayed amount was a staggering 10,000. That's the price, the chef said with a chilling smile, his eyes gleaming with a menacing light. Clearly, there was a reason behind it. They must have seriously offended the captain. 10,000 star coins. Can you imagine that? Just to put it into perspective, the hottest-selling T-1 Wolf Fleet class medium interstellar destroyer costs only 30,000 star coins. That means this meal alone cost a third of a starship. All because Zhou Min couldn't keep her mouth shut and badmouthed the chef. The chef, not one to back down, fired back. I told you before, eat it or leave it. If you dare to say another word, forget about eating, I'll throw you off the starship. Consider yourself warned. Even the fair-faced young man distanced himself from Zhou Min, as if he had nothing to do with her. The chef, with a mocking smile, relayed a message from the commander, Hurricane Consortium, Feng Xiaowei. Our commander asked me to tell you this. If you think you can win over my sister with a T3 starship, believe me, I'll spend a T3 starship to end you. At that moment, Shui Xiaoxiao, who had just taken a sip of soup, couldn't hold back and sprayed it out. To avoid dirtying the food on the table, she quickly turned her head to the side, accidentally spraying it on Zhao Wanner's face. Zhao Wanner, with a dark expression, looked at Shui Xiaoxiao, who was trying hard not to laugh. She grabbed a baguette and shoved it into Shui Xiaoxiao's mouth. Shui Xiaoxiao struggled, muffled cries coming out. It's too big, too big. No, it won't fit, no. Please, I'm going to die. As it turns out, Zhou Min and Feng Xiaowei had a run-in with Zhao Wanner's siblings back at North Star Academy. They never expected Zhao Chen to hold such a grudge. Well, they deserved it 100 times over. Even the teachers and students who hadn't ordered food saw how delicious it looked, and some of them caved in and placed orders. Eventually, almost everyone ordered food, though the portions varied. Those who spent a lot only to get the same food as others who paid much less could only silently accept their loss. Among those enjoying their meals, there were naturally some who still harbored resentment towards Zhao Chen. Feng Xiaowei, staring at the food that cost him 5,000 star coins, felt a burning hatred. Zhou Min was devouring the food ravenously, almost finishing more than half. Feng Xiaowei quickly shouted, "Hey, I paid for this, don't eat it all." Meanwhile, in the starship's dining area, Zhao Chen was watching the video feed from the hangar with a wicked grin. His account was continuously receiving payments. Don't underestimate these seemingly small amounts. Zhao Chen had saved nearly 200 students this time. The revenue from their food orders had already reached an astonishing 40 to 50,000 star coins. Next up was sending these suckers back home. After enjoying the meal, Zhao Wanner led Su Lan and the others out of the hangar. Being the sister of the commander, Zhao Wanner felt right at home here. This starship was incredibly luxurious. Even the worst dormitory rooms were 4-person suites with private bathrooms. Teacher Qin was stunned by the extravagance of the starship. He couldn't help but wonder how much weaponry and ammunition could be stored if the space were used for that purpose instead. As the crew member guided them through the bathhouse facilities, Zhao Wanner was delighted to find that the amenities here were even more comprehensive than those on the T2 Queen Bee. Everyone was amazed by the starship's opulence. Is this really a warship?
Shu Lan exclaimed.
Or is it a space cruise liner? Shui Xiaoxiao chimed in. I never thought the conditions on Zhao Chen's starship would be this good. I almost want to enlist under his command. The group of women began to indulge themselves. They spent over an hour bathing, finally ridding themselves of the stench. When the students and teachers from the 2 academies saw how clean and refreshed they were, their envious and jealous looks were palpable. The women, in particular, seemed ready to rush to the bathhouse immediately. Just then, the Imperial fleet arrived. Initially, they had made all sorts of excuses to delay the rescue mission, but now they were surprisingly efficient in picking people up. After some discussion, it was decided to first transfer the students and teachers to the starport in the Water Lily star system. From there, other starships along with the T3 Blizzard would head to the Lantian star system. During the 5-day journey, the students and teachers couldn't resist ordering a few more meals, almost to the point of tears over the cost. Zhao Chen remained expressionless. He knew that he and the T3 Blizzard were about to become the focus of many powerful factions. A storm centered around him was brewing. The task completion notification echoed in Zhao Chen's mind like a heavenly melody. It seemed that as long as he safely escorted over 100 faculty and students from the two academies to the starport, away from the interstellar insectoids, the mission would be a resounding success. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen's intervention ended up rescuing nearly 200 people, far exceeding the system's expectations. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking he might even earn an extra reward. Sure enough, when Zhao Chen claimed his mission rewards, the system generously bestowed upon him a rare blueprint for a T3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber, along with 20 mission points and 6,000 credits. This string of rewards left Zhao Chen overjoyed, akin to receiving red envelopes during the new year. He eagerly opened the data panel, only to be stunned by the overwhelming number of mission points, credits, and various starship blueprints. These were the fruits of his labor. Once the turmoil settled, with this newfound wealth, building an invincible interstellar fleet would be a piece of cake. Zhao Chen's gaze locked onto the T3 Phantom stealth bomber blueprint, eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a formidable mainline ship. Back when T2 starships dominated the universe, it relied on its stealth capabilities and formidable firepower to specialize in taking out enemy flagships, sweeping all before it. It was only with the rise of T3 starships and star shield technology that it faded into obscurity. But upon closer inspection, this Phantom class was extraordinary. It was equipped with the T4 star shield, a technology exclusive to T4 starships. Even among T3 starships, those with such advanced technology were rare. The T4 star shield demanded stringent requirements for engines and energy, typically only met by top-tier T4 starships. Astonishingly, the Phantom's shield energy surpassed that of the Blizzard-class light battlecruiser, known for its strong defense. It was like an invisible assassin clad in heavy armor and wielding a sharp blade, born for decapitation missions. Combined with its stealth capabilities, it was an almost unstoppable superkiller. However, Zhao Chen's smile froze when he calculated the cost. The price of a single Phantom, only half the size of a Blizzard class, was a staggering 15 million star coins, 5 million more than the Blizzard. The high cost of stealth and firepower made sense, explaining its niche status. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Such a money-burning creation would be impractical for mass production. But on second thought, it had significant potential. For instance, in executing covert operations, piloting a stealth warship behind enemy lines would undoubtedly be highly effective. In conclusion, despite its high cost, the Phantom class had its unique value. Zhao Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully, already envisioning this invisible assassin's dominance across the starry seas. Let's set aside the matter of the T3 Phantom-class light stealth star bomber for now. If we can't overcome the immediate challenge, even the best starship is just empty talk. Zhao Chen reviewed his data panel once more. The tens of thousands of points seemed substantial, but due to resource scarcity, he had been hesitant to redeem any starship technology. He wondered if these points would be enough to upgrade the system store to T4 level. If he could indeed exchange for a T4 starship, then after overcoming this hurdle, he would be well equipped for self-defense. However, upon checking the upgrade requirements, Zhao Chen's spirit sank. While he had exceeded the system task completion requirements, he was far from meeting the criteria for redeeming T3 items and spending points. The last condition was particularly daunting. It required a whopping 60,000 points. How long would it take to accumulate that many? It seemed upgrading to a T4 store in the short term was out of the question. Just as Zhao Chen was feeling dejected, his handheld terminal suddenly received a message from an unknown account. The few words in the message made his pupils dilate and shock. It was from Chu Xin's grandfather, the legendary Governor Chu He. It seemed the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen sat down in his office chair, and the surroundings transformed instantly. In an ancient-looking conference room, a 2-meter round table stood before him, and opposite him sat an elderly man with white hair and beard. Despite his kind appearance, his title was none other than Duke of the Empire and 5-star General, Chu Zhenghe, Baron of the Xiaolong star system. At your service, Governor Chu, Zhao Chen greeted with a chest salute. Chu Zhenghe looked him over slowly and praised, a promising young man. Then, his tone shifted. However, there's one thing you've done that displeases me greatly. I had intended to hold you accountable, but my granddaughter insisted on your innocence and even threatened to fall out with me if I blamed you. Ah, girls really do grow up in a way. Zhao Chen cursed Chu Xian inwardly but humbly apologized. I was reckless and shouldn't have taken Miss Chu on such a risky venture. Let's set that aside for now. Chu Zhenghe waved his hand and squinted at him. I heard you've long expressed a desire to cooperate with my family? Strange. When did I ever mention this to you? Zhao Chen knew this old fox was playing dumb but dared not offend him. He decided to be straightforward. Governor, let's be frank. You sent your precious granddaughter to the military academy with a purpose. Why pretend to be ignorant? I came here today with sincere intentions. Then show me your sincerity, Chu Zhenghe replied with a benevolent smile, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Chen knew there was no point in playing mind games with this old fox and went straight to the point. Governor, your affection for Miss Chu stems from the pain of losing your son years ago. Not only did you lose your only son and daughter-in-law, but even your father and brothers fell to the mechanical race's firepower. Am I right? The virtual conference room instantly turned icy cold. Chu Zhenghe's face darkened as he said coldly, I despise people who bring up my family affairs. You have 3 minutes left to say something that interests me. Otherwise, my family has other ways to form alliances. His words were like icy blades, piercing Zhao Chen's heart. This was more terrifying than facing 3 insect hive motherships. But he forced himself to remain calm and continued. The Chu star domain was named by your grandfather himself when your family was granted the fief. The family rules state that as long as there is one member of the Chu family still alive, the mechanical tribe will never cross the Chu River. Your father named you Changhe, which likely carries this significance. Chu Changhe closed his eyes silently, as if reminiscing. Zhao Chen seized the moment. I know that guarding the Chu River, the Empire's shield, isn't just about duty for you. More importantly, it's about avenging the Chu family members who died in battle, including your beloved son. Unfortunately, the Empire's only 2 T-4 battleships are either too expensive or made from rare materials, making mass production impossible. This has led to a strong defense, but weak counterattack capabilities. Time is running out, Chu Changhe said calmly. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, but what if I could develop a low-cost, mass-producible T-4 battleship? Chu Changhe's eyes suddenly opened, his gaze piercing, as if trying to see through Zhao Chen's soul. The governor of Chu stared intently at Zhao Chen, as if trying to see through his thoughts. A promise is a promise, Zhao Chen declared firmly. But I need some time. Governor Chu Changhe suddenly smiled kindly. I can provide you with the best laboratories and research resources in the Chu River Star region. I can even bring in top professors from the Galactic Alliance. That's not necessary, Zhao Chen waved his hand. I'm used to working alone. Those lifeless research labs actually kill my enthusiasm. I might never produce the technology you want. Are you sure you don't want it? Chu Changhe squinted at him. Zhao Chen shrugged. Does the research location really matter? As long as I can deliver the results. Besides, going to your place might cause unnecessary trouble. Chu Changhe pondered for a moment and then asked, how much time do you need to produce a cost-effective T-4 battleship? 10 years. Zhao Chen began, but Chu Changhe interrupted him. Too long, not acceptable. 5 years. 3 years. Chu Changhe raised 3 fingers. I want to see a complete technical blueprint and feasibility report for the T-4 battleship within 3 years. As for the construction, I'll handle it entirely. You don't have to worry about me shortchanging you. The technology will still belong to you. If it really is as good and affordable as you say, I'll pay you 50 times the cost for the technology licensing fee for each ship we build. I guarantee this as the governor of Chu River. 50 times the licensing fee? Zhao Chen was secretly astonished. On the market, T-1 battleships yield a profit of 510 times, T-2s around 20 times, and T-3s approximately 40 times. As for T-4s, their price is still unknown due to the inability to mass produce and sell them. Although 50 times seems like a bargain for Chu Changhe, since he's handling the manufacturing, Zhao Chen saves on costs and time. It was hard to tell who was getting the better deal. As Zhao Chen was pondering, Chu Changhe shifted the conversation. But why should I believe you have this capability? Zhao Chen remained calm and smiled. I can first provide you with an affordable T-3 destroyer as a prelude. My T-4 battleship will be an extension based on it. The current market price for T-3 destroyers is generally around 7 million star coins, with a selling price between 200 and 300 million, Chu Changhe said casually. And my T-3 destroyer not only ranks in the top 3 for combat power among known models, but its cost is also under 5 million. Zhao Chen said confidently. Chu Changhe squinted his eyes. You're offering something this good up front. What do you want from me? This is just an ordinary transaction, Zhao Chen said helplessly. Besides, as an imperial baron, I naturally have to consider the country's interests. The mechanical race is our common enemy, and we must defeat them. For the future of the empire, I am willing to contribute my talents. Of course, I also hope to avoid unnecessary disturbances. After all, a man without a crime is guilty of having treasure. When can you give me the technical blueprint for the T-3 destroyer? Chu Changhe asked. Rest assured, I won't take your hard work without compensation. If it's as good as you claim, the Chu family will pay you 30 times the cost for each one we build. I can send you the encrypted technical data within a day, Zhao Chen replied readily. Chu Changhe was somewhat surprised by his straightforwardness. Anyone else might have felt the pain of parting with such valuable information. All right, I'll be waiting. I'll get back to you within 5 days regarding our potential cooperation. With that, he left the holographic meeting without looking back. Zhao Chen followed suit, collapsing into his chair. only then realizing his back was drenched in sweat. Negotiating with a powerful figure who wears many hats is more exhausting than battling the Zerg. Thankfully, he had prepared well and set up multiple contingencies. Otherwise, that old fox would have spared no effort to capture him. Zhao Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. The bargaining chips he mentioned were merely his heroic deeds in this mission. Right now, his only support was the Chu family. But he couldn't allow himself to become a caged bird, losing the freedom to soar the skies. First, he would use the T4 battleship technology to pique Chu Chang's interest, then earn his trust with the T3 destroyer a 30-fold licensing fee. The Duke truly lived up to his reputation as a tycoon. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Long-term cooperation didn't seem out of the question, but it was too early to say. Who knew how that old fox would treat him in the end? Zhao Chen thought to himself, better redeem the promised T3 destroyer first. He opened the system panel, his mind already made up. He had been planning for this T3 battleship for a long time. Would you like to spend 7,000 points and 10 mission points to redeem the T3 Yanlong-class medium interstellar destroyer technology blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations. You have acquired the T3 Yanlong-class medium interstellar destroyer technology blueprint. Remaining points, 7,720, mission points, 64. Zhao Chen eagerly began editing the technical data. The complex figures and parameters were so familiar to him that he could recite them with his eyes closed. Soon, a complete starship design appeared before him. Yanlong-class medium interstellar destroyer. Class: interstellar destroyer. Technology level: T3. Hull armor strength: 12001400 units. Star shield energy value: 10,000 units. Cruising speed: 160 knots. Star speed warp engine: level 6. Length: 899 meters. Mass: 230,000 tons. Crew: 100. Starship weapons: 2 1,000mm caliber quadruple-mounted medium railguns, 8 medium electronic rapid-fire secondary guns, 32 medium pulse laser secondary guns, 96 medium close-in defense guns. Looking at the dizzying array of parameters, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. With this, he could definitely make that old fox submit. Although the T3 Yanlong-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer may seem mediocre compared to the Blizzard-class and Phantom-class of the same level, that's precisely its charm. It excels in all aspects, whether it's speed, combat power, or hull armor. Among the destroyers in the Galactic Union, if it claims to be second, no one would dare to claim first. Most importantly, its cost is only 5 million star coins, which is a full 30 cheaper than other warships of the same level on the market. With this point alone, Zhao Chen is confident he can persuade Governor Chu. Of course, when editing the technical data, Zhao Chen left a hidden backdoor in the Starship system software. Upon receiving a specific signal, all warships built using this technology would be instantly paralyzed or even self-destruct. As a top-notch Starship engineer, Zhao Chen guarantees that the entire Galactic Union won't discover this backdoor within 50 years. And 50 years later? He couldn't care less about such a distant future. Governor Chu, if you cooperate sincerely, we can both get what we want. Zhao Chen sneered. If I really develop that T4 warship, I might help you win this millennium-long war. But if you dare to treat me like a pushover, no one will have a good time. Inside the governor's mansion in the Chu River Star region, Chu Changhe slowly walked out of his office, followed by an elderly man slightly shorter than him. Sir, do you really believe that kid has the capability to develop a T4 warship? The short old man asked worriedly. He was Old Ding, Chu Changhe's most trusted aide, and he had been privy to the entire conversation just now. Chu Changhe sighed, Old Ding, I have 2 wishes in this life. One is to see Shinner grow up happily and start a family, and the other is to avenge my children and crush the mechanical clan. I want to personally destroy their mechanical city, using my flagship to obliterate those damned metal scraps. The kid is right. Our current 2 T4 warships are excellent for defense but lack offensive capability, mainly because they can't be mass-produced. I've built so many research institutes in the Chu River Star region and invested so much money all these years, all to develop a mass-producible T4 warship to lead our forces in a counterattack against the mechanical clan. Chu Changhe looked up and sighed, Old Ding, I don't have many years left. I'm willing to gamble on this kid, even if I lose, at least I tried my best. Old Ding, seething with anger, said, we could just kidnap him. If force doesn't work, we can use seduction. No hero can resist a beauty. I can find women from various interstellar civilizations for him, whether they have 2 legs, 4 legs, or even 2 heads. How hard can it be to sway him? I've thought about this long ago. Chu Changhe shook his head. But the kid's recent heroic deeds have already caught the Empire's attention. If we act rashly, even with the Chu family's deep resources, we can't afford to be enemies with the entire Empire. Besides, he just made a bold statement. If we detain him, he might turn against us. The fact that he dares to challenge me like this actually makes me like him even more.
Chu Chen reloaded her TT.
He raised his hand to bring up all the data related to this incident and the holographic image of the T3 Blizzard. Old Ding, you've seen it all. What do you think of this kid? Old Ding studied the information for a long time and pointed to a section, saying, in this operation, he single-handedly saved the elites of the two academies. Logically, this is a great opportunity to establish connections with them. But what about him? He actually sold meals on the ship at outrageous prices, sometimes 30 or even 100 times the normal rate, all for just a few thousand star coins. He managed to offend a lot of people. How foolish can one be? Considering his various antics at North Star Academy, it's clear he's someone who acts impulsively and doesn't play by the rules. It fits the typical engineer's quirky personality. So, in my opinion, he's not really a threat to us. Instead, he's narrowed his own path by offending multiple factions, including the military academy. Lao Ding pointed out sharply. I think there's a possibility that this kid is just putting on a show.
Chu Chen rechucker.
Lao Ding widened his eyes and shook his head repeatedly. No way. How could that kid have such cunning and depth? Forget it. Chu Changhe waved his hand dismissively. Shinner has a good relationship with him, so if he has some skills, let's see what he's truly capable of. Hopefully, he won't disappoint me. A few hours later, an encrypted data file arrived in Chu Changhe's inbox. He opened it in front of Lao Ding and found it to be a complete set of technical drawings, with nothing hidden. Didn't expect the kid to be so straightforward. Chu Changhe was a bit surprised, and then started to scrutinize the documents with Lao Ding. Gradually, their expressions grew more serious. Lao Ding, immediately call all engineers and scientists from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Starship Research Institutes of Chuha. Chu Changhe ordered sternly. I want them to provide a detailed analysis report on this warship as soon as possible. Yes. Lao Ding obeyed and left, but couldn't help wondering, T3 Yanlong, could that kid really be capable of building a T4 warship? The notification sound for the quarterly task echoed in Zhao Chen's mind once again. The first objective was a piece of cake, and as for the second one, he just needed to expand the T2 Hammerhead fleet to 5 ships. After all, future fleet expansions would inevitably require a large number of interstellar industrial ships. As Zhao Chen was contemplating this, a video request suddenly came through. It was from Professor Chen. Zhao Chen, after discussions with the two academies and the High Command of the Imperial Navy, we've decided to set off for the Lantian star system tomorrow. Your warship will be repaired there. Any questions? No objections here. Just let me know when it's time to depart, Zhao Chen replied readily. Professor Chen beamed with joy. Great. By the way, once we return to Bezixing Academy, I'll request the administration to hold a grand celebration in your honor to express our gratitude. Zhao Chen quickly waved it off. A celebration isn't necessary. He was well aware that more than half of the faculty and students from the two academies would love nothing more than to see him gone, let alone feel grateful. After all, they'd spent all their pocket money on his ship over the past few days. After ending the communication, Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte and Lilith to prepare for tomorrow's departure. While some of the damage to the T3 Blizzard had been repaired, certain issues could only be fully addressed at the Lantian Star System or Bezixing Academy. Fortunately, these problems didn't affect normal navigation or combat, and the ammunition had been fully replenished. The Lantian Star System. Zhao Chen wondered what awaited him there, smiling bitterly. A grand spectacle was undoubtedly in the making, and he was destined to be its main character. A few days later, a starport in the Lantian Star System bustled with activity. Several berths had been cleared, and the surrounding area was filled with Imperial warships. The waiting area was packed with eager onlookers. Finally, a few starships appeared on the horizon. All eyes immediately focused on a blue and white interstellar battlecruiser riddled with battle scars. This was the legendary ship that had ventured deep into Zerg territory to rescue the faculty and students of the two academies. According to their accounts, this warship had destroyed a T3 Zerg hive ship, heavily damaged another, and ultimately broke through the swarm. It was like a real-life legend, and Zhao Chen, the owner of this ship, had become a hero in the eyes of the masses. Inside the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, with Charlotte and Lilith busy on either side. His sister Zhao Wan'er and Chu Xian, the heiress of the Chu family, were also present. As for Su Lan and the others, they were with Professor Chen on an Imperial warship. The faculty and students from the academies would never set foot on Zhao Chen's ship again. Brother, look, there's a huge crowd down there, and even an honor guard. Looks like they're giving you a hero's welcome. Zhao Wan'er exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the berth. A hero? Zhao Chen scoffed. More like a tasty morsel on a chopping block. Zhao Chen, you're really in the spotlight this time. Chu Xian said sincerely, happy for him. Zhao Chen just smiled without saying a word. Soon, the T3 Blizzard docked, and a video request popped up. Zhao Chen, I'm the governor of the Azure Star region, said a middle-aged man. I deeply admire your bravery in rescuing the faculty and students during this disaster. We've prepared a grand celebration in your honor, and I hope you won't decline. Even the governor himself had come to invite him. Zhao Chen truly realized how famous he had become. Whether or not to disembark was no longer Zhao Chen's decision to make. Your Excellency, you flatter me. It's simply my duty as a citizen of the Empire, Zhao Chen replied modestly. Let's skip the celebration banquet. Nonsense. You've accomplished such a great feat. A mere banquet is hardly sufficient. You deserve even more recognition, the governor said enthusiastically. Besides, there are many teachers, students, and their families who wish to thank you in person. Since he couldn't refuse, Zhao Chen reluctantly agreed to disembark. The governor beamed. We await our young hero with great anticipation. As soon as the communication ended, Chu Xian teased, looks like you've caused quite a stir this time, young hero. But Zhao Chen's expression grew even more serious. He sternly told his sister, Wanner, you stay on the ship. Do not leave without my permission. Why? I want to go see too, Zhao Wanner said, confused. Listen to me. Zhao Chen's tone was indisputable. Startled by her brother's uncharacteristic severity, Zhao Wanner could only nod obediently. Zhao Chen then turned to Chu Xian. Miss Chu, I need a favor from you. Please stay on the ship as well. While I'm gone, regardless of who wants to board and for what reason, I ask you to use your status to prevent them. Although puzzled, Chu Xian agreed without hesitation. Don't worry, I still owe you a favor. I'll make sure of it. Finally, Zhao Chen exchanged a glance with Charlotte and Lilith. Though they remained silent, their eyes were filled with concern. Before departure, Zhao Chen had instructed them to maintain a state of high alert once they docked. All crew members were to stay at their posts, ready to execute his orders at any moment. This arrangement was clearly a precaution for some impending major event. Zhao Chen walked toward the hatch, wearing a polite smile and waving to the waiting crowd. In his heart, he had already prepared for the worst. If they truly forced his hand, he would leave the Empire with the Xiaolong fleet. Though it pained him to abandon the Xiaolong star system, he vowed to return one day to reclaim everything he had lost, and more. No matter the outcome, Zhao Chen was unafraid. This high-stakes gamble was one he intended to win at all costs. Zhao Chen stepped out of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser's berth, instantly greeted by a dazzling display of celebratory fireworks. Imperial soldiers, following their officer's command, saluted in unison, creating a clear path for Zhao Chen. Unexpectedly, a group of charming young women surged forward with bouquets, clambering to hug him. One even took the opportunity to steal a kiss on his cheek and slipped a small note into his pocket. Zhao Chen could only chuckle helplessly, wondering if he should report this as harassment or just laugh it off. Zhao Chen. The governor of the Azure Starfield approached warmly, shaking his hand firmly. You look even more impressive in person than on video. Truly a young hero of this rescue mission. You're too kind, Governor, Zhao Chen replied humbly, clutching the large bouquet in his left hand. He sized up the governor, noting his plump figure, a stark contrast to the imposing aura of Governor Chu. Given you've just returned from the Shualian system, you should really rest, the governor said kindly. But I've already prepared a banquet in your honor. Everyone's eager to meet our hero, so I'm afraid you'll have to endure a bit more. Respectfully, I won't refuse, Zhao Chen smiled. Let's see what you've prepared for me. Meanwhile, the reception for the academy students and teachers was far less grand. Doesn't Zhao Chen seem quite different from when we first met him 6 months ago? Xue Xiaoxiao asked, standing on tiptoes to get a better view of the scene. Facing the governor, he doesn't seem the least bit intimidated. He's changed a lot, Su Lan agreed, frowning slightly. But something feels off. What's off? Xue Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Zhao Chen saved us. Even though his methods were a bit unorthodox, the fact remains. Everyone calling him a hero and treating him like this is only natural. Look closely. There's not a single reporter in the crowd welcoming him. Su Lan pointed out. The rise of a young hero should be headline news, but how could the media miss out on this? Xue Xiaoxiao scanned the area again and realized Su Lan was right. Even the recent insect infestation in the Shualian system had swarms of reporters capturing every detail. And Zhao Chen's solo rescue of the students and teachers should be one of the hottest topics online. You're right, Su Lan, Xue Xiaoxiao muttered. This is really strange. Su Lan opened a virtual screen and searched for information about Zhao Chen, only to find that his name was nowhere to be seen on the Empire's trending list. The only mention was a brief note about the safe evacuation of the Academy students and teachers under military escort from the Shualian system. This is bad. Su Lan's face turned serious. Zhao Chen might be in big trouble. Big trouble? Xue Xiaoxiao tilted her head, confused. Su Lan watched Zhao Chen's distant figure with growing concern. I should have realized sooner. Though Zhao Chen saved our lives, he's revealed too many secrets. The mysterious and powerful T-3 Blizzard, along with his impressive feats at the Academy like single-handedly taking on the T-2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser with his T-2 Black Rhino heavy assault ship, and creating a modular ship capable of 100-section star-speed. These achievements alone are enough to make countless people envy him. And all of this is concentrated in one person, making him a glaring target. Despite this, what can they possibly do to Zhao Chen? Xue Xiaoxiao felt indignant. After all, he saved everyone. A hero? Su Lan shook her head with a bitter smile. When you're needed, you're a hero. But once people are more interested in your secrets, you become prey. Haven't you noticed? There's almost no news about Zhao Chen online now. It's clear someone is deliberately reducing his influence. This way, whatever happens to him in the future won't cause much of a stir among the public. The forces eyeing Zhao Chen are already getting restless. Those forces? Who exactly are they? Xue Xiaoxiao's worry grew by the day. Who else could it be? This is the Azure Star Domain, and even the governor of the Azure Star Domain has personally stepped in. Do you think the governor would pass up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Su Lan bit her lip and said urgently, I need to find Professor Qin immediately and see if he can contact the Northern Star Academy to help protect Zhao Chen. Meanwhile, the faculty and students of both academies had mixed feelings. Some envied the preferential treatment Zhao Chen received, while others had complex, uncertain emotions. That guy swindled so much money from us, yet he still gets to enjoy such privileges. Feng Xiaowei grumbled as he watched Zhao Chen leave. Idiot! Feng Dawei appeared in front of him, slapping him across the face. How many times have I told you to keep your emotions in check and hold your tongue? You're lucky you didn't die at the hands of the insectoids, bringing disgrace to the Hurricane Consortium. Faced with his brother's scolding, Feng Xiaowei didn't dare to talk back and could only respond with a sheepish smile. Brother, I know I was wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Let's go. I'll show you some real entertainment, Feng Dawei said nonchalantly. Entertainment? What kind of entertainment? Feng Xiaowei asked curiously. Feng Dawei stared at the distant figures of Zhao Chen and the governor, smirking coldly. That kid has too many secrets, especially that T3 Blizzard. Don't forget, our Hurricane Consortium has a deep connection with the governor of the Azure Star Domain. Father has already spoken with the governor, and no matter what, we need to extract some valuable information from that kid. But he's so high-profile right now. Wouldn't it be risky to make a move? Feng Xiaowei still had some concerns. Who does he think he is? Just a baron. This is the Azure Star Domain. Everything here is under the governor's control. How we deal with him is up to us, Feng Dawei scoffed. Hearing this, a hint of schadenfreude flashed in Feng Xiaowei's eyes. Brother, what are we waiting for? I can't wait to see that kid get what's coming to him. At the very center of Xingang, there's a prominent dome-shaped restaurant, rumored to be specifically crafted by Lord Lantian to entertain dignitaries and nobles. This restaurant is constructed using military-grade transparent glass, whose strength rivals that of starship armor and costs several times more. Typically, this material is used sparingly for ship bridges or cabin windows. Here, however, the entire restaurant is made of it, showcasing an unparalleled level of luxury. Inside, one can enjoy a panoramic view of Xingang and gaze upon the magnificent main star of the Lantian star system, a truly breathtaking sight. The banquet venue was already fully set up, offering an array of delicacies made from natural ingredients. However, the moment Zhao Chen stepped inside, he keenly sensed something was amiss. Only a handful of students and faculty from the two academies were present, most of them being students from Tianyao Academy, with whom he had a contentious relationship. Every pair of eyes fixed on him gleamed with schadenfreude. It was clear this was a trap set specifically for him. Zhao Chen, this way, please, the governor of Bailan said with a smile, guiding Zhao Chen to a crescent-shaped platform in the center. There were comfortable sofas and waiting maids, clearly the core area of the banquet. Two individuals had already been waiting there for some time. One was dressed in a high-end suit, while the other donned a pristine military uniform. Zhao Chen casually glanced over and saw 5 stars on the officer's epaulettes, an imperial 5-star marshal. Who would have thought he'd be so lucky these past 2 days, running into both the sector governor and a 5-star marshal? As Zhao Chen approached, the two men stood to greet him, their smiles resembling the bared fangs of beasts to him. The marshal's smile was particularly stiff. Zhao Chen, allow me to introduce you, the governor of Bailan said. This is Imperial 5-star Marshal Huang Zhixiong. He became a marshal at 50, just like you, a young hero. A young hero? Zhao Chen scrutinized the pot-bellied marshal in his military uniform. If it weren't for the introduction, he might have mistaken him for the governor's brother. Zhao Chen knew all too well that the governor of Bailan and Huang Zhixiong were birds of a feather, one a regional official and the other a military leader. Their camaraderie must be quite beneficial to them. But Huang Zhixiong was at best a paper tiger, having climbed to the rank of marshal solely due to his family's influence. He commanded several legions but had never fought a single battle in 50 years, merely capturing a few pirates for show. His handling of the recent insect infestation in the Shualian star system revealed his true capabilities. Compared to Governor Chu, who had been fighting the mechanized tribes for years, Huang Zhixiong was nothing. Huang Zhixiong didn't extend his hand, merely nodding at Zhao Chen, clearly looking down on the young man. And this is Feng Weihao, chairman of the Hurricane Consortium. The governor of Bailan introduced a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses. Zhao Chen, I've heard so much about you. Feng Weihao greeted enthusiastically, shaking Zhao Chen's hand and patting his shoulder. You're the same age as my good-for-nothing son, but you're far more outstanding. If he were half as excellent as you, I'd be a much less worried father. You saved my son from the Zerg attack. Otherwise, our Feng family would have been mourning a great loss. As he spoke, he removed his glasses and pretended to wipe away tears. Chairman Feng, you're too kind, Zhao Chen replied modestly, though he made a mental note of this man. Compared to Huang Zhixiang, the head of the Hurricane Consortium posed a real threat. With today's advanced technology, most people don't need glasses, yet he insists on wearing those gold-rimmed spectacles, clearly using them to mask his true intentions. Someone capable of building the Hurricane Consortium into such a commercial empire is certainly no ordinary person. Moreover, the consortium's rise began in the Azure Star region. It's widely rumored that the Hurricane Consortium has a close-knit relationship with the governor of Azure, Marshal Huang Zhixiang, forming a powerful triumvirate that dominates the region's military, political, and commercial spheres. With the three of them arriving together, it's evident they place great importance on Zhao Chen. Please, have a seat. Zhao Chen, the governor of Azure said, guiding Zhao Chen to the sofa. A maid immediately brought out delicious refreshments. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and several graceful figures stepped out. One of them spoke in an indignant tone that caught Zhao Chen's attention. This is outrageous. Why aren't we allowed up here? If the people from Tianyao Academy can come, why can't we? It was Xue Xiaoxiao speaking. Beside her were Senior Su Lan and Teacher Qin, both looking worried. They actually came? Zhao Chen waved them over. Senior Su Lan, Teacher Qin. The three of them walked briskly towards Zhao Chen. Su Lan immediately recognized the three prominent figures opposite Zhao Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Zhao Chen, the people downstairs were so rude. Xue Xiaoxiao pouted, looking aggrieved. They wouldn't let us come up, saying we didn't have an invitation. If it weren't for Teacher Qin exerting pressure in the name of Bizixing Academy, we would have been stuck downstairs. Whether she was naive or deliberately speaking out in front of everyone, Zhao Chen couldn't tell. He chuckled inwardly at the thought, knowing that such a gathering was not meant to be interrupted. If not for Teacher Qin's assertiveness, they wouldn't have had the chance to witness the unfolding drama. Since you're here, you might as well witness the grand finale. Zhao Chen said. At the so-called celebratory banquet, Governor Biluo and Chairman Feng only engaged in some trivial small talk with Zhao Chen. Marshal Huang Zhixiang, on the other hand, ignored Zhao Chen completely, his gaze wandering over the female guests, mostly focusing on Su Lan and the two others beside Zhao Chen. Many guests came up to toast, but Zhao Chen declined, citing that students shouldn't drink alcohol and toasted with tea instead. After a few rounds of tea, Governor Biluo smiled at Teacher Qin and said, Teacher Qin, we have some private matters to discuss with student Zhao. Could you please take the two female students aside for a moment? Teacher Qin's face changed slightly, momentarily flustered. She was adept at teaching and commanding battleships, but found herself at a loss in this situation, much like a young girl inexperienced in social settings. Governor, they are my close friends. There's no need for them to leave. You can speak freely, Zhao Chen said, wrapping his arm around Su Lan and Teacher Qin's shoulders. Teacher Qin stiffened, looking at Zhao Chen in a fluster. As a dedicated teacher, she had never had such close contact with a man. Su Lan, on the other hand, remained calm, silently sipping her juice without a word. Xue Xiaoxiao, however, was not pleased, pouting in dissatisfaction. Why just them? Am I not good enough? She glanced at Su Lan and Teacher Qin's chests, then looked down at her own, feeling indignant. She grabbed a glass of supposedly special papaya juice and drank it down in one go. Xiaoxiao, don't be discouraged. We're still young and growing, Zhao Chen consoled her. Didn't expect you to like mature women, Zhao, Governor Biluo said with a smile. Coincidentally, I have a niece in her early 30s. If you're interested, I can introduce you. If you're not into humans, our Cyclone Consortium recently acquired some alien female slaves. They would make perfect gifts for you, Chairman Feng added, not to be outdone. A young man should have lofty ambitions, explore the stars, and not be entangled in romantic affairs, Zhao Chen replied solemnly, not loosening his hold on Teacher Qin and Su Lan in the slightest. Xue Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, and Teacher Qin blushed deeply from embarrassment. Romantic affairs? What does that mean? It sounds so awkward, Su Lan thought, giving Zhao Chen a sidelong glance but still saying nothing. Good. A young man with ambitions should be like this. Governor Biluo applauded. Since these ladies are your close friends, let's get straight to the point. We're very interested in your incredible talent in shipbuilding, especially the T3 Blizzard and T2 Black Rhino. Chairman Feng wants to collaborate with you, and I'm here to mediate. If you're willing, you'll get 30 of the profits. We can also provide you with top-notch research facilities and resources for free to support your future research, Feng Weihe said with a cunning smile. If you have a team behind you, we're willing to offer 3 times the Empire's salary to hire them. 30%? What a joke. Zhao Chen sneered inwardly. Governor Chu was at least willing to offer a technical authorization fee worth 30 times the cost. If sold on the market, the profit margin would be at least 4,050 times. That's a 70-30 split, with me taking 70 and Governor Chu taking 30. These two old foxes have such a small vision compared to Governor Chu. Starship technology? I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding, Zhao Chen said. Zhao Chen put on an innocent face and said, those ships weren't built by me. I was on an interstellar journey when I had an accident and crash-landed on an unknown planet. Just when I thought I was doomed, I stumbled upon a mysterious figure's starship base. Seeing me as a person of fate, this figure gifted me those warships. An interstellar accident? A chance encounter with a mysterious figure? Given ships just because of fate? Shui Xiaoxiao spat out her papaya milk, coughing uncontrollably. This is too cliché, like something straight out of a web novel. Sorry. She quickly wiped the milk off her face with a tissue, trying to stifle her laughter. So, where exactly is this mysterious figure's base? I'd love to pay a visit. The blue governor smiled at Zhao Chen, his eyes cold. Clearly, he didn't believe a word. I'm afraid that's not possible, Zhao Chen said with a regretful shake of his head. That mysterious figure said they were leading the fleet to explore the galaxy, so you won't be able to meet them for now. Zhao, you sure know how to tell a tale. We've looked into your past. Before enrolling, you never left the Xiaolong star system. Where's this interstellar mishap coming from? The blue governor took a sip from his cup, scrutinizing Zhao Chen. And the T3 Blizzard and T2 Black Rhino ships? They've never appeared in any other factions. Is this mysterious figure so secretive that they leave no trace? Zhao Chen shrugged innocently. But I'm telling the truth. Thud. Huang Zhixiong crushed his wine glass in his hand, spilling wine everywhere. With a dark expression and gritted teeth, he growled, Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Typhoon Consortium is willing to work with you because they see potential in you. You're just a minor baron. If not for this partnership, you wouldn't get even a fraction of the profits. Play along, and you'll enjoy wealth and status, with a prosperous fief in the Blue Star region. Why suffer in that godforsaken Xiaolong star system? Zhao Chen's smile remained unchanged. As the saying goes, a child doesn't think their mother is ugly, and a dog doesn't think its home is poor. No matter how barren the Xiaolong star system is, it's the legacy of my ancestors. Compared to the wealth and status you speak of, I'd rather guard my small piece of land and live freely as a lord. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Old Huang, why are you speaking like this? Governor Billion looked at Zhao Chen kindly. Zhao Chen is still young, and it's normal for him to overlook some things. We should give him time to think it through. How about this? If you think we're not offering enough, how about I take you as my foster son? I'll give you my entire 20 profit share, and have Chairman Feng give you another 50. Within 5 years, you'll be a viscount, and in 20 a count.
À foster son?
You think you deserve to be my father? Zhao Chen thought with a sneer. These people were clearly playing both good cop and bad cop, trying to corner him. Whether they would keep their promises was another matter. He'd rather trust Governor Chu, a straightforward and upright man. Governor, I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline, Zhao Chen said as he stood up. This banquet is about over, and I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll take my leave. Just as he was about to step away, a light barrier rose around him, and 4 burly bodyguards blocked his path. Zhao Chen, are you really going to disregard my face like this? Governor Billian's smile turned icy cold. The real show was about to begin. Zhao Chen leaned in close to the governor's ear and whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. If I don't give you face, what can you do about it? This was like pouring oil on fire. Governor Billian's eyes turned even colder. Huang Zhixiong couldn't help but interject. What now? As the Marshal of the Empire, I suspect your starship technology is linked to the Mech clan. We need to detain and interrogate you. Cooperate, or you'll suffer for it. So they were switching from soft tactics to hard ones? Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly. These people were shameless, even with Su Lan and others present. But judging by the guests' expressions, they seemed unaware of the real situation. The light barrier didn't block external sounds, but did isolate internal conversations. Nonsense. How could Zhao Chen have anything to do with the Mech clan? He's a hero who saved the faculty and students. Shui Xiaoxiao stood up indignantly. The marshal's word isn't evidence? Huang Zhixiong raised his head arrogantly. Questioning my authority is questioning the empire. If he's innocent, an interrogation will clear him. Huh, an interrogation just to fabricate charges? Zhao Chen felt disdain but kept a calm face. Teacher Qin also stood up, looking stern. Gentlemen, Zhao Chen is a student of Northern Star Academy. You can't treat him this way. I see your motivatory coveting his starship technology. Regardless of its origin, empire law protects any individual or organization's research and development as private property. Even the royal family can't seize it. Are you worried I'll spread the word and tarnish your reputation? If I'm saying this in front of you, I'm not afraid. Governor Billion sneered. Don't forget, Teacher Chin. This is the Billion Star region, not Beifeng Star region. Here, I make the rules. Zhao Chen is staying, and you can leave if you want. I don't care what you say outside. The governor's confidence was evident. He was clearly unafraid. On his own turf, he was determined to keep this young baron in check. You all. Mr. Chin's face turned livid, shocked at their brazen shamelessness. Zhao Chun sighed inwardly, realizing Mr. Chin was still too naive. The empire's rules were designed to control the lower and middle classes. For the elite, interests reign supreme. Rules mean nothing. What if I say Zhao Chun is one of the Su family? Su Lan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I know who you are, the illegitimate daughter of the main branch of the Su family from the Zhisu Star region. The governor of the Azure Star region sneered. Regardless of whether your status represents the Su family or not, even if the Su family truly wants to protect him, don't forget what I said. This is the Azure Star region, not your Su family's Zhisu Star region. You have no authority here. Su Lan's expression was complicated. She knew well that the Su family and the governor of Azure had long-standing conflicts. Given his audacity, he wouldn't fear further complications. Even if the Su family sought retribution, the royal family would be the first to object. Now that Zhao Chen was in his grasp, he had a significant bargaining chip. Shui Xiaoxiao finally realized the gravity of the situation. She looked at Zhao Chen with worry, thinking that this was truly dire. If the other side disregards both the Su family and the Northern Star, wouldn't Zhao Chen be held captive? Wouldn't that be like a lamb to the slaughter, with no hope of survival? Governor of Azure, Marshal Huang, Chairman Feng, have you ever heard an old saying? Zhao Chen smiled as he looked around at everyone. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate the youth. At this very moment, many people at the banquet noticed the strange atmosphere around the central booth, especially when the light curtain rose and 4 black-clad bodyguards stared intently at Zhao Chen. Everyone sensed that something unusual was afoot. Most of the attendees at this feast had close ties with the infamous Iron Triangle and were well aware of the situation. See that? That kid is now just a canary in the hands of my dad and those 2 big shots, completely at their mercy, Feng Dawei remarked, holding his wine glass and observing the central booth from a distance. Feng Xiaowei was in high spirits, though he regretted not being able to hear Zhao Chen's pleading and begging for his life. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation of being extorted to the brink of ruin on Zhao Chen's battleship just a few days ago. What do you think will happen to that kid? There's no way they're actually going to cooperate with him, right? Feng Xiaowei asked curiously. Are you stupid? Cooperating with him now is just a ploy to learn his unique skills, Feng Dawei scoffed. Once they've extracted all his value, they'll find a way to make him disappear without a trace. A mere baron? How could he possibly contend with us? My dad and those 2 could crush him effortlessly. Big brother, can I be the one to deal with him when the time comes? Feng Xiaowei asked with a sinister smile. Feng Dawei glanced at him, seeing through his intentions. Sure, I'll make the arrangements. Thanks, bro. Feng Xiaowei grinned maliciously, already imagining 100 ways to torment Zhao Chen. On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, Zhao Wanner sat in the captain's chair, puzzled. Why didn't my brother let me go with him? She wondered aloud. Charlotte and Lilith exchanged a glance, silently lamenting how naive this girl, raised in an ivory tower, was to the dangers of the world. Chu Xian walked onto the bridge with a serious expression. 5 groups requested permission to board earlier, 2 from the Azure Star Domain and 3 from the Imperial Army. I turned them all away. She looked at Charlotte and Lilith. Do you know something? Did Zhao Chen give you any instructions? And I've noticed we've been on high alert this whole time. Zhao Wanner also looked at the 2, waiting for an answer. The commander said to tell you the truth if you asked, Lilith replied. This mission is extremely dangerous for him. The T3 Blizzard is a new type of battleship with unprecedented power demonstrated during the Zerg campaign. It's bound to attract countless envious eyes. But the commander's status is low, like a shining treasure without any protection. Zhao Wanner jumped off the captain's chair, anxiously asking, Are you saying the Azure governor intends to harm my brother? Lilith nodded. Zhao Wanner slapped her forehead in frustration, realizing the truth too late. If it weren't for saving her, her brother might never have exposed the existence of the T3 Blizzard and wouldn't be in such danger now. She bit her lip and grabbed Charlotte's hand in panic. Sister Charlotte, my brother will be okay, right? Don't worry, your brother will be fine, Charlotte reassured her. He'll contact my grandfather right away. Chu Xian said urgently. Since helping her grandfather connect with Zhao Chen last time, she knew nothing about their interactions. Every time she asked, her grandfather would brush her off, telling her to focus on following Zhao Chen and not to meddle. Who would have thought that at this inexplicable celebration banquet, Governor Blue dared to arrest someone in public. It's utterly shameless. At this very moment, she couldn't even reach her grandfather, which had never happened before. Where did that old man go? Answer the call. Chu Xian paced anxiously on the bridge. He always picks up within 3 seconds whenever I call him. I need to find my brother. Zhao Wanner was about to rush out of the bridge. Staying here is the best way you can help your brother right now, Lilith stopped her. You've seen what the commander is capable of. He can retreat unscathed even under a swarm attack. A mere starport won't trouble him. Zhao Wanner halted, still worried. She had never felt such a desperate urge to see her brother's face, even though they usually bickered all the time. Meanwhile, in a booth at the Dome restaurant, Huang Zhixiong sneered at Zhao Chen's words. You think you can challenge us? Dream on. Now that the pretense is gone, there's no need to be polite to this kid. Since Zhao Chen is unwilling to cooperate, don't blame us for being rude, Governor Blue said menacingly. Take Zhao to the villa we've prepared and let him rest. Zhao Chen remained calm. He had come down from the warship to divert attention from the T3 blizzard. If he stayed on the ship, it would become the primary target. As for these bodyguards, they couldn't be more troublesome than the Zerg soldiers. He could easily take a few of the guests hostage and leave, but doing so would lead to a disastrous outcome he wished to avoid. As the standoff continued, a blinding beam of light suddenly filled the Dome restaurant, making it impossible for anyone to see. When the glare subsided, everyone realized that an impressive fleet of over 300 starships had appeared outside the starport. Leading the fleet was a T4 Northwind God-class heavy battleship, with the character Chu emblazoned in golden letters on its hull. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 3 T4 battleships in the fleet. How is the Chu family fleet here? Governor Blue's face turned pale. At the same time, the main cannons of the lead ship were all aimed at the Dome restaurant, like a sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Next, a holographic projection appeared in the center of the restaurant. The figure was dressed in military uniform, with a billowing cape and 5 shining gold stars on the epaulets. Despite his advanced age, the mere presence of his hologram exuded an air of commanding authority. Blue Fatty, Yellow Rat, where's my grandson-in-law Zhao Chen? I'm here to take him home. The projection wasn't just limited to the Dome restaurant. It appeared in most key locations throughout the starport. Even on the public channel, you could view Governor Chu's message by clicking on the pop-up notification. Numerous starships docked at the port also received the data link. After confirming it was safe, Secretary Lilith projected it onto the main screen of the T3 Blizzard's bridge. My grandfather? Chu Xian exclaimed in surprise. What's he doing here? Zhao Wanner, Charlotte, and Lilith all turned to her, their eyes filled with curiosity. Chu Xian, did I hear correctly? Did Governor Chu just call my brother his grandson-in-law? Zhao Wanner asked suspiciously, staring at Chu Xian. You're the only granddaughter in the Chu family, right? Chu Xian blushed deeply and hurriedly explained. Wait, there must be a misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. She quickly sent a series of communication requests to her grandfather, but every single one was rejected. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. What's that old man up to? Charlotte and Lilith exchanged a silent glance, visibly more relaxed. To them, while the commander's love life was surprising, it wasn't their place to interfere. On the contrary, Governor Chu's acknowledgement of this relationship provided Zhao Chen an added layer of protection. Students and faculty who couldn't attend the banquet witnessed the spectacle through large video projections. Who is this guy? He looks so familiar. Are you stupid? Forgot the famous portraits in the academy hallway? That's Governor Chu He, the Duke of the Empire and a 5-star marshal. Wow, did he just say Zhao Chen is his grandson-in-law? When did this kid connect with the Chu family? Becoming the Chu family's son-in-law is like hitting the jackpot. For a moment, the students and faculty buzzed with excitement, as if they'd stumbled upon some juicy gossip. Someone suddenly realized something. Hey, who were that blue fatty and yellow rodent shouting at earlier? They were immediately silenced by a stern look from a nearby teacher. Another, kinder teacher whispered, think about it yourselves. In the Azure Starfield, who has the last name Blue and who has the last name Yellow? Everyone suddenly understood and covered their mouths. Only Governor Chu could say such things. Anyone else would be asking for trouble. They were now more curious about what had happened to make Governor Chu go to such great lengths, even bringing his elite fleet. Don't underestimate those 300-plus warships. Apart from a few T4 Northern Wind-class heavy battleships, the rest were all T3 main forces. This fleet's combat power could rival a regular Imperial Legion. The guests in the banquet hall looked at each other in shock, not expecting such a dramatic turn of events. Feng Daoi's face turned ashen. Zhao Chen was actually Governor Chu's grandson-in-law? That old man had guts, bringing his fleet to the Azure Starfield. What happened at the Stargate? Why didn't we hear anything? Feng Xiaowei asked nervously. Feng Daowei glared at him in frustration. Does this naive brother not realize how serious the situation has become? The consequences could be disastrous. These three big shots usually only resort to underhanded tactics in the shadows. But Governor Chu has gone all out, publicly declaring Zhao Chen as his grandson-in-law, completely defying expectations. The situation is likely spiraling out of their control. Sitting in the central booth of the restaurant, Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Inside, however, he was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. Governor Chu's grand gesture of calling him his grandson-in-law was clearly an attempt to tie Zhao Chen to the Chu family. By deploying his elite fleet, he was making a statement about Zhao Chen's importance. This old fox was really taking advantage, trying to act like Zhao Chen's grandfather. Zhao had thought the governor might just offer some protection, but he never expected such a bold move. Nearby, Teacher Qin, Su Lan, and Shui Xiaoxiao stared at him in shock. Governor Chu had clearly and deliberately called Zhao Chen his grandson-in-law. They never imagined Zhao Chen had such a connection with the Chu family. At that moment, Governor Bailan's terminal started flashing red, signaling an incoming communication. He opened it to find Governor Chu himself. The note attached read, "If you dare not answer, I'll bring my fleet to your main planet and blow up your lair." Arrogant and domineering, Governor Chu was still the same tyrant he had always been. Governor Bailan looked helplessly at his two companions, Huang Zhixiong and Feng Weihao, who had previously been full of vigor but now wore complex, uncertain expressions. Seeing no one else willing to speak, Governor Bailan reluctantly answered the call and stood up. Huang Zhixiong and Feng Weihao also stood, forcing professional smiles. Meanwhile, the video windows outside dimmed, causing onlookers to murmur in curiosity. "Governor Chu, why didn't you inform me in advance of your visit to the Bailan Star region? I would have prepared a banquet to welcome you." Governor Bailan began with pleasantries. "Notify you in advance? So you could hide my grandson-in-law?" Governor Chu got straight to the point. "Bailan, Huang, I've tried calling my grandson-in-law several times, but no one answered. I heard you took him to some celebration. Where is he?" The reason Zhao Chen and the others didn't receive the calls was that the booth had a canopy that blocked both sound and unauthorized signals, with exceptions only for the three big shots communications. "How could we possibly hide Zhao Chen?" Governor Bailan forced a smile, turning the camera towards Zhao Chen. "See, he's right here, safe and sound." As soon as Governor Chu saw Zhao Chen, his demeanor softened immediately. "Xiao Zhao, are you all right? Did these old fogies bully you? If they did, tell Grandpa, and I'll make sure they pay. If anyone dares to touch my precious grandson-in-law, I'll blow up their lair." "All right, this old man really wants to take advantage of me." Zhao Chen cursed inwardly, but then he thought, based on seniority, the governor of Bailan is indeed his elder. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and show respect for the elderly. "Grandpa Chu, look, I'm fine, right?" Zhao Chen said with a face full of grievance. Yet the governor of Bailan insisted that he hand over the starship technology, or he wouldn't be allowed to leave. He even suspected Zhao Chen of colluding with the Mech clan and wanted to take him back for interrogation. "I, a baron of the Xiaolong star system, have saved so many students, and yet I have to face such slander. It's really disheartening." Zhao Chen lamented. Shui Xiaoxiao and the other girls exchanged glances, secretly impressed. They hadn't expected this guy to be such an exaggerated actor, but it was quite convincing.
Phát đi lan.
Governor Chu roared in anger. "How dare you accuse my grandson-in-law of being a Mech clan spy? It's clearly an insult to the Chu family. Everyone knows the Chu family and the Mech clan are mortal enemies. Every name in the Chu family shrine died at the hands of the Mech clan. If you want to go be a bride for the Mech clan, the Chu family won't stop you." "Governor Chu, there's a reason for this. Allow us to explain." Marshal Huang Zhixiong tried to mediate. "Explain my foot." Governor Chu gave him no face. "Huang Mouse, you think just because you turned from a skinny mouse into a fat one, you have the right to yap in front of me? And you dare to wear a military uniform? With your character, you're not fit for it. Speaking of old scores, I'm even more furious. Back then, you leeched off my legion's achievements. If it weren't for your sister pleading for you, I would have sent you to the afterlife with a stick. Now you dare to act all innocent here? Looking for a beating, are you?" Huang Zhixiong's face turned ashen, but he didn't dare to speak. Chairman Feng watched coldly, feeling utterly disdainful. "I'll say it again. Zhao Chen is my grandson-in-law. Anyone who dares to touch him is opposing the Chu family." Governor Chu's tone was resolute. "Not convinced? Come at me, and I'll fight you to the end." But to Zhao Chen, he was all smiles and kindness. "Grandson-in-law, let's not stoop to their level. Come, let's leave this place of trouble." "All right," Zhao Chen agreed, about to take his leave. Suddenly, a message shocked everyone present. "Report. The princess's personal guard fleet has arrived and demands to see Baron Zhao Chen immediately." The announcement left everyone stunned. The imperial princess held such a prestigious position that even the crown prince would tread carefully around her. Who would have thought Zhao Chen had connections with the princess? Shui Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, sensing a big story. What kind of hidden secrets did Zhao Chen have with the princess? The Azure governor was momentarily at a loss. He skeptically scrutinized Zhao Chen, thinking to himself, isn't this kid just a baron? It's understandable that both Northern Star Academy and the Su family would support him, but now even Governor Chu He and the Empire's little princess are involved? Could this kid have been hiding his true strength all along? Clearing his throat, the Azure governor tried to maintain his composure. Please inform the princess's honor guard fleet that Zhao Chen is at the Dome restaurant in our starport. Is there anything else they need? After a brief pause, the reply came, instructing Baron Zhao Chen to wait at his current location, as they would arrive shortly. And shortly they did. Almost immediately, a more resplendent fleet appeared. Right next to Governor Chu He's fleet it was the royal fleet. The gleaming gold and white hulls, adorned with bronze royal emblems, exuded an air of nobility and luxury. Even without the presence of the royal family, their grandeur was unmistakable. Though not as intimidating in size as Governor Chu He's fleet, the royal fleet's 300 starships, including a third of T3 class and the rest T2, were formidable in their own right. As the T3 flagship slowly docked, the other vessels hovered nearby. Throughout this process, Governor Chu He remained silent, a seemingly indifferent observer. The Azure governor, however, smiled at Zhao Chen and said, Zhao Chen, you have connections with the princess? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Zhao Chen, looking bewildered, shook his head repeatedly. I have no idea what connection I have with the princess. The Emperor's protection of the little princess is so thorough that no information about her is available online. People only know she exists, but her appearance, age, and other details are all unknown. Wait, the princess? A light bulb went off in Zhao Chen's head as he remembered his sister, who served in the royal fleet. Although she was favored and held the position of captain, it shouldn't have warranted the princess's involvement, right? After all, a fleet of this scale had 3,000 captains alone. Could it be that his sister's standing with the princess was far higher than he had imagined? Zhao Chen was baffled. The last time he saw his sister was 3 years ago, and their meeting was brief, leaving no time for detailed conversations. In response to the Azure governor's teasing, Zhao Chen could only smile without comment. He himself was clueless about the purpose of the princess's fleet. As everyone speculated about the royal fleet's arrival and Zhao Chen's mysterious identity, the starport was abuzz with excitement. Word spread quickly, and soon everyone knew about it. Curiosity seekers flocked to the T3 ship's docking area, eager to catch a glimpse of the grand warships, including many students from both academies with hopeful eyes, desperate to see what was happening. As the hatch slowly opened, a procession of stunning female soldiers in white and gold uniforms emerged, each with an elegant demeanor and striking beauty. In the center of the procession, a female officer carried a crystal emblem adorned with royal insignia, gracefully advancing with the honor guard. Oh my gosh, that's a royal commendation crystal! A teacher exclaimed from the crowd. The Imperial Crystal of Honor? The one personally bestowed by His Majesty? All the students around were green with envy, wishing they could bask in the glory of that crystal themselves. In the Empire, there are generally two types of honors. One is material rewards, such as money and jewels. The other is the elevation of titles. Title promotions can happen in two ways. First, through outstanding merit or influential connections, where the Ministry of Personnel submits a list to His Majesty for approval. Promotions like from Baron to Viscount or Viscount to Count are quite common. The second way is what we are witnessing now. His Majesty personally bestows the Crystal of Honor, escorted by a special fleet to the recipient. Such grandeur usually signifies a favorite of the Emperor, destined for a bright future. What's more, this time, the prestigious royal fleet was deployed, an unprecedented level of splendor. Hold on, female soldiers in platinum uniforms, this is clearly the princess's personal guard. Someone exclaimed again. The news hit like a thunderbolt. It was already rare enough to see the royal fleet escorting an honor, but to have the princess involved as well. Who could possibly deserve such a distinction? The female soldiers marched through the docking bay, heading straight for the Dome restaurant. Though the onlookers were numerous, not one dared to obstruct their path, all stepping aside to clear the way. As the entourage boarded the elevator to the Dome restaurant, a bold thought struck the minds of the students and faculty. At this critical moment, heading to the Dome restaurant, the identity of the honoree was becoming obvious. In a flash, the elevator reached the top floor. Guests had already been eagerly awaiting, having witnessed the arrival of the royal fleet. The central booth's canopy descended right on cue, and Zhao Chen and his group walked to the forefront, under the spotlight. The female officer holding the crystal scanned the crowd, locked eyes with Zhao Chen, and approached him directly. It really was the Crystal of Honor. The guests were filled with envy. Even the usually composed Feng Dawei couldn't hide the jealousy in his eyes. Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system, please step forward to receive your honor. The female officer's clear voice echoed through the Dome restaurant. Zhao Chen stepped forward, following the ceremonial protocol from the books, and knelt on one knee. The female officer knelt on one knee, raising both hands to present the ornate box containing the crystal of commendation. A sudden holographic projection shot out from the crystal, revealing a middle-aged man seated on a throne. His appearance stunned everyone present. Some knelt, while others prostrated themselves. Only Zhao Chen dared to lift his head slightly, secretly observing the figure. The man appeared to be in his 70s, yet his face was youthful, showing no signs of age. He had a prominent nose and wide eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Seated on the throne, he resembled a dragon overlooking its domain. Zhao Chen felt that this man could rival Governor Chu He in terms of presence. However, their demeanors were vastly different. Chu Changhe was a decisive military leader, sharp and imposing, while this man exuded the calm and commanding presence of an emperor. Lord of the Xiaolong Galaxy, Baron Zhao Chen. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice resonating like a bell, commanding the entire room. Braving the Zerg peril alone to rescue over 100 teachers and students from the 2 academies is a heroic feat. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Imperial Viscount and a reward of 1,000,000 star coins. His words echoed, and no one dared to speak for a long time. After the hologram faded, the female officer rose and said, "Viscount Zhao, please rise." Zhao Chen stood up and accepted the crystal of commendation from her hands. Immediately, several female soldiers brought forward trays containing the imperial card worth 1,000,000 star coins and gifts from the princess. Though the Viscount title was only one rank above Baron, it brought Zhao Chen many conveniences. For instance, his fleet could now officially expand to 100 ships without fearing accusations from enemies. However, Zhao Chen scoffed inwardly at the 1,000,000 star coins. The royal family was being rather stingy. The princess's gifts, on the other hand, were quite valuable, including a custom-made Viscount's outfit and precious jewelry, which could fetch 2 to 3 million if auctioned. But Zhao Chen would never disrespect the princess's kind intentions. "Thank you, sister. May I know how to address you?" Zhao Chen smiled at the female officer. She returned the smile and said, "I am Wei Shishir, commander of the princess's 10th Guard Fleet." "Viscount Zhao, you are too kind." "So it's Sister Wei. My apologies for not recognizing you," Zhao Chen replied, then extended an invitation. "If you have some time, may I host a private banquet for you and your sisters?" Having undergone several enhancements, Zhao Chen was already a striking figure, full of charisma. His invitation made the other female soldiers exchange glances, clearly captivated. However, Wei Shishir politely declined. "I'm afraid that wouldn't be appropriate. We are already away from our fleet against regulations, and must return immediately after this. In that case, how about I accompany you on your journey?" Zhao Chen suggested, effortlessly addressing them as sisters, which made Xue Xiaoxiao roll her eyes beside him. Wei Shishir nodded in agreement and bid farewell to everyone present. "Governors, marshals, we must urgently return to our fleet." "Farewell." "Go on, safe travels," Governor Chu said, smiling warmly, a stark contrast to his earlier stern demeanor. Governor Bai Lan also smiled and said, "Congratulations, Zhao Cheno, Viscount Zhao. I apologize for the modest banquet today. Next time, I will host a proper one." "Teacher Qin, Senior Sulon, Xiao, let's go," Zhao Chen said, looking at the chests of rewards. "They'll need your help carrying these." Xue Xiaoxiao eagerly agreed, her eyes fixed lovingly on the glittering jewels. The guests began to take their leave, leaving behind a hall full of people who watched Zhao Chen's departing figure with envy and jealousy. Although he had only been promoted from Baron to Viscount, it was clear to everyone that there was more to it than met the eye personally conferred by the Emperor, escorted by the princess's fleet, and even receiving gifts from the princess. All signs pointed to Zhao Chen holding a significant position in the royal family's eyes. Moreover, it was well known that the little princess's elder brother was the crown prince, the future heir of the empire. With the princess backing him, Zhao Chen's career would undoubtedly be smooth sailing, with the prospect of becoming a count in 3 years and a marquis in 10 years, well within reach. Just when everyone thought Zhao Chen was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned back to face 3 high-ranking officials. With a smile on his face, but a tone as sharp as a blade, he said, "I will remember the hospitality you have shown me today. In the future, I will surely repay it." The meaning behind his words was unmistakable. It was a blatant threat. Despite his bold words, Zhao Chen showed no fear. If it hadn't been for Governor Chu stepping in just in time, he might have already been imprisoned and subjected to unknown tortures. And let's not forget, Zhao Chen never forgets a grudge. "I'm sincerely sorry once again. I didn't fully grasp the task and didn't execute the rewrite according to your requirements. I will take each instruction seriously, carefully consider the wording, and strive to meet your expectations. If there are any mistakes, please point them out directly, and I will humbly accept and work hard to improve. Thank you for your patient guidance. This time, I will give it my all to present a piece that satisfies you." As Zhao Chen and his group walked away, the 3 big shots from the Azure Star region exchanged bewildered glances. They never expected things to end like this. They had assumed Zhao Chen was merely a baron, only to discover he had powerful allies Northern Star Academy, the Su family from Zissou Star region, and even the Chu family from Chuha Star region, not to mention the royal princess. And let's not forget that the grandfather of the young lady from the Chu family is the governor of the Beifeng Star region. I, Huang, have never felt so humiliated in my life. Huang Zhixiong returned to his seat, grabbed a bottle of liquor, and started drinking heavily. It was bad enough being bullied by that dog Chu Changhe, but now even a young upstart dares to step on me and openly provoke me. What can we do? We can ignore Northern Star Academy and Zissou Star region, but we can't disrespect the royal family. The governor of Azure Star region wore a grim expression. Especially that mad dog Chu Changhe, only His Majesty can control him. Everyone else has to give him some leeway. Now Zhao Chen has become a target for many. If we go after him, we might end up burning ourselves. Chairman Feng, who was standing nearby, said calmly, even though he has those 2 decent warship blueprints, they are not worth us risking everything. Let's lay low for a while and see how things unfold. With that, Chairman Feng took his leave. Watching him depart, Huang Zhixiong turned to the Azure Star region governor with a sullen face. This guy has been making a lot of moves lately. Could he be planning to go solo? The governor sneered. Go solo? His Cyclone Consortium was built with our support. Without the massive orders from Azure Star region, he couldn't have produced the popular T2 Hyena-class heavy destroyer. Ultimately, the core technology of that ship was something I obtained at great expense from the Imperial military. No matter how flashy the Feng family gets, they are just dogs. Huang Zhixiong nodded in agreement. Outside the Dome restaurant, Zhao Chen walked side by side with a female officer from the royal fleet, their laughter drawing countless eyes. Sister Wei, why has the royal fleet come to confer titles in person? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Commander Wei smiled knowingly. Don't you know? It's because of my sister. Your sister? Zhao Chen probed. Commander Wei neither confirmed nor denied it, and instead said, little brother Zhao Chen, your current success is well deserved. This grand ceremony is merely your due. Though I had some misunderstandings about you before, your solo venture into the Zerg's dead zone has shown that you are destined for greatness. Your future is bright. Zhao Chen waved his hands modestly. I was just lucky. After some polite conversation, they soon arrived at the royal flagship. Little brother Zhao Chen, this is where we part ways. We need to set off now, Commander Wei said with a smile. If you ever come to the capital, I will make sure to be a gracious host. Sister Wei, wait. Zhao Chen suddenly said, I have some gifts here. Please take them with you, and share them with your sisters on the ship. As soon as he finished speaking, Lilith and a few female soldiers arrived, pushing several crates. Upon opening the box, it was filled to the brim with fresh fruit. Commander Wei's eyes lit up at the sight. Natural produce was worth its weight in gold, and even as female officers of the royal fleet, they rarely had the chance to enjoy such delicacies throughout the year. To think Zhao Chen was generous enough to gift them. This might be inappropriate, she hesitated. Consider it a gift for my sister. Could you pass it on for me, Sister Wei? Zhao Chen joked with a smile. These fruits are excellent for beauty and skincare. Hearing this, Commander Wei was finally convinced. She ordered her subordinates to load the box onto the ship, her impression of Zhao Chen improving even more. As they bid farewell, Commander Wei leaned close to Zhao Chen's ear and whispered, I can't say much about your sister, but her rank is above mine. With that, she gracefully boarded the ship. Such a simple statement carried great significance. Wei Shishir was one of the 10 commanders of the princess's personal fleet. If Zhao Chen's sister held a higher position, her status was truly extraordinary. Back on the bridge, Wei Shishir immediately approached the captain's chair and respectfully reported, Lady Yu, won't you go down to see your brother? Seated was a woman of exceptional poise, intently watching the familiar figure on the monitor. No need. This is fine, she replied calmly. Prepare for our return. My lady, your brother sent some fruit for you, Wei Shishir reported truthfully. A slight smile appeared on the woman's lips as she softly instructed, save some for me, and share the rest with the crew. You've all worked hard for my brother's sake. Thank you, my lady. Wei Shishir couldn't hide her delight. The woman gazed longingly at the image of the young man on the screen, extending her delicate hand to overlap with his image. Though separated by miles, they seemed so close. After the royal princess guard fleet departed, Zhao Chen bid farewell to Mr. Qin, Su Lan, and Xue Xiaoxiao. The 3 would return to their school with the Northern Star Academy fleet, while Zhao Chen headed back to his starship's bridge. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, several pairs of eyes turned to him simultaneously. Zhao Wanner, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, glanced at Zhao Chen and then at the blushing Chu Xian. Big brother, when did you get a sister-in-law? And when did you become the grandson-in-law of the Chu family? Impressive. I told you, there must be some misunderstanding. Chu Xian, jumping anxiously, was too embarrassed to look Zhao Chen in the eye. What on earth is my grandfather up to? Zhao Chen explained. Governor Chu arranged it. I didn't expect it either. My relationship with Chu Xian is mostly just a facade, a temporary measure. Zhao Wanner was skeptical but conceded, yeah, like the Chu family would want someone like you as a grandson-in-law. Chu Xian kept sending communication requests to her grandfather, all of which were promptly rejected. Meanwhile, the T3 Blizzard Bridge received a brief message, signed by none other than Chu Changhe, stating his intention to board for a visit. The fact that an Imperial Duke and Star Sector governor would humble himself to visit Zhao Chen's starship was quite surprising. Was the governor bold? Or did he already consider Zhao Chen as part of his circle? The address in the message further embarrassed Chu Xian, making her want to rush over and pluck her grandfather's beard herself. Let's go greet him, Zhao Chen decided quickly. It's only polite to welcome such an esteemed figure who's taking the risk to visit. Though Zhao Wanner still had doubts about Zhao Chen and Chu Xian's relationship, she was also curious about the legendary marshal and agreed readily. Charlotte, keep our starship at the same speed as the Chu family fleet, Zhao Chen ordered. Both were currently heading towards the Bluefield Star System spaceport. Before long, a shuttle landed smoothly in the hangar. As the hatch opened, Governor Chu emerged with a single bodyguard. A 5-star marshal bringing only one bodyguard, how confident could he be? Grandson-in-law, I brought you some gifts from the Chu River Star Sector. Governor Chu, dressed casually and carrying gift boxes, looked every bit the doting family elder paying a visit. Stop calling him that. Chu Xian marched up, demanding angrily, explain this grandson-in-law nonsense right now. Look at you, so shy, Governor Chu teased, poking his granddaughter's forehead. Didn't you always talk about Zhao Chen in front of me? Praising him to no end. The last time you met, you sneaked off to Arctic Fox Star to find him, and when I caught you, you made such a fuss. Now you've snuck onto his warship again. If Zhao hadn't been skilled, who knows if you'd have been eaten by the Zerg. Hearing this, Zhao Wanner gave Chu Xian a knowing look, making her wish she could disappear into the ground. Stop spouting nonsense. Chu Xian stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger. I'm only telling the truth, the old man chuckled, squinting his eyes. Chu Xian was stunned. While his words weren't false, coming from her grandfather, they felt entirely different. Besides, wasn't her mission to approach Zhao Chen under orders? How did it turn into her chasing after him shamelessly? But how could she explain this without sounding even worse? All right, I'll explain everything later, Zhao Chen intervened. Governor Chu lightly patted his granddaughter on the shoulder and whispered in her ear. Would Grandpa ever harm you? Despite her deep resentment towards the old man's actions, Chu Xian knew her grandfather would never hurt her. You better give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll make you pay, she threatened. Mr. Zhao, could you show me around this legendary starship? Governor Chu asked with a forced smile, fearing he might lose his composure. He didn't even dare to call Zhao Chen his grandson-in-law anymore. This way, please, Zhao Chen said, gesturing politely. Governor Chu glanced at Zhao Wanner and the others. Zhao Chen understood immediately. Wanner, you and the others go to the bridge and inventory the items the princess sent. Take whatever you like. We can't sell it anyway, so we might as well give it away. Yes, sir. Zhao Wanner replied and tactfully left to give her brother some private time. Xianer, distribute the local specialties I brought to the children, Governor Chu said, handing a gift box to Chu Xian. Rolling her eyes, Chu Xian shot back. You better have a good explanation, or this isn't over. With that, she also left the scene. The guards, understanding the situation, kept a respectful distance to ensure privacy. Was your behavior during the rescue mission intentional? What was your goal? Governor Chu asked, hands behind his back as he walked. Instead of answering directly, Zhao Chen threw his own questions back at him. Why did you call me your grandson-in-law? What's the purpose behind that? Both of their questions were sharp and direct. Governor Chu didn't beat around the bush either and said straightforwardly, you are now a shiny piece of meat. With this T3 blizzard, countless forces are eyeing you hungrily. Take today's group, for example. They were itching to make a move, thinking they could act openly in their own territory and catch you off guard. They didn't expect me to show up. As for saying you're my granddaughter's fiancé, I had no choice. Governor Chu explained. You need a protective identity right now, or trouble will keep coming your way. Even back at North Star Academy, you wouldn't find peace. Originally, your troubles had nothing to do with me. But if they delay the development of the T4 battleship you promised, I won't stand for it. Governor Chu gave Zhao Chen a meaningful glance. Of course, I do admire you. You're one of the few men my granddaughter doesn't dislike. If you truly become my grandson-in-law in the future, I might consider it. Are you really using your granddaughter's future and reputation as a joke? Zhao Chen was astonished. Governor Chu candidly replied, let me tell you, a few princes have proposed marriage to my granddaughter, and even that old guy has mentioned it. I could ignore others, but I owe that guy too many favors to refuse repeatedly. You're an ideal shield. As for reputation? Anyone daring to speak ill of my granddaughter should first reckon with the North Wind God. With this, Governor Chu's intentions were clear, blocking royal marriage proposals, protecting Zhao Chen, ensuring he focuses on research and binding him to the Chu family's cause. It was a multifaceted strategy. Since Governor Chu was being so honest, Zhao Chen spoke openly as well. Indeed, my actions during this mission were intentional. Since the T3 blizzard is already exposed, I might as well make it fully public to attract more attention. Rather than hiding in the shadows and being picked off, it's safer to stand openly on the street. I even made enemies with those noble kids on purpose, acting rebellious to make outsiders think I'm a difficult nut to crack, unaffiliated with any power. This way, some people would hesitate to act rashly, fearing I'm a thorn in their side. Of course, impulsive types like Governor Bylan are exceptions. Your unexpected intervention was indeed the best move for now. Governor Chu nodded. Your calculations are correct, but did you consider that if the royal fleet and I hadn't been present today, could you have escaped unscathed? I had absolute confidence in leaving this place, but it would have been in the least desirable manner. Zhao Chen's eyes turned cold. Governor Chu stared at him for a long time, feeling that his decision was wise. Had he not intervened, the empire might have gained a formidable enemy. He couldn't explain why he felt such a connection to this young man. Governor Chu, you must be very satisfied with the performance of the T3 Yanlong class, right? Zhao Chen asked. At 5 million per ship, it's definitely worth every penny. Governor Chu praised. It may not be the best T3 battleship, but its cost-performance ratio is unparalleled, truly born for war. I've already ordered my subordinates to start trial production, and the first batch will be ready for service within 3 months. The Chu family truly lives up to its reputation. They can build whatever they want without worrying about conditions or funding. That's real confidence. Rest assured, I'll keep my word. Governor Chu promised, we'll build the first batch of 30 ships, and we'll pay you a technology licensing fee that's 30 times the cost. The rest will be paid according to market rules. I'll give you a 30 advance, which is 1.5 billion star coins. Once everything is completed, we'll pay the remaining balance. The extra amount will be your research funding, 1.5 billion star coins. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Once 30 Yanlong-class ships are in service, he could expect another 3.5 billion coming in. Deals involving tens of billions like this are a testament to the Chu family's immense wealth. Previously, when doing business with Li Yaqi, they haggled over a mere 20 million advance payment. It seems that to make big money, you have to rely on high-end warships. The profit from dozens of T2 ships might not even compare to a single T3 deal. Zhao Chen beamed. If you encounter any technical issues, feel free to reach out to me anytime. I'm available 247. Also, try to stay out of trouble for a while. Governor Chu casually mentioned, the Empire's situation has been unstable lately. Though he said it lightly, it made Zhao Chen's heart tighten. These high-ranking individuals always know hidden secrets because of their elevated positions. Zhao Chen cautiously asked, do you know something about the changing tides? It's nothing major. As long as you don't get involved, you won't be affected, Governor Chu replied calmly. Given your current value, those factions wouldn't risk offending the Chu family to bother you. Of course, it's best if you don't leave the Beifeng and Chua star regions. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. With this 1.5 billion in startup funds, he could finally make significant moves in the Xiaolong territory. As for the chaos outside, he would wait until he could return with a super fleet. By then, even the likes of Blue Fatty and Yellow Rat would have to kneel and sing in submission. An elderly man and a young one took a walk around the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, chatting continuously. Half of their conversation revolved around the technical details of the T3 Flame Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyer. Zhao Chen saw through Governor Chu's intention those professional questions were clearly a test to see if Zhao had truly participated in the development of this warship. For Zhao Chen, a gifted starship engineer, these questions were child's play. Unexpectedly, Governor Chu didn't show much interest in the T3 Blizzard, merely asking about its cost. Zhao had thought he would demand the technology. As they neared the bridge, Zhao couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and voiced his doubts. This blizzard is indeed impressive, but you say it costs 13 million per ship? Governor Chu shook his head. That price doesn't suit my fleet. Besides, I know when to be content. The flame dragon will suffice. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. While the blizzard boasted incredible combat power, its standout feature was its superior maneuverability. Governor Chu's forces, engaging in large-scale frontal battles, were currently more defensive. In contrast, the flame dragon, costing only 5 million, better suited their battlefield needs. Even the Chu family couldn't afford to produce T3 warships without limit. It made more sense to mass-produce the flame dragon and equip a competent fleet first. As for the blizzard, Zhao had already committed it to their cause, so there was nothing to worry about. Upon reaching the bridge, they saw Chu Xian, Lilith, and others enthusiastically playing with the precious gifts bestowed by the princess. Grandpa, are you done talking?
Chu Xuan approached.
Almost. The fleet is nearing the Stargate, Governor Chu replied, looking at his granddaughter. Xianer, it's time to go home. Already? Chu Xian was disappointed. She found following Zhao Chen exciting, with all the battles and adventures, far more interesting than being in the Imperial Army. Young Zhao has given us the blueprints for AT-3 warship. Governor Chu changed the subject. Don't you want to be the first to experience it? At this, Chu Xian's curiosity was instantly piqued. Governor Chu knew his granddaughter's thoughts well, and had her completely in his grasp. On the way to see them off, Zhao Chen asked Governor Chu how he had managed to sneak into the Azure Star region unnoticed. The old man, keeping it mysterious, replied, "The Empire often sends people my way to earn military merits. Some are useless like Huang Zhixiang, but there are some promising ones. I don't mind nurturing them. Once they make a name for themselves, they naturally go their own ways. I have a prize student in the Azure Star region, whose fief borders the Lantian system. I first took the fleet to his place, then used warp jumps to get here. 1. All T3 warships make the journey quick, taking less than a day. 2. I timed it perfectly to catch the show. But wouldn't your student be exposed this way?" Zhao Chen asked worriedly. Himph. If he realized it himself, he might have to be cautious. But now that he openly stands by me, even if Blue Fatty is displeased, he wouldn't dare retaliate openly. He wouldn't risk offending me for a minor lord. Besides, which power doesn't have a few hidden agents? Even in my Chu River Star region, there are spies from Blue Fatty and the royal family. These are all open secrets. Everyone has to play along. I see. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. So, this is the unspoken rule among the elite players. All right, let's leave it at that. Governor Chu patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder, an invisible pressure emanating from him. I'm expecting a grand gift from you. For most people, this pressure would be enough to make them submit, but Zhao Chen, having undergone 3 rounds of super soldier enhancements, remained unfazed and unmoved. Impressive. You've got guts. Governor Chu laughed heartily, giving Zhao Chen a friendly punch on the chest, his fondness for the young man increasing. After their farewell, Chu Xian boarded the shuttle with her grandfather, returning to the Chu family fleet. Grandpa, you owe me an explanation. What do you mean by grandson-in-law? What's going on? Chu Xian glared at Governor Chu's beard with a fierce look. Ahem, don't rush. Governor Chu quickly shielded his beard. Only Chu Xian could make him feel a bit intimidated. He decided to tell the truth, revealing the collaboration with Zhao Chen, including the 3-year plan to build AT-4 warship. He actually has the ability to develop AT-4 warship? Chu Xian was stunned, finding it hard to believe. How is that possible? He's younger than me. I was skeptical at first too, Governor Chu admitted, but when I had the design of the Yanlong evaluated by my 3 research institutes, those top starship experts told me that the technical level of this warship was beyond their understanding. In the entire empire, there are only a handful of people with such expertise. They even asked me which master or top research institution was behind it. I didn't reveal Zhao Chen's identity. Xianer, now you understand why I arranged this identity for him, right? Governor Chu said meaningfully. Besides the 3 reasons I told him, there's another one. This young man has great potential, and you're not getting any younger. Your parents passed away early, and I feel responsible for taking good care of you. Those royal brats who wanted to marry you, I rejected them without a second thought. They're not worthy of you. If you got involved in that circle, you'd never break free. I don't want you entangled in their deceit and darkness. Compared to them, Zhao Chen, despite his humble origins, is easier to manage. Get to know him first. If you two get along, he'll approve the marriage and use the Chu family's resources to nurture him properly. We might turn this pretense into reality. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Chu Xian blushed, glaring at the old man angrily, but she didn't bring up the beard again. It seemed she had tacitly accepted the arrangement. Chu Xian comforted herself, thinking this was just a temporary measure to protect Zhao Chen. After all, she did owe him a few favors. Besides, it's just a title. It's not like it would hurt anyone. After parting ways with the Chu fleet, Zhao Chen's T3 Blizzard roamed for several days before finally returning to the North Star system. This time, instead of heading back to school, he went straight to the Xiaolong base. The rescue mission had taken nearly 10 days. During this period, the 2 T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships at the Xiaolong base had been working around the clock. According to Zhao Chen's production plan, even after completing the current orders, they would continue building T2 hammers. When it came to auxiliary ships, Zhao Chen always believed the more, the merrier. At this moment, besides the existing 2 hammers, their extension platforms had 2 new keels, expected to be launched by mid-April. Zhao Chen and Lilith landed on the T2 hammer number 1 ship via a shuttle. They were greeted by a female Minotaur engineer towering over 2 meters tall. "Commander," she addressed him. The Minotaur woman was dressed in work overalls, her strong arms capable of easily lifting Zhao Chen. She had a pair of horns, beautifully muscular limbs, sun-kissed skin radiating health, and a small tail peeking from behind her drooping ears. In Zhao Chen's previous life, she would definitely be a supermodel-level fitness icon. Zhao Chen couldn't help but glance at a certain part of her body, wondering if such a large obstruction might hinder her work. And could she be from the dairy cow tribe? He quickly collected his thoughts and scrutinized the female engineer before him. You must be Jenny, right? You actually remember my name. Jenny was so excited she almost fainted. It turned out Jenny was not only the captain of the T2 Hammer, but also the chief engineer. She had been a loyal subordinate of General Charlotte, specializing in starship repair and construction. Hardworking and unquestioningly obedient to orders, she might not have been the most talented, but she was undoubtedly a great employee. Thanks to these qualities, she had become the first captain and chief engineer of the Hammer class. Jenny, you are a hero of the Xiaolong fleet. Every ship we pilot bears your hard work. How could I not remember you? Zhao Chen patted her shoulder warmly. If you have any requests, just let me know. Can I hug you? Jenny looked at Zhao Chen with hopeful eyes, then quickly waved her hands. Oh, is that too forward? If you're not comfortable, just forget I said anything. No, I don't mind. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. I'm just curious. Why would you make such a request? Jenny touched her horns awkwardly and hesitated. Actually, when I was with General Charlotte, my parents gave me to her because I ate too much. Although I couldn't always eat my fill with her, at least I didn't starve. Later, General Charlotte brought us to you. I was initially scared, but I quickly realized what a wise decision it was. Commander, you are like a god to us. Here, we don't get bullied, and we have enough to eat and wear. I never thought I'd ever be able to eat a big bowl of rice. So, I admire you so much. If I could hug you, my life would be complete. I don't care about any other rewards. Seeing her adorable earnestness, Zhao Chen's heart melted. He opened his arms and smiled, then as you wish. The next second, Zhao Chen regretted it. Even though he's now 6 feet tall, standing next to the over 7-foot Minotaur girl, he seems tiny. To make matters worse, this hefty lass doesn't know her own strength. She scooped Zhao Chen up in a bear hug, almost crushing his bones. Zhao Chen struggled desperately, his face turning purple. If Lilith hadn't intervened in time, he might have been done for in the Minotaur's embrace. I'm so sorry, I got too excited. Jenny quickly released him, looking at Zhao Chen with a face full of panic. It's all right, Zhao Chen forced a smile. Even with the 3 doses of the super soldier serum he had taken, he barely managed to get free. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been broken on the spot. It seems the rumors about the orcs being able to punch through T1 warship armor aren't baseless after all. Zhao Chen straightened up and said, Jenny, I'm here to discuss something important. It's about the shipbuilding plans for the next few months. As he spoke, Zhao Chen pulled up an electronic document and presented it to Jenny. Jenny glanced at it and immediately looked bewildered. Commander, to be honest, I don't understand a word of this stuff, Jenny admitted, scratching her head in embarrassment. General Charlotte used to teach me step by step what to do. I can manage repairs and maintenance, but being a captain is really beyond me. If you hadn't assigned a girl named Annie to the second ship, I wouldn't have known how to organize the work while you were away. Annie? She's here? Zhao Chen asked in surprise. Yes, she's over at Station 4, Jenny replied, giving a thumbs up. That girl is not just handy, but also really smart. She understands things at a glance that I can't make heads or tails of. She's even doubled our efficiency by tweaking some shipbuilding steps. She's a real godsend. Zhao Chen nodded to himself, realizing that most of the first batch of half-beast craftsmen were rough and straightforward, lacking in management skills. Geniuses like Charlotte were rare. It seemed they'd need to bring in more talents like Annie to keep everything running smoothly. Take me to see Annie, Zhao Chen instructed. Sure thing, Commander. Follow me, Jenny said, leading Zhao Chen down a narrow corridor. These corridors connected every workstation on the Iron Hammer-class ship, making it highly convenient. Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the vastness and intricacy of the shipbuilding factory. Soon, Zhao Chen met Annie. She was dressed in a specially designed spacesuit, making her look like a life-size doll. Her helmet was comically oversized, resembling a toy made for children. Through the clear visor, Annie's round face was visible. She had a lollipop in her mouth and was maneuvering mechanical arms much larger than herself, busy working on the starship's keel. After finishing her task, Annie pressed the return button. Her suit automatically guided her to the return pod by the corridor. These pods were stationed at intervals, allowing workers to return, fill the pod with oxygen, expel harmful substances, and remove their suits before re-entering the corridor. Just 20 minutes until the end of my shift, Annie murmured to herself with a grin. I need to get to the cafeteria early. They have my favorite shredded beef today. With that, she gathered her equipment and hopped out. As she turned, she bumped into a pair of military bootsman's boots, which were rare on the industrial ship. Annie froze, looking like an employee caught slacking off by the boss. She didn't dare lift her head and slowly turned around, muttering, Annie was just coming back to get a tool. I'll get back to work soon. I wasn't slacking off or sneaking away to eat beef. Before she could finish, a large hand rested on her head. Annie looked up abruptly and was overjoyed. Commander, what brings you here? Annie was working hard, not slacking off at all. Her stubborn defense was so endearing that Zhao Chen couldn't help but think that the rumors about the dwarves being a bit slow-witted might be true. Lilith, standing nearby, was already laughing so hard she could barely breathe. So, you really love working? Zhao Chen squinted at her. Annie stood at attention and earnestly replied, absolutely, Annie loves working. I'd work 24 hours a day without rest if I could. Great, we're on a tight schedule. You can work an extra 3 hours, Zhao Chen said deliberately. 3 hours? Annie's eyes widened in dismay. But then I'll miss the limited time shredded beef. Oh, so you like shredded beef more than working? Zhao Chen asked with a teasing smile. Annie looked down in shame, staring at her toes. Lilith quickly intervened. All right. The commander isn't here to punish you. He's here to discuss something important. Work again? Annie pouted, rubbing her stomach. How about this, we'll talk in the cafeteria, my treat, Zhao Chen said, giving in. Really? Annie's eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. Believe it or not, Zhao Chen shrugged. I believe. Annie quickly wiped her mouth. The commander is the best. Janie, lead the way. Let's eat and talk at the same time, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, sir. Janie responded. Soon, the group arrived at the cafeteria. The crew members were thrilled to see the commander, acting like they were meeting a celebrity. Are you really treating us? Annie asked again, just to be sure, worried Zhao Chen might change his mind. Zhao Chen told the chef, put their meals on my tab, and had a robot scan his face for payment. I want this, and this. Annie eagerly placed her order. And bring another big bowl of this. Thanks a lot, Commander. She bowed deeply, her head almost touching her knees. Her ease with the situation made it clear that this wasn't her first time freeloading a meal. Sorry to make you spend so much, Jenny said, scratching her head awkwardly. I should be the one treating everyone. Save your salary, Jenny, Annie retorted, patting Jenny's waist without hesitation. You barely have enough for yourself. Don't be shy with the commander. How about some shredded beef? Oh right, you don't eat beef, so lamb chops then. Jenny smiled sheepishly, still feeling a bit embarrassed. It's fine, I said I'll treat. Zhao Chen reassured them with a smile. It's just the two of you. It's not a big deal. Despite his words, Zhao Chen glanced at the dishes in front of him, which could easily feed 10 people, and then at Jenny's honest face. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. It wasn't about the money. He was just worried his food budget might not hold up. After all, his initial budget was high, but these two had enormous appetites. Fortunately, after some quick calculations, he realized they were still within budget. He sighed in relief, and then noticed that the tables and chairs here were twice the size of those on the T3 Blizzard. Annie led them to a massive round table with a 5-meter diameter. Do the four of us really need such a big table? Zhao Chen asked Annie in surprise. You'll see soon enough, Annie replied mysteriously. Half an hour later, Zhao Chen understood. But he was even more curious about how the mountain of empty plates in front of him had fit into Annie's tiny stomach. Did she have a black hole in there? Or was it some kind of extra-dimensional space? Burp! Annie let out a satisfied belch and then remembered the main issue. Oh right, Commander. What did you need me for? Zhao Chen opened an electronic document. I've drafted a shipbuilding plan for the next few months. I wanted you to review it and give me your feedback. The document listed several starship names. T3 Andromeda-class interstellar medical ship, T3 Goddess Academy-class starship, T3 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth bomber, T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy interstellar battleship, and T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship. Are all these starships new models? Annie asked in surprise as she looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded towards the ships and explained. I just compiled the basic technologies and raw materials needed, along with construction requirements and estimated timelines. Detailed blueprints will be uploaded into the system of the T2 Hammer later. Annie began to click on each ship's profile, examining them closely. Jenny, standing nearby, also leaned in out of curiosity. Although she had previously received Zhao Chen's permission, she had stepped back from overseeing the entire project due to the sheer complexity. However, her craftsmanship skills were more than sufficient for constructing individual ships. Lilith, on the other hand, was amazed as she observed Zhao Chen. In just a few months, he had produced several new starship designs, which was simply astonishing. No wonder Governor Chu and the royal family valued him so much. His talents were clearly extraordinary. After a moment, Annie, with a lollipop in her mouth, mumbled, according to your plan, we need to build one T3 Andromeda medical ship and one T3 Goddess Academy starship. The T2 Hammer needs to be expanded to more than 5 ships. As for the T3 Phantom stealth bomber, T2 Snow Mastiff battleship, and T2 Lion King missile ship, there's no specific number required. We just need to complete the earlier tasks first. Exactly, Zhao Chen nodded. Don't worry about the funds and materials. I just need efficiency. Interestingly, Governor Chu's 1.5 billion initial payment has already been credited. That old man keeps his word and works efficiently. Now, I'm not short on money. I need as many starships as possible. Got it, Annie said, summoning a holographic interface and typing rapidly on the virtual keyboard. Zhao Chen couldn't help but be impressed. Annie's posture was quite professional, despite the grease on her hands, the candy in her mouth, and her little dangling legs. A few minutes later, Annie hit the final key and turned the projection towards Zhao Chen. Commander, how does my construction plan look? Based on our current situation, we can complete the 2 hammers we have by mid-April, she began explaining. By the end of April, we'll have 2 more, giving us 4 by early May. In May, 3 hammers will each be responsible for building 1 T3 Andromeda, Goddess Academy, and Phantom, with an estimated completion by the end of June. The remaining hammer will alternately produce T2 Snow Mastiff and Lion King ships, 1 per month for May and June. By the end of June, including the new 8 ships, our hammer count will reach 20. Annie also provided a detailed list of raw materials and even considered the personnel gaps. Zhao Chen reviewed it carefully and couldn't help but praise her thoroughness. At this pace, by the end of June, our fleet will consist of, Zhao Chen calculated silently, 1 T3 Blizzard Battlecruiser, 1 T3 Phantom Bomber, 1 T3 Andromeda Medical Ship, 1 T3 Goddess Academy, 1 T2 Lion King Missile Ship, 1 T2 Snow Mastiff Battleship, 1 T2 Queen Bee Carrier, 1 T2 Bronze Eden, 10 T2 Black Rhino Assault Ships, and 20 T2 Hammer Industrial Ships. That's a total of 15 warships, including 4 T3 and 11 T2, and 23 support ships, including 2 T3 and 21 T2. The total fleet will reach 38 ships. Zhao Chen's mind conjured up an image of a massive interstellar fleet, thousands of warships ready for action, and he felt a surge of excitement. Although the number is still insufficient, his goal is hundreds or even thousands of fleets. Imagine the grandeur when they set out. Containing his excitement, Zhao Chen continued reading. Annie had included a detailed cost estimate, even accounting for price fluctuations. Converted to star currency, the total needed for the next 3 months was 80 million. In the past, Zhao Chen would have been overwhelmed trying to gather such an amount. But now, he didn't even bat an eye. 80 million was just a fraction of his total assets. With the bonuses from previous escort missions and rewards, he already had 7 million star currency on hand. Adding Governor Chu's 1.5 billion, this amount was insignificant. Moreover, the required materials were quite common and easy to procure. However, just as Zhao Chen thought everything was going smoothly, a new issue surfaced: manpower. This new fleet would need nearly 4,000 personnel, including over 200 combatants and around 3,800 technical staff. The biggest gap was for the 18 Hammer industrial ships. Without enough engineers and technicians, subsequent construction would be impossible. Insufficient manpower would mean having ships but no crew, which would be quite embarrassing. Zhao Chen frowned, rubbed his chin, and muttered to himself. Without skilled personnel, this grand plan would be nothing but a pipe dream. Commander, I have a suggestion, Annie said, raising her hand. Our dwarf clan is naturally skilled in craftsmanship and is perfect for this job. Really? Zhao Chen looked at Annie with feigned surprise, like a hungry wolf eyeing Little Red Riding Hood. He was genuinely grateful for Annie's proposal. I've heard that the dwarves are actually quite reluctant to join other factions and prefer a life closer to nature, Zhao Chen said, feigning a conflicted expression. I don't want to force your people to serve me. While some dwarves don't like being tied down, most of them share a common love drinking. Annie quickly interjected. Especially adult dwarves. You should know that food is already a rare resource, let alone alcohol, which is a luxury. If you can ensure they get to drink once or twice a month, they'll be willing to go through fire and water for you. You drink too? Zhao Chen asked, curiously eyeing Annie. It was hard to imagine such a petite girl downing drinks. Annie swallowed and turned her pockets inside out. No money, she said, then glanced toward the dining table and muttered. Besides, alcohol is expensive. I wouldn't want to impose. After all, you have your own ration limits. How could you exceed them just to buy a drink for a little craftsman like me? As she spoke, Annie put on a pitiful expression and sighed deeply. Lilith, standing nearby, stifled a laugh as Annie hung her head, stealing glances at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen couldn't help but see through her little scheme. What kinds of alcohol do we have here? He asked Lilith. Currently, we have a small amount of beer, rice wine, grape wine, and some fruit wines like Yangmei wine, Lilith replied. Actually, rice wine is quite good, Annie said, nodding earnestly. Use my ration and get a bottle of rice wine, Zhao Chen ordered. Soon, a bottle of rice wine was placed in front of Annie. Watching her carefully cradle the bottle, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of guilt. You were reluctant to disclose your hometown before, but now you're eager to find work for your people? Zhao Chen teased. Annie replied earnestly, to be honest, I was initially worried about the situation here. But after spending these past few months with you, I completely trust you. Your brilliance outshines the stars, Your charm surpasses the constellations, and even black holes can't match your gravitational pull. Enough. One bottle of wine is all you're getting today. Zhao Chen interrupted her flattery. Annie stuck out her tongue and then sincerely added, the first part was from the heart. You really are a good person, treating all crew members equally, whether they are half-orcs, succubi, or dwarves. You always keep your promises. So, I think it's wise for my people to follow you. Besides, I miss my family and want them to sleep in warm, clean beds, to be well-fed and clothed, and not have to risk their lives for survival. Commander, I can vouch for their skills and loyalty. Please, let them join the Xiaolong fleet. With that, Annie put down the bottle and saluted Zhao Chen. It should have been a solemn moment, but seeing a dwarf girl with a smudge of grease at the corner of her mouth saluting made it hard to keep a straight face. All right, I get your point, Zhao Chen said, suppressing a smile. Tell me, which planet are your people on, and how many of them are there? I can send a fleet to pick them up. Annie pulled up a large star map, covering the territories of the Galactic Union and parts of the mechanized tribe, along with vast unknown regions. My home is right here, she said, pointing to a location on the map. Annie pointed to a gray area on the map. I wasn't sure which galaxy or planet it was, but if we could find a detailed star chart locally, I could pinpoint the exact coordinates. Lilith took a close look and quickly reported to Zhao Chen that this region was located in the Dark Reef sector, a boundary between the Mech clan and the Starshine Empire. The environment there was harsh, easy to defend but hard to attack, and thus neither side wanted to claim it, leaving it as a no-man's land. If we decide to go, it will take us half a month one way, and at least a month for the round trip. We don't even know if there are any stargates available there, Lilith added. How many of your people are there? Zhao Chen asked. Annie counted on her fingers and replied, there are about 200,000 dwarves on our planet. Across the entire sector, my dad said there are about 3 to 5 million. 3 to 5 million. Even excluding the elderly, women, and children. That's at least 2 million potential workers, half of whom are female, Zhao Chen mused, envisioning a wealth of skilled engineers and technicians. We have to go. His eyes lit up, disregarding Governor Chu's warnings. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Besides, leaving the Empire might actually be safer this time. But even if we only take a few thousand, transportation will still be a major issue, Lilith pointed out. The blizzard can only carry about 1,000 people at full capacity, which is far from enough. I'll find a solution for that, Zhao Chen said, then turned to Annie. I need some time to prepare. When the time comes, I'll take you back to your home planet. Your job will be to persuade your people to join us. In the meantime, you'll serve as the deputy captain for 2 industrial ships, helping to coordinate the construction plans. Since Jenny said she isn't capable enough, you can give her a hand. Annie nodded vigorously. No problem. I also want to go back and see my family as soon as possible. Then she looked at Zhao Chen with a twinkle in her eye. Commander, does this mean more work and a promotion for me? Shouldn't I get a raise? A raise? Zhao Chen squinted. I'll consider it when we get back. And with that, Zhao Chen wrapped up the conversation. Back on the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, Zhao Chen called Charlotte and Lilith to a brief meeting. He instructed them to carefully select the most outstanding, capable, and talented crew members from the existing personnel to form the core of the first batch of the Jiaolong fleet. With the fleet's rapid expansion due to the increasing number of starships, the current leadership of just 3 people was no longer sufficient, and an urgent expansion was necessary. After conveying these instructions, Zhao Chen ordered the T-3 Blizzard to return to Northern Star Academy. Their activities in the Azure Star System had drawn significant attention, and now, having finally returned to the Northern Star System, they needed to make an appearance at the Academy to avoid any gossip. As soon as the starship entered the spaceport, the crowd within sight erupted with excitement. People rushed forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary starship. Oh my gosh, this starship is absolutely stunning. So this is the famous T-3 Blizzard, someone exclaimed. Come on, you call this beautiful? You should have seen it the first time it arrived at Northern Star Academy. Back then, it was brand new, without a single battle scar. Much more impressive than it is now. A student, who had witnessed the T-3 Blizzard's first arrival, proudly remarked. A nearby boy, however, stared at the T-3 Blizzard with shining eyes and said excitedly, No, I think it looks even cooler now. Those unhealed scars are like medals, proof of its battles. These marks give it the soul of a warrior. The surrounding students nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a girl screamed, Oh my God! Do you know? I heard that the captain of this starship, Senior Zhao Chen, single-handedly charged into the Zerg stronghold to rescue the teachers and students of the 2 academies, fighting for 3 days and nights. Ah, your version is way too mild, a boy scoffed. From what I know, Senior Zhao Chen was absolutely fierce during the rescue. He fought the Zerg barehanded, eating their flesh when hungry and drinking their blood when thirsty. As everyone eagerly discussed Zhao Chen's heroic deeds, someone suddenly added, That's not all. Do you know that after Senior Zhao Chen's triumphant return, the royal fleet personally came to honor him? Yes, the royal fleet. Do you know what that means? It means that Senior Zhao Chen has been elevated from an obscure baron to a distinguished viscount. Although he is just a viscount now, his future is incredibly promising. Even that was not the end of the surprises. Someone interrupted, saying, Governor Chu and Senior Zhao Chen are practically family already, considering Zhao Chen is the chosen candidate for the governor's grandson-in-law. Think about it, who is Governor Chu's granddaughter? She's the granddaughter of the governor of the Beifeng Star region. If this marriage happens, Zhao Chen will be set for life, soaring to unimaginable heights. Lately, rumors about Zhao Chen have been spreading like wildfire at Northern Star Academy, with various versions circulating. Someone even mentioned a woman who was once engaged to Zhao Chen but ended up dumping him. Look, that girl over there is Jiang Shasha. She's the one who broke up with Zhao Chen. Pointing at a girl in the crowd, someone remarked, "Tsk, she really has poor judgment. Zhao Chen is such a wonderful man, and she let him go." Exactly. Such a woman doesn't know how lucky she is. If I had such a brave and capable fiancé, I'd slap myself before even thinking of arguing with him, another girl said indignantly. Jiang Shasha, standing in the corner, felt a mix of emotions as she heard the whispers around her. She silently watched the T3 Blizzard dock slowly. The scene was grand, with not only numerous academy teachers, but also the dean and several vice deans present to welcome them. Such a reception is a rarity in the entire star-shining empire. Jiang Shasha clenched her fists, wondering if she would have been the one standing beside Zhao Chen, basking in everyone's admiration, had she not given him up. Shasha, let it go. The past is the past, said a boy beside her. You have me now, and I'll protect you from now on. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. However, Jiang Shasha avoided his hand and said softly, Senior, I appreciate your feelings, but I'm really not in the mood right now. Just as she finished speaking, a bottle of water was splashed onto her face. The senior who had been so attentive mere moments ago now looked at her with disdain. Ha, thinking about Zhao Chen again, aren't you? Regretting it now? Where were you when you had the chance? You're just a small-time noble without even a decent title. Having someone like me interested in you is your good fortune. You better recognize your worth and stop being so ungrateful. With that, he walked away without looking back. Jiang Shasha stood there, stunned, and suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, which soon turned into tears. No one around her offered any sympathy. Instead, they glanced at her mockingly, as if ridiculing her plight. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen and Zhao Waner descended from the starship, greeted by a scene as grand, if not grander, than the one they experienced at the Bluefield Star System spaceport. Amidst the streamers and cheers, Academy reporters eagerly photographed and reported on Zhao Chen and the legendary starship behind him. Undoubtedly, this would become a legendary tale at Northern Star Academy. Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen. A group of fangirls screamed and swarmed around him, encircling him completely. The girls were all vying to present their gifts, fearing they would miss their chance if they were too slow. Even Zhao Waner, who was standing next to Zhao Chen, was pushed far away. It took Zhao Waner a moment to regain her composure, only to realize she had somehow been separated from the crowd. Those who couldn't squeeze to the front saw an opportunity and immediately surrounded her with eager smiles, showering her with flattery. Oh my, isn't this Waner? Here, take these gifts to your brother for us. Waner, I'm your senior from the neighboring class. Remember, we used to have lunch together in the cafeteria? Hey, do you know your brother's contact info? Waner, I've always been keeping an eye on you. Your talent is impressive. If you ever need help, just come to him, your senior. Your senior will tutor you. And if Zhao Chen ever needs help with his studies, I can tutor him too. Zhao Waner looked at the group of infatuated girls with a blank expression, her face darkening. Even when some of them shoved love letters into her hands, she silently accepted them, only to throw them straight into the shredder after leaving. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen, who had finally managed to escape with the help of the teachers, felt overwhelmed by the sense of perfume and lipstick. His clothes were nearly torn apart. He checked his pockets, which were stuffed with various small gifts, some of which were rather inappropriate. Zhao Chen felt a shiver down his spine and cursed internally. My God, these women are scarier than bugs. I almost thought I was going to be devoured alive. These girls are really too much. A charming and considerate female teacher gently wiped the lipstick off Zhao Chen's face and straightened his clothes. At first, everything seemed normal, but gradually, Zhao Chen felt something was off. Was this teacher standing too close? And why was her hand moving towards his butt? Was there some kind of mark there? Ahem, it's natural for young people to admire heroes. Deputy Dean Hong stepped in to smooth things over. Zhao Chen's heroic act is truly commendable for our school. With his intervention, the overly enthusiastic teacher reluctantly let Zhao Chen go, though she still eyed him with a sultry gaze. Zhao Chen noticed and responded with a few polite but perfunctory remarks. At that moment, the elderly Dean Qin approached and fixed his gaze on Zhao Chen. Suddenly, he bowed deeply. Zhao Chen, as the Dean of North Star Academy, I want to thank you for saving the lives of our faculty and students. As a father, I want to thank you for saving my daughter, who was led by this incompetent father. Thank you. It turned out that the teacher leading the group was Dean Qin's daughter. Following Dean Qin's gesture, all the teachers present also bowed in gratitude, even those who had opposed the rescue in the dean's office. Zhao Chen didn't hold any grudges. He knew everyone had their own stance. These teachers were thinking about the academy's interests and were not at fault. If it hadn't been for his T3 Blizzard, Zhao Wan'er being on board, and the system's rewards, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. I just did what little I could, Zhao Chun said modestly. Deputy Dean Hong enthusiastically said, Zhao Chun, we have prepared a celebration banquet in your honor. Additionally, there's a scholarship of 300,000 star coins and free repairs for your starship. I'll accept everything except the banquet. Zhao Chen declined the party, having just attended a special celebration. He then shifted the topic. But I have something to discuss with the Dean and Deputy Dean. Go ahead. Whatever concerns you is a concern for the Academy, Dean Qin replied. Zhao Chen was direct. Can this rescue mission count towards my assessment credits? The room fell silent in shock. Assessment credits? To Zhao Chen, such a monumental achievement was merely a matter of credits? Deputy Dean Hong, trembling, said, this accomplishment could certainly allow you to skip another grade. But Zhao Chen, you just skipped a grade. Won't skipping another affect your studies? Zhao Chen countered, Deputy Dean Hong, do you think there's anything left for the Academy to teach me? This kid is really audacious. But on second thought, given Zhao Chen's performance, there really wasn't anything more the Academy could teach him. Someone who piloted a T3 starship against a million-strong swarm didn't need theoretical knowledge. Dean Qin made a swift decision, Zhao Chen. For this rescue mission, I'll award you triple the 5th-year assessment credits, promoting you directly to the 6th year. You can graduate in July. He could see clearly that Zhao Chen was not someone to be confined within the Academy. North Star couldn't hold onto such a talent. He needed more practical experience, not just academic education. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. With this result, his year's tasks were complete. After expressing his gratitude, everyone dispersed. Zhao Chen hurried back to the T3 Blizzard with Zhao Wan'er, not daring to stay at the Academy any longer. Who knew what those crazy fangirls might do next? With a ding, Zhao Chen received a notification about his change in student status. Teasingly, he poked Zhao Wan'er on the forehead and said, come on, call me senior. Yes, senior. Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes at him sarcastically. You sure are impressive, Senior Zhao. With all those admirers, even the beautiful teachers have a crush on you. Humph. With that, she turned and walked back to the Academy without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Chen was puzzled. What's with this girl? Could she be jealous? He shook his head and dismissed the thought. Now that the Academy matters were settled, it was time to focus on other things. He needed to go to the Reef Starfield to bring back the dwarves, but it was just a matter of timing. The trip would take at least a month, and he had to arrange his affairs before leaving. With that in mind, Zhao Chen sent a message to a special account and then returned to the captain's room, waiting for a response at his desk. Soon, he received a holographic video link. As he clicked on it, the scene transformed into a beach. Not far away, a woman was waiting for him, trying to hide her excitement and nervousness as she stared intently at Zhao Chen. What brings you to contact me so urgently? Li Yaqi asked curiously. She had cleared her schedule, stepping away from the busy Starship factory expansion meetings. Recently, she had been attending 5 or 6 meetings a day, with only 4 or 5 hours of rest. But whenever a message came from that special account, she would drop everything immediately. These past few days, she had been thinking about this man because of a certain matter that made her uneasy. Zhao Chen smiled and said, You've probably heard about the rescue of the teachers and students from both academies, right? Feigning surprise, Li Yaqi replied, Oh, I know about that. I heard a student from the Northern Star Academy was the hero, and he was even taken in by Governor Chu as a son-in-law. Zhao Chen asked again, Do you know the identity of that person? Li Yaqi shook her head, pretending to be clueless. I think he's a friend of my brother, but I don't know much else. She was nearly certain it was related to the T3 Blizzard, but due to previous warnings, she didn't dare to say more. At that moment, the man in front of her did something unexpected, took off his mask. Wait, I didn't see anything. Li Yaqi hastily covered her eyes, pretending to be oblivious. Zhao Chen was utterly confused by her sudden reaction. What are you up to? Didn't you already figure out my identity? Li Yaqi kept her eyes covered, sounding anxious. Does this mean you don't want to work with me anymore? So you took off your mask? Not want to work together? Why would you think that? Zhao Chen chuckled. Peeking through her fingers, Li Yaqi cautiously said, Because you're now the grandson-in-law of the Chu family. With their resources, why would you need to collaborate with me? So she had found a golden goose, but was now worried about losing Zhao Chen. Understanding dawned on Zhao Chen, and he said straightforwardly, the Chu family is the Chu family, and you are you. The two are not mutually exclusive. I don't understand what you mean, Li Yaqi replied, puzzled. Zhao Chen explained, yes, the Chu family has its own resources, and it makes sense to work with them. But you can't put all your eggs in one basket, understand? You mean?
Li Yaqi sudan li realiza.
Zhao Chen firmly stated, you don't need to ask anything else. Just answer me this. Do you still want to work with me? Of course I do.
Li Yaqi nudda vigorously.
With those exclusive Starship technologies, her Bayan group had already soared to new heights. Future collaborations could be limitless. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good. From now on, our partnership must remain absolutely confidential. No one else can know, not even Li Wei. He might suspect something, but you must make sure he keeps his mouth shut. If we can manage this, we can not only continue but take things even further. Hearing that their collaboration could continue, Li Yaqi felt a wave of relief. I understand. I will absolutely keep the secret. Even if my father asks, I won't breathe a word, she promised resolutely. Zhao Chen cautioned seriously, while we need to keep it secret, there will inevitably be some exchange. So, you need to establish a discrete channel. For example, if I need specific resources or materials, you can use this channel to send them quietly. Li Yaqi had a sudden idea. I've got it. I actually have some private dealings with a fleet of interstellar pirates. In the interstellar trade business, it's inevitable to interact with these gray areas. The fleet captain is absolutely reliable. If you need anything, I can have them deliver it to a designated location via the interstellar border. It's very covert, though it might be time-consuming and laborious, unless we have very advanced transport ships. But since your Xiaolong system is near the border, it should be fine. Zhao Chen was very pleased with this suggestion. Perfect. I need a batch of interstellar transport ships right now. You arrange it, and I'll give you the coordinates. You secretly send the ships over. He needed to pick up the dwarves but couldn't make a large-scale purchase openly, as it would definitely arouse suspicion. Li Yaqi immediately responded, what a coincidence. I just finished a batch of T2 Mammoth-class heavy transport ships based on the technology you provided earlier. How many do you need? This was one of the 4 Starship technologies Zhao Chen had previously given her. Zhao Chen began to calculate. One T2 Mammoth could carry about 10,000 people when fully loaded. Considering food and luggage, the actual capacity would be around 5,000. For the first trip, there probably wouldn't be many willing to come along, and the company's need for craftsmen was limited. Bringing a few thousand people would be good enough. Let's order 5 ships for now, just to have some extra in case we need them, he said to Li Yaqi. You handle the arrangements. I'll assign the crew myself, and have your people step back once the ships are delivered. As for the cost, what are you talking about? These ships are built using your technology. 5 ships are nothing. Li Yaqi waved her hand repeatedly, firmly refusing to accept the money. She was telling the truth. The cost to build these 5 T2 Moose ships was just 50,000 star coins, but they sold for 1 million each. Since their release, this model had been in high demand, with orders backed up for 6 months. Seeing this, Zhao Chen didn't insist further. He casually asked, by the way, how are the sales of the 4 Starship models I gave you going? Switching to a professional demeanor, Li Yaqi began to speak at length. Zhao Chen listened absent-mindedly, only catching a few key figures. It turned out that it had only been 3 months since the production line was established. Li Yaqi had invested all the profits from the T1 Wolfly and achieved mass production by the 3rd month, even holding a grand launch event. In just 1 month, over 100 ships were sold, and orders surged to over 1,000. After deducting the advance payments, the net profit was 90 million star coins. According to the 70-30 profit split, you should receive 63 million star coins this time. After deducting the 20 million previously advanced, you'll end up with 43 million. I was actually planning to give you this money in a few days, Li Yaqi reported truthfully. Even though she only took 20, she was quite satisfied. With increased production capacity, this income would only grow. Keep the money for now. It'll be useful later, Zhao Chen said with a wave of his hand. He was currently flush with cash, holding over 1 billion star coins, so a few million didn't matter much to him. By the way, you mentioned that the Hurricane Consortium is giving you trouble? His interest was piqued. At the mention of this, Li Yaqi's frustration was evident. It's all because of the T2 Moose. In recent years, the Hurricane Consortium has been aggressively capturing the T2 transport ship market, especially in the North Windstar region, where they've taken up 30% of the market. Our T2 Moose is just too cost-effective, stealing a lot of their business, so they've been subtly and overtly sabotaging us, like deliberately blocking our raw material supplies. Although the T1 Wolf fleet brought fame to the Bayan Group, it's still no match for the Hurricane Consortium, Li Yaqi lamented. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, like a hunting eagle locking onto its prey. Have you thought about getting back at them? He asked meaningfully. Revenge? Li Yaqi was taken aback. How? If we start a price war, we might have a cost advantage, but they have deep pockets. We could end up being dragged down. Strike where it hurts the most. Zhao Chen sneered. Take your best-selling T2 Hyena-class medium destroyer. I'll give you a blueprint for a T2 class destroyer later. Well, beat them at their own game. The Hurricane Consortium. Huh? Zhao Chen always held grudges. He couldn't deal with the blue fatty and yellow rat for now, so he'd start by hitting them where it hut in their wallets.
What?
Li Yaqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Chen was actually planning to target the prized possession of the Hurricane Consortium, the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. This legendary ship had dominated the T2 class destroyer market for 10 consecutive years, with even the Imperial Navy regularly purchasing batches to bolster their defenses across various star regions. Although the Hurricane Consortium had accumulated vast wealth from the T2 Hyena and had since developed other starships, even venturing into the T3 market, there was no denying that the T2 Hyena was their true cash cow, the towering tree supporting the entire consortium. Countless starship companies were eager to grab a piece of the pie. After all, while T3 class ships were highly profitable, their astronomical prices often reaching billions of star credits meant limited sales. Not to mention the high technical requirements. Only a handful of entities in the entire empire could build T3 ships, and most relied on imported parts, with fully autonomous production being extremely rare. In contrast, the T2 market was bustling with activity. Among them, the T2 carriers and battleships were the most renowned, the dream ships for many. But dreams were dreams, and the reality was that destroyers were the sales champions, followed by frigates, and then battlecruisers. Li Yaqi looked at Zhao Chen skeptically. This wouldn't be easy. Despite being on the market for years, the Hurricane Consortium periodically released new versions of the T2 Hyena, constantly updating and upgrading it. Many competitors had tried to take a bite, but what was the result? To this day, the Hurricane Consortium still firmly controlled half of the empire, making it a formidable challenge to compete with. Zhao Chen gave a mysterious smile. I'll contact you again in a day. Just take care of what I've asked you to do. With that, he ended the communication, leaving Li Yaqi bewildered. Could Zhao Chen really create a ship that could surpass the T2 Hyena? If so, the mere thought of this possibility made Li Yaqi's blood boil. As a businesswoman, she thrived on such cutthroat competition. Zhao Chen closed his eyes and leaned back in the captain's chair. Surpassing the Hurricane Consortium? It was a piece of cake for him. He casually pulled up the system marketplace interface and began searching for a suitable ship. Since the target was the T2 Hyena, he naturally had to focus on medium destroyers, ideally one that was similar in all aspects but superior in performance. It didn't take long for Zhao Chen to find the perfect candidate, the T2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer. The name was quite fitting, both related to dogs. Do you wish to spend 300 points and 4 mission points to redeem the T2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer? Confirm redemption. Congratulations, you have obtained the T2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer technical blueprint. You have 7,420 points and 60 mission points remaining. Before long, the detailed specifications of the T2 Mastiff were imprinted in Zhao Chen's mind. Without a doubt, this was a beast of a ship that comprehensively outclassed the T2 Hyena. He casually checked the intelligence on T3 industrial ships as well. Currently, the T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial ship was gradually becoming inadequate for the pace of T3 ship production. However, without a sufficient foundation of T2 hammers, rushing into T3 industrial ship production would inevitably lead to a period of production vacuum. Therefore, for now, the priority was to mass-produce T2 hammers to ensure a solid base before aiming for the more advanced T3 industrial ships. It didn't take Zhao Chen long to lock in on his desired model. However, the construction requirements left him gasping in astonishment. First, the cost per ship was a staggering 60 million. That was simply outrageous. Even the T3 Blizzard battlecruiser only cost 12 million, making this 1/4 to 5 times more expensive. Even with his current wealth, Zhao Chen wouldn't be able to build many of them. Additionally, if he relied solely on a single T2 hammer, it would take an entire year to complete. Thankfully, multiple ships could collaborate on the construction. In the best-case scenario, 10 T2 hammers working together could finish one in a month. Then there was the personnel requirement. Each ship needed over 1,000 crew members. This wasn't just a warship, it was practically a mobile super factory. Preliminary data showed that its shipbuilding capacity could even outpace a fully operational starport, with several times the production capability. The final issue was that the ship required a whopping 18,000 points and 30 mission credits. He had enough mission credits, but he was far short on points. It seemed he would have to wait. After completing the next quarter and annual missions, the system would issue a new round of rewards, which should be enough for the exchange. Meanwhile, he could use this time to recruit more shipbuilding talent. Zhao Chen calculated in his mind. Building a powerful fleet required a robust industrial base and ample funding. Currently, he had one foot firmly planted with Governor Chu He and the other with Li Yaqi, leveraging both sides for a dual insurance policy. This was also why he strongly supported Li Yaqi against the Hurricane Consortium. On one hand, it was to settle an old score, and on the other, it was to help Li Yaqi expand her market more rapidly and strengthen her position. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Chen began compiling the technical data for the T2 Mastiff. After several hours of work, he packaged the valuable information and sent it to Li Yaqi. Li Yaqi had been feeling uneasy all day. She kept making mistakes while working, prompting her assistant to ask with concern, "Chairwoman, are you too tired?" Rubbing her temples, Li Yaqi thought, "It's all Zhao Chen's fault for keeping me on edge." The uncertainty was making it hard for her to focus. "Maybe I am a bit tired. Cancel all my upcoming appointments. I need a day off. Don't let anyone disturb me unless it's urgent," she said, leaning back in her chair. The assistant understood and quietly left the room, closing the door softly behind her. Li Yaqi stared intently at her email inbox. A new message notification popped up, making her perk up instantly, only to find it was just from a business partner. Frustrated, she closed the email and blocked all contacts except Zhao Chen's private account. At this moment, nothing was more important than this matter. A few minutes later, that familiar ID finally showed activity. Eagerly, Li Yaqi opened the message and found detailed technical data for a starship. The ship was named the T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer, clearly designed to compete with the T2 Hyena. Whether it could surpass the decade-long reigning champion was still uncertain. With a mix of nervousness and curiosity, Li Yaqi carefully examined the detailed specifications. As she read on, her eyes widened and her breathing quickened. After a few hours, she couldn't contain herself and sent Zhao Chen a request to meet. He agreed readily. In the holographic garden, Li Yaqi got straight to the point. "Can the data on these blueprints actually be realized?" Zhao Chen nodded confidently. "Absolutely." Swallowing hard, Li Yaqi asked cautiously, "Was this T2 Tibetan Mastiff specifically designed to counter the T2 Hyena?" Zhao Chen openly admitted, "You could say that. After all, no one knows these technologies came from the system." Li Yaqi opened a comparison report, aligning the key indicators of the two ships. Starting with the ship type and tonnage, she then examined the hull strength. The T2 Hyena ranged from 150 to 180 units, while the T2 Tibetan Mastiff boasted 170 to 200 units, a clear victory. In terms of cruising speed, the T2 Hyena clocked in at 43 knots, but the T2 Tibetan Mastiff reached 50 knots, a full 15 faster. Next, she looked at the weaponry. The T2 Hyena had 1 medium pulse cannon, 4 medium electric secondary cannons, and 16 medium closian weapons. The T2 Tibetan Mastiff had the same number and types of main and secondary cannons, but doubled the closian weapons, with all of them being dual-mounted. Its combat power was overwhelming. Despite Zhao Chen's denial, it was obvious that the T2 Tibetan Mastiff was designed to outmatch the T2 Hyena in every aspect. The T2 Tibetan Mastiff excelled in every category, as if it was meant to crush its predecessor. Even more alarming, Li Yaqi knew the T2 Hyena cost 200,000 star coins to build and sold for around 4 million, while the T2 Tibetan Mastiff's manufacturing cost was just the same 200,000. If this new ship were launched, the consequences would be unimaginable. With the T2 Tibetan Mastiff outperforming the T2 Hyena in every way and costing the same to produce, the pricing power for this new product was entirely in Li Yaqi's hands. Even if it's priced at 3.5 million, the Hyenas will have to drop their price from 4 million to stay competitive. This is a blatant steamroll, and it's happening in your strongest field. Some might argue that the Hurricane Consortium could just lower their prices too. But it's not so simple to bring down the price of a starship. Offering a minor discount is one thing, but if the Hyenas drop their price by more than 20 all at once, the customers who recently bought ships will be furious. They'd feel cheated. In short, from every angle, the Hurricane Consortium will be on the defensive. The once dominant T2 Hyena will likely fall from grace in the face of the T2 Mastiff. So, do you feel ready to take on the Hurricane Consortium now? Zhao Chen asked with a smile. Li Yaqi's eyes blazed with determination as she replied firmly, "Within 3 months, I'll have the T2 Mastiff production line up and running. By October, I'll stockpile a batch of ready-to-sell units. We'll release the Mastiff on the same day Hurricane launches their new Hyena, and see who comes out on top." Zhao Chen was very pleased with her ambition. If Li Yaqi didn't have this kind of courage, he wouldn't have invested so much in her development. Smiling, he said, "We'll stick to the same partnership terms as before, a 7,030 split. I'm looking forward to your performance." The video call ended, but Li Yaqi's excitement lingered. She closed her eyes and imagined herself at the grand launch event for the T2 Mastiff. Below the stage would be the former sales champion, the T2 Hyena. Her mission was to personally dethrone this false idol. Her breath quickened, and she felt her blood boiling with anticipation. This was something she had never even dared to dream of before, but now she had the chance to make it a reality. The eagerly awaited showdown Mastiff versus Hyena was something she could hardly wait to witness firsthand. After making arrangements for Li Yaqi, Zhao Chen piloted the T3 Blizzard away from Bezixing Academy, announcing his return to the Xiaolong star system. The academy didn't think much of it, as Zhao Chen had just been promoted to Viscount, and it was natural for him to return home to flaunt his achievements to the local nobility. However, instead of heading to the Xiaolong star system, the T3 Blizzard quietly returned to the Xiaolong base. Zhao Chen immediately ordered the T2 Iron Hammer heavy industrial ship to conduct a comprehensive overhaul of the Blizzard. Afterwards, he, Lilith, and Charlotte went fishing by the lake on the T2 Bronze Eden. Initially, Charlotte had little interest in fishing, but upon hearing that Zhao Chen was going, she eagerly prepared a shuttle. The environment on the T2 Bronze Eden was simply too good, like a perfect vacation spot. At that moment, Charlotte stared intensely at her motionless float, her frustration evident. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen casually asked Lilith about the preparation of the first batch of fleet personnel. Lilith put down her fishing rod and projected a holographic list, introducing each candidate one by one. Starting with the industrial ships, she mentioned Annie, who was not only highly skilled and talented, but also had excellent organizational abilities, making her more than capable of serving as the industrial ship's captain. Then there was Jenny, a senior engineer whose expertise was unquestionable. Though she needed more experience in leadership, she was definitely worth nurturing. Additionally, a notable craftsman from the Half-Bear tribe had become the captain of the T2 Iron Hammer No. 2 ship. There were also 4 deputy captain candidates listed, ready for promotion. Next, Lilith introduced other talents. Among my succubus tribe, there are a few outstanding individuals, like Ailey. Her learning ability is second only to mine. While we were away, she temporarily took over my duties and handled everything quite well. Several half-orcs here are also combat elites, making them ideal candidates for warship captains. At that moment, Charlotte suddenly pointed to a photo. That's by Jia, the wolf woman. She's a top-notch warrior. I served on the same warship with her.
By Jia?
Zhao Chen curiously examined the snow-white wolf woman, who indeed appeared much older than Charlotte. After listening to Lilith and Charlotte's introductions, he was very satisfied with the list. Good, let's focus on cultivating this group. Talent development is crucial. Otherwise, I'll have too few capable people around me. Commander, your rod is moving, Lilith exclaimed. Zhao Chen quickly reeled in his line and soon had a half-meter-long fish. I've got one too. Lilith followed suit with a good catch. In contrast, Charlotte's hook remained untouched. There must be too few fish in this pond, Charlotte muttered, making excuses. Zhao Chen glanced at his and Lilith's full buckets, then at Charlotte's empty one, unable to hold back a laugh. Few? Not at all. Charlotte, furious, threw down her rod and grabbed her laser gun, aiming it at the pond, ready to unleash her frustration on the unlucky water. If you shoot any fish, it'll come out of your next month's food allowance, Zhao Chen said calmly. His words had an immediate effect, freezing Charlotte in place. She silently put down her gun, glaring resentfully at the water, plotting to drain the pond one day. All right, let's have grilled fish today, Zhao Chen suggested. I know how to grill fish. Leave it to me, Lilith volunteered. I'll help, Zhao Chen said eagerly. Charlotte was the only one who remained silent, squatting by Zhao Chen's bucket and staring longingly at the fish inside. Charlotte, what are you doing? Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, pointed to her mouth and said, I can eat. Zhao Chen and Lilith exchanged a look, both amused and exasperated. Why don't you learn how to grill fish with me? Lilith pulled Charlotte aside and started to teach her step-by-step. But half an hour later, the once pristine white tiger had turned into a soot-covered black tiger. Zhao Chen returned with seasoning and nearly burst out laughing. What happened to you? Charlotte spat out a mouthful of ash, remaining silent for a long while, holding up a charred fish. Lilith finally understood Charlotte, the combat genius, was utterly clueless when it came to domestic skills. If she continued grilling, the whole bucket of fish would be ruined. So Lilith took over, eventually whipping up a decent grilled fish feast. During the meal, Zhao Chen laid out the upcoming plan. In 3 days, I'll be setting off with T3 Blizzard and Charlotte. Lilith, you'll stay behind to oversee things and coordinate the starship construction. I've already spoken with Warner. She's heading to the Xiaolong star system to find a suitable planet for the dwarves. In the meantime, you need to draft a planetary development plan. The male dwarves will work there, while capable female dwarves can join our industrial ship. Relocating the dwarf tribe means moving the entire family. Although regulations prohibit males from boarding the warship, we can't just take the women, right? This way, we can also develop the industry in the Xiaolong star system, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lilith accepted the orders without question, never asking why the commander only wanted female dwarves. To her, Zhao Chen's decisions were everything. A few days later, Zhao Chen confirmed that Li Yaqi's team had arrived at the designated location with 5 T2 Moose-class heavy transport ships, and he set out on his journey. The T3 Blizzard surged through the waves, its bridge brightly lit. Annie's mouth was agape. Although she had helped build several T2 warships, it was her first time aboard a T3 flagship in motion, especially on the bridge. Like a curious child, She eagerly explored every corner. According to the flight plan, we would first head to the Stargate in the North Star system, make a few jumps to reach the border system, and rendezvous with Liyaki's fleet at the system's edge to receive the 5T2 Mu ships. We would then continue to the Reef Nebula, a journey that would take at least half a month. A golden twin-tailed succubus girl nervously reported beside Zhao Chen. This was Ailey, highly recommended by Lilith, taking the opportunity to gain some experience. Engage the warp engines. We will enter warp speed in 10 minutes. Repeat. All personnel must enter deep-sea hibernation within 10 minutes. Ailey's voice echoed throughout the ship, and a row of hibernation pods popped up on the bridge. Zhao Chen noticed a mini-sized pod nearby, looking almost like it was meant for a child laborer, and nearly laughed out loud. It turned out to be Annie's personal hibernation pod, smartly sized to fit her frame. Annie obediently climbed into the pod, waved goodbye to Zhao Chen next to her, and said, "Good night, Commander." She then closed her eyes, looking quite innocent. Zhao Chen thought to himself, this girl is too naive. If her dwarf tribe were all like this, they would be too easy to deceive and get along with. Out of caution, Zhao Chen had camouflaged the blizzard in advance, giving it a completely different appearance. With a gray paint job and meticulous detailing, it was hard to recognize the legendary warship. They quietly left the area, hoping to go unnoticed. After several days of travel, they arrived at the rendezvous point. The blizzard hovered in the vast expanse of space, awaiting the agreed signal. They spotted 10 T2 class warships ahead. Charlotte, ever the vigilant general, kept a close eye on the radar, ready for any confrontation despite the routine nature of the handover. Suddenly, a woman wearing a half-mask appeared on the communication channel, her background dimly lit. One half of her face was pale and exposed, while the other half was obscured by the mask, with strange black markings on her bare skin, possibly some kind of totem. Her crimson eyes radiated a chilling aura, making Charlotte's tail stiffen as she watched the mysterious woman cautiously. The 5T2 Mu ships are ready, loaded with enough provisions and basic supplies for 20,000 people for a month. Once you verify everything, we will withdraw, and you will take over, the woman said in a raspy voice, whether naturally or deliberately masked. Zhao Chen responded calmly, knowing that since Liyaki vouched for them, he wouldn't act rashly unless they posed a threat. The handover proceeded smoothly, with both sides sending shuttles to transfer control. Charlotte particularly instructed her team to thoroughly inspect the 5 transport ships after taking over, ensuring there were no hidden dangers. The entire process took half an hour to complete. Pleasure doing business. Until we meet again. As Zhao Chen was saying goodbye, he asked, we might have further dealings in the future. How should I address you? He was thinking about his business interactions with Liyaki and figured he'd likely have to deal with these people again. So he wanted to get more information. The woman with the ghostly mask responded coldly, we are the Bloody Mary mercenary group. As for my name, only the dead are qualified to know it. Are you sure you want to hear it? She then cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Chen, her eyes filled with menace. Just have your people notify me, she continued. I'm not interested in knowing if someone dares to invite me for a drink. It might not be a dead man but a warrior. Zhao Chen remained calm and unperturbed. I'm in no hurry to know, he replied. The girl with the ghost mask and crimson eyes fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen. I don't think you're someone who dies easily. It's more likely you're among the living, she said coolly. Talking to you is interesting, but I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, she cut off the communication channel. Watching the starship of the so-called Bloody Mary mercenary group disappear into the distance, Charlotte finally relaxed her tense tail. Zhao Chen teased, seems like you were quite interested in that reedy girl. That woman is dangerous, Charlotte replied seriously. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Those eyes were just like Charlotte's when they first met, cold as a blade. All right, let's focus on the task at hand, Zhao Chen said, shifting the topic. Since we have all 5 T2 transport ships, it's time to set off. Annie, standing nearby, was especially excited. She had been away from home for over half a year. When she was taken, she never dreamed she could return, let alone bring such an opportunity to her people. Destination: the Reef Starfield. Zhao Chen commanded firmly. The Reef Starfield, a desolate and struggling region. Most of the stars here were in their twilight years, their light dim and weak. As a result, the environments of the star systems were gloomy and dark, with remote planets shrouded in perpetual darkness, making survival extremely harsh. Due to the lack of resources, both the Mech tribe and the Starshine Empire ignored this no man's land. Both sides deliberately avoided fighting here, turning it into a haven for refugees and exiles. The population was diverse, and order was non-existent. In short, the one with the biggest fist and strongest fleet ruled. 6 starships passed through a dilapidated stargate, entering this forsaken corner of the galaxy. The starry sky here was a stark contrast to the Empire's bustling scenes. What they saw were mostly old, dilapidated ships, mostly T1 and T2 class. Zhao Chen's T-3 warship immediately drew countless curious and covetous glances. After all, a T-3 warship accompanied by 5 T-2 transport ships was an unusual sight. Thankfully, the presence of the T-3 warship deterred any rash actions. Let's head to the nearest starport to refuel and gather information about Annie's homeland, Zhao Chen suggested. Yes, sir. Ellie promptly complied, contacting the starport command and connecting to the public channel. Soon, they struck a deal with the starport, securing a berth at a discounted rate. The T-3 Blizzard, along with the 5 T-2 Elks, slowly docked. Compared to the starports they had visited before, this one was in ruins, with visible damage and exposed cables everywhere. Workers were scattered around, making hasty repairs. Hello, welcome to Starport G19. I am your attendant, 777. A heavily made-up woman appeared on the screen, claiming to be beneath their ship. Zhao Chen signaled Ellie to pull up the external monitors, and sure enough, a provocatively dressed woman was standing there. Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte to stay on alert while he disembarked with Annie. Charlotte, being a former rebel, was well-versed in such environments, knowing that the slightest disturbance could trigger chaos, and caution was paramount. As the gangway descended, the attendant sashayed up, her red lips parting in a smile.
Ansuma.
What can I do for you? She said, reaching for Zhao Chen's chest, but he deftly avoided her touch. The woman noticed and standing next to Zhao Chen and immediately flashed a suggestive smile. So, that's your type, huh? No problem. I've got everything you need. Race, age, appearance, just say the word, and you and your men will be satisfied. She raised her hand, releasing a stack of holographic albums filled with provocative photos of various women. Zhao Chen instantly understood her intentions. In the Empire, such transactions existed but were always conducted in secret. He didn't expect it to be so blatant here. The receptionist seemed completely unfazed by the idea of doing it on the spot. Give me a batch of energy blocks. The quantity is as follows. Zhao Chen cut straight to the point. No problem. Seeing that her seduction had failed, the woman lit a cigarette with a hint of disappointment. But sir, you know the rules here, right? We only accept physical goods. Crystals will do? Zhao Chen tossed her a bag of pre-prepared minerals. This place most likely only dealt in hard currency. The Empire's accounts probably wouldn't be accepted. Crystals could be refined into energy, made into energy blocks, or even used as shipbuilding materials perfect for the trade. The receptionist weighed the hefty bag of crystals, her eyes lighting up with greed. Oh my sir, this is quite a lot, she said, moving closer. Zhao Chen quickly blocked her advance. Consider the extra as payment for some information. I have a few questions for you. A detailed star map of the Reef Nebula? That's not a big deal. I'll get one for you right away. The fiery woman quickly fulfilled Zhao Chen's request. Although it was a detailed map, it wasn't very professional, only showing the general locations of star systems and some rough information. Annie, see if you can find your hometown, Zhao Chen said, handing the holographic star map to Annie, who was on tiptoes trying to get a better view. He kindly adjusted the projection lower to make it easier for her to see. Here, right here, Annie exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a specific spot. Zhao Chen carefully noted the coordinates, but the woman nearby suddenly interjected. Are you planning to go to the third planet of the FY star system? I advise you to be cautious. I've heard there's a fierce battle going on there. A battle? Zhao Chen and Annie were both taken aback. The woman, acting mysteriously, prompted Zhao Chen to toss her another bag of crystals. She immediately put on a fawning smile. From what I know, 3 months ago, a rich mineral vein was discovered on that planet. The mineral resources there are incredibly valuable in the Reef Nebula. The Fire Lizard clan, who have always considered the FY star system their territory, have been forcing the native inhabitants, mostly dwarves, to leave, claiming the planet as their private property. But how could the dwarves accept such demands? They refused outright. A week ago, the Fire Lizard clan sent in their fleet and launched a full-scale attack on the planet. I've heard the dwarves' interstellar fleet was completely wiped out, and now they're putting up a desperate resistance. But against the Fire Lizard's overwhelming force, it's only a matter of time. Hearing that her home was under siege and her people were suffering, Annie was frantic, clutching Zhao Chen's sleeve as if pinning all her hopes on him. Could you provide detailed information about the Fire Lizard clan? The more detailed, the better. Zhao Chen took out another bag of crystals. The woman, eyes gleaming with greed, got to work immediately. It didn't take long before she compiled a report. After thanking her, Zhao Chen took Annie and boarded the suspension lift. Supplies began to be loaded onto the starship via the cargo lift. Back on the bridge, Charlotte noticed Annie's tear-streaked face and her tight grip on Zhao Chen. Concerned, she asked, "What's going on?" Before Zhao Chen could answer, Annie pleaded tearfully, "Commander, please save my people. I'll work hard, I promise. I won't even need meals, just nutritional supplements. Just please help us. I won't eat if you can save them." She was incoherent, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Chen gently patted her head. Silly girl, how can you work without eating? Listen, don't cry. I promise I'll find a way to help your people. Annie managed to smile through her tears, her nose running, but she didn't dare move, fearing she'd anger Zhao Chen. Go wash your face, you're a mess, Zhao Chen said, pinching her cheek. I'll discuss the rescue plan with Charlotte. Annie nodded and reluctantly headed to the washroom, looking back every few steps, unwilling to leave. Once she was out of earshot, Zhao Chen pulled up the information the fiery woman had provided and explained the situation to Charlotte. The Fire Lizard clan is a force in the Reef Nebula and has always considered the FY star system their domain. In the past, they only demanded protection fees from Annie's planet. But 3 months ago, they discovered valuable mineral veins there, and their greed took over, leading them to order the dwarves' expulsion. Seeing the opposition's refusal, a full-scale assault was launched recently. The dwarf star fleet has been completely annihilated, and now they're left to make a stubborn resistance on the ground. Here's the detailed information on the Fire Lizard race, Zhao Chen said, pointing to the floating intel. Charlotte quickly skimmed through it and began her analysis. They claim to have over 3,000 warships, but in reality, 80% of them are just T1 level junk. The real fighting force consists of about 500 ships, including 5 T3S and the rest T2S. It's these 5 T3S that allow them to dominate the Reef Star region. Zhao Chen nodded. How do you think we should handle this? Charlotte pulled up a virtual star map and marked the planet where the Annie people are located. According to the intel, the Fire Lizard race has deployed 300 warships, including 1 T3, 60 T2S, and the rest T1S. In terms of combat strength, our T3, the Blizzard, completely outmatches them. But the problem is, they will definitely send reinforcements. If we commit half of our fleet, we might be able to hold them off, but protecting that planet simultaneously will be tricky. If the enemy bypasses us and heads straight for the dwarves' homeland, the risk will be significant. Contact Lilith immediately, Zhao Chen said, his expression serious. These dwarf craftsmen were very dear to him, and he couldn't afford any mishaps. The system seemed to agree, issuing a new task. Defeat the Fire Lizard fleet invading Annie's homeland. Difficulty, Clevel. Reward, 5 mission points, 2,000 credits. Penalty, deduction of 2,000 credits. In near-Earth orbit of the third planet in the FY system, countless starship wreckages are scattered, with even the bodies of dwarf soldiers floating among them. Not far away, a fleet of 200 to 300 starships hovers silently. At the center of the fleet stands a massive T3 class battleship, dwarfing the nearby T2 and T1 ships which look insignificant in comparison. All the ships bear the red lizard emblem, the symbol of the Fire Lizard clan. Inside the bridge of the T3 flagship, a lizard man sits confidently in the captain's chair. His body is covered in red scales, with a long tail trailing behind him. Most of the crew on the bridge share this same appearance, the natural form of the Fire Lizard clan. The Fire Lizard commander stares intently at several holographic screens displaying the battle on the planet's surface. T1 ships are seen entering the atmosphere, continuously deploying combat mechs and ground troops. Under the air cover of the T1 ships, these forces launch fierce attacks on the dwarves who are still stubbornly resisting. These measly dwarves dare to defy our mighty lizard warriors, the commander scoffs disdainfully. Commander, look at those dwarves struggling in agony before they die. It's hilarious. The adjutant chimes in excitedly. Let's show the entire FY system the fate of those who defy our clan. The commander snorts. If it weren't for the fear of damaging the underground mines and the dwarves' industrial facilities, plus the fact that they are born miners, I would have ordered orbital bombardment to flatten them all. Exactly. Once we take this planet, we'll make those dwarves our slaves for life, exploiting the wealth their ancestors have guarded for generations. The adjutant continues. The commander squints into the distance, saying with satisfaction, with these resources, we can strengthen our clan, conquer the surrounding star systems, and become the undisputed rulers of the Dark Reef sector. Clearly, the lizards have already started dreaming, treating the struggling dwarves on the ground as mere nuisances. Meanwhile, in the dwarves' underground command center, one bad news after another arrives. Report. The third refuge has fallen, 30,000 clansmen captured. Report. The 9th ground combat squad has been annihilated. Report. The combat mech squad has been exposed and bombed by T2 ships. No survivors. A middle-aged dwarf with a bandaged shoulder slumps helplessly in his chair. Chief, should we keep fighting? A despondent dwarf asks nearby. If we don't resist, are we to become slaves to those stinking lizards? The chief retorts angrily. But how can we resist? Our star fleet is completely destroyed. All we have left are these pitiful ground forces, which will sooner or later be wiped out by those monsters above us. We've already called for help from other dwarf clans. As long as we hold out until reinforcements arrive, there's still a glimmer of hope, someone says. Reinforcements? Don't kid yourself. How much better off could the other clans be? Didn't you see that T3 battleship in the lizard fleet? Which dwarf clan has anything like that? Another demoralized dwarf sneers. Although everyone present is unwilling to give up, this is indeed their dire situation. Chief Ba Jin grips his laser gun tightly, clenching his teeth. Yes, the situation is dire. If anyone wants to surrender, I won't stop them. But as the chieftain, I will never yield to the invaders. I would rather die in battle than live as a slave. That's right. Dwarves have never been cowards. We'll stand with our chieftain and slay those vile lizards. The young men shouted in unison, though some remained silent. Spread my words to all the shelters. I won't hinder those who wish to surrender, Ba Jin declared resolutely. But as your chieftain, I vow to lead those who remain in a final, bloody battle against the fire lizards, even if it means certain defeat. After his rallying speech, Ba Jin returned to a small room in the shelter. His wife and 5 children, 2 boys and 3 girls, were huddled together on the only bed, fast asleep, their faces still bearing traces of fear. The eldest had just come of age, while the youngest was barely 10. Ba Jin. His wife looked at him with a complex mix of emotions. Our ground forces are nearly depleted. The next battle will likely be our last, Ba Jin said. I will lead our people in a desperate fight, but I doubt we can hold out for more than 3 days. I've hidden a shuttle here. If I fall, take the children and escape as far as you can. He handed her a bronze key. His wife clutched the key tightly, pleading, come with us. I'm sorry, but as chieftain, I must fight to the very end. Ba Jin gently touched his wife's face, then glanced at his sleeping children. Alas, we never found our Annie. I wonder where she is. I hope she's safe out there. His wife hugged him tightly, holding back her tears, afraid to wake the children. Take care of them, and if you have the chance, look for Annie, Ba Jin instructed. Then, without looking back, he strode out, leaving his wife sobbing quietly, alone with 5 innocent, sleeping faces. The next day, just as Chief Ba Jin had predicted, their ground combat forces at the outer defenses of the refuge base were completely wiped out. The remains of the combat mechs lay scattered on the ground. Some pilots were dead, others were writhing in pain. Overhead, the starships of the Fire Lizard fleet had all their cannons aimed at the underground refuge base. The base's entrance, shielded by the mountainside, was the dwarves' last line of defense. Chief Ba Jin, clad in a personal exoskeleton suit and armed with a laser gun, hid behind cover, watching the Fire Lizard warriors slowly advance. The first to come into view were the Fire Lizard combat mechs, around 50 in total, surrounded by a large number of Fire Lizard soldiers. In stark contrast, the dwarves had fewer than 500 fighters left, with only 2 T2 mechs and 15 T1 mechs. This was all the combat power the refuge had left. Ammunition was scarce. They had to wait until the lizards got close before attacking. Hold your fire until those lizards get closer. Chief Ba Jin issued his final battle command. Once we're in close combat, their starships won't dare to bomb us overhead. Ba Jin pulled out a pendant from his armor's collar, which opened to reveal a family photo. Him, his wife, and their 6 children. Smiling the brightest in the center was their eldest and most sensible daughter, who had been missing for half a year. Annie. Ba Jin caressed the photo, pressed it to his chest, and gripped his laser gun tightly. Chief, the enemies are charging. A warrior beside him alerted. Open fire. Ba Jin roared. His laser gun spewed beams furiously. These weapons, upgraded by dwarf craftsmen, were noticeably more powerful than the Fire Lizard's gear. But even the strongest weapons couldn't withstand the sheer numbers. One by one, the dwarves around Ba Jin began to fall. Meanwhile, outside the 3rd planet of the FY star system, the Fire Lizard fleet was awaiting the news of their final victory. Suddenly, the fleet's radar sounded an alarm. It had detected a high-speed energy body approaching. What's going on? An enemy ship? The Fire Lizard commander stared at the radar, watching the fast-approaching light. Quickly, the fleet's telescopes locked onto the target. Report, a gray starship is heading towards us. The deputy displayed the image, and the commander frowned. What the hell is that thing? Initial analysis shows this ship has over a 70 similarity to a T3 Hummingbird-class medium cruiser, the deputy added. In the Reef starfield, many old warships had undergone modifications, making them unrecognizable. The commander, thinking quickly, concluded that the intruder must be a T3 Hummingbird. He barked an order. Warn them immediately. This is Fire Lizard territory. Any trespassing is an act of war. The deputy swallowed nervously. Sir, the enemy ship has already entered our engagement range. The commander was about to curse when he saw one of their T2 warships suddenly turn into a fireball. Everyone was stunned. The commander snapped back to reality and slapped the deputy. Why are you just standing there? Do I need to spell it out for you? Order a counterattack and blast that T3 to pieces. The Fire Lizard fleet opened fire, but the enemy ship brazenly deployed a star shield, blocking all attacks. In contrast, their T-1 and T-2 warships were being hit and exploding continuously, especially the T-1 ships, which were falling apart at the slightest touch. The Arkham-class cluster laser main cannon is preheated and ready. The enemy ship is about to enter firing range, reported the deputy. The commander sneered. Just a mere T-3 cruiser, and you dare challenge me? Watch how my T-3 main cannon teaches you a lesson. However, at the critical moment, the T-3 enemy ship suddenly changed direction, bypassing the Fire Lizard fleet and diving straight towards the third planet of the FY system. What is it trying to do? The Fire Lizards looked at each other in confusion. The gray battleship pierced through the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, its hull glowing red from the friction, dazzlingly bright, visible to everyone on this side of the planet. Unfortunately for the Fire Lizard T-1 ships hovering in midair, they didn't have time to react before the massive vessel descended from the sky. These T-1 ships, only a few dozen meters long, were like ants before the near-kilometer-long behemoth. All ships, be advised, an enemy T-3 cruiser has breached the war zone. Engage immediately. The long-overdue alarm finally blared across the battlefield. Hearing this, the captains of the T-1 ships had only one thought. Seriously, you could have said that earlier. In the next second, the Closian weapon systems of the Grey Giant opened fire simultaneously, shredding the surrounding T-1 ships to pieces, which fell to the ground like burning mosquitoes. Meanwhile, the belly of the giant ship opened its hatch, and 50 interstellar drones, hanging like upside-down bats, roared out, spreading their wings in midair and launching a frenzied attack on the surrounding Fire Lizard fleet. The Fire Lizard ground forces, which had been fiercely attacking the dwarves' last refuge, were now dumbfounded. They watched as a combat mech lifted its head and saw the T-2 warship that had been escorting it turn into a fireball and crash down. The pilot inside the mech was stunned. They had been fine when they arrived, so why couldn't they return now? Meanwhile, the dwarf warriors within the defensive line noticed something was off outside. The enemy's firepower had suddenly decreased and then stopped altogether. What was going on? Why had the lizards stopped attacking? Be careful, it might be a trap to lure us out, someone warned. A burly man scoffed. What kind of trick could the lizards pull? Their brains aren't even as big as my fist. He then volunteered, Chieftain, let me go out and scout. I'll report back immediately if there's any situation. Bakeen nodded and handed him a battered alloy shield. The man carefully peeked out from behind the cover with the shield in hand. Before long, he reached a spot with a clear view and looked up at the sky, freezing in place, unable to move. Xiao Shu, what's going on out there? Xiao Shu? Bakeen repeatedly called over the communicator, but all he heard was heavy breathing, with no other response. Finally, the warrior named Xiao Shu snapped out of it, swallowed hard, and stammered, Chieftain, you'd better come see for yourself. There's a starship, a T-3 class. What? A Fire Lizard Arkham-class battleship has entered? Bakeen was skeptical and walked out of the cover, approaching the stunned Xiao Shu. But when he looked up at the sky, he suddenly understood why Xiao Shu was so shocked. A colossal ship was hovering in midair, its Closian weapon system mercilessly firing, taking down the Fire Lizard warships one after another as if scattering flowers from heaven. The sporadic counterattacks, even if they hit the giant ship's armor, were ineffective. Even more astonishing, dozens of interstellar drones joined the fray, slaughtering the Fire Lizard ground forces, which were quickly decimated. What on earth was happening? More and more dwarf warriors emerged from their cover, staring in disbelief at the scene. Suddenly, a loud explosion and a burst of flames erupted as a Fire Lizard T-1 warship crashed in front of them. The hatch opened, and a heavily injured lizard soldier stumbled out, but before the dwarves could raise their guns, a fierce barrage of bullets turned him into a sieve. The dwarves nervously watched the interstellar drones circling overhead, clearly seeing the terrifying machine guns. They all swallowed hard, not daring to make a sound. Oh my god, this is terrifying. My pants are practically frozen. These drones must be T-3 class. Their firepower is insane, taking out a T-1 ship in no time. Chieftain Bakeen kept his eyes fixed on the gray giant ship in the sky and shook his head. No, that's not a cruiser. It must be a battle cruiser. As he spoke, the mysterious warship suddenly sped away, dropping dozens of dark spherical objects before shooting off into the clouds. The black spheres fell closer and closer, eventually crashing to the ground with a rumble, causing some dwarf warriors to fall to the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly interstellar combat mechs. Bakeen felt uneasy, unable to fathom who these sudden reinforcements were, but he was certain that these advanced weapons were far beyond the capabilities of the Fire Lizards. Hey, they've already landed. Don't be afraid, open your eyes. A male voice came from the shoulder of a certain mech. Upon closer inspection, a man clad in exoskeleton armor stood there, with a tiny figure, only reaching his waist, clinging tightly to his leg, trembling with fear. Are we really on the ground now? A young girl's voice emanated from the tiny figure's helmet. Instantly, Chief Pekin froze on the spot. Of course it's real. Would the commander lie to you? But the commander lied just now. He said jumping from the sky wouldn't be scary at all. And now Annie's about to wet her pants. I'll never trust that big liar of a commander again. Weren't you the one insisting on jumping down because you were worried about your parents? We could have taken the shuttle. All right, hurry up and go meet your people. The man lifted the tiny figure off his shoulder and placed her steadily on the ground. He looked around and asked, "Excuse me, who here is Chief Pekin of the dwarves? Or, can someone take us to see Chief Pekin?" Meanwhile, the T-2 Black Knight light combat mechs began their patrol, ready to annihilate any remaining fire lizard forces on sight. I am. Pekin shakily stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the small child, muttering in disbelief. That voice, that name, could it be Annie? Chief Bajin stared blankly at the tiny figure before him, ready to remove her helmet. Huh? Why can't I get it off? Annie clung to her helmet with both hands, pulling as hard as if she were trying to uproot a radish, but it wouldn't budge. Zhao Chen stood by, speechless. Did this girl put all her intelligence and talent into technical skills? But then again, this exoskeleton armor was high-tech. He stepped forward and pressed the button on Annie's neck, and the helmet popped open, revealing a chubby, doughy face. Annie, my precious daughter. Bajin shakily moved forward, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The mighty chief, who had never shed a tear in the face of life and death, was now crying like a fountain. Dad! Annie excitedly tried to throw herself into her father's arms, but in the next second, she fell flat on her face. Cough, cough. What happened? Annie spat out the dirt from her mouth and gave Zhao Chen a resentful look. It was all his fault for insisting they jump from such a height, making her legs go weak. Zhao Chen maintained a composed expression, thinking to himself that it wasn't his fault. When he first tried skydiving, his legs didn't shake at all. Sweetheart, are you okay? Bajin hurriedly helped his daughter up and pulled her into a tight embrace. I'm fine, just a bit wobbly on the landing, Annie said, standing up straight with a wry smile. Bajin looked her up and down, pinching her cheeks in surprise. I thought you'd suffer out there these past 6 months, but you've actually gained weight? Well, that's because she ate 5 meals a day at the mess hall, each meal enough for 3 people. How could she not gain weight? Zhao Chen teased from the side. The strange thing is, with that appetite, Annie only gained a little bit of weight. Any other female crew member would be envious of her metabolism. Watching the heartwarming reunion between father and daughter, Zhao Chen didn't want to interrupt, but there was an urgent matter at hand. He stepped forward and said, Chief Bajin, I'm sorry to interrupt your reunion, but we have more pressing issues. Many of our dwarf brethren are still under the clutches of the fire lizards. Bajin snapped back to reality, quickly wiping away his tears. He looked at the man who had descended like a savior from the sky. May I know your name, sir? Let me introduce you, Annie interjected. This is Commander Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong fleet. He rescued me from the slavers. She then briefly recounted her experiences over the past 6 months to her father. Bajin, deeply moved, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Commander. You are like a second father to my daughter. Zhao Chen waved his hand, getting back to business. Now, I need you to provide the locations of all surviving dwarves. I'll dispatch the mech units and drones for rescue. Meanwhile, please contact your people and tell them to prioritize their safety. If they're surrounded by the fire lizards, tell them not to make unnecessary sacrifices. Surrendering temporarily is fine. I'll rescue them one by one. As he spoke, Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the fallen dwarf soldiers around them, fueling his anger. Understood. I'll notify everyone right away. Bajin nodded repeatedly, then cautiously reminded. By the way, Commander, don't underestimate the fire lizards' fleet. They have a T-3 Arkham-class battleship. It's what allowed them to decimate our fleet in such a short time. Zhao Chen looked up at the cloud layer torn open by the blizzard and sneered, Don't worry, that T-3 Arkham is about to become history. Bajin was taken aback and leaned in to whisper to his daughter, Annie, how many warships did your fleet bring this time? Annie held up one finger. 100. Bajin felt relieved. With that advanced T-3 battlecruiser leading the charge, plus 100 more ships, victory seemed certain. Annie shook her head. Then, 10? Bajin frowned slightly. 10 should still be manageable, likely all elite units. Annie shook her head again and replied, 1? Just the T-3 Blizzard you saw earlier. 1? Bajin's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, don't underestimate the commander's ship, Annie said, standing proudly with her hands on her hips. It's incredibly powerful. Zhao Chen's voice came through the communicator. Charlotte, everything okay on your end? Charlotte's confident voice responded, Commander, relax. These pests aren't even worth my time. With her reassurance, Zhao Chen felt a lot more at ease. His next priority was to quickly recruit more talent. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at Bajin. then glanced at the row of stout dwarf warriors behind him, who, despite their small stature, were built like little bulls. A smile played on his lips. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, Charlotte stood in Zhao Chen's usual spot, her eyes focused on the battlefield's holographic projection. Hundreds of enemy ships, 300 to 400 in total, surrounded them, ready to trap the lone T3 Blizzard in a pincer attack. Deputy Commander Charlotte, enemy ship scan complete, reported Ailey beside her. They have one T3, 57 T2S, and the rest are T1S. The T3 is an Arkham class, and as for the T2S, aside from that T3, the rest don't matter, Charlotte coldly interrupted. Her eyes locked onto the massive ship on the screen. It's nothing but a heap of scrap metal. Charlotte decisively issued a series of combat orders. The T3 Blizzard charged directly towards the enemy flagship, the T3 Arkham. The main cannon was primed, the primary and secondary guns were locked onto all incoming T2 warships, the Closian weapon systems were ready to engage, and the interstellar missiles were on standby. Aye, Captain. Ellie responded promptly, relaying the orders down the chain of command. Every crew member on the bridge was bustling with activity. Despite facing an enemy fleet hundreds of times their size, they showed no fear after all. A few hundred ships were nothing compared to the millions of insectoid swarms they had previously encountered. Having been through the crucible of life and death battles, this current situation seemed trivial. The Blizzard ramped up its speed, accelerating from dozens of knots to over 100 in the blink of an eye, and it continued to climb. What is that T3 ship up to? The Fire Lizard commander was puzzled. Are they attempting a frontal breakthrough? Are they trying some sort of decapitation strike? A decapitation strike with just one cruiser? The commander burst into laughter, tears in his eyes. Do they think our fleet is just for show? Do they take the T3 Arkham for granted? Let them come. They're walking into a trap. The wreckage of a T3 ship will fetch a good price. The commander licked his lips, eyes gleaming. His adjutant didn't give it much thought either. After all, in their eyes, it was just a fragile medium-sized cruiser, and no amount of maneuvering could withstand the bombardment from hundreds of warships, especially with the T3 Arkham leading the charge. Soon, the T3 Blizzard accelerated to 210 knots, plunging headlong into the Fire Lizard fleet under the cover of its frontal shield. The surrounding T1 and T2 warships opened fire immediately, but what happened next was beyond belief. The seemingly fragile medium cruiser displayed astonishing interception capabilities. Its 72 medium Closian weapon systems fired at full capacity, primarily targeting the incoming T2 ships, achieving an interception rate of 90. The attacks from the T1 ships did hit the Blizzard's armor, but only managed to scratch the surface. The Fire Lizard commander quickly sensed something was amiss. Strange, there's something unusual about this cruiser's armor. Then, several shells from the T2 ships struck the Blizzard, but only left shallow dents less than 20 centimeters deep. How can a medium cruiser have such formidable armor? The commander suddenly realized something was wrong. Report. The enemy's main cannon is charging up. It appears to be some kind of cluster laser weapon. The adjutant reported nervously. The commander's face darkened. Despite the mysterious nature of this warship, they were already within firing range, and with the enemy's incredible speed, there was no way to avoid the battle now. I refuse to believe the mighty T3 Arkham will lose to a mere cruiser. The commander gritted his teeth and ordered his own main cannon to fire. A blinding red laser beam shot from the Arkham, striking the Blizzard's shield Hedon, clashing spectacularly with the opposing blue beam. Captain, our shield energy is depleting too quickly. At this rate, their main cannon is more powerful than ours. The adjutant shouted in terror. The commander noticed it too, his eyes widening. This doesn't make sense. Even an interstellar battlecruiser shouldn't have firepower surpassing our battleship. Common sense was turned on its head. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, alert, we're under attack by the Starshield. Charlotte remained composed, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of her lips. The T3 Arkham only had a medium cluster laser cannon, while the Blizzard was equipped with a genuine T3 heavy laser cannon. The difference in caliber alone made it no contest, let alone the technological gap. Prepare the 4 missile silos, target the T3 Arkham, and fire 6 volleys of interstellar missiles for a total of 24. Charlotte commanded decisively. At her order, the 4 silos of the Blizzard opened with a roar, releasing 24 ravenous hounds from their lairs, hurtling straight toward their prey. For interstellar missiles bypassed the T3 Arkham's bow shields, attacking the ship's hull from multiple directions.
Missile?
Intercept them immediately, the Fire Lizard commander shouted in shock. In this remote area, few fleets possess such luxurious weaponry. The Arkham's Closian defense guns fired frantically, managing to shoot down 1 missile, but the remaining 3 struck the hull armor. Report, port armor integrity at 82. Starboard at 79. 1 secondary gun destroyed, armor in that area at 71. Amidst the roaring noise, Alarms blared in the commander's ears as the bridge shook violently. He completely revised his previous assessment of the T-3 Hummingbird. When did the Hummingbird start using missiles? How did you read the data? He roared, grabbing his deputy by the neck. The deputy's tail trembled as he reported, Sir, the system showed a 70 match. You saw it yourself? The commander, his face dark, threw him to the ground. Commander, second wave of missiles incoming, a crew member shouted in terror. From the gray warship's launch tube, another 4 ravenous missiles were ready to strike. Damn it! Order all nearby ships to prioritize interception. T-1 ships, ram them. Board if you have to, the commander bellowed hysterically, while the Arkham's shields were down to 70. On the other side, Charlotte sneered. With this bunch of junk? They're so slow, they need to catch up before they can board us. Even if they predict our moves, can those paper-thin T-1 ships withstand our Closian defense guns? As a former rebel, she knew these ragtag fleets well. They relied on a reckless desperation that sometimes worked, but their fatal flaw was that if the flagship was destroyed, the command system would collapse, and the fleet would disintegrate. So she concentrated all her firepower on the T-3 Arkham. The next 5 waves of missile barrages were relentless, causing the T-2 ships protecting the Arkham to fall one after another, leaving the Arkham itself heavily damaged. Report, 6 compartments destroyed, 12 crew members lost. Shields down to 37. The Fire Lizard commander looked ashen, staring at the invincible Grey Reaper across from him, a terrifying thought crossing his mind. What kind of monster is this? Such ferocious firepower and impenetrable armor. At this point, the Arkham's main gun had ceased fire, entering a reset phase and wouldn't be ready to shoot again for 300 seconds. The secondary guns were still struggling, but their shots only created sparks on the enemy's shields, a futile effort. In contrast, the T-3 Blizzard continued its calm assault, able to attack or defend as needed, unaffected by the barrage of fire. Alert, Star Shield energy at 47. Report, bow gun can fire for 10 more seconds, then requires a 300-second cooldown. Main gun in reset, ready to fire again in 20 seconds, secondary guns on standby. Listening to her subordinates' reports, Charlotte made a decisive order. Keep the secondary guns on standby, change missile targets, and launch 3 more waves at the enemy's shields. One after another, interstellar missiles struck the Arkham's precarious shields, piercing them in a blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the Blizzard's main gun also fell silent for a brief moment. However, the Fire Lizard commander and his crew had no time to feel relieved as they watched helplessly as the countdown to their demise ticked away. Through the screen, the Fire Lizard commander could clearly see that every main and secondary cannon on the terrifying enemy warship was now menacingly aimed at his own ship, the Arkham. Damn it, he muttered, having already lost his fighting spirit. Charlotte, however, remained calm and unflustered, casually issuing the deadly order. Fire all 4 medium electromagnetic cannons and 16 medium pulse laser cannons at the enemy flagship, T-3 Arkham. The primary refuge base of the Dwarven race on the planet was completely wiped out by Zhao Chen's Black Knight mecha squad and the interstellar drones, leaving the surrounding Fire Lizard warriors and warships in ruins. At that moment, the clouds above suddenly parted, and everyone looked up. They saw a massive fireball burst in space, disappearing in an instant. It was the T-3 Arkham. Chief Bakeen raised his monocular and saw through the lens a shattered, burning warship wreck. Wasn't this the very ship that had annihilated the Dwarven fleet? Now, it had met the same fate, reduced to floating space debris. Bakeen swallowed hard, looking incredulously at Zhao Chen, who stood beside him with a satisfied smile. He scanned the battlefield, which was littered with the remains of Fire Lizard ships. The gray T-3 warship loomed like the harbinger of death, hunting down the remaining enemy vessels. With the fall of the enemy flagship, the Fire Lizard fleet's morale crumbled, and they scattered in disarray. They watched helplessly as their T-2 warships were decimated, and the T-1 ships were no match at all.
WHY die in Wein?
One by one, they fled in panic. Even the Fire Lizard ships orbiting the planet retreated. Clearly, the battle was over. The next task was to annihilate the remaining Fire Lizard ground forces on the planet. Zhao Chen glanced at Chief Bakeen, who nodded blankly. Meanwhile, Charlotte reported the next steps of the battle plan to Zhao Chen. There was no need for a relentless pursuit, which would only waste precious ammunition and supplies. After all, resupply in this remote area was difficult. Zhao Chen agreed with her suggestion. About 3 hours later, the battle finally came to an end. Except for the debris floating in near-Earth orbit, only the proud T-3 Blizzard remained standing, with no Fire Lizard ships in sight. The interstellar drones returned to the mothership for resupply, and then redeployed to continue clearing the ground forces. We are the Dwarven forces. Fire Lizard soldiers, listen up. Your fleet has been defeated, and your pride, the T-3 Arkham, is now space junk. Look up if you don't believe it. Surrender now. It's your only way out. The drones broadcasted overhead in the name of the Dwarven race. Zhao Chen didn't want to steal the spotlight. This tactic worked. Many fire lizard units chose to disarm and were obediently escorted to open areas for detention. Report, the second refuge has been reclaimed. Report, the enemy at the third refuge has surrendered. We're taking over. The fire lizards at the fourth and fifth refuges are still resisting. We're preparing to launch an assault. One video window after another popped up in front of Pekin, delivering real-time reports of victories from various locations. Although they relied heavily on the firepower provided by Zhao Chen, the Dwarven warriors still led the charge, as Zhao Chen's team was understaffed. Amidst the busy scene, 5 T-2 Moose-class heavy transport ships suddenly appeared in the planet's sky. Unmanned cargo shuttles busily ferried crates of supplies to the ground. What's this? Pekin curiously examined the massive containers. Zhao Chen stepped forward and opened a lid, revealing stacks of nutrition packs inside. The dwarf warriors present couldn't hide their excitement after all. This planet's soil was barren and it was hard to grow crops. Even the meager amount of produce and livestock they had was usually traded with passing merchant ships for nutrient packs. One person's ration could be worth the nutritional equivalent of meals for hundreds or thousands. I figured you just finished a battle and might be short on supplies, so I brought some nutrient packs. Distribute them among everyone, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. But Jean, with tears of gratitude in his eyes, repeatedly thanked him. Commander, not only did you save my daughter, but you've also provided us with so much food. I can't thank you enough. If you need my life, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. Zhao Chen quickly waved his hand. No need for that. Let's focus on eating first. Everyone, take a break and come get your rations. As soon as he finished speaking, the dwarf warriors rushed forward, eagerly moving the crates. It wasn't just food. There were also clothes, medicines, and other essential supplies. Without this timely aid, the post-war syndrome alone might have claimed thousands of dwarf lives. Before long, bonfires were lit, and steaming nutrient meals were handed out to everyone. More rations were sent to the shelters to aid the refugees. But Jean, holding a meal, walked humbly over to Zhao Chen, who quickly declined, I'm not hungry right now. You all eat. Seeing this, Bajin took the plate to his daughter. Annie, hurry and eat. You used to love this stuff. You always complained there wasn't enough, sharing one portion among 6 siblings and going to bed hungry. Annie stared at the food, her face full of conflict. I'm not hungry. Zhao Chen teased mischievously. What's the matter? Didn't you eat 5 meals a day on the battleship? Exactly, eat more. Bajin insisted, shoving the meal into his daughter's hands. Annie glanced helplessly at the smug Zhao Chen and reluctantly forced a bite down. The plastic-like texture nearly choked her, but spitting it out would only earn a scolding from her father. So, the poor girl could only swallow the unpalatable meal with tears in her eyes, cursing the gloating culprit in her heart 100 times over. Under the attentive care of the Bajin patriarch, Annie forced herself to eat 2 portions of the nutrient meals, but she wasn't happy at all. Zhao Chen used the communication channel to contact Yi Xiaodong, the leader of the Black Knight mech squad. It's your turn to eat. Make the arrangements. Yes, sir. Yi Xiaodong responded. Immediately, 3 T2 Black Knight light combat mechs approached, crouching at the edge of the camp like large children. The back hatches opened, and 3 female crew members in tight combat suits gracefully stepped out, each with a unique charm. Yi Xiaodong was the first to approach Zhao Chen, her black cat ears standing alert and her long tail swaying gently. All 3 of them were from the Black Cat tribe, naturally adept at piloting mechs. While it was difficult for most half-beasts to perform complex maneuvers in mechs, the Black Cat tribe did it with ease. This was why they were among the first mech knights in the Xiaolong fleet. Zhao Chen pointed to a specially designed white insulated box beside him. You've been fighting all day. Have something to eat first. Nearby, Bajin was devouring his 3rd nutrient meal. Although a bit embarrassed, he continued eating with Zhao Chen's permission. He curiously glanced at the mysterious box that had been in front of Zhao Chen the whole time, wondering what was inside. Yi Xiaodong skillfully opened the lid, revealing several colorful meal boxes neatly arranged inside. Commander, which one would you like? I'll take number 3, Zhao Chen replied casually. Yi Xiaodong respectfully handed it over with both hands, then she and her team each picked a box. When Zhao Chen opened his meal box, an enticing aroma wafted out with the steam. The largest compartment contained white rice, flanked by chicken drumsticks, shredded pork and garlic sauce, vegetables, and a bowl of rich bone broth. The dwarves present couldn't help but gulp, their eyes fixed on the fragrant meal boxes. Yi Xiaodong took a bite of a meatball and grumbled, Commander, can't you just take the shuttle down like everyone else? You always insist on jumping with me, it's terrifying. It turned out she was the unlucky one who had jumped with Zhao Chen from the mothership twice. Zhao Chen chuckled awkwardly. We landed safely, didn't we? What's the big deal? Yi Xiaodong rolled her eyes. You may be fine, but if this keeps up, my poor heart won't take it. All right, I promise not to do it again, Zhao Chen said. You said it. Yi Xiaodong's eyes widened, and her tail wagged. Fine, just eat your meal, Zhao Chen said resignedly. You have 10 minutes to eat, then we need to switch shifts. He grabbed a few bottles of juice from the insulated box, tossing one to each of them and taking one for himself. At that moment, he felt a pair of large eyes staring at him with a mix of longing and resentment. Oh, I almost forgot about you, Zhao Chen said to Annie with a smile. Would you like one too? Annie wanted to reach out, but her stomach was already bloated from the 2 nutrient meals. She could only sit hugging her knees, glaring at Zhao Chen with a pitiful look. She couldn't believe he hadn't told her about the delicious meal boxes and had instead made her eat those awful nutrient meals. He must have done it on purpose. She desperately wanted to taste the fragrant food. Zhao Chen, however, was completely oblivious, leisurely enjoying the wartime rations. During a battle, the fleet's cafeteria would prepare these simple meal boxes in various flavors to make it easier for the crew to eat. In battle, these meals can be delivered to various positions or airdropped to ground troops, just like now. The best part is that each meal is freshly prepared and served hot. While they might not be as lavish as restaurant dishes, they taste quite good. Additionally, everyone receives a special wartime nutritional drink to boost their energy. Ba Jin looked at the fresh ingredients in Zhao Chen and the others' hands, suddenly finding his own nutritional meal unappetizing. Embarrassed, Zhao Chen explained, sorry, these are just our standard rations. Standard? All crew members get to eat this. Ba Jin was astonished. Zhao Chen nodded and pointed at Annie. Ask your daughter. She's already part of my industrial ship crew and eats this every day. Ba Jin looked at his daughter skeptically. Annie confirmed Zhao Chen's statement indignantly and went on to describe the variety of food available in the warship's mess hall: rice, vegetables, meat, even fruits and drinks. The surrounding soldiers listened in awe, as if transported to a mythical paradise. The idea that a warship could provide such luxuries was simply unbelievable. How is that possible? Eating this well every day must cost a fortune, a skeptical soldier asked. Annie grew defensive and quickly said, I'm telling the truth. Look. She then opened her terminal and displayed photos of the meals and her selfies, convincing everyone. The soldiers eagerly questioned Annie about the taste of each dish. Zhao Chen watched with satisfaction as the girl became an unofficial ambassador, seamlessly mingling with the crowd. It was like planting a seed of hope in the soldiers' hearts. With a bit of nurturing, these seeds would soon sprout and flourish. Chuckling to himself, Zhao Chen thought, the plan to recruit talented individuals is going smoothly. Just then, a system notification rang in his mind. Mission complete. Defeat the fire lizard fleet invading Annie's home. Difficulty: C. Reward: 5 mission points, 2,000 credits. Penalty: deduct 2,000 credits. Ding. A new choice-based side mission triggered. Option 1. Protect Annie's home planet from fire lizard harassment. Difficulty: C. Option 2. Control and occupy the entire FY star system. Difficulty: B. Zhao Chen first claimed his mission rewards, and his system points and task credits surged immediately. He then carefully examined the latest side missions. This time, he had 2 options. The first mission was relatively easier. It required him to defend Annie's home planet from the fire lizard's harassment. He knew those creatures wouldn't give up easily and would likely return. The second mission was much more challenging. It required him to control the entire FY star system. According to Zhao Chen's knowledge, the FY star system consisted of 2 stars, 6 planets, 2 dwarf planets, 180,000 asteroids, 27 moons, and over 100 periodic comets. Although it wasn't as vast as the Xiaolong star system, it had a stargate and a significant population. However, the system was marked by extreme wealth disparity and chaotic order, with the strong preying on the weak. Unlike the population outflow in the Xiaolong star system, the FY star system saw a yearly influx of refugees, contributing to the overcrowding in the Reef Star region. Controlling the FY star system, Zhao Chen weighed the pros and cons. The downsides were obvious. This would mean a complete fallout with the Fire Lizard clan, and he would need to find a way to eliminate them quickly, or they could come back at any time. Worse, if the Fire Lizards had a powerful backer, it could create a cascade of problems. Securing a star system would also require a fleet to maintain order. The Reef Star region was a tangled web of various forces, and Zhao Chen didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. But the benefits were clear. He would gain a hidden base. Though the Xiaolong star system was prestigious, it was located in the Beifeng star region, under the watchful eye of the imperial royal family and Governor Chu He. Until he grew stronger, any misstep could cost him his home. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Setting up a second base was a wise move. Moreover, the FY star system had 2 stars and a stargate, making travel convenient. The only drawback was the lack of resources, making it costly to establish a shipbuilding base there. Even with a stargate, frequent large-scale material transport would not go unnoticed by the opportunistic inhabitants of the Reef Star region. Despite the risks, the potential rewards made it worth a try. Zhao Chen made up his mind and silently accepted the second mission. Mission 2. Control and occupy the entire FY star system. Difficulty, level. Reward, 20 task credits, 7,000 points. Requirement, control over 90 of the planets in the FY star system within 2 months, establishing an unshakable position. Penalty, deduct 7,000 points. Zhao Chen sighed inwardly. Little lizards, we have no personal grudges, but you chose to pick on my little dwarfs. And it just so happens that your territory is the FY star system. Blame it on your bad luck. Thus, the heavy burden of overthrowing the fire lizard's tyranny and saving the star system's inhabitants fell on Zhao Chen's shoulders. After a hearty meal, Zhao Chen chatted with Bajin. He got straight to the point, expressing his intention to recruit the dwarf clan. You want to recruit us? Bajin was somewhat surprised. Pointing at Annie, Zhao Chen said, I see your talent in her. I can find a planet for you in my territory, ensuring your safety. In return, you work for me, earning your keep and receiving a salary. The work isn't dangerous. It's what you're best at: shipbuilding, armor crafting, industrial technology. Bajin looked troubled. If it were anyone else, he would have probably refused on the spot. The reason we've been hiding out in this godforsaken place isn't because we haven't had lucrative offers, but because those offers always come with discrimination. The dwarves' small stature makes them easy targets. The recruiters promise all sorts of benefits at first, but it always ends in exploitation or outright betrayal. Dad, the commander's place is really great. There's plenty of food and drinks, and we can even have alcohol. Annie chimed in. She had experienced the superiority of the Xiaolong fleet firsthand and was eager to bring everyone there. You saved my daughter and our whole clan. I trust you, but asking us to move our entire family on a whim is too much, Bajin said hesitantly. If it were just me, I'd follow you as promised. But I can't speak for everyone. If you need me to, I can step down as clan leader and go with you. Dad, why are you being so stubborn? Annie was getting anxious. It's freezing and we're starving here, not to mention always living in fear. Why can't you see this is a great opportunity? Zhao Chen nodded. I understand your concerns. After all, we've just met, and you don't fully trust me yet. As you said, you can't represent the entire clan. How about this? Spread the word among your people. Those who want to come can take the 5T2 camels to my place. I assure you they'll stay in touch with you. Once they're settled and have worked for a while, you can hear from them whether I'm telling the truth. Yes, Dad, if you're still unsure, you can go see for yourself, Annie said firmly, convinced that once her people experienced the Xiaolong fleet, they'd never want to leave. Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on Bajin. While force could work, he preferred to persuade valuable individuals through reason. Genuine loyalty yields far better results and sustainable growth. I'll convey your offer to the clan. If anyone wants to go, I won't stop them, Bajin finally conceded. Zhao Chen smiled with satisfaction. Once the door was open, others would follow. Who could resist the allure of a better life? One more thing, Zhao Chen added. Considering the safety of this planet, the Fire Lizard clan might come back. So, I've decided to use force to control the entire FY star system and take it from them. That way, even if you choose to stay, you won't have to live in fear anymore. You plan to take the FY star system from the Fire Lizard clan? Bajin could hardly believe his ears. Although the Fire Lizard clan isn't the strongest in the Dark Reef starfield, they still boast nearly 3,000 warships, which makes them a formidable force. After suffering a significant loss this time, they are sure to reinforce and strike again. Chief Bajin tactfully said, you might find it challenging with just one ship. What he really meant was that it was an impossible task. One ship might handle 300 to 400 enemy ships, but if 1,000 or 2 came next time, even the best would run out of ammunition and resources. Zhao Chen gave a mysterious smile. Who said I only have one ship? Annie, standing beside him with her hands on her hips, proudly added, exactly. Dad, you have no idea. The commander's forces are like tigers and wolves. A few lousy lizards are nothing to us. Zhao Chen poked the girl's forehead. I know what you're up to. You want me to conquer the entire star system so your parents and tribe can live in peace, right? Annie stuck out her tongue and lowered her head with an embarrassed smile. Who was it that swore they'd work for me even without food or drink as long as I saved their tribe? Zhao Chen teased. Annie immediately backed down, mumbling softly, But if I faint from hunger, how can I work? Zhao Chen stopped teasing her and turned to Bajin. I'm just giving you a heads up. Prepare yourselves mentally. As for the specific operations, I have my plans. Also, gather those dwarves who are willing to come with me within 3 days. The 5T2 Moose ships will depart in 3 days. Taking such a batch of technical experts, Zhao Chen wished he could open a portal for them right then and there. Understood. I'll take care of it right away, Bajin responded promptly and left. Zhao Chen jumped onto the shoulder of AT2 Black Knight mech and sat down to connect with Charlotte. Commander! Charlotte greeted him solemnly from the bridge of the T3 Blizzard in the holographic display. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Report on the battle. Charlotte systematically reported. In this engagement, our fleet destroyed over 200 enemy ships, including one T3 ship, 37 T2 ships, and the rest were T1 ships. The remaining enemy ships fled. The Blizzard's star shield is at 37, and it will self-repair within approximately 40 hours. Energy reserves are at 55, ammunition at 64, with 38 interstellar missiles used and 12 remaining. The hull armor is damaged at 13, with the worst area at 30, and there were no casualties. Charlotte's expression was unchanged, as if the fierce battle was merely a game. In reality, the true clash lasted only a few minutes when facing the T3 Arkham. Once their flagship was down, the Fire Lizard clan lost their morale. If the enemy had maintained their combat quality and fought the Blizzard to the end, with Charlotte commanding, their chances of victory would have been at least 50%. Unfortunately, things didn't go their way. Zhao Chen explained his plan to annex the FY star system to her. A flash of battle intent appeared in Charlotte's eyes. This was the first challenge since the million-strong insect swarm that truly piqued her interest. According to intelligence, the Fire Lizard clan will need at least half a month to regroup their fleet, Charlotte analyzed. If our reinforcements depart now, they can arrive within that time frame. We'll have ample time. Zhao Chen nodded, then draft a few combat plans on your end. Yes, sir. Charlotte responded firmly. Upon learning of the Fire Lizard clan's invasion of the dwarf territory, Zhao Chen had already found a way to send a message to Lilith. Despite the long distance and the challenges in communication, they finally managed to get in touch. At this moment, the Xiaolong fleet must be racing through the interstellar passage. Once the main forces have gathered, won't those lizards be at our mercy? In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The remaining fire lizards on the planet have been eradicated, and the dwarves have reclaimed their homeland. Meanwhile, news of Zhao Chen recruiting craftsmen has spread across the various refuges. Compared to the first refuge where Zhao Chen himself resides, the dwarves in other places are slightly less inclined to trust him. Ultimately, only 50,000 dwarves are willing to follow Zhao Chen on his journey, and they mostly consist of families with many old, weak, and sick members. Driven by the harshness of their lives, they are willing to take the risk in hopes of finding a lifeline in the legendary Xiaolong star system. Zhao Chen doesn't mind this. Families are easier to manage, so why worry about their dedication? Moreover, once he sends word back home about how well he treats them, wouldn't the second and third batches of followers come naturally? This is the list of clansmen willing to go with you, Bajin said, presenting an electronic roster. Zhao Chen took a quick glance. Among the 50,000, there were 20,000 males and 30,000 females, with 30,000 being of working age. Out of these, 20,000 were women, but not all were necessarily skilled workers, so further screening would be needed. However, Zhao Chen believed it wouldn't be a problem to find 2,000 to 3,000 qualified individuals among them, and the rest could be trained. The excellent female workers would go to the interstellar factories, while the remaining men and women would be assigned to ground factories on designated planets. As Zhao Chen scanned the list, he noticed a few familiar names, which made him look up at Bajin in surprise. It turned out that they were the mother and 5 siblings of Annie, whom he had met recently. Bajin scratched his head awkwardly and said, I must stay behind to look after our clansmen, but my wife and children are willing to follow Annie to the paradise she speaks of. Please, Commander, take good care of these friends and family. With that, he gave Zhao Chen a deep boa, traditional dwarven gesture of respect. Zhao Chen brought 5 T2 Moose-class heavy transport ships, but only assigned 2 to transport 50,000 dwarves. The remaining 3 stayed on standby. Over the past 3 days, the 50,000 dwarves packed up their belongings and boarded the T2 Moose ships. The modified cargo holds were divided into 3 levels, with designated sleeping areas. There was also a large communal room for group rest. While not as comfortable as Zhao Chen's private cabin, it was sufficient for the long journey to the Xiaolong star system. At this moment, Annie stood in front of 5 connected bunks, carrying a sack in her left hand, a box in her right, and a huge bag 3 times her size on her back. Her strength was clearly impressive. With a grunt, she piled all the luggage together and turned to her mother and 5 siblings, saying, Rest here for now. In about half a month, we'll reach the Xiaolong territory. It's my first time going, but trust me, the commander would never deceive us. Once we're there, we won't have to worry about hunger, cold, or fear anymore. Annie, aren't you coming with us? Her younger sister Nana asked nervously. Annie patted Nana's head. With me gone, you're the oldest. Take good care of Mom and our siblings. I'll be back soon. Nana nodded vigorously. Don't worry, sis. I'll take good care of everyone. Annie pulled some lollipops from her pocket and handed them to her siblings, then pointed to the large bag. I've packed some snacks at the bottom. Eat them if you get hungry on the way. When we reach the Xiaolong territory, you'll have these treats every day. The children beamed with joy at the sight of the sweets. Annie, you've really grown up, their mother said, stroking Annie's hair. Annie grinned. Don't worry, Mom. Now that I have a job, I'll make sure to take good care of you and the kids. After seeing her family off, Annie returned to the T3 Blizzard. With the Blizzard escorting them, the The two T2 Moose ships passed through the Stargate, left the Reef star system, and entered the Empire's territory, finally free from constant fear. Watching the transport ships disappear into the distance, the Blizzard turned back to the dwarves' home planet. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, gazing at the blue planet and the battlefield debris still scattered around. Everything on the ground was settled, and the starships were ready to depart. Now, it was up to the Fire Lizard clan to make their move. If he could secure a decisive victory and intimidate the locals, establishing his authority would be no problem. Now, we just wait for good news, Zhao Chen muttered to himself. Commander, I can repair the T3 Blizzard's armor? Annie suddenly volunteered. Zhao Chen was surprised. Without an industrial ship or spaceport facilities, how will you manage that? I brought some basic tools from my dad. I can do it in a spacesuit outside the ship. The quality will be just as good as an industrial ship's repairs, though it might take a bit longer, Annie said confidently. Isn't it too dangerous? Zhao Chen frowned. I've been doing this since I was a kid, growing up here. I started repairing our clan's warships before I was even an adult. It's no big deal. Let me do it, the girl pleaded firmly. After careful consideration, Zhao Chen saw her point. In this remote place, spaceports were a luxury, and raw materials cost several times more than in the Empire. Those with skills had to rely on themselves. Seeing the rare determined look on Annie's face, Zhao Chen finally nodded in agreement. This child has grown a lot after meeting the clan members, Zhao Chen thought to himself with satisfaction. Just then, Annie suddenly turned around and looked at him pitifully. Commander, sir, I couldn't resist and spent all my meal allowance on snacks for my younger siblings. There are still a few days left until the end of the month. Could you advance me a bit? Otherwise, I'll go hungry. Zhao Chen waved his hand helplessly. Fine, you can eat with me until then. Thank you, Commander. Annie bowed deeply and ran off happily. For the next week, Annie was always the first to arrive at Zhao Chen's side during mealtimes, her bright eyes sparkling like a little kitten waiting to be fed. The rest of the time, she was busy outside the ship, dressed in a spacesuit and wielding tools to patch up the armor damaged by the blizzard. Meanwhile, at the Fire Lizard clan's headquarters, the Fire Lizard clan directly controlled 5 star systems and possessed over 3,000 warships, including 5 T3 class vessels, making them a second-tier power in the Reef's nebula. Life was progressing as usual until a stroke of luck. A valuable mineral vein was discovered on the 3rd planet of the FY star system, which had never been profitable. Initially, the dwarves proposed to mine it and supply the Fire Lizard clan at a low cost. But how could they agree to that? Such rich minerals couldn't be handed over to those shorties. They needed to keep it firmly in their own hands. It was even necessary to drive out the planet's natives to prevent them from stealing the wealth. Thus began the farce of expelling the dwarves and igniting conflict. To the Fire Lizard clan leader, the dwarven fleet was no threat at all. Sending a single T3 Arkham with 300 to 400 warships would be more than enough. But to their surprise, news came of a T3 battleship's downfall. The Fire Lizard chieftain brusquely pushed aside the 3 alluring women beside him and strode into the meeting room. He surveyed the holographic projections of several generals, his expression dark. Chieftain, the latest news is grim, one general reported gravely. The second ship of the T3 Arkham, commanded by Kulu, has been destroyed. The 5th Fleet has suffered over 50% casualties. What happened? The chieftain roared, his anger palpable. We can't even handle a bunch of measly dwarves, and we lost a T3 Arkham? According to the intelligence from the surviving ships, they encountered a mysterious warship, possibly a T3 cruiser or battlecruiser. The Arkham engaged but was defeated and sunk. The 5th Fleet then retreated in disarray. The general explained, displaying several blurry images. They vaguely showed a gray warship spewing terrifying clusters of laser beams. Just one ship managed to crush my 5th Fleet and destroy my T3 Arkham? The Fire Lizard chieftain was furious. Do you know how much wealth and time it takes to build a T3 ship? I wouldn't care about losing T1 or T2 ships, but a T3 ship is the cornerstone of our dominance in the Reef Star region. We still haven't identified the origin of this warship, the general continued. However, according to reports from Sentinel ships stationed in the FY star system, the mysterious T3 ship is still lingering there. It dares to stay there? The chieftain's eyes blazed with fury. Mobilize all available fleets and crush it. Yes, sir. Currently, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 8th fleets can be deployed, totaling about 2,000 ships, the general replied. The chieftain immediately ordered, we don't need such a massive force for one ship. Leave the 3rd fleet behind, and have the other 4 fleets prepare for departure. I want that cursed starship to pay. I want those damn dwarves to beg for mercy and serve us forever. Understood. Soon, the massive Fire Lizard fleet began to mobilize, replenishing strategic supplies and streaming through the Stargate, heading straight for the FY star system. Due to the dispersed locations of the fleet bases, it took over a week just to assemble. Including other preparations, it was half a month before the formidable force of over 1,000 ships reached the FY star system. The Fire Lizard chieftain sat in the command chair of the T3 flagship, coldly watching his warships file out. He wasn't worried about an attack near the Stargate, as there was an unwritten rule in the Reef Star region. All forces could freely battle, but the area around the Stargate was a no-fight zone. Stargates were scarce strategic resources, and the locals of the Reef Star region were poor at building them. Most existing gates were ancient relics from ancestors, and each destroyed gate was a significant loss. This mutual understanding ensured that anyone who broke the rule would be eliminated by the combined forces of all powers. Historical precedents were numerous, and no one dared to cross the line anymore. Stargate operations were often controlled by neutral interstellar trade consortia, who charged tolls and maintained the gates, welcoming all travelers. The Fire Lizard fleet arrived in force. Inside the FY Stargate control room, a man smoking a cigarette stared intently at the screen showing the enemy ships, numbering over 1,500, including 2 T3 ships. Such a grand display indicated a significant upcoming action. I heard that not long ago on the third planet, a T3 class Arkham ship and over 200 T1 and T2 ships belonging to the Fire Lizard fleet were all wiped out. A nearby staff member zoomed in on a specific frame, and it was said that a single warship was responsible for it. On the screen, a gray T3 class warship was leisurely passing through a Stargate, entering this universe. A single T3 ship taking on an entire fleet? It seems the Fire Lizard clan has provoked a formidable opponent. The man pondered for a moment. I need to report this to the big boss right away. He began composing a message to inform a large trade consortium in the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, the Fire Lizard fleet had already assembled. Chieftain, the first fleet is ready. Fourth fleet reporting in. Seventh fleet assembled. Eighth fleet is set. The commanders were calling in one after another. The Fire Lizard chieftain looked at the third planet on the star map and sneered. Let's go see that arrogant T3 ship and show it whose territory this is. Yes, sir. Over 1,000 warships set off in a grand formation, heading straight for the dwarf homeworld. Bro, what do you think will happen to that mysterious T3 ship? A young man asked curiously. The man took a deep drag on his cigarette, watching the enemy fleet depart. What do you think? There are over 1,500 ships, including 2 T3s. Even a god wouldn't stand a chance. It's a pity we can't cross the line. Otherwise, I'd love to see this showdown, the man said, lighting another cigarette. Just as it was about to burn out, the console suddenly issued an alert several dozen more warships were approaching the Stargate. What the heck? Why is it so busy today? Usually, this place doesn't see 100 ships in a day, he muttered, looking up at the screen. In an instant, his eyes widened in shock. Dozens of gray-painted warships were pouring out, menacing and brimming with hostility. The man's face turned pale. These warships, they look somewhat similar to that mysterious T3 ship. What's with that gray paint job? On the third planet of the FY galaxy, Chief Ba Jin of the dwarf tribe gazed at the starry sky, his monocular telescope fixed on the T3 blizzard, an artistic marvel floating in space. His heart was in turmoil, as he had received news days ago that the Fire Lizard chief was furious over their recent crushing defeat, especially the loss of the T3 Arkham. Ba Jin had long anticipated the Fire Lizard's retaliation. Although Zhao Chen had promised to handle everything and ensure their safety, the fear from years of oppression by the Fire Lizards was not something easily shaken off. He had considered fleeing with his people, but this planet held centuries of memories for the dwarf tribe. Leaving it behind was not a simple choice. Yet, for the sake of his family's safety, he had sent them onto a starship, hoping that if the worst came to pass, at least a line of their bloodline would survive. They're here. The Fire Lizard's fleet. A warrior beside him, also observing the sky through a telescope, exclaimed. Ba Jin quickly looked ahead of the blizzard and saw a fleet of starships, tiny as grains of rice from afar but numbering in the thousands. He swallowed hard and clenched his fists. 2 T3 ships, 1 Arkham-class battleship, 1 Ghost-class destroyer. The warrior's voice trembled. About 4 fleets, nearly 1,500 ships, and 300 T2 ships alone. A wave of despair began to spread among the crowd. They had expected the Fire Lizards to seek revenge, but not with such speed and overwhelming force. 1,500 ships. Even the mighty T3 Blizzard couldn't withstand such an onslaught. A lone ship against such odds seemed doomed. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, Zhao Chen sat calmly in the captain's chair, his gaze sweeping over the enemy data on the holographic screen. 2 T3 ships, 1 Arkham class and 1 Ghost class. Nearly 300 T2 ships, which he didn't bother to count in detail, just noting the types: over 200 frigates, 70 destroyers, 20 cruisers, 5 battlecruisers, plus 2 battleships and 1 carrier. The remaining 1,300 T1 ships were beneath his notice. 1,000 frigates, 200 destroyers, 50 cruisers, 30 battlecruisers, 10 battleships, ships barely a few dozen meters long, good for patrolling within a star system but incapable of interstellar travel without a stargate, much less intergalactic journeys. They were cannon fodder at best. The real threat lay in the 300 T2 ships and the 2 T3 ships. Any updates? Zhao Chen asked his aide, Ailey. They're close, Ailey replied softly. Zhao Chen smiled expectantly and turned to Charlotte. This will be our Xiaolong fleet's first real fleet battle, won't it? Charlotte nodded. Their previous largest engagement involved only 6 ships, 5 frigates, and 1 carrier against some scrap metal mechanical ships, nothing compared to this. At that moment, a communication request came through. It's from the Fire Lizard's flagship, the T3 Arkham, Ailey reported quietly. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, then picked up a black mask from beside him and put it on. Let's keep a low profile. Patch them through. Yes, sir. The screen lit up, revealing a lizard face. Who are you? The Fire Lizard chief demanded, barely containing his anger. Zhao Chen calmly spat out 4 words, none of your business. The Fire Lizard clan leader's mouth twitched as he glared at Zhao Chen. Why are you meddling in dwarf affairs? Because I want to, Zhao Chen replied with a mocking smile. The clan leader snorted coldly. Fine. Since you refuse to reveal your origins and intentions, I won't bother asking. But you will pay for your actions. Are you talking about your Arkham ship? Zhao Chen teased. That piece of junk broke down after a few shots. You got fooled, didn't you? Let's see how long your T3 ship can last this time. Big talk. Let's see if your ship can withstand my firepower. The Fire Lizard clan leader roared in anger. A T3 ship, and you dare challenge me here? Zhao Chen burst into laughter, leaving the clan leader puzzled. Who told you I only have 1 ship? Zhao Chen said leisurely. The clan leader's heart sank. Before he could respond, an urgent report came from the bridge. Commander, radar shows an unidentified fleet has appeared behind us. The clan leader's face changed dramatically as he stared at the man in black before him. Did you set this up on purpose? He realized the mysterious warship had been lying in wait to ambush them. That's right, too bad there's no reward, Zhao Chen sneered and snapped his fingers, cutting off the video feed. A new communication request appeared in its place. On the screen, a silver-armored she-wolf stood proudly, short hair as white as snow, ears erect, and a scar on her face emphasizing her fierce demeanor. Commander, Bai Shui reporting with reinforcements, awaiting your orders. Meanwhile, over 10 gray-black warships had quietly appeared behind the Fire Lizard fleet, forming a standard carrier battle group formation. T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates guarded the perimeter, with a T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier and an unfamiliar warship at the center. No, not entirely unfamiliar. Although Charlotte and the others had never seen it in person, they had heard Zhao Chen mention Ida T2, Lion King-class heavy missile ship. Zhao Chen crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the holographic projection of the 1,000-strong enemy fleet. Let the hunt begin, he said coldly, his voice as merciless as the Grim Reaper's arrival. 10 T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates, 1 T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier, and 1 T2 Lion King-class heavy missile ship. This is the entirety of Wolfgirl Bai Shui's reinforcements. Bai Shui is the talent that Charlotte highly recommended earlier, the half-beast commander known as Sister Bai. This means that Zhao Chen now has a total of 13 warships under his command, 1 T3 ship and 12 T2 ships. However, the opponent is the Fire Lizard fleet, which outnumbers them by 100 times. Just looking at the numbers, no one would bet on the Xiaolong fleet. On the bridge of the T3 Arkham, the Fire Lizard chieftain laughed disdainfully. I thought it would be a big scene, but it's just this? Although they are all T2 ships, I have 300 of them. How are they going to fight? When he first heard the enemy was attacking from the rear, he was a bit startled. But now, seeing it clearly, that masked man was just toying with him. Just a dozen ships, and they dare to challenge us? They don't know their own limits. The 4th and 8th fleets will handle the rear stragglers, while the 7th fleet and my 1st fleet will take down that T3 ship. The Fire Lizard chieftain waved his hand, deciding to launch a pincer attack and annihilate this overconfident fleet. On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, Zhao Chen studied the holographic battlefield projection, discerning the enemy's deployment. Is Bai Shui's side okay? He asked Charlotte. Charlotte had handed over command of the other battlefield entirely to Bai Shui and showed a rare smile. Don't worry, Commander. Sister Shui can handle this easily. Then let's watch her performance, Zhao Chen said, resting his chin on his hand, as if waiting for a show. Professional tasks should be left to the experts. Although he himself was a top student in the captain's program, Charlotte and her team were more adept at fleet command. At this moment, Charlotte had already begun her deployment. Increase Blizzard's speed to 210 knots, harass the enemy periphery, and allow the main and secondary guns to freely choose their targets. Understood. The crew responded immediately, and Blizzard accelerated. Current speed 40 knots, 60 knots, 80 knots. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the Fire Lizard's 4th and 8th fleets launched an attack on Bai Shui's fleet from 3 directions. Bai Shui's forces stood ready. Zhao Chen looked with great interest at the telescope images beside him. The T-2 Lion King-class heavy missile ship was prominently in view. This was the debut of the Lion King class. Originally, Bai Shui's reinforcements could have arrived a few days earlier, but Lilith suggested they delay their departure by a few days. The reason was simple. The first Lion King ship had just started construction, and if two T-2 Hammer industrial ships were fully committed to its construction, it could be completed ahead of schedule. Ultimately, the Lion King was put into service 20 days earlier than planned. It hadn't even finished testing before being rushed into the fleet, completing only half of its non-combat trials en route. In a way, this battle was its trial run. Zhao Chen watched the screen, where Wolf Girl Bai Shui stood proudly on the bridge of the Lion King. For this warship's debut, she had decided to make it her flagship, replacing the originally planned T-2 Queen Bee-class carrier. This decision carried significant meaning. Bai Shui's voice rang out with commanding authority. Black Rhino Fleet, assume defensive positions and prepare to intercept. Queen Bee, cover Lion King. Deploy drones and activate shields. Lion King, prepare a full salvo, 200 missiles, ready to launch. The Closian weapon systems of the 10 Black Rhino ships swiftly turned towards the incoming threat, ready to fire. The Queen Bee began releasing its Killer Bee and Hornet drones, swarming towards the enemy lines. Simultaneously, the Lion King's 50 missile silos opened, their dark, gaping mouths menacing. Moments later, the first volley of 50 Lion King-class heavy missiles roared towards the flagship of the Fire Lizard's 8th Fleet, trailing fiery tails. The flagship was a T-2 Behemoth-class heavy battleship. Warning! Warning! Multiple incoming missiles detected. Alarms blared on the bridge of the 8th Fleet's flagship. The Fire Lizard commander was stunned. Missiles? They have missile ships? He stared at the radar screen, pale-faced, as 50 red blips raced towards them. The power of interstellar missiles was no joke. With comparable technology, they were second only to heavy bow guns and rivaled main cannons in range. Even more terrifying, missiles could deliver wide-area strikes and had built-in guidance systems, making them devastating weapons. Intercept! Intercept them all! The commander shouted in a panic. All ships, fire Closian weapons and secondary guns, shoot those missiles down. The 8th Fleet immediately redirected all its weapons, unleashing a barrage of fire towards the incoming missiles. In the chaos, 3 missiles were destroyed. However, 47 missiles broke through the dense fire, heading straight for the Behemoth-class flagship. The Fire Lizard commander's eyes widened in sheer terror and despair. 40 Lion King-class heavy missiles burned the last of their fuel at the final moment, pushing their speed to the limit. 20 missiles hit the T-2 flagship of the Fire Lizard's 8th Fleet with pinpoint accuracy, while the remaining 20 scattered across the surrounding enemy ships. In an instant, the pitch-black space blossomed with countless fiery explosions. The unlucky flagship was engulfed in a torrent of flames, courtesy of the Lion King missiles, and was reduced to dust in no time. Report. The 8th Fleet's flagship, the Giant Bear-class battleship, has been destroyed. This shocking news instantly alarmed the Fire Lizard chieftain, who was engrossed in hunting down T-3 warships.
What?
He jumped out of his seat, hardly believing his ears. Just a few minutes into the battle, and one of his fleets had already lost its flagship? What the hell? Fuming with rage, the chieftain pulled up the battlefield footage of the 8th Fleet, only to be stunned by the scene before him. The once mighty T-2 Giant Bear was now an unrecognizable wreck, its original shape completely obliterated. If his trusted aides hadn't confirmed it, he would have thought he was seeing things. Zooming in, even more gruesome details emerged. Around the mangled remains of the Giant Bear were the wrecks of several T-1 warships and a number of heavily damaged T-2 ships. Although the latter hadn't been completely destroyed, their critical components, like the main gun turrets, were severely damaged. It's missiles. A missile ship did this. The chieftain ground his teeth as he reviewed the footage presented by his subordinates, which prominently featured a T-2 class warship he had never seen before. In the Reef Nebula, missile ships were a rare sight. The recent missile barrage consisted of only 50 shots, but by market value, it would cost at least 50 to 60,000 star coins. Such high combat expenses explained why few factions were willing to equip these ships. Unless they could fully develop and manufacture the missiles themselves, they would save some costs. Otherwise, purchasing from outside meant signing long-term contracts and continuously importing batches of missiles. Unlike other ships, which might only need occasional repairs, missile ships required a constant supply of ammunition. Suddenly, the chieftain realized an even more terrifying problem. T-2 missile ships had an incredibly fast firing rate. Sure enough, the mysterious warship launched another volley, with 50 more deadly missiles heading straight for the 8th Fleet. Get the remaining ships of the 8th Fleet to take command positions immediately. 4th Fleet, launch an assault at once and take down that damn missile ship. The chieftain issued the urgent order, his voice trembling. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was thoroughly enjoying the debut performance of the T-2 Lion King. The thrill of such overwhelming firepower was exhilarating. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pain in his wallet. Each Lion King missile cost 600 star coins, and 50 of them totaled 30,000. Considering a profit margin of 10 to 20 times, the selling price would be astronomical. This is why self-production was so advantageous. This scene is beautiful, Zhao Chen quipped to Charlotte. Charlotte glanced at the spectacular explosions in the starry sky and smirked. Of course it's beautiful when you're burning money. Look at those smoke trails. You can almost smell the scent of cash. Immediately, a second wave of 50 Lion King missiles struck with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the T-2 battleships, battlecruisers, and cruisers of the 8th Fleet. If we had dozens of Lion King ships, we could bombard them at will. Zhao Chen mused, rubbing his chin, clearly entranced by the idea. Charlotte shivered at the thought. The scene would be absolutely earth-shattering. As the second round of missiles detonated, more T-2 warships were engulfed in flames. The third and fourth waves followed swiftly, unleashing full firepower. Just these 3 volleys obliterated 12 T-2 ships and severely damaged over 40 others, with dozens of T-1 ships caught in the crossfire. The 8th Fleet lost 80% of its T-2 main force in an instant. But the nightmare was just beginning. No sooner had the fire lizards begun to recover than they saw a swarm of interstellar drones bearing down on them. Meanwhile, on the bridge of a T-2 Lion King ship, Wolf Girl by Shui observed the battered 8th Fleet. One more drone assault, and it would be finished, posing no further threat. She then turned her gaze to another menacing enemy fleet, the Fire Lizard's 4th Fleet. Bai Shui and Charlotte's strategy was to use the coordinated firepower of the Lion King ships and Queen Bee carriers to cripple one enemy echelon, stripping it of its main combat strength, and then quickly conclude the engagement with the other enemy force to support the blizzard. Locking onto the flagship area of the 4th Fleet, they prepared for 6 volleys. The targeted flagship was no ordinary vessel. It was the Fire Lizard's pride, the T-3 class Ghost-class medium destroyer. Although it had activated its star shield early, how long could it withstand the relentless missile barrage? The first wave of 50 heavy bombs struck the T-3 destroyer mercilessly, leaving it riddled with holes, its star shield flickering violently, on the verge of collapse. The surrounding Fire Lizard commanders watched in horror, cold sweat streaming down their backs. It was terrifying. The T-2 Lion King had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be a formidable interstellar arsenal ship. Even a T-3 ship couldn't withstand its ferocious firepower. The relentless bombardment was unstoppable. This was the power of a missile ship. This was Zhao Chen's Lion King. Compared to the intense battlefield here, the T-3 Blizzard seemed like a cat toying with a mouse, always skirting the edges of the Fire Lizard's 1st and 7th Fleets, maintaining a clever distance from the enemy. The ship's main cannon was held in check, never firing. In contrast, the flagship of the Fire Lizard's 1st Fleet, a T-3 Arkham-class battleship, surrounded and protected by smaller ships, only dared to cautiously approach the blizzard. After all, the chieftain had witnessed the previous Arkham ship being utterly destroyed by this mysterious warship, and he had no intention of repeating that mistake. He preferred to be cautious to ensure his ship's safety. Faced with the blizzard's provocation, the chieftain remained huddled within a tight defensive formation, ensuring his vessel stayed out of harm's way. The blizzard, seeing this, was in no hurry to take down the enemy leader. Instead, it was content to engage in a cat-and-mouse game with the 1st Fleet, leveraging its speed and agility while using its main cannon to intimidate and constrain the enemy's movements. As Zhao Chen watched with keen interest, the T-3 Ghost-class destroyer struggled under the relentless bombardment from the Lion King ship. Inside the ill-fated destroyer's bridge, chaos reigned. Warning: portside armor strength at 40. Warning: multiple compartments damaged, structural integrity down by 20. Warning: hull breach, 14 compartments sealed, 27 crew members dead. A series of alarms blared relentlessly. The Fire Lizard commander clutched the armrest of his chair, his face pale with a mix of fear and rage. A T-3 ship, and it hadn't even reached the enemy lines before facing annihilation? Return fire. Fire back! He screamed hysterically. The deputy replied helplessly, "Sir, our secondary guns can't reach the enemy, and the main cannon is out of range." "Who cares about range? Fire when I say fire." The commander had lost his senses, raging like a madman. He knew in his heart that his ship was doomed. Rather than perish without a fight, like the flagship of the 8th Fleet, he preferred to go down firing. To be a T-3 ship and not fire a single shot before being destroyed would be too humiliating. "Open fire." The deputy sighed and relayed the order. The Ghost's main cannon finally roared, launching a 1,500mm shell. But at that critical moment, another volley of Lion King missiles struck its fragile armor boom. With a series of deafening explosions, the T-3 destroyer was torn apart, engulfed in flames. Its ammunition stores had clearly been hit, leading to a catastrophic end. However, in its final moments, the shell it fired struck a nearby enemy ship with deadly precision. Warning: Frontal armor strength down by 40. The system of the Black Rhino 5 ship suddenly alerted. The female captain was initially taken aback, but then she erupted in anger. Damn it! Out of this entire fleet, am the unlucky one to get hit? How on earth did that nearly crippled ship manage to score a hit on me? This is just too bizarre, she fumed. But then she thought, AT-2 frigate, standing up to the main cannon of AT-3 ship Hedon. Even from outside its range, that's some impressive armor. In less than 10 minutes, the first T-3 ship fell on the battlefield, the unfortunate Spectre. Meanwhile, over 300 ships from the Fire Lizard's 4th Fleet charged towards Wolfgirl by Suez formation. But anyone with a keen eye could tell that their spirit was broken. They were clearly rattled by the earlier missile barrage. Losing 2 flagships in quick succession, it's no wonder their morale was low. At this moment, the T-2 Lion King's ammo reserves were nearly depleted. Its debut in this battle was nothing short of perfect. It slowly moved behind the T-2 Queen Bee carrier, becoming the first vessel from the Xiaolong fleet to take a break. 500 interstellar missiles, costing a total of 300,000 star coins. What would they fetch at market price? At least 5 or 6 million, right? Zhao Chen muttered to himself, thinking about the fortune he had spent in less than 10 minutes. One had to admit, missile ships were money pits. But on the flip side, if used wisely, they were quite cost-effective. Spending a few million to take down a T-3 ship and severely damage nearly 100 T-2 ships, that's a bargain. The next phase of the battle would depend on the T-2 Queen Bee and Black Rhino. Just then, a gleam flashed in Charlotte's eyes. She made a swift decision and issued a series of rapid commands. Turn 2, full speed ahead. Deploy all interstellar drones. Prepare interstellar missiles and bow cannons. The Blizzard, which had been skirmishing with the Fire Lizard's 1st and 7th fleets, suddenly turned and charged straight for the 7th Fleet's flagship. Charlotte had spotted a slight flaw in the enemy formation and seized the opportunity for a surprise attack. Oh no! That T-3 ship is targeting our 7th Fleet flagship. The Fire Lizard chief was horrified. If he stood by and watched 3 out of his 4 fleets lose their flagships, how could he face anyone? Full-speed support. Lock the main cannon on that T-3 ship and fire as soon as it's in range. The chief, unable to remain circumspect, urgently ordered reinforcements for the 7th Fleet. The T-3 Blizzard raised its shields and advanced, withstanding the bombardment from the Fire Lizard's 7th Fleet. It cut through obstacles, relying on its main and secondary cannons, along with interstellar drones, to clear the way. Charlotte was well-versed in this tactic, having recently used it to destroy a T-3 Arkham-class battleship in the same location. This time, the target was just a mere T-2 Grizzly-class battleship. Report. The Fire Lizard's 1st Fleet is reinforcing from the flank, and the Arkham's main cannon has locked onto us, a crew member urgently reported. Upon hearing this, Charlotte issued an unexpected command. Redirect the star shield, protect the starboard side. At this moment, the 7th Fleet's firepower was concentrated on the Blizzard's front shield. Redirecting the shield would expose the fragile bow armor to enemy fire. However, Zhao Chen didn't stop her. Instead, he smiled knowingly at Charlotte. The small cannons on the T-1 ships could hardly scratch the Blizzard's armor, posing no real threat. Even the combined attacks from the T-2 ships were less terrifying than the Arkham's main cannon. With drones, main and secondary cannons, Closian weapon systems, and missiles covering the front, there was little to worry about. On the other hand, taking a direct hit from the Arkham's main beam cannon would be catastrophic. While it might not result in an instant kill, the armor would certainly be breached, affecting subsequent battles. Charlotte's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain was indeed brilliant. Zhao Chen nodded in approval, enjoying the thought of frustrating the enemy. You think you're so powerful with your large fleet? I'll take down your flagship right in front of you, and see how you like it, he thought. Soon, the star shield system was adjusted, securely protecting the Blizzard's starboard side. As expected, seconds later, a blinding beam of concentrated laser struck the shield. It was the Arkham's doing. Simultaneously, the now exposed bow armor was heavily bombarded. Alarms blaring throughout the bridge, and even the floor trembling slightly. Target the enemy's 7th Fleet flagship, a crew member commanded, followed by Charlotte's resolute order, fire. The Blizzard's heavy beam cannon, charged and ready, roared to life. Its blue death ray tearing through the T-2 ships in its path. These second-rate vessels lacked star shields and could only rely on their armor, with predictable results. The unfortunate Grizzly-class flagship stood no chance. Its flimsy armor disintegrated under the relentless assault, turning it into space debris in an instant. The Fire Lizard chieftain roared furiously on the bridge, watching helplessly as his flagship was decapitated in front of over 500 ships. The humiliation was akin to being cuckolded in public. Surround them. I want that bastard torn to pieces. If we capture that man alive, he'll face the most twisted tortures of the Fire Lizard clan. The chieftain's face turned red with rage, his eyes burning with fury, utterly seething with anger. Surrounded? The adjutant muttered to himself. How could this ragtag group of T1 and T2 ships possibly intercept a T3 warship speeding at 210 knots? If it wants to escape, who on earth can stop it? But right now, the chieftain is so enraged that he won't listen to reason. Saying more is pointless. Sure enough, despite the blizzard being under heavy attack, it withstood the Arkham's cluster lasers thanks to its star shield and quickly broke through the enemy encirclement. This is the immense advantage of higher-tier ships, demonstrating why only T3 warships can be considered truly military-grade. After breaking through, the blizzard didn't linger but accelerated toward another battlefield. Seeing this, the Fire Lizard chieftain was devastated. That damn T3 ship was clearly going to reinforce another area, aiming to annihilate his already battered 4th and 8th fleets. Reinforcements. Get reinforcements over there now. The chieftain roared, losing all control. He never dreamed that a battle he had so thoroughly underestimated would bring the Fire Lizard clan to the brink of ruin. The T3 blizzard shot forward like an arrow, speeding at 200 knots. The crew reported damage status methodically. Star shield energy at 45. Overall armor integrity at 85. Frontal armor at 77. Some sections at 57. Ammunition at 37. Missiles depleted. Energy at 37. 39 drones remaining. Charlotte acted decisively, ordering the drones back to the hangar for resupply and preparing for another sortie. The star shield was redeployed to the bow, ready for the next round of attacks. She then looked at the video feed showing by Shui and instructed, deploy T2 Black Rhino ships to support the blizzard and launch a flanking attack on the enemy. Bai Shui confidently replied, no problem, 10 Black Rhino ships are ready to go at any time. Since the T2 Queen-class carrier had already destroyed the T3 Phantom-class destroyer and inflicted heavy damage on numerous T2 warships, coupled with its star shield protection and the escort of the T2 Lion King and countless T2 drone-class crafts, it remained absolutely safe even without the cover of the T2 Black Rhino ships. Following the command of Wolf Woman by Shui, 10 Black Rhino ships, which had been biding their time, charged ferociously at the enemy formation, like beasts unleashed. Their aggressive assault caught the Fire Lizard fleet completely off guard. Even a Fire Lizard T2 battlecruiser was stunned, watching in disbelief as a Black Rhino with massive horns rammed into it recklessly. Just a mere escort ship daring to challenge a battlecruiser? It was infuriated, and though it had taken several missile hits, it couldn't believe it was being humiliated. Unfortunately, reality struck hard. Within minutes, the battlecruiser was impaled through its side by a Black Rhino, splitting it in two with a broken keel. As soon as the 10 Black Rhinos entered the fray, chaos erupted. Their terrifying armor was impervious to T1 ships, and the few T2 ships that withstood the initial assault were soon overwhelmed by relentless drone attacks. Damn it! Where are our drones? A lizard captain fumed, helpless against the enemy crafts. The Black Rhino's rampage had disrupted their formation, playing right into the hands of the enemy drones. To counter drones, besides escort ships' defensive firepower, the best strategy was to fight fire with fire-using drones against drones. The Fire Lizard fleet did have a T2C Wolf-class carrier, but when the captain located it, it was being relentlessly attacked by enemy drones, its deck and hangars riddled with holes and repeatedly bombed by T2 Hornet-class heavy drones, leaving no chance to launch its own aircraft. Air superiority had been decisively lost, creating a crushing sense of despair. Simultaneously, the T3 Blizzard, akin to an invincible war god, entered the battlefield in a brutal massacre mode. Ordinary T1 ships disintegrated under a few Closian weapon system shots, while even the sturdier T2 ships were torn apart by its main and secondary guns. Witnessing this carnage, the Fire Lizard chieftain, rushing to reinforce, was fuming with rage. How could the battle turn into such a disaster in less than half an hour? Why were the enemy's T3 warships so powerful, their T2 carriers so formidable, and even T2 escort ships daring to humiliate their battlecruisers? Not to mention the overwhelmingly powerful T2 Lion King missile ship. This was a nightmare, a complete and utter nightmare. The chieftain let out a long, despairing sigh and slumped back into the captain's chair, staring blankly at the marauding gray warships on the screen, wishing he could crush them into dust. Stop! Everyone stop! The chieftain suddenly roared. The deputy was stunned. Chieftain, our 4th and 8th fleets are still fighting to the death. I said retreat. Didn't you hear me? The chieftain shouted, grabbing the deputy by the collar in frustration. Given the current situation, even a desperate fight might yield some chances of success, but the fleet would suffer heavy losses, and his flagship would be in grave danger. The enemy might go for a mutually destructive outcome. The terror of that T3 ship is well known. The chieftain didn't want to take that risk and preferred to play it safe. The adjutant swallowed nervously and quickly relayed the retreat order. The initially reinforcing Fire Lizard 1st and 7th fleets immediately turned tail and fled. Meanwhile, the 4th and 8th fleets, still engaged in fierce combat, saw the T2 ships receive the retreat signal and begin to escape, followed belatedly by the T1 ships. This left the unfortunate T-1 ships to serve as cannon fodder and cover the retreat. The Xiaolong fleet, seeing this, did not pursue too aggressively, only taking out some straggling T-1 ships. They broadcasted on the public channel, urging the enemy to shut down their engines and surrender. Many of the Fire Lizard T-1 ships eventually capitulated. The Xiaolong fleet did not bother with the stationary captured ships but kept their distance and chased the fleeing enemy. Charlotte's objective was clear: to drive these Fire Lizards completely out of the FY star system, all the way to the Stargate exclusion zone. Suddenly, the radar in the FY Stargate control room detected a batch of warship signals. The administrator perked up, mumbling, "So soon? Could the Fire Lizard fleet have finished the job?" But upon closer inspection, he noticed something was off. They were indeed Fire Lizard ships, but their formation was a mess, scattered like defeated dogs. Even more bizarre, they were all heavily damaged and in a pitiable state. Had the Fire Lizard fleet been defeated? The administrator was stunned, barely able to believe it. He recalled the appearance of those dozen or so gray warships earlier. Could this be their doing? But how could a mere dozen ships defeat a fleet of over 1,000? As he carefully counted, the realization dawned on him: the Fire Lizard fleet had set out with over 1,500 ships, and now nearly half were gone. In just a few hours, such a dramatic turnaround had occurred. The Fire Lizard fleet had barely entered the nowhere zone when the chieftain heaved a sigh of relief. With a somber expression and a heavy tone, he said, "Let the fleet rest for a while. Then, we'll head back to the main base." Who could have imagined that what seemed like an ordinary battle would cost him nearly 700 warships, equivalent to the composition of 2 fleets? Even a T-3 Ghost-class destroyer was lost. "Yes, sir." The adjutant promptly obeyed and left. The chieftain slumped into the captain's chair, raised his hand, and displayed several images of those elusive gray warships, including a suspected T-3 battlecruiser, a T-2 frigate, a T-2 carrier, and a T-2 missile ship. He uploaded these images into the ship's database and repeatedly searched for information but found nothing. Actually, his subordinates had reported at the beginning of the battle that no intelligence could be found on these ships, but he was unwilling to give up, searching over and over, hoping to find some clue. Finally, unable to contain his frustration, the chieftain punched the virtual image of the T-3 warship. His fist went straight through the projection, causing only a flicker in the display without any real damage. That damned warship still hovered there, its main cannon seemingly mocking him, reminding him of the sight of the 7th Fleet's flagship being destroyed right before his eyes. Struggling to stay calm, the chieftain collapsed back into his chair, covering his eyes with his hand. After an indeterminate amount of time, the adjutant approached cautiously. The chieftain moved his arm and said in a low voice, "Tell me, what are our losses this time?" The adjutant carefully replied, "Not counting the 200 ships lost earlier in the T-3 Arkham. This time we've lost another 600 ships. The 1st Fleet's casualty rate is 5, the 4th Fleet 26, with its flagship destroyed, the 7th Fleet 77, with its flagship destroyed, the 8th Fleet 73, and its flagship also lost. This includes 1 T-3 Ghost Destroyer, 180 T-2 ships, and the rest are T-1 ships. The enemy specifically targeted our T-2 ships this time. We have over 23,000 casualties. Additionally, 1/3 of the surviving ships have significant armor damage." Hearing this string of alarming figures, the chieftain's anger nearly erupted. These were the foundations of the Fire Lizard clan's foothold in the Reef Star region. It was as if a limb had been cut off. If word got out, those covetous enemies would surely stir up trouble and kick him while he's down. Suppressing his rage, the chieftain closed his eyes and thought for a moment before coldly ordering, "Head back to the main base." The adjutant hesitated for a while before finally asking, "Chieftain, are we just going to let the FY system incident go?" "Let it go?" The chieftain exploded in fury, leaping up to grab the adjutant by the collar. "Are you kidding me? If we don't utterly destroy those bastards, I swear I'll never rest." His rage was palpable, silencing everyone on the bridge. "But, given our current situation," the adjutant mumbled softly. The chieftain released him, his face darkening. "I admit, that unknown upstart and his fleet are quite capable. But don't forget, this is the Reef Star region. Once we get back, contact Sun Shao immediately. Tell him we agree to all his previous conditions." The chieftain ordered through gritted teeth. But wasn't the offer from the Empire of Starshine ridiculously high? The adjutant was taken aback. Previously, every negotiation between the chieftain and young Master Sun had ended in discord due to the outrageous prices. And now, the chieftain was actually willing to compromise? "We're not the force we used to be," the chieftain explained. "With young Master Sun's backing, at least we can secure our current territory. We might even use his influence to get rid of those worthless scum." A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Soon, the remnants of the Fire Lizard tribe slunk back through the Stargate, retreating to their lair in disgrace. At the same time, the Stormbreaker received reports of the enemy's retreat. "Well done. Zhao Chen said, giving Charlotte a thumbs up. Ailey promptly presented the battle summary, detailing not only the enemy casualties but also their own losses. The T-2 Lion King ship had exhausted its missiles, and the T-2 Queen Bee ship had lost over half its drones. Of the 10 Black Rhino ships, 1 was heavily damaged and sealed off, 3 had injured crew members, and 4 had over 50 armor damage, with the worst one on the brink of collapse. As for the Stormbreaker itself, its missiles were depleted, ammunition was down to 16, energy at 17, with 17 drones remaining and armor at 73 integrity. 1 crew member was severely injured, and 13 had minor injuries, but thankfully, there were no fatalities. The severely injured crew member had been rushed to the medical bay, stabilized, and was now in a recovery pod, expected to recover within a month. After hearing the report, Zhao Chen couldn't help but reflect on the hard-fought but perfect victory. Charlotte had expertly leveraged their advantages, striking precisely to take down several enemy flagships and severely damage many T-2 ships, completely breaking the enemy's fighting spirit and forcing them into a chaotic retreat. Satisfied, Zhao Chen nodded and ordered, "Have the heavily damaged ships returned to the third planet for repairs. The rest of the fleet will regroup here. We're going to introduce ourselves to the locals and show them who the new rulers are." With that, he pulled up a 3D star map of the FY star system, marking the densely populated planets, and began outlining his future domain with a sense of triumph. The first planet in the FY galaxy is the closest to its star, receiving ample sunlight, making it the wealthiest planet in the system. Hundreds of interstellar species have made their homes here, forming 2 opposing kingdoms. In the past, both sides sought to annihilate each other and unify the land. But today, both monarchs find themselves gripped by fear. Their near-Earth satellites have detected a colossal space battle near the third planet. Though the details are unclear, energy readings indicate that a fleet of over 1,000 ships is engaged in combat with just a dozen warships. This massive fleet belongs to their overlords, the Fire Lizard clan, to whom they pay annual tribute for protection. To their horror, the Fire Lizard fleet was decimated by nearly half within an hour, and was then relentlessly pursued by the mysterious dozen ships, forcing them to abandon the system and flee in disarray. Even more terrifying, the unknown fleet, after obliterating the Fire Lizards, is now heading straight for their planet. In no time, a T-2 frigate hovers over the capitals of both kingdoms, its hull scarred from battle. Yet, these scars only emphasize its formidable strength. Above the busiest trade city, a colossal T-3 warship looms, its cannons aimed menacingly at the ground, while interstellar drones lock down the entire airspace. Any warship in the FY galaxy that moves without authorization will be considered an act of war. A cold female voice echoes across the public channels. Hearing this, both monarchs immediately order their fleets to stand down. Their military might comprises only a few T-2 ships and around 60 T-1 ships. Even though T-2 ships aren't weak, they are insignificant compared to a T-3 class. What chills them further is the presence of a T-2 carrier stationed outside the trade city at their border, with hundreds of drones fiercely warning all aircraft to land within 10 minutes or face consequences. On the bridge of the T-3 Blizzard, Zhao Chen sits in the captain's chair, surveying the city below. He watches with interest as the terrified citizens look up at the sky, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Ellie reports from beside him, "Commander, both kings have requested communication. Don't answer yet. Order them to come to the trade city for an audience, and allow them to use shuttles," Zhao Chen instructs calmly. "Yes, sir." Ellie responds and relays the orders. Soon, 2 shuttles speed from the capitals of both kingdoms, landing in the largest square of the trade city. The local populace is astonished to see both kings arriving simultaneously. The Fat King, seeing the Thin King, is not surprised. He wipes his sweat and asks in a low voice, "Do you have any idea who this mysterious force is?" The Thin King shakes his head. "No, they seem to have appeared out of nowhere. But one thing is certain. Their power is unfathomable. My military satellite detected that the Fire Lizards lost a T-3 ship in the battle on the third planet. That's not all," the Fat King interjects. "Over 10 days ago, I discovered they destroyed another T-3 ship." As they speak, both kings look up at the gray warship above them, filled with anxiety. They still don't understand the intentions of this force, but any misstep would make them lambs to the slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, a beam of light projected from the belly of the T-3 battleship. Focusing on the source, one could see a man dressed in black, seated in the captain's chair, wearing a mysterious mask. "Greetings, kings," he began. "I am the commander of the Lion King fleet. You may call me Wang." His eyes swept over the 2 men, his gaze inscrutable. The Thin King was the first to kneel, addressing him as the Great Wang, completely ignoring the stares of the surrounding citizens. Seeing this, the Fat King quickly followed suit, flattering, "Honorable Wang, it is a great honor to have you here. You must be weary from your long journey. How about a banquet in my capital to welcome you and your Lion King fleet?" Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with their attitudes. Whether sincere or not didn't matter. Those who can adapt to the situation are wise. These two seem to understand that well. I'm here to inform you, Zhao Chen began leisurely. From now on, the FY star system is under my control. That name is too unpleasant. From now on, this place will be called the Lion King star system. Got it? His sharp gaze swept over their terrified faces, as if declaring an indisputable verdict. This man was clearly here to assert his dominance. Neither of the two kings were fools. They saw through his intentions immediately. The plump king was the first to flatter him, saying, "Great king, you are the sole ruler of the Lion King galaxy. Your will is law throughout the galaxy." Not to be outdone, the skinny king added, "A mere name, esteemed king, just say the word. Even my kingdom is at your disposal." Watching the two jesters perform, Zhao Chen finally felt the sensation of being above it all. "I have no other demands. Just continue living as you have been. I will send word if needed," Zhao Chen said with a smile. "I detest defiance, and you know the consequences." His words clearly hinted at the annihilated fire lizard fleet. The masked man's message was unmistakable. "I can easily destroy half of the fire lizard warships. Crushing you would be child's play." After some pleasantries, Zhao Chen didn't linger. The T3 Blizzard left the atmosphere directly, and the remaining T2 Black Rhino ships regrouped and headed for the second planet. To their surprise, before the fleet even arrived, the ruler of the second planet sent a sycophantic letter and even prepared lavish tributes. Zhao Chen was pleased with such a perceptive vassal and didn't waste fuel on a show of force. This was why he had held back his forces until after this great victory to patrol his territory. True power is the only thing that can make rivals bow in submission. Loyalty is irrelevant. The key is to make them submit to your might. For the next half-day, the Lion King fleet traversed various planets and moons. Many forces were quick to pledge their allegiance and curry favor. They even started referring to the galaxy as the Lion King Galaxy. It seemed they had already heard about what happened on the first planet. The system notification chimed in right on time. Mission 2. Dominate the FY Galaxy. Difficulty, B level. Reward, 20 mission points, 7,000 credits. Mission accomplished. Please claim your reward. A smile crept onto Zhao Chen's face. This mission had gone smoothly. He hastily confirmed to claim it. His credits soared to 16,420, and his mission points reached 85. Satisfied, the Xiaolong fleet turned back towards the third planet, the homeworld of the dwarf race. "Commander, if I may," Ailey suddenly interrupted Zhao Chen's thoughts. She pointed out sharply, "Although we defeated the fire lizards this time, they will certainly come back. With our current strength, it's hard to eliminate them without incurring damage. Furthermore, the Lion King Galaxy is too far from the Xiaolong Galaxy. It takes over half a month for a one-way trip. To maintain a garrison, we must establish a supply line, which is costly. But if we don't, the fire lizards will surely exploit the situation and cause trouble in our new territory." Ailey hit the nail on the head. Zhao Chen nodded approvingly. "I've thought of all this and have a solution." When he decided to annex the Lion King Galaxy, he had already considered this dilemma. After much deliberation, he found the simplest and most direct solution: shorten the distance between the two galaxies. Currently, it takes half a month to travel from the Xiaolong Galaxy to the Lion King Galaxy. But what if it could be done in the blink of an eye? As if they were next-door neighbors. And this could only be achieved with Stargate technology. Zhao Chen meticulously browsed the system marketplace and indeed found a device that perfectly met his needs, the T3 Huiwa-class Stargate. It has three major advantages. First, it doesn't require a binary star system. Current Stargates need 2 stars, but the Xiaolong star system has only 1. The Huiwa-class Stargate breaks this limitation and can be built in almost any environment. Second, it covers a vast area. Most Stargates have a usage range, and Zhao Chen often has to transfer through dozens of Stargates, wasting 2/3 of his time on the journey. He needed an ultra-long-range Stargate that could ideally connect Xiaolong and Shirwang star systems directly. The Huiwa-class Stargate's maximum range could even span from one end of the Empire to the other. Third, it has a short construction period. The Empire's Stargates are divided into 3 levels: T2, T3, and T4. The higher the level, the stronger the performance. For example, the primary star systems use T4 Stargates, and there are less than 10 throughout the entire Empire. Smaller star systems use T3, and remote areas find even T2 outdated. Most of the Stargates in the Anjiao star region are T2, but even building a T2 Stargate takes 3 to 6 months. T3 takes 1 to 3 years, and T4 can take over a decade. Zhao Chen couldn't wait that long. According to his knowledge, if 10 T2 Hammer industrial ships were used simultaneously for construction, the Huiwa-class Stargate could be built in as little as 2 months. This perfectly met his needs. No need for binary stars, long range, and short construction period. Based on these 3 points alone, Zhao Chen decided on the T3 Huiwa-class Stargate. As a result, Even though Zhao Chen's two star systems are separated by vast distances, they could become as connected as neighboring towns. However, this convenience comes with two significant drawbacks. First, the cost is exorbitant. Just one T3 Radiant Moon Stargate costs 2 billion star coins. To connect both the Xiaolong and Lion King systems, at least 2 gates are needed, pushing the budget to a staggering 4 billion. Secondly, the throughput is insufficient. To balance short construction times and long distances, the Radiant Moon Stargate's daily transport capacity is only 1/20th of the Empire's equivalent. For example, if the Empire can transport 1,000,000 warships a day, Zhao Chen's gate can handle at most 50,000. Considering that these two gates must be constructed in secret, especially in the Xiaolong system where the location is crucial to avoid detection by the Empire, the transport capacity issue becomes less critical since it will be used exclusively by the Xiaolong fleet. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Chen made up his mind. This gate must be built. Redeem, he silently commanded. The system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained the T3 Radiant Moon Stargate blueprints. Points balance, 1420, mission points, 35. This operation nearly depleted his points and used up most of his mission points. But regardless, having a private Stargate meant the Xiaolong fleet had taken a critical step forward. Seeing Zhao Chen's determination, Ailey refrained from saying more. A secretary's duty is to offer timely advice, not to overstep. However, Zhao Chen suddenly frowned. Damn, I don't have enough star coins. The two gates cost a total of 4 billion, and I only have 1.4 billion on hand, short by 2.6 billion. It seems I'll have to wait for Governor Chu to pay the balance for the first batch of T3 Flame Dragon destroyers. Additionally, he needed to survey potential sites for the future Stargates. On his return journey, Zhao Chen opened the three-dimensional star map of the Lion King system, looking for suitable locations. This was crucial. The sites had to be remote and well hidden. Finally, he identified a few promising spots on the outskirts of the Lion King system, even extending into the interstellar wilderness. These areas were so desolate that no one would ever suspect a Stargate might be hidden there. In low orbit around the third planet, Zhao Chen had a video call with Chief Pekin. The latter could hardly contain his excitement. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Xiaolong fleet firsthand, the mighty Fire Lizard army had lost half its forces in just an hour. Such a feat would be unbelievable without seeing it. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Chief Pekin, I need to return to my territory. However, most of the warships will remain here, and I'll send industrial and transport ships to repair and resupply the damaged ships, ensuring the Lion King system's security. Pekin took the opportunity to report, by the way, another 50,000 of my people have decided to migrate to your territory. Very well. I'll arrange for 2 Moose-class transport ships to handle the transfer. Once the numbers are sufficient, I'll dispatch the final ship. Zhao Chen readily agreed. Thank you for your kindness, Commander. Pekin was overjoyed. Zhao Chen was not only the savior of the dwarven race, but also a benefactor who had paved a new path for them, akin to a rebirth. After ending the call, Zhao Chen summoned Charlotte and Ailey for a briefing. Given the importance of the Lion King system, we need to maintain a garrison here for now. I have to leave for a while, so you'll both stay here. I'll send T2 Hammer industrial ships and transport ships to bring resources continuously to repair the damaged warships. Check in every half a day to ensure safety. Additionally, be on guard against the Fire Lizard clan's potential return for revenge. Zhao Chen advised earnestly, remember, while the Lion King galaxy is crucial, your lives are even more valuable. Ailey looked at the commander with emotion and firmly promised, rest assured, we will do everything in our power to protect our territory and remain loyal. Charlotte also nodded slightly, showing her understanding. After giving his instructions, Zhao Chen set off immediately. To create the illusion that the T3 Blizzard was still in the Lion King galaxy, he avoided using the Stargate and instead traveled at warp speed for a day and a half to a neighboring galaxy. From there, he entered the Empire's territory and returned to the Xiaolong star region. A little over 2 weeks later, the Blizzard returned to the Xiaolong star system. It was late May, and Zhao Chen headed straight for the base on the northern star. Originally, 12 T2 Hammerhead industrial ships were stationed there, but now only 10 remained. The other 2, along with several transport ships, had been dispatched to assist in the Lion King galaxy. According to the latest reports, they were frantically repairing damaged warships outside the dwarves' home planet, with enough supplies to restore the fleet to its full strength. However, this significant redeployment inevitably delayed the original construction plans. Zhao Chen gazed at the data screen in front of him, showing the status of 12 T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. He couldn't help but feel a swell of emotions. These T2 Hammers were the backbone of the Xiaolong fleet, bearing the brunt of the construction tasks. Zhao Chen had been busy in the Lion King star system for the past 2 months and hadn't realized that Lilith had been holding up the entire Xiaolong fleet on her own. Even these 6 T2 Hammers were about to be dispatched to the Xiaolong star system for a mysterious Stargate construction mission. The Stargate construction plan was one of Zhao Chen's grand visions and couldn't be taken lightly. As the name suggests, the Stargate would become a crucial link between the Xiaolong and Lion King star systems, significantly enhancing their strategic importance. Zhao Chen then turned his gaze to Lilith, whose eyes shone with determination. Clearly, the Stargate construction had become a pivotal goal for her, one she was determined to achieve. Zhao Chen and Lilith then discussed the latest happenings in the Xingyao Empire. His heart surged with excitement when he learned about the upcoming military procurement bidding conference in October, where the Hurricane Consortium was determined to secure a T2 interstellar destroyer order worth a staggering 20 billion star coins. Just as Zhao Chen was deep in thought, he received a prompt response to his holographic video call from Miss Liyaki. It turned out that Liyaki had already prioritized Zhao Chen at the highest level, responding immediately even if she was in the middle of a bath. Their conversation inevitably revolved around the bidding plan for the T2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer. With a graceful glance, Liyaki transmitted a top-secret document to Zhao Chen. The contents of the document precisely targeted the Achilles heel of the Hurricane Consortium, leaving Zhao Chen deeply impressed by Liyaki's courage and determination. He decided to collaborate with her, and the massive 5 billion star coin order became the foundation of their joint effort. The T2 Mastiff was, without a doubt, their game-changer. The figure of 5 billion was overwhelming, causing Zhao Chen to gasp. Acquiring such a massive amount of raw materials discreetly would require extraordinary abilities. Liyaki's eyes flickered with hesitation before she resolutely said, "There is someone who might be able to do it." This mysterious individual, as the name implies, was no ordinary person. Zhao Chen's mind immediately conjured up the image of a woman he had met once before, masked, with black markings on her face and crimson eyes. The Bloody Mary mercenary group? Zhao Chen blurted out. To his surprise, Liyaki nodded affirmatively. It turned out that Bloody Mary was a renowned transport expert in the interstellar black market, familiar with the fringe spaces of various star systems as if they were her own backyard. Although their fees were high, once they accepted a mission, they would complete it in the shortest possible time. Upon hearing about Bloody Mary's exorbitant 30 commission, even Zhao Chen couldn't help but frown. However, he desperately needed these raw materials to expand his fleet and build the Stargate, so he decided to take the risk. "Contact her for me. I want to discuss this deal," Zhao Chen said firmly. Liyaki then recounted her past with Qitong. When Liyaki first entered the business world, she encountered Qitong, who was fleeing for her life during a long voyage. Out of kindness, Liyaki took her in and helped her escape from her pursuers, forging an unbreakable bond. Because Qitong's brother had been brutally killed by slave traders, she had a deep-seated aversion to the slave trade. Liyaki warned Zhao Chen not to touch Qitong's sore spot. Zhao Chen secretly hoped that his practice of buying slaves as crew members wouldn't come to Qitong's attention. A few days later, Zhao Chen led 6 T2 Hammer industrial ships back to the Xiaolong star system. Unexpectedly, an unanticipated guest appeared on the bridge, a weary-looking Annie with bloodshot eyes. She had worked overnight to complete the Stargate construction plan Zhao Chen had assigned her. As Zhao Chen meticulously reviewed the plan, he couldn't help but be impressed by Annie's work. He decided to reward her handsomely. Just as Annie was overjoyed, Zhao Chen's tone suddenly changed. Lilith arrived empty-handed, causing Annie's heart to sink. It turned out Zhao Chen was toying with her, and Annie sensed trouble. Annie was thrown off the captain's chair by the scruff of her neck. All she wanted was a little bonus, but now she was being humiliated like this. Tears welled up in her eyes, making her look like an abandoned puppy. "Commander, I just light up when I see you," Annie cautiously defended herself, afraid of further angering Zhao Chen. But before she could finish, she received a sharp knock on the head. "Cut the crap and spit it out," Zhao Chen barked, his face dark with anger. Facing Zhao Chen's fury, Annie braced herself and nervously made her request. "I just want a little bonus. Even though I get deputy captain's pay, I still have to support my elderly mother and a bunch of younger siblings. That's 5 mouths to feed, and just the food costs take up most of my salary." Seeing her pitiful expression, even the usually stern Zhao Chen felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed and reluctantly said, "All right, since you did a good job this time, I'll double your food allowance for a month. But your siblings need to cut down on their food. We can't have them being a burden on the state." "Long live the commander. I knew you cared about me the most." Annie beamed with joy and tried to hug Zhao Chen's leg. Zhao Chen pushed her away and said, "All right, enough with the antics. Now, explain the T3 Stargate construction plan to me." Annie immediately straightened up and reported seriously, "Yes, sir. Based on your requirements, if we rely solely on 10 T2 Iron Hammer industrial ships, it will take 2 months to complete the construction. However, if we have a planet-based factory produce some of the mid and low-end components and then transport them to the Stargate site, we can shorten the construction time by 30. I've also divided the entire construction process into several stages. As long as the materials are in place before each stage starts, we can stay on schedule. The Stargate in the Xiaolong system should be completed by the end of July, and the one in the Lion King system by the end of August. To ensure supply, I've arranged for my father's planet to take on part of the production, and we can use transport ships to get the rest from other locations. Zhao Chen listened quietly to Annie's detailed analysis, secretly impressed. He hadn't realized she was so reliable, planning out the entire process meticulously. According to this plan, both stargates should be interconnected by the end of August. Although the stargate in the Xiaolong system would be operational earlier, he wouldn't risk connecting to the outside world without absolute certainty. With everything in place, the only missing piece was the raw materials. Just as Zhao Chen's fleet was about to return to the Xiaolong system, Li Yaqi brought good news. The mysterious Qitong was willing to negotiate the supply of raw materials. During the meeting, Qitong, wearing a strange mask, got straight to the point. I hear you want to make a deal with me? That's right, Zhao Chen replied calmly. Li Yaqi should have given you the details. I need 5 billion star coins worth of raw materials, and they must be delivered via a covert route to the specified location. Where is the destination? Qitong pressed. The border of the Xiaolong system. Specific coordinates are. Zhao Chen provided a string of numbers. He knew this meant exposing his base, but for the construction of the Stargate, he had to take the risk. What's the time frame? Qitong continued to probe. All deliveries must be completed by the end of July at the latest. Of course, partial shipments are acceptable. Zhao Chen spoke with determination. Qitong smirked coldly. According to my rules, the commission is 30. No objections, right? Fine. Money is not an issue, Zhao Chen readily agreed. For the grand cause of the Stargate project, a mere few billion star credits were nothing. Besides, he had the protection of his dear grandfather, Governor Chu. Thus, a business deal worth 5 billion star credits was finalized just like that. After the negotiation, Qitong abruptly cut off the communication. Wow, this woman really gets things done efficiently. Zhao Chen couldn't help but be impressed. To secure such a massive amount of high-priced materials in such a short time, the capabilities of Miss Qitong were indeed unfathomable. However, on second thought, given her background, smuggling arms might be a common practice for her. It was best not to inquire too much into such matters. Meanwhile, after a long interstellar journey, Zhao Chen's fleet finally returned to the Xiaolong star system. As the familiar star gradually came into view, Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement and pride. Just wait, he thought. Once the Stargate is built, I'll be the undisputed ruler of this star region. Who would dare question my power then? As they successfully navigated through the asteroid belt, a beautiful blue planet came into sight. Annie excitedly shouted, "Look, this is where my dear mother and all my siblings live, right? This is a dwarf planet. Although it is far from its star, its unique internal structure makes it a submass habitable planet. Despite being suitable for habitation, growing crops and raising livestock is extremely difficult. As a result, apart from the first group of pioneers who made a brief stay, it has been abandoned and left desolate. After careful consideration, Zhao Weiner deemed this place most suitable for settling the dwarf race. Additionally, it is located near the edge of the star system, with one side facing the vast emptiness of space and the other bordering an asteroid belt. The originally unfrequented Xiaolong star system has thus become an unlikely route for anyone to take. Zhao Chen added that the marginal space on the other end is ideal for constructing a Stargate, making it a win-win situation. He ordered the T2 Hammer industrial ship to repair the blizzard here and proceed to the designated site to start the first phase of the Stargate construction immediately after. Zhao Chen instructed a small demoness beside him. Understood, Commander. Bessie, the demoness, replied respectfully. Zhao Chen was impressed by her. She was one of the first among the demonesses to express a desire to stay and serve. Perhaps because she understood the situation best, she was particularly diligent and eager to learn. Although not as talented as Lilith and Ailey, Bessie proved her worth through hard work. With Lilith and Ailey preoccupied, Bessie was temporarily appointed as Zhao Chen's secretary. After giving his orders, Zhao Chen and Annie descended to the surface in a shuttle. A total of 100,000 dwarves, from 2 batches, had already settled here. Using their Hansen skills, they had built a simple but functional stone city. At least there was no worry about housing, and Zhao Chen provided several months' worth of emergency nutrition meals to address food concerns. Halford female soldiers were stationed to maintain order. Brother. Zhao Weiner approached with her subordinates and reported, "The dwarves are very obedient. As long as they are fed, they won't cause any trouble." Zhao Chen surveyed the surroundings. Besides residential areas, there were also industrial bases and space elevator foundations under construction in the distance, laying the groundwork for a future industrial hub. Once the space elevator is completed, it will facilitate the transport of components and modules to orbit and even allow for the construction of larger parts in orbit. "Show me around," Zhao Chen instructed. Along the way, Annie looked around, seemingly searching for something. Zhao Chen and Zhao Weiner exchanged knowing glances. The latter pointed to a well-built stone house ahead and said, "Annie, your family lives there." Overjoyed, Annie sought Zhao Chen's approval before running off. She opened the door to find her youngest brother with arms wide open. Annie, sister. Her third sister told her that Nana and their mother had gone to work at the factory, even though the Halfrick sister said they could receive free rations for the first month. They had volunteered to work anyway. Annie felt relieved, knowing her family was living and working happily here. Zhao Chen continued his inspection, looking over the new home of nearly 100,000 dwarves, already formulating a detailed plan to make full use of this new workforce. Back on the Blizzard, he and Bessie drafted a grand blueprint, marking a new milestone for the Xiaolong fleet. Meanwhile, in the dwarf city, Annie's mother and sister Nana returned home from work to find Annie joyfully playing with her siblings. Like magic, Annie produced various natural ingredients to share with her family. Her siblings, who had tasted these delicacies on the transport ship, had been longing for them ever since. Mother asked worriedly, Annie, by bringing food out like this, won't there be any negative consequences? Don't worry, Annie reassured her. Our commander is very kind. He knows about this and has tacitly approved it. Otherwise, how could I bring food out? Only then did her mother feel relieved. That's good. We're happy to see you doing well under the commander's care. It's such a rare opportunity. Make sure you make the most of it. Mom, you don't need to worry. I'll not only live well myself, but also make sure our whole family enjoys a good life. Once Dad, that old stubborn man, comes, we'll be reunited. Here, try this beef. It's delicious, Annie said, offering a piece of meat to her mother. Her mother initially declined. You eat. But after Annie's persistent urging, she finally took a bite. Suddenly, the street outside became noisy, and many dwarves gathered in front of the square, talking excitedly. What's going on? Annie's family curiously stepped outside. They saw beams of light projected onto the square, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Uncle, what's happening? Annie's mother asked a neighbor. The dwarf replied excitedly, Great news! I heard our galaxy's lord is starting a large-scale recruitment for workers and soldiers. If you're willing to work, not only will you be well fed, but you'll also get paid. The benefits are fantastic. This news made Annie and her family feel incredibly excited. Jobs? Nutritious meals? Salaries? Upon hearing these words, Annie and the others were taken aback. In an era where people struggled to find enough food, such generous benefits seemed unbelievable. However, as they followed the crowd towards the square, all doubts vanished. A massive virtual screen was displaying enticing job advertisements, divided into two main sections, the industrial base and the Xiaolong fleet. Even the lowest positions offered food, accommodation, and a decent amount of star currency, while the top-tier jobs boasted salaries comparable to high-ranking officers in the Lord's fleet. Annie's family stared at the screen, barely able to believe their eyes. Sis, I want to join the Xiaolong fleet too. Nana's eyes were filled with determination. Though she was underage, her exceptional talent was undeniable. Annie nodded excitedly. With our salaries, supporting the whole family won't be a problem. Instantly, hope ignited in the hearts of all the dwarves. This sudden escape might just be the beginning of a better future. The past hardships would become the driving force for their journey ahead. Commander, the job ads have caused a frenzy. In just 5 hours, over 10,000 general workers and more than 1,000 new recruits have signed up. The response is unprecedented. Bessie reported excitedly from the bridge of the Blizzard. Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair, smiling with satisfaction. Isn't this exactly what we wanted? You thought the benefits were too high, but I aim to break the old rules. But many of the new recruits are former slaves. No matter how much we pay them, it won't make a difference, Bessie said cautiously. Nonsense. Once they're under my command, they are family. How could I treat them differently? Zhao Chen's commanding presence was undeniable. Moreover, those who are dedicated will be rewarded 100-fold. I won't let anyone down. His impassioned words completely dispelled Bessie's doubts. Zhao Chen, ever the shrewd strategist, had already calculated that by opening specialty shops on the ship and in the city, the wages paid out would soon flow back into his coffers. It was a lucrative venture, so why not? Hey big boss, with such generous benefits, how about giving your sister a raise too? Zhao Wanner teased over a video call. Ahem, we run an honest operation, no special treatment, Zhao Chen replied with a sheepish grin. By the way, Wanner, let's leave the dwarf planet to Annie and head back to the academy. Let's have Jiang Hong recruit across the galaxy. No one turned away. I knew you were up to something. Planning to build an all-female unit again?
Zhao Wan reiset an Aiebro.
You know me too well. Who can blame us for being so in sync? Zhao Chen laughed heartily. Don't worry. Once the T3 Goddess Academy ship is commissioned, you'll be amazed. Without delay, the two of them piloted a newly refurbished light interstellar ship towards North Star Academy. Zhao Chen was determined to complete his studies with flying colors and rake in a substantial graduation reward. More importantly, he aimed to return as an honored graduate when the new Xiaolong fleet ship was commissioned. After all, as a future regional lord of this star domain, appearances mattered. He was destined to soar among the stars. In a starport within the Reef starfield, a T-3 Arkham-class medium interstellar battleship was docked. The Fire Lizard chieftain looked up, only to see two seemingly upright human men on the opposite side, each arm around a woman, flirting and jesting. Didn't the Fire Lizard chieftain refuse the cooperation terms before? Why come here voluntarily today? Han Tianwang smirked disdainfully. The Fire Lizard chieftain put on a fawning smile, repeatedly apologizing, explaining that he had reconsidered and now believed working with young Master Sun and his associates was the wisest choice, pleading for a meeting with young Master Sunday. Compared to these two good-for-nothings, he preferred to negotiate directly with young Master Sun. Zhang Haoran snorted coldly. Are you looking down on us? The Fire Lizard chieftain hurriedly waved his hands in denial, cursing their ignorance internally. Han Tianwang squinted, exposing his true intentions with a cold laugh. I heard you lost a battle in your subordinate star system, losing most of your forces. Isn't this just an attempt to join us to protect your territory and seek revenge? The Fire Lizard chieftain felt utterly humiliated, but had no choice but to keep smiling. Han Tianwang arrogantly lifted his chin. Young Master Sun is not here now. I'm in charge of all matters in the Reef starfield. The Fire Lizard clan can join, but the cooperation terms must change, and your share will be halved. The Fire Lizard chieftain was burning with anger inside, but had no choice but to agree respectfully. When Han Tianwang asked about the details of his enemies, the Fire Lizard chieftain hesitated, saying that the group was very mysterious, only knowing they had attacked the FY star system and defeated his fleet with just a dozen warships. Especially notable was a T-3 battleship with incredible speed and firepower, an AT-2 assault frigate, which seemed unstoppable, like divine intervention. Listening to the Fire Lizard chieftain's ramblings, Zhang Haoran suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. When the chieftain displayed the combat footage, Zhang Haoran jumped up in excitement, pointing at the screen. These warships are clearly Zhao Chen's rides. Han Tianwang leaned in for a closer look, finding them increasingly familiar. The lightning-fast T-3 battleship was none other than the legendary Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, and the T-2 heavy assault frigate, a masterpiece of the Black Rhino series. The Fire Lizard chieftain, trembling, released another footage a communication record with the enemy commander. Despite the opponent wearing a mask, Zhang Haoran instantly recognized the arrogant face, his nemesis Zhao Chen, who had once humiliated him at the North Star Academy. Just the thought of that disgrace made Zhang Haoran grit his teeth in anger, wishing to kill Zhao Chen immediately. Initially, Han Tianwang had some reservations, but under Zhang Haoran's instigation, he also resolved to eliminate Zhao Chen, their archenemy, and prove himself to senior sister Su Lan. The two quickly devised a scheme to spread false information about an attack on the Lion King star system, luring Zhao Chen back to the Reef starfield, then amassing 5 T-3 battleships to crush Zhao Chen's fleet with overwhelming force. Zhang Haoran's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had waited a long time for this perfect opportunity for revenge. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen, still en route back to North Star Academy, inexplicably sneezed several times, as if someone was talking about him behind his back. When Zhao Chen's T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser reappeared at North Star Academy, it was already the end of June. The Academy's starport had turned into a massive starship exhibition due to graduation season and the holiday rush, making docking spaces scarce. Ordinary starships had to hover in space, with shuttles ferrying passengers to and from the port. But Zhao Chen was no ordinary person, was a legendary figure at North Star Academy and a star renowned across the galaxy. As soon as the Blizzard docked, the starport administrator greeted him warmly and waived all docking fees. Clearly, his status at his alma mater hadn't diminished one bit, Zhao Chen thought with pride. He stood on the bridge, gazing down at the cradle that had nurtured him. From next month, he would be bidding farewell to this place for good. Though his time at North Star Academy was brief, it was the starting point of his rise in the world. No matter where he roamed in the future, he would always have a day when he returned. Yet, as he prepared to leave, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. What's this? Feeling a bit sentimental? Zhao Wan'er teased at an inopportune moment. Or is it that you can't bear to leave those lovely junior girls behind? Caught off guard, Zhao Chen coughed to hide his embarrassment. He casually changed the subject, asking Zhao Wan'er to post the recruitment notice for the Xiaolong fleet at the academy. Zhao Wan'er glanced at it and saw it was the same draft from the dwarf planet. Zhao Chen explained that he planned to recruit a batch of average civilian crew members from the academy, as long as they met the standards. She was surprised that Zhao Chen was eyeing the academy's talent pool. After all, most graduates from North Star Academy usually join the Imperial Navy first before choosing their career paths, with many being regular students who didn't study the highly demanding captain's course. When Zhao Wan'er heard that Zhao Chen was about to commission a second T-3 warship, her eyes lit up. Leave it to me, brother. I'll make sure to recruit some excellent female soldiers for you. Excited by the prospect of this lucrative task, she immediately enlisted a few of her friends to help arrange it. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen decided to take advantage of the few days before the graduation ceremony to revisit his alma mater. He knew he might not get such a leisurely opportunity in the future. Before setting out, he disguised himself carefully to avoid a repeat of the past when he was mobbed by adoring fans. Although the blizzard attracted quite a crowd, fortunately, no one recognized his disguise. North Star Academy was vast, with educational, residential, and recreational areas, resembling a small interstellar city. Zhao Chen strolled casually, eventually finding himself in an artificial park. Many couples were enjoying their time together there. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from one corner of the park. A young man and woman were berating an elderly man in a wheelchair, accusing him of running over the woman's foot and dirtying her clothes. A teenage girl stood in front of the elderly man, repeatedly apologizing and trying to explain, but the couple wouldn't let her speak. The girl was on the verge of tears. The elderly woman in the wheelchair opened her mouth, looking anxious, but couldn't utter a word. Zhao Chen took a closer look and realized the girl seemed familiar. She choked out an apology. "I'm sorry. We really didn't see you. Please don't scold my grandmother." But the man only became more aggressive. He shoved the girl aside and noticed a medal on the old lady's chest. "An imperial award? Looks like some cheap trinket from a street vendor," he sneered, reaching to grab it. The girl burst into tears. "That's my grandmother's military medal. Please give it back." But her frail body was no match for him. The man snatched the medal, smirked, and tossed it to the ground, ready to stomp on it. At that critical moment, a strong hand pressed against his chest, effortlessly pushing him back several steps. A man wearing a hat and sunglasses knelt down, picked up the medal, gently brushed off the dust, and respectfully pinned it back on the old lady. The elderly woman clutched the medal tightly, tears streaming down her face. The young man was furious and shouted, "Mind your own business, kid. This old hag bumped into my girlfriend and dirted her clothes. How are you going to compensate for that?" The man in sunglasses chuckled coldly. "Is your girlfriend so precious? More important than this medal?" The young man scoffed. "What's so special about it? How much could it be worth?" The man in sunglasses slowly stood up, his eyes piercing. "Do you even know the history of this Imperial White Cloud medal? It symbolizes the highest honor for participating in the defense of the White Cloud star system in 2955. The young man still looked puzzled. The man in sunglasses continued, "That year, the mechanoid race launched a surprise attack on the Empire's border, aiming to destroy the White Cloud Stargate, which connected the front lines of 3 nations. The Imperial Legion stationed there fought to the death. 3,000 warships battled fiercely for a whole week against an enemy force several times their size. 95% of the ships were destroyed, and 200,000 soldiers perished, all to hold the Stargate until reinforcements arrived. Fewer than 10,000 survived, and each was awarded this supreme honor, the White Cloud Medal." With that, he stepped closer to the stunned young man, removed his sunglasses to reveal sharp eyes, and said, "What is your girlfriend compared to this? Even your worthless life can't measure up to this old lady's medal." The girl gasped, exclaiming, "You're Zhao Chen." "Zhao Chen?" The boy was startled and took a closer look. Wasn't this the renowned hero Zhao Chen? Rumor had it that he not only saved the students and teachers of both academies, but was also recognized as the prospective grandson-in-law of Governor Chu He. Zhao Chen couldn't be bothered to say much. He simply barked, "Leave." The couple quickly fled in embarrassment, with the girl casting a longing glance back at Zhao Chen's profile, silently admiring his handsome appearance. "Thank you, brother Zhao Chen." A little girl bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Zhao Chen smiled and approached her, sensing a familiar look about her. "Are you Shen Bing's sister?" The girl widened her eyes in surprise. "You know my sister?" "Yes, everyone calls you Zhao Chen, the invincible hero of the academy. My sister often talks about you." So she was Shen Bing's sister. No wonder she looked familiar. That meant the elderly woman must be the critically ill relative Shen Bing was trying to save. However, the old woman's condition didn't seem to be improving, and Zhao Chen couldn't help but frown. "What's your name?" "I'm Shen Yin, like the little swallow." "Are you taking your grandmother out for a walk?" "Where's Shen Bing?" "Sister is tutoring the new students to earn some extra money." Zhao Chen then accompanied Shen Yin and the elderly lady around the park, and before they knew it, it was noon. Shen Yin blinked her big eyes and pleaded, "Brother Zhao Chen, you saved us just now. Let me treat you to lunch." "Sure. What do you plan to treat me to?" Zhao Chen asked with a smile. Shen Yin pulled out a clip from her pocket, holding a stack of meal vouchers, each indicating a specific date and meal. She took out one labeled, "Lunch Yen," from the stack for the next day. She was planning to use her lunch for tomorrow to treat Zhao Chen. Faced with Shen Yan's innocence, Zhao Chen couldn't refuse. "Brother Zhao Chen, could you watch over my grandmother while I get the meal?" Shen Yin skipped off towards the cafeteria. Zhao Chen sat beside the elderly woman, noticing her constantly rubbing a medal on her chest. He asked, "Grandma, is this medal important to you?" The old woman looked at Zhao Chen and murmured, It's something I got in exchange for my lover's life. In the ensuing conversation, Zhao Chen learned that Grandma Shan's mental state fluctuated. He had asked casually, not expecting such a response. Brother Zhao Chen, which one do you want? If it's not enough, I'll share mine with you, Shen Yin said cheerfully, holding 3 meal boxes. One is enough, Zhao Chen smiled. Shen Yin first fed the elderly woman, then restrained herself from eating. Zhao Chen ate quietly. Even though it was the usual nutrition meal, he finished it completely for the first time. Didn't Shen Bing save up 10,000 star coins for the surgery? Why is your grandmother still like this? Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask. Shen Yan's expression darkened. The doctor said Grandma served in the military when she was young, and her brain was exposed to radiation for a long time. 10,000 star coins can only alleviate her condition. To completely cure her, we'd need the most advanced medical equipment and several years of rehabilitation, which would cost millions. It's like a bottomless pit. The doctor advised us to give up, but my sister won't. Hearing this, Zhao Chen felt a mix of emotions. Yin, I might have a way to cure your grandmother, but I'll need a few days. In the meantime, don't mention seeing me to Shen Bing. Let's give her a surprise, okay? Zhao Chen bent down and whispered. Shen Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. She thought to herself, with Grandma in this condition, there's no reason for Zhao Chen to lie to her. Zhao Chen affectionately ruffled Shen Yan's hair, then stood up to say goodbye.
In full.
Oh, by the way, here's a packet of compressed biscuits. I don't really like them, so you can have them. I have some things to take care of, so let's meet again in a few days. Bye. He took a new packet of biscuits out of his pocket, placed it on the wheelchair, and left without looking back. Shen Yin stared at the biscuits in a daze, then looked at Zhao Chen's departing figure. Oh no, I didn't give Zhao Chen my home address. What if he can't find me? After saying goodbye to Shen Yin, Zhao Chen wandered around his alma mater. Regarding Grandma Shen, he planned to arrange for her treatment once the T3 Andromeda-class interstellar medical ship was in service. Zhao Chen knew that there were too many unfortunate people like Grandma Shen in the world, and he wasn't some great philanthropist who could save everyone. But he just wanted to do what little he could to honor the noble sacrifice symbolized by that medal, and to comfort a veteran who had once fought fiercely for the Empire. At this very moment, Zhao Chen was unaware that the recruitment information he had Zhao Wanner post had caused a stir throughout North Star Academy. Especially online, the hottest topic was the recruitment benefits of Zhao Chen's Viscount Xiaolong fleet. It was not uncommon for private fleets to recruit during graduation season, but the conditions Zhao Chen offered were jaw-dropping. Meals made from natural ingredients, and a monthly salary of at least 3-star coins. Such extravagance was unheard of even in the Empire's elite fleets. While the salary wasn't much, the 3 daily meals made from natural ingredients were an unparalleled benefit for ordinary students. A user named Fleet King 9112 questioned the plausibility, arguing that natural food was prohibitively expensive, and 10-star coins would only cover a few meals. How could it be real? However, Zhao Chen's fan retorted, "You didn't read the recruitment announcement carefully. The meals are internally supplied, and 10-star coins a month are enough for 3 daily meals as long as you don't waste any." Another user, "I have a star battleship," vouched for the offer's authenticity. As a 5th-year senior, he testified that Zhao Chen's ship indeed provided such benefits, as he had been part of 2 academy fleets and was rescued by Zhao Chen. At the recruitment plaza of the academy, Zhao Wanner faced a crowd of curious graduates. Someone loudly asked, "Are these benefits real? Can we really eat natural food? And most importantly, can we meet Senior Zhao Chen in person?" Frustrated, Zhao Wanner jumped onto a table and shouted through a megaphone, "Everyone, the recruitment information is clear and true. But remember, we are only recruiting female soldiers. Only female soldiers. Only female soldiers. Important things need to be said thrice. Interested students, please sign up here. We have a 1-month probation period, and if you're not satisfied, you can leave anytime with your travel and meal expenses covered." Watching from the side, Shui Xiaoxiao was filled with envy. "I really want to join Senior Zhao Chen's fleet. To eat those delicious meals every day?" She almost drooled at the thought of the delicacies on the blizzard. Su Lan teased her with a smile. "Are you really willing to sell yourself just for a few meals?" Shui Xiaoxiao responded earnestly, "If Senior Zhao Chen would grant me a T3 battleship, I wouldn't mind selling myself. Even though the blizzard isn't a giant cannon, it's fast." Su Lan rolled her eyes, thinking her junior was beyond help, with her mind filled only with starships. "Senior, you're graduating this year. Where do you plan to go?" Shui Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Su Lan replied, "I might join the military in my family's Zissou star region, gain some ranks, and then form my own fleet." Shui Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling reluctant. "Once you leave, it'll be just me and Wanner at the academy. But I feel Wanner won't stay long either." Su Lan comforted her. "This is a process everyone must go through. We can still meet often in the future. Just video call me whenever you miss me." Just then, a male student approached Su Lan, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Lan Lan, have you decided on your future yet? How about we join the Imperial Army in the Starshine Central region together? I have connections there and can get us good positions. A hint of impatience flashed in Su Lan's eyes as she replied coolly, I have my own plans, but thanks for your concern, Han. Ever since Su Lan helped Han Tianwang deal with Zhang Haoran last year, her attitude toward him had grown colder. Han Tianwang awkwardly said, Su Lan, you know I've always, but was cut off by Su Lan. Han, I have things to do, so please don't bother me. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Han Tianwang's face darkened. Just now, this goddess had brushed him off, citing some excuse, but now she was chatting and laughing with Zhao Chen. It was a blatant slap in the face, a deliberate humiliation. Zhao Chen, that worthless loser, I had been hesitant about dealing with him, but now it's clear he's courting death by daring to covet the woman I fancy. Zhao Wanner was busy with recruitment when suddenly, a handsome guy wearing sunglasses emerged from the crowd and swaggered into the recruitment area. Su Lan quickly stopped him. Sorry, we don't recruit men. The guy took off his sunglasses and winked at Su Lan. Long time no see, Su Lan Shuijia. Xue Xiao, standing nearby, was about to shout in excitement upon seeing Zhao Chen but was quickly motioned to silence by him. You're in the 6th grade now. Calling me Shuijia seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it?
Su Lan teased.
No way, once a Shuijia, always a Shuijia, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. I've heard your benefits are great. Aren't you worried about the fleet running out of resources? Su Lan pretended to consider, then smiled. What? If I join your fleet, can I be a captain? I want to be the captain of AT-3 battleship. Xue Xiao eagerly raised her hand. We don't recruit children, Zhao Chen said sternly. I'm not a child. Give me AT-3 aircraft carrier, and I'll consider it. Su Lan raised an eyebrow. T-3 aircraft carriers were extremely rare in the Empire, comparable in status to T-4 battleships. Zhao Chen immediately promised, you said it. If I ever get a T-3 aircraft carrier, you have to come be my captain. Su Lan rolled her eyes and extended her pinky. All right, it's a deal. You bring the T-3 carrier to pick me up. Han Tianwang, who had been left out, wore a face so dark it could drip water. Su Lan had just ignored him but was now joking with Zhao Chen, clearly mocking him. Zhao Chen, you worthless loser, I was hesitant about dealing with you. But you've walked right into my trap. Just you wait, I'm going to make sure you die a miserable death. Han Tianwang shot Zhao Chen a vicious glare and then turned to leave. He needed to notify Zhang Haoran immediately to activate their plan. He swore to bury Zhao Chen in the reef sector, never to see the light of day again. Zhao Chen took a stroll around the academy before returning to the T3 Blizzard. Shortly after arriving back at the bridge, his terminal pinged with a special notification. Ding, your Imperial private account has received 35 billion star coins. Zhao Chen instantly perked up. The money had come at just the right time, perfectly covering the material procurement fees for Qidong. It seemed that dear Governor Chu he had delivered a windfall right to his doorstep. Ding, your Imperial private account has received 30 billion star coins. The delightful notification sounded again, like music to his ears. But it was odd, why was the payment split into 2 transactions, and what was the deal with the additional 30 billion? Just then, Zhao Chen received a brief message from Governor Chu, he requesting a holographic video call. Zhao Chen replied, asking him to wait a moment, and activated the privacy mode around the captain's chair. The bridge crew could no longer see his actions. He clicked on the room link sent by Governor Chu He and found himself in a virtual cosmic space, seated in his captain's chair. Opposite him, in a floating chair, was Governor Chu He, whom he hadn't seen in months. Where have you been messing around lately? The governor asked bluntly. Zhao Chen feigned exhaustion, replying, I've just been busy with experiments on the T-4 battleship in the northern wind star region. It's been exhausting. The governor, uninterested in Zhao Chen's complaints, got straight to the point. How's the progress? Though it's been tricky, we've made some headway. Don't worry, we agreed on 3 years, and it's only been a few months, Zhao Chen said with a smile. The governor didn't press further and simply asked, you received the final payment of 35 billion, right? Yes, I did, Zhao Chen confirmed. But what about the additional 30 billion? It turned out that the initial test run of the T-3 Yanlong-class medium interstellar destroyers had been exceptionally successful, prompting Governor Chu He to commission 60 more. As per their agreement, the 30 billion was an advance payment for the technology licensing fee, with the remaining 70 billion to be paid in 3 months. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. After all, it was his system's product, and it was no surprise that it had impressed. Although the T-3 Yanlong wasn't the top-tier T-3 destroyer available in the marketplace, it still outperformed most competitors. Rest assured, Zhao Changhe always does business fairly. The agreed amount will be paid in full. Of course, I despise anyone trying to pull a fast one, the governor added meaningfully before ending the call. The mix of carrot and stick in the governor's words was not lost on Zhao Chen. He glanced at his account balance 78 billion. After deducting the 50 billion for Qidong's raw materials and the 15 billion commission, he would still have 13 billion left. more than enough to support his upcoming shipbuilding plans. Quarterly task completed. Please claim your reward. Shortly after, Zhao Chen received a system notification. Then, Lilith messaged him as well, announcing that the T3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber, T3 Goddess Academy-class starship, T3 Andromeda-class medical ship, and T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleship were all completed and ready for service. Deploying 3 T3 warships at once, even though 2 were auxiliary types, would significantly bolster Zhao Chen's future fleet. He instructed Zhao Wan'er to return to the T3 Blizzard for a bit, then opened the system page to claim his quarterly task reward. Upon claiming it, he received the technical blueprints for the T3 Prospector-class heavy mining ship. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. This was one of the 2 major auxiliary T3 warships, on par with the interstellar transport ship. As its name suggests, the interstellar mining ship is a powerful tool for quickly extracting resources in space. Although it lacks combat capabilities, it is a treasure trove for many mining corporations looking to make a fortune. Even the Hurricane Consortium has struggled to overcome the technical challenges of the T3 mining ship. With this ship, Zhao Chen could make significant strides in the resource-poor Xiaolong and Lion King star systems. After all, every little bit counts. Upon closely examining the T3 Prospector specs, Zhao Chen found that while it didn't have large weapons, it was equipped with 10 defensive turrets. The ship's interior housed both large and small mining vessels, catering to various collection needs. Uniquely, it combined mining and processing capabilities, allowing the extracted ores to be refined directly on the ship. This made it significantly more efficient than other mining ships of its class. With this new asset, Zhao Chen had another ace up his sleeve, bringing him one step closer to wealth. Why did you suddenly call me back? Zhao Wan'er appeared on the bridge, looking puzzled. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. Didn't you want to command a T3 warship? I'm taking you to see your future ride right now.
Zhao Wan'er was stunned.
What? We have a T3 warship already? She had thought Zhao Chen was just talking big. At the base of the Xiaolong squad, Zhao Wan'er followed Zhao Chen as he piloted the T3 Blizzard. As they arrived, 3 brand new warships stood impressively before them. Is it this one? Zhao Wan'er excitedly pointed to the most striking of the 3, a pink starship. Apart from a few sparse gun placements, there were no visible large offensive weapons on it. This is the T3 Andromeda-class interstellar medical ship, Zhao Chen explained. Zhao Wan'er was taken aback, surprised that her brother had even built such an unconventional warship. Typically, minor injuries on the battlefield could be treated in the ship's medical bay, while seriously wounded soldiers either relied on fate or were sent to rear hospitals. Having a dedicated T2 medical ship was already a blessing. Even the Empire's current medical ships were at most T2 class. A T3 medical ship was unheard of. What about that round ship that looks like a crystal ball? She asked. That's the T3 Goddess Academy class. You'll find out its specific purpose later, Zhao Chen replied mysteriously. Zhao Wan'er then turned her attention to a smaller warship with a massive main cannon. That's the T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleship, Zhao Chen said, pulling up its data page for Zhao Wan'er to see. The Snow Mastiff class boasted T2 level armor ranging from 500 to 700 units, a 4th level warp engine with a speed of 30 knots, and measured 280 meters in length, weighing 138,000 tons. It only required a crew of 50 to operate. Most terrifying was its weaponry. A T2 heavy electromagnetic cannon with a caliber of 1,800 millimeters, capable of firing once every 180 seconds, but powerful enough to destroy most T2 warships in one shot. 6 T2 heavy pulse laser secondary cannons, firing once every 90 seconds, and 30 T2 medium close-in defense guns, capable of continuous attack. My gosh, 1,800 millimeters caliber? Even the main cannon of the previous number 0 Blizzard was only 1,200 millimeters. This is a 50 increase, and it fires so quickly. This is the king of T2 warships. It might even be able to challenge a T3 warship, Zhao Wan'er exclaimed in awe. But didn't you promise me a T3 warship? Why is there only a T2? She asked, puzzled, looking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen just smiled mysteriously and pointed to the vast expanse of space. The T3 warship you wanted has been here all along. Who are you kidding? Besides these new ships and the industrial ship, there's nothing else, Zhao Wan'er said, looking around but failing to spot a 4th T3 warship. Feigning profundity, Zhao Chen cleared his throat. Maybe you're just not smart enough. The unique feature of this warship is that only the clever can see it. Oh, stop with the theatrics. Can you do some magic trick for me?
Zhao Wan'er retorted.
As you wish. They'll snap my fingers and make that T3 warship appear, Zhao Chen said dramatically, snapping his fingers. With a snap, the outline of a streamlined warship suddenly appeared near the Blizzard, its oval hull showing almost no visible weapons.
Zhao Wan'er was startled.
There had been nothing there a moment ago. How did a warship suddenly appear? Report, stealth test complete. The T3 Blizzard's radar and telescopes can't detect it. A video window popped up, revealing Sister Nyo, who had dined with Zhao Chen earlier, now piloting this mysterious T-3 warship. Excellent, good work, Zhao Chen said. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction and turned to the astonished Zhao Wanner. How about it? Pretty impressive magic trick, right? Zhao Wanner swallowed hard, finally understanding. Oh my god. Isn't this the legendary interstellar stealth bomber? That's right, Zhao Chen confirmed. Specifically, it's the T-3 Phantom Sting-class light stealth bomber. This is the T-3 ride I prepared for you. But aren't stealth bombers almost obsolete? Hardly anyone uses them anymore, Zhao Wanner said, eyeing the Phantom Sting skeptically. Why is that? Zhao Chen responded with a question. Isn't it obvious? The current T-3 main ships are equipped with star shields, making the stealth bomber's advantages obsolete, Zhao Wanner answered smugly. Zhao Chen just smiled and sent a message to Sister Niu. Take a closer look. Suddenly, the hull of the T-3 Phantom Sting shimmered with a layer of crystal-clear energy shield, glowing brilliantly. Ah, isn't that a T-4 level star shield? You actually installed it on a T-3 stealth bomber? That's totally overpowered. Zhao Wanner could hardly believe her eyes. Her brother had created an incredibly powerful and impenetrable stealth warship. How could anyone else stand a chance now? So this T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber has T-4 level all-around star shield defense? Wanner Zhao asked Chen Zhao again, her face beaming with joy. Chen Zhao nodded and added, its firepower is also formidable. It can take down a T-3 warship in close combat without breaking a sweat. With its high speed and star shield protection, it can execute decapitation missions and escape without anyone being able to stop it. Wanner's eyes sparkled as if she could already see the ship in action. Big brother, are you really willing to let me be the captain of this warship? She asked excitedly. Honestly, I'm a bit hesitant. Chen Zhao frowned, and Wanner's excitement deflated. The stealth bomber carries significant risks, and I'm worried you might not handle it well.
War was displeased.
Hey, don't underestimate me. I may not be as skilled as you, but I'm a top cadet at North Star Academy. If I were afraid of danger, I would have stayed home as a noble lady. Her words struck a chord with Chen Zhao. As her elder brother, he wanted to protect her but knew he couldn't always be by her side. It was better for her to become independent, which was the true form of protection. Besides, the unique combat style of a stealth bomber was a fast track to honing one's skills. While risky, it could be managed with proper control. I'll set a few ground rules for you. First, you are not to deploy without my permission. Second, in any emergency, you must unconditionally follow my orders. Understood? Chen Zhao said sternly. Aye aye, sir. Wanner stood at attention and saluted, looking obedient and eager. Little did she know, Chen Zhao had already picked a capable deputy to keep an eye on his reckless sister. There's one more thing to discuss, which is a prerequisite for you becoming the captain, Chen Zhao continued. What is it?
Wann asked.
I want you to take a break from school. You want me to fully commit to the Xiaolong fleet?
Wann gusset immediately.
Exactly. Your theoretical knowledge is already exceptional. What you lack is practical experience. Instead of staying at the academy, you should train with our fleet. Plus, I need more hands on deck. Chen Zhao cleverly combined his personal plans with his sister's benefits. No problem, the academy is getting a bit boring anyway, Wanner agreed readily. Her goal in attending school was to become a captain and pilot her dream warship. Now, her brother had arranged everything, saving her a lot of trouble. As for the diploma, with the Xiaolong fleet as a stepping stone, it was insignificant. It's settled then. You'll officially join the crew at the end of this semester. For now, get familiar with the Phantom. I've prepared the crew list for you. Got it. Wanner excitedly boarded a shuttle, heading straight for the T-3 stealth bomber she had longed for. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao received a message. The person had been picked up. He immediately turned the blizzard around and headed back to North Star, hovering at the outskirts waiting. Before long, a shuttle took off from the starport and landed in the blizzard's hangar. Yenshin pushed a wheelchair with her grandmother in it, stepping off the shuttle. It was her first time boarding such an impressive starship, and she felt slightly uneasy. Yin, long time no see, Chen Zhao greeted her warmly, which helped her relax a bit. We're heading to a place soon. It might take a few minutes, Zhao Chen explained. Once we get there, there's a chance we can cure your grandmother's illness. Shun Yin obediently nodded, but didn't dare to hold out much hope, as her sister had tried countless times before. The blizzard roared to life, and quickly returned to the Xiaolong base. Zhao Chen and Shun Yin transferred to a shuttle, heading towards another starship. What a beautiful battleship! Shun Yin exclaimed as she saw the enormous pink vessel through the porthole. That's our destination, Zhao Chen confirmed. Is this your ship too, Zhao Chengij? Yes, it's called the Andromeda. Andromeda? My grandmother told me that in stories, Andromeda is a beautiful fairy who grants people's wishes. Zhao Chen affectionately patted Shun Yan's head. That's right. It's here to grant your wish for your grandmother to get better. The shuttle slowly docked in the hangar of the Andromeda. They were greeted by several female medical staff in pristine uniforms. Leading them was a charming woman from the Ares clan, distinguished by her cute little horns and fluffy white curls that accentuated her mature elegance. She was a descendant of the Ares clan, renowned for their medical skills, and had been appointed by Zhao Chen as the captain of the Andromeda, which functioned as a space hospital. Sister Yang, this is our patient, Zhao Chen said, pointing to the confused Shin grandmother. Yang and I approached the wheelchair, gently stroking Shan Yan's hair. Don't be afraid, little sister. I'm Yang and I, the attending doctor here. Leave your grandmother in our care. We will do our utmost to treat her. Reassured by Sister Yang's comforting words, Shan Yin finally released her tight grip on the wheelchair. The nurses then wheeled Shin grandmother into the examination room to perform a series of tests and develop the best treatment plan. Commander, little sister, would you like me to give you a tour of this battleship? Yang and I offered with a warm smile. Her kind and approachable demeanor had a way of making people instinctively lower their guard. Meanwhile, at the Northern Star Academy, Shun Bing had just finished a day of tutoring and was forcing herself to stay awake as she headed to her grandmother's ward. Yin? Yin? She called out tentatively, but there was no response from the usually cheerful sister who would greet her. Seeing the empty ward and the disheveled bed, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Shin Bing instantly became alert, frantically searching for any sign of her sister and grandmother. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, a female half-beast, seemingly waiting for something. Commander, our T-3 Andromeda-class medical ship is a top-tier mobile hospital equipped with thousands of advanced medical pods specifically designed for critically ill patients. The entire ship is divided into 3 treatment zones based on the severity of the patient's condition: red, yellow, and green. The red zone is for the most critical cases and uses medical pods exclusively. The yellow zone is a dedicated recovery area for severely injured patients, utilizing pods as needed. And the green zone is for quickly treating minor injuries, Yang and I explained enthusiastically to Zhao Chen. In addition, the Andromeda-class ship is equipped with 10,000 ICU beds and 100,000 regular beds, each with an independent hibernation pod to ensure patients are unaffected during warp travel. If necessary, a large centralized hibernation pod can be activated to accommodate up to 300,000 people for interstellar travel. Even more impressive, the hangar houses numerous battlefield unmanned emergency pods capable of penetrating active combat zones to rescue critically injured personnel or survivors who have abandoned ship. Although Zhao Chen was already familiar with the Andromeda's design, he patiently accompanied the curious Shen Yin on her tour, satisfying her thirst for knowledge. Is that cylindrical object over there an unmanned emergency pod? Shen Yin asked, pointing to the hangar through the porthole. That's right, Yang and I confirmed. The emergency pods vary in size. The larger ones are comparable to unmanned lifeboats, while the smaller ones are only 3 meters long and can hold just one person. They're equipped with precise mechanical arms that can automatically retrieve and secure the injured inside. The pod's protective shells are incredibly durable, able to withstand the main guns of a T-2 battleship, making them essential for battlefield rescues. As Yang and I explained, her eyes reflected admiration for Zhao Chen. You should know, this revolutionary rescue equipment was designed by the commander himself. With it, the battlefield fatality rate can be cut by at least half. Just then, a message came from the medical staff conducting an examination on Shan's grandmother. Yang and I glanced at Zhao Chen, then at Shen Yin. Sister Yang, just tell me about grandma's condition. I can handle it, the young girl said defiantly, biting her lip. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, signaling Yang and I to proceed. Yang and I began to explain gently. Due to prolonged exposure to radiation, grandma's organs have suffered severe damage. Although previous treatments have mostly restored her internal organ function, residual radiation deep in her brain remains, causing her intermittent clarity and confusion. I have one piece of bad news and one piece of good news. The bad news is that grandma's condition is indeed serious and cannot be cured quickly. Hearing this, Shen Yan's eyes dimmed. The good news is that the Andromeda has the capability to cure her, but it will require a lengthy treatment process. It is estimated to take over a year, with high-intensity medical pod treatments needed once a week on average. Shen Yin felt a mix of emotions, biting her lip and murmuring, "But, sister said that using a top-tier medical pod costs tens of thousands of star coins each time," implying her worry about the high medical expenses. Zhao Chen affectionately patted Shen Yan's head. "Silly girl, didn't you treat your brother to a meal before? This time, your brother will help your grandma with her treatment, and we'll call it even." Shen Yin looked at Zhao Chen, understanding that this was a gesture of unconditional help. Thinking of the modest meal she had provided, her nose tingled, and tears welled up in her eyes. "If there are no further issues, we can start the first round of treatment now." Yang and I looked at Zhao Chen, who nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go make the preparations." "Excuse me for a moment," she said, hurrying off to arrange Grandma Shan's treatment. Zhao Chen took the opportunity to treat Shen Yin to a meal at the Andromeda restaurant, where the table was laden with colorful desserts and ice cream. "Are all these for me?" The little girl swallowed hard, recognizing these high-end treats she had only seen in advertisements. Yes, you can eat as much as you want, Zhao Chen encouraged. Under his encouragement, Shan Yin devoured the delicious food she had never tasted before, her mouth so cold she could barely speak. In this warm atmosphere, a sudden rush of footsteps broke the tranquility. Yin, where did you go? Xin Bing's anxious voice rang out, startling Shen Yin so much that she almost poked her nose with the spoon. Sister Bing, don't blame Yin. I asked her to keep it from you, Zhao Chen explained calmly. I guessed your stubborn pride wouldn't accept my help, so I took the liberty. I can take care of Grandma myself? Xin Bing protested, her face flushed with defiance. And how long do you plan to take? A year? 5 years? Or 10? You might have time, but how much time does Grandma have left? Zhao Chun said sternly. Besides, I'm not doing this because you're my class monitor, but out of respect for a veteran. I can't ignore a hero like her, even if the Empire does. Xin Bing's eyes reddened as she was about to say something when a weak voice called out from behind her, Binger, Yin. Shun Yin looked at Shun Bing in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Grandma Shun, leaning on a cane, walked over with trembling steps. She looked completely different from her previous confused state, her eyes now clear and bright. Grandma! Xin Bing and Shan Yin exclaimed in unison, too excited to speak. During this period, although Grandma had woken up a few times, she never recognized her two granddaughters and only muttered old, incoherent memories. But now, she accurately called out their names, her gaze still full of kindness, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Ma'am, you're still weak. You shouldn't be walking around, Yang and I said, quickly bringing a wheelchair and helping Grandma Shan to sit down. The old lady sighed. I haven't felt this good in a long time. I just wanted to walk a bit more. Then she looked up at Zhao Chun, her eyes filled with gratitude. Young man, you're the one who healed these old bones of mine, right? Thank you. Zhao Chen stood at attention and gave Grandma Shan a solemn salute. You honor me. We, the younger generation, should be thanking you, our elder. For some reason, in that moment, Grandma Shan suddenly felt that this spirited young man resembled her late husband, who had gone to war in his youth. The images of the two men overlapped in her mind, shining brightly. Northern Star Military Academy, we've arrived. The shuttle slowly descended into the starport, and Shen Bing gently nudged her sleepy sister Shan Yin, who was drowsy after a hearty meal. The little girl groggily rubbed her eyes and followed her sister and Zhao Cheng down the gangway. If you don't mind, Grandma Shan can stay on my medical ship for long-term treatment. I won't charge any fees, Zhao Cheng suggested. Shen Bing hesitated for a while and could only manage a simple thank you. Unable to find better words, I heard you're graduating this month? Shen Bing asked, looking at her underclassmen, known for skipping grades. Zhao Cheng nodded. Shen Bing continued, so, you won't be coming back to the academy? My sister plans to take a break from school, so I might not be around much. But if you want to see Grandma, you can go to the Xiaolong star system anytime. Besides, a year will pass quickly. By then, Grandma Shan will be recovered and back with you too, Zhao Cheng comforted her. As they reached Shan Bing's dormitory, Zhao Cheng was about to leave when Shan Bing called out, wait a minute, is there something else? About joining your fleet, is that offer still open? Shan Bing asked quietly. Zhao Cheng was momentarily stunned but then smiled. Of course it is. My sister has to come too. No problem, she's adorable, much more so than my own sister. I can also handle her school withdrawal. Alright, let me know once you're packed. I'll send someone to fetch you in the next couple of days, Zhao Cheng said cheerfully. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Bing felt her heart race, a flutter of excitement. Big sis, what were you whispering to Zhao Cheng just now? Shun Yin, not seeing her sister follow, doubled back curiously. Nothing, nothing, Shen Bing brushed it off, leading her sister back to their small single dorm room. Yin, pack your things. We're moving. Moving? Where to? To Zhao Cheng's starship. Really? That's awesome. Do you like Zhao Cheng that much, sis? Of course, he's handsome, gentle, and has an impressive starship. Who wouldn't like him? You're so young, always thinking about these things. Hee sis, just admit it. Is Zhao Cheng going to be our future brother-in-law? Stop it. You're talking nonsense. If not, then I'll marry him when I grow up. He promised me during dinner. You cheeky girl, aren't you embarrassed? The sisters teased and laughed, enjoying their time together. Over the next few days, the academy was bustling with various graduation ceremonies. The school initially wanted Zhao Cheng, the academic star, to give the commencement speech, but he politely declined. In the end, Su Lan took the stage. As Zhao Cheng listened quietly, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Annual task completed. Host has graduated from Northern Star Academy within 1 year. Please claim your reward. Given the circumstances, Zhao Cheng couldn't check the reward right away. Zhao Cheng, Dean Qin, Vice Dean Hong, and Professor Qin approached him, congratulating him in unison. Dean Sheen patted his shoulder, filled with emotion. You are the most outstanding student in our school's history. This small academy can no longer contain your ambitions. But I hope no matter how high you soar, you won't forget your alma mater. You're always welcome to visit, and remember, I owe you a big favor. Always remember, the North Star will always be my starting point, Zhao Chen said sincerely. Dean Hong smiled warmly and advised, if you ever encounter difficulties out there, remember to come back. We are your strong support. Teacher Qin smiled and said, I will always remember the years we fought side by side. Thank you. After saying goodbye to his mentors, Zhao Chen saw a familiar figure approaching. Li Wei, with teary eyes, choked out, Bro, I can't believe you're graduating so soon. I thought we'd walk through these 6 years together. Hey, man up. Is it really necessary? Zhao Chen gave him a gentle punch, afraid that a harder one might break his fragile frame. Li Wei wiped his tears and grinned. Brother, just wait. One day, I'll become a hero just like you. I'll be looking forward to it, our great hero. They embraced tightly, perfectly in sync. Every feast must come to an end, and once separated, who knows when they will meet again. The ceremony ended quickly, and Zhao Chen avoided the bustling crowd and left alone. Returning to the Blizzard ship, he was surprised to find Shenbing and Xianyan already waiting at the hatch with large bags. You packed quickly. Not staying a few more days at school? Zhao Chen asked. I don't have many friends at the academy anyway, Shenbing replied indifferently. It made sense. She was either buried in her studies or working hard to make money, leaving little time for socializing. Zhao Chen instructed, Lilith will show you around the Sky Dragon fleet. As for your positions, I'll have to think it over. Shenbing didn't mind. Joining Zhao Chen's ranks was already a great honor. She would willingly serve even as a low-ranking soldier. Back in his captain's quarters, Zhao Chen eagerly opened the system interface. The most prominent spot displayed, Claim Annual Task Reward. With high expectations, he clicked Confirm, only to see the screen flash a message. Congratulations on obtaining the T4 Rebirth class clone starship blueprint. Zhao Chen sprang up, staring in disbelief at the number. Was it really a 4 instead of a 3? The system had actually awarded him a T4 class battleship. However, the name was quite a mouthful, something like a T4 Rebirth class clone starship. Zhao Chen eagerly began to browse through the detailed information about this mysterious battleship, growing more and more astonished as he read. It turned out that it was not just an ordinary battleship, it was a mobile cloning factory. It could back up the life information of all crew members under his command, and in the event of any fatalities, it could immediately cultivate new clone bodies and implant the consciousness data into them, effectively bringing them back to life. Although technically they were just genetically identical copies, didn't this mean that Zhao Chen now possessed an immortal fleet? Clone technology was not unheard of in this universe, but like advanced artificial intelligence, it was strictly prohibited by the Galactic Alliance. The reason was simple. They feared it would disrupt the fundamental laws of biology and social order. Just imagine, with resources already stretched thin across the star systems, what would happen if a large number of resurrected clones appeared? Wouldn't that make the situation even worse? Moreover, who would be considered the real person, the clone or the original body? How would they be dealt with if both coexisted? To avoid these thorny issues, all related technologies were banned. Fortunately, the system in Zhao Chen's possession had a built-in safeguard that only activated the resurrection program when a crew member died, preventing any misuse. Even so, Zhao Chen knew well that if this news got out, it would be far more significant than merely owning a T3 battleship or even mastering T4 battleship technology. Not even Governor Chu he could shield him from the entire Galactic Alliance's onslaught. No one wanted to face a madman who commanded an immortal army. Yet, for Zhao Chen, the allure of this technology was too great. As the war escalated, the Xiaolong fleet was bound to suffer heavy casualties, with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of crew members potentially sacrificing their lives. Could he calmly accept such a cost when the time came? Charlotte, Annie, Lilith, if they were to give their lives for him, how could he live on? At this moment, Zhao Chen had his answer. No matter how unethical the T4 Rebirth class might be, even if it was for his own selfish desires, he was determined to build this starship. Of course, before that, he needed to amass enough strength, at least to the point where he could stand up to the 3 major empires. As for the cost of constructing the ship, just the raw materials alone would burn through 10 billion star coins, several times more than any T4 battleship he had ever seen. Additionally, without a T3 class industrial ship or a shipyard of equivalent level, the construction program couldn't even be initiated. In other words, this idea was impossible to realize in the short term. He needed to save money quickly and find a way to acquire a T3 industrial ship. No matter what, this T4 clone battleship had to be built. It was the backbone and guarantee of the Xiaolong fleet. A day later, Zhao Chen was on the bridge of the Blizzard, listening to Zhao Wanner's recruitment report. Here is the list of crew members we recruited from North Star Academy, totaling 593 people. Over 95 come from commoner backgrounds, with the rest being nobles without titles. Since they are all women, even if they return to their families, they are likely to be used as pawns in marriages. Don't underestimate this group of 600 graduates. Each one is a talent from the military academy, much more gifted than those orcs, though they lack practical experience. Yes, these girls are the future pillars. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Once they join my fleet, they'll be so happy that they won't want to leave. Has everyone boarded? Zhao Chen asked. They're still boarding and are temporarily housed in the dorms of the blizzard. It might be a bit cramped, but the conditions are quite good. They should all be gathered by tonight at the latest. Great. Well, set off for the Xiaolong star system first thing in the morning, Zhao Chen instructed. This time, even the last 42 industrial ships will come along. Zhao Wanner nodded, looking towards the direction of North Star Academy with a mix of reluctance and anticipation. I can't believe Wanner is taking a break from school too. Now I'll be the only one left, Shui Xiaoxiao pouted, watching Su Lan pack her things. Su Lan explained while packing, it is a bit sudden, but understandable. Her brother has such a great fleet and resources. She's already mastered the theoretical knowledge at school and just needs practical experience. Following Zhao Chen is more promising than staying in school. Oh, I wish I could join Wanner's brother's fleet too. Is it still possible to sign up now? Shui Xiaoxiao asked pitifully. Su Lan rolled her eyes. With your status, do you think you can just join someone else's fleet? Be careful, or your dad might come demanding answers and cause trouble. You'd better stay at school. When you feel lonely, we can video chat, and you can visit during breaks. Shui Xiaoxiao remained downcast but suddenly slapped her forehead and wailed, oh no, I haven't even had the chance to check out Zhao Chen's cannons. The T3 Blizzard and the T20 Blizzard IV, he've been eyeing them for ages. Who knows when I'll get another chance? Su Lan felt there was no hope for her friend and decided to ignore her, letting her continue her self-pitying monologue. On the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, a Halford female crew member was guiding a group of new recruits from the North Star Academy to familiarize them with their surroundings. This is the dormitory area, she explained. Due to the large number of people, some may have to stay in temporary quarters. During warp travel, you'll need to sleep in the large hibernation pods. Over here is the cafeteria, where everyone has a meal quota. Within that limit, you can eat whatever you want, just don't waste food. The new recruits looked around excitedly. This was the legendary Blizzard. Serving on such a flagship, even if they were assigned to a T2 warship with less favorable conditions, it would still be worth it. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed, hey, where's Commander Zhao Chen? I was hoping to get his autograph. Look, isn't that Zhao Chen over there? He's even more handsome than in the promotional videos. I must get into the bridge department to admire the commander up close every day. Indeed, Zhao Chen was standing on a high platform, surveying the nearly 600 spirited female soldiers, each a future star of the Xiaolong fleet. Ladies, you all probably know me, but from now on, I am not your senior. I am your commander, and you are my warriors. You will be comrades fighting side by side. I promise you the benefits I mentioned, and even more. As long as you have talent and ability, you can achieve great things in this fleet. Look at this magnificent Blizzard. One day, you too could command such a T3 warship. Zhao Chen's words ignited the recruits' enthusiasm. After settling them in, he made sure they had time to enjoy a feast in the cafeteria before everyone entered the hibernation pods to sleep. Once everything was ready, the Blizzard, Zero Blizzard, T3 Phantom Stinger Bomber, T3 Goddess Academy, T3 Andromeda Medical Ship, and T2 Snow Mastiff Battleship, escorted by 42 Hammer industrial ships, set off grandly towards the Stargate of the North Star system, with their final destination being the Xiaolong system. 2 days later, as the Xiaolong fleet was about to leave the North Star system's border, an urgent message from the Lion King system disrupted their plans. Zhao Chen frowned as he read the brief sent by Charlotte, his expression darkening. Zhao Wanner's video window popped up. She was now the captain of the Phantom Stinger, with her previous T2 Queen Bee carrier taken over by her deputy. Xinbing, dressed in military uniform, stood beside Zhao Chen along with Lilith, temporarily acting as his aides. The Lion King system is in trouble, Zhao Chen said gravely. The Lion King system? Where's that?
Jau van asked, confused.
Lilith, explain it to her, Zhao Chen said, rubbing his temples. It seems there's no end to this. You went to the Reef Nebula and conquered an entire system?
Zhao van exclaimed in disbelief.
She hadn't seen her brother in a few months, and he had already accomplished such a monumental feat. Xinbing was also surprised but quickly regained her composure. So, is it the fire lizard tribe you defeated that's causing trouble this time? Zhao Chen nodded. According to Charlotte's report, the fire lizards have allied with several factions, gathering nearly 3,000 warships, and are preparing to strike back. 3,000? That's terrifying.
Zhao van gasped.
Lilith explained, though they claim to have 3,000, the vast majority are T1 class cannon fodder. The number of T2 ships won't exceed 500. The key is how many T3 main forces they have. Reports indicate that the enemy has deployed 5 T-3 warships. Zhao Chen added, 5 ships? That's quite a force. Shin Bing muttered. Currently, Zhao Chen's fleet only includes 2 T-3 combat ships, Blizzard and Phantom Stab. Over the past 3 months, the focus has been on expanding industrial ships and producing auxiliary T-3 warships, with little increase in combat ship numbers. Zhao Chen firmly stated, I don't care if it's 3,000 or 5,000, the Lion King system is too important to us. We can't lose it. The Fire Lizard tribe plans to launch an attack in a month, so we still have time to get there. Lilith, order all ships except T-3 Blizzard, Phantom Stab, T-2 Snow Mastiff, and T-3 Andromeda to return to the Xiaolong system as planned. Transfer all new recruits to the returning warships. You will stay behind to hold the rear. Yes, sir. Lilith accepted the order. Although she also wished to join the expedition, she understood that the construction of the rear lines was equally urgent. Zhao Chen stared intently at the Lion King system on the star map, his eyes sharp. Fire Lizard tribe, I was willing to give you a few more days, but since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. By mid-July, the main base of the Fire Lizard clan had gathered nearly 3,000 starships, with the 5 T-3 class warships standing out the most. Through the transparent glass of the starport, the Fire Lizard clan leader gazed at the densely packed fleet in the berths, feeling a mix of joy and worry. According to the agreement, all the supplies for this expedition had to be borne by the Fire Lizard clan. The daily expenses for 3,000 warships were no small matter, and even the Fire Lizard clan itself was struggling to keep up, let alone the 5 T-3 main ships. The clan leader gritted his teeth in anger. If it weren't for that damned masked man, he might have been exploiting the resources of the dwarf planet by now instead of bleeding resources here. Report, the 2 lords have returned. They request your presence at the meeting. The adjutant nervously knocked and reported. Recently, the clan leader's temper had been volatile, and several unlucky clan members had suffered violent outbursts. Calming his emotions, the clan leader strode towards the meeting room. Several squads of non-Fire Lizard soldiers stood at the door, humans, halforcs, and some humanoid aliens. Pushing the door open, the Fire Lizard clan leader put on a professional smile and said, Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for being late. But the people in the room merely gave him a cold glance without responding. The clan leader awkwardly found a seat and looked around. The head seat was naturally occupied by the recently returned Han Tianwang and his follower Zhang Haoran. To the right was a fierce man with an eye patch, the notorious leader of the Cerberus interstellar pirate group. Rumor had it that they were backed by a mysterious wealthy patron, likely the same Sun Shao that Han Tianwang served. The pirate leader sat high to Han Tianwang's right, a testament to his status. To Zhang Haoran's left was a 2-meter tall, slender creature, entirely black, hairless, and covered in bony plates. It was a member of the Gabor race from the Reef Star domain. They owned several star systems in their homeland, commanding a fleet of around 2,000 warships. As for the one sitting next to the Fire Lizard clan leader, the stench made him feel nauseous. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a member of the pig-headed tribe among the halforcs. This tribe was numerous among the halforcs, with many clans scattered across the Warhammer Interstellar Republic, with a few drifting elsewhere. Like the Fire Lizard clan and the Gabor race, they were also a second-tier force in the Reef Star domain. For this expedition, the Fire Lizard clan had gone all out, bringing nearly all their main forces, except for a few T-1 and T-2 warships left to guard their home. Including the remnants from previous defeats, they had deployed a total of 1,500 warships. The other 3 factions each contributed 500 ships. In contrast, the overall commander of this operation, Han Tianwang, had a meager fleet of only 30 ships under his direct command. However, no one cared about his fleet size. They were all concerned about his powerful backers. Besides, the Cerberus pirate group was his loyal henchman, merely riding on his coattails. This military operation, I believe everyone here is well aware, is to attack a fleet entrenched in the Lion King star system. Although their numbers are small, less than 20 ships, they are all elite T-2 or higher. Especially their T-3 flagship and T-2 missile ship, which boast impressive combat power. The commander of that fleet is a sworn enemy of our Sun Shao. To clear the obstacles for his future, we must eradicate that scoundrel completely this time. Han Tianwang said viciously. In truth, this was entirely a personal vendetta between him and Zhang Haoran. Han Tianwang had been hesitant before, especially since he couldn't get in touch with young Master Sunday. But ever since the graduation ceremony, where he witnessed his beloved Su Lan being cold as ice to him but warm and friendly to Zhao Chen, he was consumed by jealousy. He even started to overthink, suspecting that the two might already have an improper relationship. Just the thought made him feel utterly betrayed. At this moment, Han Tianwang's desire to eliminate Zhao Chen was no less intense than Zhang Haoran's. After all, once Zhao Chen was dead, young Master Sun wouldn't come looking for trouble. Zhang Haoran displayed an image, and it was none other than his nemesis, Zhao Chen. The pig-headed chieftain scoffed arrogantly, So what if their fleet is well equipped? With less than 20 ships, only an idiot would lose to them. His words were clearly a jab at the fire lizard chieftain beside him. The latter glared fiercely at the pig-headed man. The two clans had always been at odds, and if it weren't for young Master Sun, they wouldn't even be sitting together. Calm down, everyone. We're here for young Master Sunday. In his absence, Han Xiao is his representative. As long as we get the job done, we can expect our rewards in the future. The pirate leader's tiger-like eyes swept over the group, his words a clear warning. The fire lizard chieftain cursed inwardly, "Humph, just a lapdog. Without your master, you're nothing." But outwardly, he could only force a smile. Han Tianwang stood up and pointed at a gray warship in the projection. "I received intelligence half a day ago that the bastard's flagship has returned to the Lion King star system, accompanied by 3 unidentified gray warships." Han Xiao, give the order. The pirate leader clenched his fists, eager for action. With a display of utmost bravery, Han Tianwang loudly commanded, "The fleet will depart immediately and head straight to the Lion King star system. Ensure that every enemy ship is annihilated." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.